In the land of fire, within the bustling village of Konoha, throngs of pedestrians traverse its streets daily. Notably, the renowned Ichiraku Ramen stands as a beacon of culinary delight, perpetually teeming with patrons. Nestled behind this celebrated establishment lies a narrow, shadowy alley. Proceeding straight down this alley and taking a right turn, one encounters a humble eatery. Before the restaurant lies a large black dog, languidly sprawled on the ground with its tongue lolling out. Inside, the atmosphere is starkly different, for it is desolate, with not a single customer in sight. Suddenly, a youthful figure emerges from the restaurant. This individual is slender and fair-skinned, and above all, possesses an extraordinary handsomeness. "Wonka, it's time to eat," Li Xian calls out, holding a porcelain bowl in his right hand. He steps out of the modest restaurant, placing the bowl before the large black dog. Instantly, the previously lethargic canine springs to life, eagerly devouring its meal. After affectionately stroking the dog's soft, dust-free fur, Li Xian smiles faintly and returns indoors. Li Xian, an 18-year-old male, was once an ordinary chef on Earth. However, an unexpected car accident catapulted him into the world of Naruto. Strangely, he found himself endowed with a god of cooking system, and this small restaurant was erected by the system just a day after his arrival. Over half a month has elapsed since the restaurant's inception, yet not a single customer has graced its threshold. Li Xian has transitioned from initial hope to sorrow and now to a state of numbness. Nevertheless, he diligently engages in daily tasks. These tasks include honing his culinary skills as per the system's directives and ensuring the black dog is fed punctually. The origins of the dog remain a mystery to Li Xian. He only recalls its arrival 3 days after the establishment of the restaurant. The system had advised him to set aside portions of his practice dishes for the dog. Hence, every day upon opening, Li Xian is greeted by the sight of this large black dog awaiting his return, seemingly anticipating its benefactor's arrival. Strictly speaking, the black dog is Li Xian's first customer, albeit one that partakes in complimentary meals. Upon returning to the restaurant, Li Xian surveys the forlorn space and exhales a sigh. Though modest, the small eatery is clean and hygienic, measuring approximately 20 square meters, equipped with 5 tables and 20 chairs. Initially, Li Xian worried that an influx of customers might lead to insufficient seating. However, it has become evident that such concerns were unfounded, given the lack of patrons thus far. Gazing at the menu, which consists of merely 3 dishes, Li Xian experiences a profound sense of exasperation. The menu, a wooden board displayed at the entrance, lists only 3 items: beef noodles, egg fried rice, and boiled water with young leaves. The first 2 are quintessential home-cooked dishes, while the latter belongs to the realm of exquisite national banquets. Most strikingly, the prices of these dishes are rather staggering. Beef noodles cost 120 ryo, egg fried rice 125 ryo, and the boiled water with young leaves an astonishing 8,000 ryo. Indeed, one mountain surpasses another, and one talent eclipses another dish in grandeur. If such prices were to appear in his own world, the restaurant would have likely been reported and shut down long ago. Furthermore, from Li Xian's memories of watching anime in his previous life, the signature dish at the Ichiraku ramen shop in the alley was so delicious that it cost no more than 30 coins. This was a staggering 4-fold difference compared to the cheapest beef noodles at his own establishment. Li Xian could hardly believe that anyone would be foolish enough to order such exorbitantly priced meals. While he conceded that the dishes were indeed culinary masterpieces, the sight of those prices left him feeling somewhat exasperated. As one destined to become the supreme culinary deity of the ninja world, how could I possibly lack a first customer? Attracting my inaugural patron within a month will yield a system reward. This was the task assigned to Li Xian by the system on the very day the small restaurant was completed. Now, with less than 5 days remaining until the deadline, he gazed at the emptiness of the alley, his expression one of despondency. To embark on this journey only to meet failure before it has even begun. Li Xian sighed as he glanced at the clock in the restaurant, lamenting his fate before closing the front door and preparing to shut down for the day. Dishes were not permitted to be taken outside without authorization, and the hours of operation were strictly regulated. The restaurant, though modest in size, was bound by many rules, which had become Li Xian's own as dictated by the system. With the day's business concluded, he retreated to the kitchen to engage in his daily culinary practice. In truth, This practice lacked technical complexity. It simply involved the continual preparation of meals, with the ingredients being replenished by the system daily, allowing Li Xian to focus solely on honing his skills. In a discreet corner of the kitchen lay an intelligent puppet, a feature of the restaurant's construction by the system, tasked with collecting the food prepared during practice. Aside from Li Xian's own meals and those of the large black dog, all other food must be promptly reclaimed. Washing vegetables, chopping, igniting the stove, and stir-frying, Li Xian embarked on his daily culinary journey. Notably, all the kitchen facilities were equipped in accordance with modern standards from Earth, alleviating some of the loneliness he felt in this unfamiliar world. As night fell, the silvery moonlight streamed through the gaps in the windows, casting a gentle glow within the restaurant and dispelling the oppressive darkness. Outside, the large black dog lay panting after its meal, silently guarding the establishment. Chapter 2. Naruto's arrival at dawn the next day, Li Xian groggily rose from bed. After washing up, he opened the restaurant's doors. The street outside remained as desolate as ever, not a soul in sight, with only the large black dog still sprawled lazily on the ground. Li Xian couldn't help but feel a pang of envy as he thought of the bustling Ichiraka ramen at the end of the alley. If only my restaurant could attract even half as many customers, he mused wistfully. Host, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. As the future culinary god of the shinobi world, remember this. Exquisite cuisine will inevitably draw crowds. True talent cannot remain hidden forever. For the prosperity that awaits, persevere and strive onward. Li Xian had grown accustomed to these motivational speeches. Over the past few weeks, whenever his spirits wavered, the system would dispense its relentless optimism. He found it oddly comforting in a way. Settling into his reclining chair by the entrance, Li Xian basked in the warm sunlight, eyelids drooping contentedly. The alley remained as silent as ever. Another day without customers, he thought idly. The black dog glanced at him, let out a single bark, and resumed its languid panting. Just as Li Xian was about to drift off, a youthful voice jolted him awake. Huh? There's actually a restaurant here? Before him stood a small figure, his golden hair gleaming blindingly under the sun. Li Xian instinctively shielded his eyes but made no move to rise, though the boy had approached his establishment. That didn't guarantee he'd become a paying customer, not unless he could stomach the exorbitant prices. Sure enough, the moment the blonde boy scanned the menu, his voice erupted in outrage. Nanny, 120 Rio for beef noodles, 125 for fried rice, and 8,000 for boiled cabbage. Are you robbing people? The shrill protest echoed in Li Xian's ears, but he remained unfazed, his gaze fixed absently on the sky. His attention was instead occupied by the system interface in his mind. System objective: assist the host in becoming the culinary god of the shinobi world. Host: Li Xian. Gender: male. Age: 15. Chakra proficiency: none. As the future culinary god, mastery of chakra-infused cuisine is essential. Strive onward. Young 1. Skills: none. Items: none. Culinary god rating: novice. You are still weak. Follow the system's guidance and ascend to greatness. Hey, are you even listening to me? Don't just ignore me like that. I'll complain to your boss. The blonde boy fumed. I apologize, esteemed guest, but our prices are fixed. You may purchase if you wish, otherwise feel free to proceed straight ahead without further ado. By the way, I am the proprietor of this humble establishment. If you have any complaints regarding the pricing, I'm afraid that's non-negotiable, Li Xian remarked with a languid yawn. The golden-haired child was momentarily taken aback by Li Xian's indifferent demeanor before bristling with indignation. Is this some kind of reverse psychology, owner? Fine. Uzumaki Naruto. We'll take your bait today. Give me 1 serving of egg fried rice. But if the taste doesn't justify the price, I swear I'll report you to the Hokage and have this dingy little shop shut down. With that declaration, he strode inside. Li Xian rose leisurely from his recliner and responded coolly. Rest assured, this establishment prides itself on integrity. Should you find the dish unsatisfactory, I shall prepare it for you free of charge. He then retreated into the kitchen to begin cooking. Originally, Naruto had intended to dine at Ichiraka ramen. But upon noticing the villagers' disdainful glares, an inexplicable defiance surged within him. Instead, he veered into the alley behind the ramen shop. After running for nearly 20 minutes, the weight in his chest lightened. Physical exertion had always been his preferred method of stress relief. The only drawback was the deafening growl of his stomach, which eventually led him here. Though the owner's tone was indifferent and his pricing questionable, he hadn't regarded Naruto with the same contempt as others. Perhaps that was reason enough to step inside. No matter how good it smells, I'll say it's terrible. Trying to swindle me? Not a chance, Naruto silently vowed. Moments later, a delicate fragrance wafted from the kitchen, compelling Naruto to inhale deeply. It smells amazing. Wait, no. Stay strong, Naruto. He slapped his cheeks firmly, snapping himself out of the aroma's allure. Yet his traitorous stomach rumbled once more, gurgle, betraying his hunger. Here, your egg-fried rice. Li Xian reappeared before Naruto, his expression amiable, holding a steaming bowl. Up close, the owner was surprisingly handsome, though his unscrupulous pricing tarnished his charm. Lucky for him, I'm the one who caught it. Consider this a lesson before someone less forgiving shuts him down for good, Naruto muttered under his breath before turning his attention to the dish. Chapter 3. Naruto's Dynandash scheme. Tendrils of steam curled from the bowl, swirling playfully before dissipating into the air. The rich aroma enveloped Naruto, drawing another involuntary, deep breath. Upon the pristine white porcelain plate lay grains of rice as lustrous as pearls, each one enveloped in a golden sheen of egg that appeared not fully cooked, but rather at that perfect stage of doneness where it clung silkily to the rice. Together, they shimmered from afar as though emitting a radiant glow. This was actually glowing fried rice. Naruto stared dumbfounded at this dish he had never before encountered. It had never even crossed his mind that fried rice could be transformed into something so exquisite, like a delicate piece of art. Well then, I won't hold back. Naruto picked up his spoon, gave a quick bow of gratitude, and eagerly brought a mouthful of the golden rice to his lips. The moment the fried rice touched his tongue, an explosion of rich, savory flavors burst forth, the pearl-like grains mingling with the fragrant egg in a harmony of textures he had never experienced. In that instant, the bitterness of his failed graduation exam faded, the scornful faces of those who despised him vanished. Only the sublime taste flooding his senses remained. Without hesitation, Naruto buried his face into the bowl, devouring the dish with unrestrained enthusiasm. Delicious. He couldn't stop himself, scooping, chewing, swallowing in seamless rhythm, even pausing briefly to flash a thumbs up at Li Xian. As he exclaimed, a few golden grains escaped his lips, prompting his eyes to widen in alarm before he hastily retrieved them and popped them back into his mouth. By the end, the porcelain bowl was left so immaculate it could have been freshly washed, its polished surface reflecting Naruto's own awestruck expression. I'm full. Thank you for the meal. Rubbing his happily satiated belly, Naruto sighed in contentment. Had he encountered such a dish at Ichiraku's, he would have ordered seconds without hesitation. Yet today, just this single bowl of fried rice had left him utterly fulfilled. If something this simple could taste so divine, then what of that legendary 8,000 Rio boiled cabbage leaf delicacy? If he ever struck it rich, he vowed to return and savor the dish as well. This restaurant was simply too good, Ichiraku's couldn't compare. The only downside was the steep prices. Leaning back in his chair, half-lidded with satisfaction, Naruto reached into his pouch, only to freeze. Damn it, only 50 Rio? His stomach dropped. He'd forgotten, he'd spent 200 Rio on ninja tools before coming here. Maybe he could slip away quietly and pay the owner back later? Glancing at the busy proprietor tending to his flowers at the counter, Naruto began inching toward the exit. The large black dog by the door, however, seemed to sense his intentions and erupted into furious barks, instantly drawing Li Xian's attention to the boy now awkwardly retreating. Caught red-handed, Naruto wished the ground would swallow him whole. With a weak laugh, he stammered, boss, actually, the fried rice wasn't that great. I was just trying to spare your feelings by leaving quietly. Don't mistake my kindness for rudeness. Not that great? Li Xian arched a brow. Then why did you lick the bowl clean enough to see your reflection? Li Xian remarked nonchalantly, Naruto, how do you suppose it would reflect upon you if word spread that you dined without paying at this establishment? This statement struck Naruto like a devastating blow, shattering his composure entirely. Should the villagers learn that Naruto was one to skip out on his bills, their already unfavorable opinion of him would undoubtedly worsen. At that point, not only would gaining their acceptance become an insurmountable challenge, but even procuring daily necessities would prove difficult. After all, no merchant willingly tolerates being taken advantage of. Observing the diminutive figure frozen in place by his mere words, Li Xian mused inwardly. Indeed, there was something undeniably endearing about disciplining the protagonist in his youth. Am I perhaps bullying the weak? Stroking his chin, he reconsidered. Best not push further. Breaking him accidentally would spell the end for me here. Yet, events unfolded in a manner wholly unexpected. As the chosen one of the shinobi world, young Naruto possessed a self-created jutsu capable of shaking heaven and earth, reducing onlookers to tears. Faced with the unscrupulous proprietor advancing upon him, Naruto's expression hardened with resolve. The time had come to unleash his signature technique. Drawing a deep breath, Naruto formed a series of hand seals before his chest. With a poof, a dense white haze enveloped him entirely, obscuring his form. Witnessing this, Li Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Had his transmigration somehow accelerated Naruto's mastery of the body flicker technique? If so, today's business would be for naught. Driven by urgency, Li Xian plunged into the swirling mist. The large black dog at the entrance rose briefly to observe before settling back down. Within the obscuring cloud, Li Xian's nose betrayed him, a sudden, uncontrollable nosebleed upon glimpsing the figure before him. What met his eyes was none other than Chapter 4, Mizuki's Arrival. A female version of Naruto. Good heavens. After all this time traversing this world, he'd nearly forgotten Naruto's early trademark move. Though physically harmless, this technique inflicted profound psychological damage. It had once reignited the third Hokage's youthful vigor, compelled Jiraiya to willingly impart his legendary techniques, and even created an opening for Naruto to strike Kage Otsutsuki during the Fourth Great Shinobi War. Won't you forgive my meal, mister? Look how adorable I am a saccharine. Coquettish voice whispered by Li Xian's ear, raising goosebumps across his skin. You brat, put your clothes back on this instant. Li Xian roared. But you haven't agreed yet. The feminine Naruto pouted, cheeks cupped in feigned shyness, swaying coquettishly before batting her eyelashes at him. Damn it all. Li Xian felt his sanity fraying at the edges. Desperately, he began reciting the Heartless Sword manual from his past life to steel his resolve. Free from the distractions of love, the sword's spirit ascends to divinity. The first tenet of the sword manual, forsake the beloved. Having silently recited all 10 pages of the manual, Li Xian felt the inexplicable restlessness within him dissipate. He strode purposefully toward Naruto, who mistook his approach for surrender. The young ninja prepared to press his advantage with a full-body tackle, hoping to secure another free meal. The restaurant's fare was simply too delectable to resist. But Li Xian's swift right foot sent Naruto sprawling back to reality. Seizing the boy by the collar, the proprietor retrieved a wooden paddle half the size of his palm from the counter. Naruto instinctively shielded his posterior, stammering, "B-boss, what are you doing?" "Exactly what it appears," Li Xian retorted dryly, administering some paternal discipline with this paddle. In that moment, Naruto realized his miscalculation. This technique had even thwarted the mighty third Hokage. Yet here he stood, bested by a humble eatery owner. The indignity of corporal punishment awaited him. He, who aspired to become Hokage. His mind conjured future villagers warning their children. Never emulate our Hokage's youthful folly of dining without means, lest you suffer the paddle's sting. What a harrowing prospect. Salvation arrived as the paddle descended. A mellifluous voice from the doorway interceded. "Kind proprietor, please stay your hand. I shall settle Naruto's debt. Spare him further distress." Naruto's eyes welled with gratitude at the towering figure. "Sensei," he cried. Li Xian's brow furrowed in surprise. He'd expected Irika, not Mizuki, a Jonin-level shinobi far beyond his current capabilities. How had this turncoat come to be here? His gaze shifted to Naruto, now emboldened by his protector's presence. Wriggling free, the boy took refuge behind Mizuki. "You heartless, child-unfearing miser." Naruto spat. "I'll never darken your doorstep again." The system chose this moment to chime. Ding. Special mission unlocked. Naruto's elation as the future culinary sage of the shinobi world. How could you lack profound bonds with the protagonist? Objective: inspire the hero's reverence. Reward: Genin-level chakra capacity. Li Xian's eyes gleamed at the revelation. He'd resigned himself to a quiet life as a chef in this ninja world. Yet the system now offered the path of shinobi training. With such power, he mused, perhaps he might one day journey beyond these borders. The world was vast, and he yearned to explore its wonders. However, the current task was giving Li Xian quite a headache. After all, Naruto had formed a rather unfavorable impression of his small eatery, drawing from his past life knowledge of the Naruto series. Li Xian knew that Naruto was an obstinate individual. Once he set his mind on something, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. Just like when Sasuke defected from the village, Naruto vowed to bring him back. Though many called him foolish, he never gave up, even sacrificing his dignity and an arm in the end to fulfill that promise. Lost in contemplation, Li Xian was interrupted when Mizuki, who had been lingering in the restaurant to understand the situation, masked his disgust with a benevolent smile. Patting Naruto's head, he declared with righteous indignation, "Proprietor, the pricing in your establishment is utterly unreasonable. I believe this constitutes illegal business practices, disrupting market order. Upon my return, I shall report this matter to the Hokage and demand the closure of your restaurant." Unreasonable pricing? Then, Li Xian's eyes lit up. He had found his solution. Chapter 5, The miraculous cuisine Naruto simply thought the dishes were overpriced. But there was a reason for the cost. You get what you pay for. Recalling the recent changes in his own body, Li Xian brimmed with confidence, a faint smile playing on his lips. Instead of refuting Mizuki outright, he turned to Naruto and asked, Naruto, don't you often fail when using the transformation jutsu? Yeah, Naruto answered reflexively. After all, this was common knowledge throughout the village. With a knowing smirk, Li Xian declared, then try using it again now. I wager you'll succeed this time. What? Impossible. Naruto and Mizuki spoke in unison. Shady proprietor. How can you be so sure I'll succeed now? Naruto eyed Li Xian skeptically. He had just attempted the technique earlier and failed. How could he possibly succeed so soon? Just do it, Li Xian replied calmly. Hesitant but curious, Naruto formed the hand seals and shouted, Transformation Jutsu. A puff of white smoke erupted, dissipating to reveal a perfect replica of Li Xian. It had worked. How? Mizuki's eyes widened in disbelief. This deadlast had actually succeeded. What does this mean for my plans? Naruto, however, lacked such scheming thoughts. Slowly, he approached a mirror in the restaurant, studying his reflection, his first successful transformation. In the past, whenever he attempted the transformation technique, his face would either contort grotesquely or end up missing features like a nose or eyes, never resembling anything remotely human. Yet this time, he had flawlessly transformed into the spitting image of the unscrupulous boss. Naruto disbelievingly traced his fingers along his transformed visage as tears welled up uncontrollably in his eyes. I finally mastered the transformation technique. At last, I can become a true shinobi. No one truly understood the depth of Naruto's yearning to become a genuine shinobi. For only by becoming one could he aspire to be Hokage, and only as Hokage would he finally earn the acknowledgement of everyone. It was this very conviction that had sustained his relentless optimism and brightness. Otherwise, he might have long descended into the same monstrous existence as Gaara of the Sand. Snapping out of his euphoria, Naruto suddenly realized who was responsible for this breakthrough. Boss, it was you, wasn't it? How did you do it? Trade secret. No comment, Li Xian replied smugly from his chair, radiating arrogance. Naruto gaped momentarily before his expression morphed into one of sheer reverence. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he declared, Boss, from today onward, you're my leader. Meanwhile, Mizuki lurked inconspicuously around the restaurant, his gaze wandering until he stealthily slipped into the kitchen unnoticed by Li Xian. Spotting the puppet hidden in the corner, he departed with ulterior motives stirring within him. Ding. Special mission. Make Naruto happy objective. Earn the protagonist's admiration. Reward, Genin level chakra. Mission complete. Reward distributed. As the system's voice faded, Li Xian felt an unfamiliar surge of energy coursing through his body, his physical strength noticeably enhanced. This newfound power instilled in him a long-awaited confidence to confront the challenges ahead. Just then, Naruto bounded over, bowing respectfully. Boss, starting today, you're my leader. Li Xian muttered something in English, utterly incomprehensible to Naruto, before eyeing the boy with amusement. Since when did this kid start adopting people as a superior, just like Konoha? Still, he was the protagonist of this world. Before Li Xian could dwell further, Naruto grew impatient. If I don't seize this chance to latch onto a powerful ally now, when will I ever? With pitiful, puppy dog eyes, Naruto stared up at Li Xian, his posture radiating the exaggerated sorrow of a grievously wronged child. Under the weight of that gaze, Li Xian reluctantly relented. Leader, can you tell me how I managed to pull off the transformation technique? Naruto asked eagerly, his expression brimming with hope. Now that he'd sworn allegiance, surely his new superior wouldn't withhold such crucial knowledge. Otherwise, how would he explain his sudden success during the next graduation exam to Irika-sensei? You really want to know? Indeed. Boss, just tell me. The answer lies in the egg-fried rice you just devoured. Nanny? Naruto widened his eyes in disbelief. Li Xian rapped him lightly on the head and said with utmost seriousness, the egg-fried rice in my shop is not as simple as you think. The rice used here is none other than the legendary Yutian rice, hailed as the ginseng of the shinobi world, renowned for its arduous cultivation and scarce yield. This rice is a delicacy reserved only for the daimyo of nations and Kaga-level shinobi. Yutian rice bears a deep crimson hue, exuding a delicate fragrance. Once cooked, it gleams with a golden luster, its texture smooth and glossy, tender yet resilient, leaving an unforgettable aftertaste. Regular consumption is said to nourish qi, enrich blood, and harmonize the 5 vital organs. After Li Xian's explanation, all Naruto grasped was that this was an exclusive delicacy for the daimyo and Kage, nothing more. The boss spoke too swiftly, and his own mind processed too slowly. But one thing Naruto did understand. This seemingly unscrupulous boss was a master hiding extraordinary depths. Chapter 6. I want to be the boss, even rice specially supplied to the Hokage. Truly, you live up to being my boss, Naruto. Yet, Naruto still didn't comprehend why his transformation jutsu had succeeded. Noticing his confusion, Li Xian asked, "Do you know what chakra is?" "I know this." As someone who had attended the academy, Naruto was familiar with such fundamentals. Chakra is the energy derived from the perfect fusion of the body's constituent energies. It serves as the source for ninjutsu, jinjutsu, taijutsu, or even binding opponents with chakra threads and severing materials composed of the same energy. This energy originates from two sources: physical energy, extracted cell by cell from the body's 130 trillion cells, and mental energy, honed through rigorous training and accumulated experience. Li Xian nodded in approval. Though Naruto omitted the practice of sage jutsu, accessible only to a select few in the shinobi world, his explanation was otherwise sound. Is it because of the eggs? Naruto ventured. Precisely. The eggs in the fried rice are sourced from low-level avian summoning creatures, and only those laid within 20 days are used. This ensures the rich energy within the eggs is fully preserved, thereby enhancing a shinobi's chakra. Whoa. At that moment, Naruto's admiration for Li Xian soared anew. Though he had no idea what a summoning creature was, the name alone sounded formidable. And yet, his boss had somehow confined such beings to lay eggs, specifically within 20 days. Instantly, Naruto's reverence for Li Xian ascended another tier. But Li Xian knew the true reason behind Naruto's successful transformation jutsu was just this. The root cause, in the end, lay with the nine tails sealed within him. The chakra within the egg-fried rice Naruto consumed transformed into his own personal chakra, enabling him to successfully perform the transformation technique. Unbeknownst to Li Xian at the time, he had inadvertently disrupted Mizuki's original scheme, while a conspiracy that sought to ensnare him was quietly being woven. After sending Naruto away with instructions to spread the word, Li Xian began preparing to close the shop. Just then, the system stirred to life. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring your first customer within a month. Reward obtained, sauerkraut fish. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden achievement. I want to be the big brother. I want to be the big brother within the world of Naruto. The host becomes an elder brother figure to a significant character. Current number of younger brothers. 1. Upgradable. Achievement reward. Basic ninjutsu. Substitution technique. Clone technique. Transformation technique. System. You're being rather stingy, aren't you? Couldn't you reward me with some powerful ninjutsu instead? Li Xian remarked dryly. Truth be told, he held little regard for these basic techniques. After all, he could acquire them through training anyway. At the very least, why not grant him the shadow clone technique? That way, he could both cook and have fun, balancing work and leisure seamlessly. Just then, the system chimed in again. Apologies, host. You cannot obtain any ninjutsu from external sources. Well then, it seems my fate is simply to cook, Li Xian sighed. Channeling his frustration into determination, he decided to reward himself with a delicious meal. After all, after so many days, today marked the first time someone had visited his restaurant. Truly a day worth commemorating. What a make. Ah. Right. The system had just granted him a new dish, sauerkraut fish. Perfect. Entering the kitchen, Li Xian spotted a newly appeared water vat in the corner, within which several sleek black fish glided lazily. Rolling up his sleeves, he fixed his gaze on one, reaching out to seize it, only for the fish to slip effortlessly through his fingers. Abandoning his earlier casual approach, Li Xian focused intently, drawing upon memories from the anime. He channeled chakra into his palms for the first time, stirring the water with precision before striking like lightning. His fingers clamped down firmly, and with a splash, he lifted the fish triumphantly from the vat. The system announced, low-level aquatic summoning creature, blacktail fish. Inhabiting depths beyond 10,000 meters, its speed rivals lightning, making it one of the swiftest Piscine summons in the shinobi world. With few bones and abundant flesh, the blacktail fish is ideal for sauerkraut fish. Instantly, the recipe for the dish flooded Li Xian's mind. Pinning the still-thrashing fish to the cutting board, as if aware of its impending fate, he seized a sharpened blade and deftly struck its head with the blunt side. The fish shuddered once before falling still, unconscious. He laid the fish flat and swiftly scraped off the dark scales with the side of his knife, watching as they fell one by one into the sink before him. Once the scales were removed, Li Xian used the corner of the blade to extract the entrails from the gills. With a quick twist and 2 precise cuts, he severed the fins before rinsing the fish thoroughly in the sink, the bloodstains vanishing instantly under the running water. Chapter 7. Delicious sour fish. Placing the cleaned fish on the cutting board, Li Xian picked up his knife to debone it, lifting the gill cover with his left hand. He severed the connection between the head and spine in a single stroke, careful not to cut through the flesh or skin. Then, sliding the flat-edged blade into the body along the gills, he traced the bones toward the tail, separating them from the meat. First the belly, then the back. Flipping the fish, he repeated the process on the other side before snapping the tailbone without tearing the skin, leaving it still attached by a thin membrane. Gently, he extracted the skeleton through the gills. With another decisive cut, he removed the head and rinsed both head and bones under the faucet, the water swiftly washing away any remaining traces of blood. These would form the foundation of the broth, so he took extra care in cleaning them thoroughly. After washing the fillets as before, Li Xian twirled his knife deftly in hand before slicing the fish at a 40-degree angle from the tail. His movements were swift, transforming the flesh into delicate butterfly-shaped slices. A light rub with salt and several rinses later, the translucent fish slices gleamed. He then mixed them with salt, white pepper, egg white, and starch, kneading until evenly coated before setting them aside to rest. The recipe from the system streamlined the process. By the time he finished prepping the other ingredients, the fish would be ready. Next, he shredded the pickled cabbage, blanched it, and set it aside, slicing the chili into rings and pairing them with Sichuan peppercorns. He also prepared ginger slices. Methodically completing his mise en place, Li Xian retrieved the marinated fish and turned to the stove. Oil shimmered in the wok as he sauteed scallions, ginger, and garlic, then added the fish head, tail, bones, and skin. A few deft stirs later, a rich aroma rose with the steam. Tossing in the pickled cabbage, he stir-fried for another minute before pouring in boiling water, adjusting the flame to medium-high. He let the broth simmer until it turned milky white, seasoning it with salt before straining out the solids to line the bowl's base. He adjusted the flame higher once more to simmer the fish soup, delicately placing the fish slices into the pot one by one. With a gentle swirl of the wok, he waited until the topmost slices were 80% cooked before deftly scooping them out onto a bowl. Straining the broth, he poured it over the fish. Next, he heated oil in the wok, adding Sichuan peppercorns and dried chili rings while the oil was still cool. Lowering the heat, he watched as the chilies turned a deep crimson with golden undertones, glossy and crisp. He then fished them out, scattering them atop the tender fish slices. The remaining oil was not wasted. With a twist of the knob, he cranked the flame to high, letting the oil heat until wisps of blue smoke curled upward. Gripping the handle, he poured the sizzling oil in a dramatic cascade over the fish. In the pristine white porcelain bowl lay snow-white, succulent fish fillets, bathed in a golden broth crowned with a shimmering layer of red oil. Floating atop were vibrant green and red chilies, like playful sprites, while fragrant steam rose languidly, tantalizing the senses and stirring an insatiable appetite. Li Xian admired his culinary masterpiece for a moment, inhaling the deepening aroma before succumbing to temptation. With eager chopsticks, he plucked a slice of tender fish and brought it to his lips. The moment it touched his tongue, the delicate texture melted effortlessly, smooth yet firm, rich yet refreshing. A symphony of tangy, spicy notes burst forth, electrifying his palate and leaving him utterly enchanted. He then lifted a spoonful of broth to his lips. The liquid was exquisitely balanced, savory with a hint of spice, neither greasy nor overpowering. Remarkably, the soup was already at the perfect temperature, the porcelain bowl preserving its freshness while cooling it just enough. Truly, the system's creations were unparalleled. Just as Li Xian reached for the miraculous rice cooker, Wang Kai, his loyal hound by the door, caught wind of the feast and erupted into excited barks. Relenting, Li Xian fetched the dog's bowl and portioned out half a serving of the fish stew. Stepping out of the kitchen, he placed it before the eager canine. A sudden realization struck him: dogs should consume spicy food. But before he could intervene, Wang Kai had already devoured the meal with gusto, licking the bowl clean in moments. The dog then fixed him with imploring eyes, silently pleading for more. Li Xian's heart softened at the pitiful gaze. Without hesitation, he emptied the remaining fish into the bowl, watching as Wang Kai polished it off before flopping contentedly by the door, tongue lolling in satisfaction. With the dog finally sated, Li Xian washed the bowl and set about crafting another batch of fish stew for himself. 3 heaping bowls of rice and an entire fish later, his stomach was pleasantly full. Just as he rose to take a stroll, thunk, a kunai embedded itself into his table. Chapter 8. A man and his dog prepare for the gathering. Li Xian's gaze snapped toward the weapon's origin, only to catch the fleeting shadow of a figure darting past like lightning. Li Xian placed his chopsticks on the table with an impassive expression, his face betraying none of the turbulent emotions within. Coldly rising to his feet, he plucked the kunai embedded in the wooden surface, detaching the attached missive with deliberate movements. As he unfolded the parchment, 3 succinct lines greeted his eyes. Tonight at 10. The Forest of Death. No absence tolerated. With visible irritation, Li Xian crumpled the paper into a tight ball. Which imbecile would send me such a thing? He muttered. One thing was certain, this was no mere prank. The ability to wield such a kunai indicated at least the skill of a genin. And the sender's swift movements suggested seasoned experience. A sudden realization struck him. This bore unsettling resemblance to Mizuki's plot involving Naruto and the Scroll of Seals. But why target him? System, he inquired mentally, can the kitchen puppets be deployed outside? Beep. System notification, the puppet's function is shop protection. External deployment is prohibited. However, the host may negotiate assistance from the black canine outside. You mean Wankai? Li Xian responded skeptically. Though sizable, that lazy glutton spends his days lounging. Bringing him along might just provide someone's dinner. Beep. Analysis indicates Wankai currently possesses Jonin-level capabilities with latent anomalies. Upon full recovery, potential ascension to 6 paths tier is projected. Li Xian inhaled sharply. The seemingly indolent, food-obsessed creature at his doorstep concealed such formidable origins. System, he ventured cautiously, should Wankai ever grow discontent. Would he eliminate me? Beep. Host may rest assured. Upon initial arrival, Wankai contracted with the system for perpetual shop guardianship, precluding host harm. However, securing his cooperation requires host persuasion. Such stringent terms? Li Xian mused. It seems my silver tongue shall be tested. System, how might I remedy Wankai's latent anomalies? Host may prepare chakra-infused culinary offerings to facilitate healing. Understood. My gratitude, system. Emerging from the shop, Li Xian approached the recumbent canine. Wankai maintained his characteristic lethargy, tongue lolling as he sprawled upon the ground. Ordinarily, Li Xian would have chided the creature, but armed with newfound knowledge of Wankai's prowess, he resolved henceforth to treat the beast with deference. Wankai's full restoration would ensure his own security. Wankai, Li Xian entreated, tonight your master requires assistance. As you've no pressing engagements, and considering my culinary generosity, might you oblige? The hound remained motionless, as if deaf to the appeal. Intractable creature, Li Xian grimaced. It seems extraordinary measures are warranted. Wankai, if you assist me this time, I shall treat you to an abundance of delectable dishes in the future, steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roasted flower duck, roasted chick, and roasted gosling. Li Xian began to recite the renowned dish names from his past life. Just by mentioning the initial few, Wankai's saliva cascaded forth like a waterfall. Subsequently, it sprang to its feet, barking excitedly, as if urging Li Xian onward. The assurance of safety for this journey had been established. Meanwhile, Naruto strolled home, utterly content. He had never anticipated that a taste more exquisite than that of Ichiraku ramen existed in this world. He had once believed that Uncle Ichiraku's culinary skills were unrivaled in the village, only to discover that his older brother was the true master. Reflecting on the flavor of that egg-fried rice, Naruto could not help but salivate once more. Wiping his mouth, he shook his head vigorously. And thoughts of the upcoming exam crossed his mind. The mere thought of successfully performing the transformation technique before Irika-sensei and witnessing his astonished expression made Naruto want to burst into laughter. He had suppressed his excitement for far too long. Naruto yearned for the villagers' recognition, which fueled his desire to become Hokage. Despite the relentless blows dealt by reality and the disdainful gazes of those around him, he remained resolute. Now, he stood just a step away from becoming a true ninja. Naruto, will undoubtedly become Hokage and earn everyone's acknowledgement. Clenching his right fist high in the air, his eyes sparkled with determination. Haha. You think you can become Hokage, you pathetic underachiever? Should we call you foolishly ignorant, or simply naive? A sharp, scornful voice pierced the air from behind him. Who could it be? Naruto swiftly turned around, his pupils narrowing in shock as he exclaimed, Shuabuki-sensei? Bah. Shuabuki crossed his arms, looking at Naruto with evident disdain. Nine-Tails Fox. You are unworthy of uttering my name. Chapter 9. The Transaction Konoha Village, 10 p.m. Following the recent incident with the Nine-Tails and the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, a curfew had been instituted upon the agreement of the Hokage and several elders. The villagers returned home early, and the once bustling village fell into a profound silence. Aside from the patrolling ninjas, the entire village seemed consumed by darkness, with only the sound of footsteps from the patrols and the chilling wind breaking the stillness. Li Xian draped a black cloak over his shoulders, while Wankai, being inherently dark, or nothing. Thus, the two, one man and one dog, silently departed from the village, making their way to the forest of death. Perhaps due to the geographical characteristics of the land of fire, the trees here stood exceptionally tall, and the sounds of fierce beasts echoed through the forest. Li Xian surveyed his surroundings, where towering trees loomed all around him. To locate someone amidst such an expanse would undoubtedly be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, he did not succumb to impatience. After all, since the other party had invited him at this specific hour, there must be a means for their swift rendezvous. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a flurry of urgent bird calls echoed from a nearby vicinity. Following the source of the sound, Li Xian arrived at the designated meeting point. There, beneath the trees, he spotted Mizuki, who held Naruto in one hand while his eyes darted warily around. Naruto's condition was far from favorable. His entire body was bound by ropes, rendering him immobile. His face bore the marks of a recent beating, bruised and swollen, making his eyes appear diminutive. Most significantly, Naruto lacked his usual vigor, standing there in a daze as Mizuki shook him in his grasp. Li Xian swore he had never witnessed such a lack of fighting spirit in Naruto. Before long, the two came face to face. Mizuki cast a wary glance at the large black dog behind Li Xian, then stepped back to create some distance. The conversation commenced with Mizuki smirking. "You have indeed honored your word by arriving." Li Xian raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, "Speak then. What business do you have summoning me at this late hour?" With a casual toss, Mizuki discarded Naruto to the ground as if he were refuse, a sycophantic grin spreading across his face. "If I am not mistaken, you must be the spy sent from Sunagakure to Konoha, correct?" How curious that he had already assigned himself a new identity. How did this fellow discern that he was a ninja from Sunagakure? Observing Li Xian's silence, Mizuki presumed the other suspected him of betrayal and hastily reassured him, "Rest assured, your identity is known only to me, and I am here to propose a transaction." "Oh." Li Xian stifled his inner critique and feigned profundity as he inquired. Suddenly, the system stirred to life. Beep. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden task. Rescue Naruto." Task description: At this moment, Naruto's body and spirit have endured tremendous blows. As his elder brother, it is time to save your younger sibling. Task reward: a recipe for creamy cake. With the task unveiled, the discord between Li Xian and Mizuki became irreconcilable. Observing Li Xian's continued silence, Mizuki mistakenly believed he held the reins of control. Thus, suppressing his excitement, Mizuki proclaimed, "To my knowledge, your village possesses only the weakest of the nine-tailed beasts, Shikaku. Coupled with your geographical disadvantages, it finds itself in an absolute state of inferiority among the 5 great villages. Is it that your village is resigned to remain perpetually weak? The child in my hands is the nine-tails Jinchuriki of Konoha. If your village possesses him, its strength will undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement, and the day of its ascendance will soon arrive." Li Xian squinted as he observed Mizuki, who was fervently attempting to market himself. He truly wished to clarify that he was not a spy dispatched from Sunagakure, but merely an ordinary chef. What connection did the rise of Sunagakure have with him? Noticing Li Xian's silence, Mizuki couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, truly worthy of being a spy sent from Sunagakure, so composed. Had he not fortuitously stumbled upon the concealed puppet in the kitchen, he might have been deceived as well. If Li Xian were aware of his thoughts, he would undoubtedly engage in a fervent rebuttal, exclaiming, "For heaven's sake, that was merely a robot for collecting leftover food, with such a wild imagination. You should consider becoming a writer." He then promptly articulated his demands. "Thus, my proposition is exceedingly simple. In exchange for this nine-tails Jinchuriki, I seek 1 copy of your village's advanced ninjutsu, 6 copies of intermediate ninjutsu, and 12 copies of basic ninjutsu." Upon concluding, he cast a sycophantic glance at Li Xian. Li Xian regarded him with a cold gaze, suddenly enlightened. No wonder this fellow resorted to treachery against his own village. It was all for the sake of ninjutsu. It is well known that each ninja village enforces stringent regulations regarding the acquisition of ninjutsu. To learn advanced ninjutsu, one must at least be a chunin-level ninja. Mastering intermediate ninjutsu requires a jonin who has made significant contributions to the village. As for basic ninjutsu, it is regarded as a treasure of the village. To learn it, one must have survived harrowing missions, underscoring the formidable challenge involved. The characters known as the Konoha 12 from the original story, had they not belonged to powerful clans within Konoha or had an exceptional mentor, would they have easily acquired those high-level techniques? Mizuki's proposition was precisely what many lower-ranking ninjas yearned for. Should Mizuki succeed, he might indeed become a classic tale of a grassroots ninja's triumph. Chapter 10. The confrontation begins. Although Li Xian felt sympathy for Mizuki, the unfortunate reality was that the latter had become a stepping stone on his path to strength. Wakai. Attack. Li Xian commanded, and as his voice echoed, the black dog behind him darted forward with lightning speed, lunging at Mizuki with its disproportionately large maw. However, Mizuki was no novice. Having participated in warfare, he maintained his composure amid the sudden assault, swiftly forming hand seals. Boom! A burst of blue smoke erupted, and a piece of wood replaced Mizuki, which Wankai promptly swallowed. Substitution Jutsu. One of the 3 fundamental techniques of a ninja. Ugh! Wankai regurgitated the wooden fragment, beginning to spit on the ground, seemingly attempting to expel the lingering taste of the wood from its mouth. At that moment, Mizuki appeared on a sturdy branch of a nearby tree, indignantly declaring, "What do you mean by this? With good intentions, I sought to engage and trade with you, to bolster the strength of your hidden village, yet this is how you treat me?" In his mind, although Li Xian was a spy sent by the Sand Village, this was ultimately the territory of Konoha, and he presumed the adversary would not dare to overstep. However, to his astonishment, the response was contrary to his expectations. Had his demands been overly severe? Just as Mizuki was about to temper his request, Li Xian abruptly silenced him with a sharp retort. Aware that historically antagonists often met their demise through excessive verbosity, a lesson gleaned from the wisdom of many predecessors in his past life, he had no intention of indulging in idle chatter amidst combat. Simultaneously, Wankai, incensed by Mizuki's earlier mockery, began to seethe with fury. "How dare you toy with this master of dogs? Today, you shall experience the might of the canine lord." To everyone's astonishment, the black dog spoke, leaving both Li Xian and Mizuki utterly flabbergasted. Meanwhile, Naruto remained quietly sprawled on the ground. Wankai swiftly darted towards Mizuki. Although Mizuki was taken aback by the talking dog, he had encountered various summoning beasts capable of speech and thus managed to maintain his composure. As the black dog charged towards him, Mizuki, without hesitation, hurled kunai from his garments as if they were mere trifles. The multitude of kunai rained down upon Wankai, only to ricochet harmlessly away. Such feeble weaponry dares to challenge this canine lord? Its power is akin to that of a mere embroidery needle, unworthy even to tickle me, Wankai scoffed. However, Mizuki, a seasoned chunin, despite knowing he could not prevail, refused to surrender without a fight. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly withdrew several explosive tags from his pocket. A collection he had painstakingly amassed over 3 years, now poised to be squandered in an instant. With determination in his eyes, Mizuki launched all the explosive tags at Wankai. Bang! Dozens of tags detonated around the dog, yet as the smoke cleared, Wankai appeared unfazed, even stretching leisurely. By this time, Mizuki had vanished from his previous location. Surely, Konoha must have detected the unusual occurrences here. Just as Li Xian approached Naruto, an acute sense of danger enveloped him. A grave threat loomed. Instinctively, he called upon the system, used the substitution technique. Thud. A kunai accurately struck the area where Li Xian's heart would have been. However, instead of the anticipated spurt of blood, a plume of smoke erupted, revealing a pair of undergarments. Upon receiving Li Xian's command, the system promptly utilized his undergarments as a substitute, deflecting the lethal blow. Is this what it feels like to be on the brink of death? Li Xian's chest heaved violently, sweat saturating his clothing, and the sudden chill at his lower half made him involuntarily shudder. Under ordinary circumstances, if such an event were to occur, Li Xiantai would undoubtedly engage in a discourse with the system. However, considering that the system had saved his life, he chose to refrain from further commentary. Simultaneously, he silently vowed to carry more small items with him in the future to prevent the embarrassing mishap of exposing his undergarments while utilizing the substitution technique. What if he were to acquire an awkward moniker akin to Underwear Hero? How could he possibly continue his existence in the ninja world? After calming his turbulent emotions, Li Xiantai turned his gaze towards the direction from which the shuriken had been launched, finally identifying the instigator, Shueimu. It became evident that Shueimu's prior act of throwing explosive talismans at Wankai was not intended to injure him, but rather to delay him and create an opportunity to eliminate Li Xiantai. Unfortunately, with the assistance of the system, Li Xiantai evaded this lethal blow. While Shueimu met his demise at the claws of the arriving Wankai, his blood staining the surrounding grass a vivid red. The once tranquil and harmonious forest now resembled a battlefield, revealing its sinister visage. In his pursuit to eradicate the root of the problem, Li Xiantai cautiously approached Shueimu. Why? At this moment, Shueimu had yet to fully succumb to death. Upon seeing Li Xiantai approach, he asked, filled with resentment. Li Xiantai sighed. I'm sorry. I am merely an ordinary chef. Chef. Shuemu's eyes widened, a mix of shock, confusion, and regret evident within them. He had miscalculated. In his quest for power, he had been defeated by his own imagination. His loss was indeed tragic. Chapter 11. Enlightening Naruto if there is a next life. I hope your imagination diminishes somewhat. Witnessing Shuemu's plight, Li Xianai could not bear it and knelt down to close Shuemu's unblinking eyes. He then sought out a suitable resting place for burial, after all. He considered himself a kind-hearted individual. Once he had completed all necessary arrangements, the system's notification had yet to arrive. Thus, Li Xiantai began to inquire within himself. System. I have eliminated Shuemu. Why has the task completion notification not appeared? Please ensure that you comprehend the task description before speaking. The system replied earnestly. Hidden task. Save Naruto. Task description. At this moment, Naruto's body and spirit have endured tremendous trauma. As Naruto's elder brother, it is time to rescue your younger sibling. Oh, I understand now. Li Xiantai exclaimed, a flash of insight illuminating his thoughts. System, does this mean that defeating Shuemu only ensures Naruto's physical safety, while I still need to tend to his spirit? Congratulations, host. Your literary skills are far beyond what a physical education teacher could impart. Li Xiantai found himself momentarily speechless. System, I truly wish to thank your second uncle on your behalf. This system is proficient in all languages from your past life. Are you certain you wish to challenge it? Very well, the world is vast, but the system is paramount. As a struggling student, Li Xian found himself utterly incapable of confronting the system as a top achiever would. To avert the risk of being overwhelmed by frustration, he swiftly shifted the topic and approached Naruto, untangling the ropes that bound him. At that moment, Naruto appeared as if he had lost his very soul. His head hung low, swaying unsteadily, exuding an aura of despondency. Witnessing Naruto in such a state ignited a surge of anger within Li Xian, prompting him to admonish, Naruto, lift your head. In a reflexive response, Naruto quickly raised his head, yet his demeanor remained lackluster, his eyes clouded with confusion. His expression mirrored that of Junbao after being betrayed by Tianbao and Tai Chi Zhang Sanfeng, filled with an emptiness that was palpable. As Naruto gazed at his newly acknowledged elder brother, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, leading him to voice his inner turmoil. Brother, tell me, should I even exist in this world? Naruto, who says you do not belong in this world? Li Xian replied. A flicker of struggle crossed Naruto's eyes before he began to pour out his heart. Teacher Mizuki said I am the nine-tailed fox that has caused the deaths of many, including Irika-sensei's parents. That is why everyone despises and loathes me. Brother, I wish I could just vanish from this world. After all, I have no parents. As he spoke, Naruto's tone grew increasingly fervent. He had once believed that becoming Hokage would alter his fate, but now Mizuki had revealed the harsh truth. In that moment, the belief that had sustained him began to shatter, leaving him questioning the worth of his aspirations. Observing Naruto's desolation, Li Xian sighed inwardly. He recalled his own middle school days, during which he was shunned and ostracized by his peers due to his pursuit of trivial gains and the instigation of envious classmates. He had endured the humiliation of drinking water infused with snack seasoning and losing stationery for no apparent reason, while even the homeroom teacher neglected him due to his academic struggles. Fortunately, 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, allowing him to rectify his past shortcomings and forge meaningful friendships. Yet, each recollection of that tumultuous period sent a shiver down his spine. For Naruto bore a striking resemblance to his past self. With determination, Li Xian brought his hand down firmly on Naruto's head, his face illuminating with a warmth akin to sunlight. In a gentle tone, he reassured, even if this world forsakes you, Naruto, remember that your brother will always stand by your side. You are my little brother, and anyone who wishes to harm you must first tread over my fallen body. Brother. Naruto could no longer contain himself, enveloping his elder brother in a heartfelt embrace, his tears soaking Li Xian's chest. Li Xian jested, all right, you little rascal. As a true man, how can you cry so easily? Remember, you are Naruto Uzumaki from the village hidden in the leaves, the chosen successor to the Hokage. Do you understand? Understood, big brother. I am destined to become Hokage, and I will not be deterred by such trivial difficulties, Naruto declared passionately. At that moment, he felt a warmth blossoming within him, a warmth that would serve as his everlasting motivation in the pursuit of his dreams. At this time, Wankai was seemingly overlooked by the two, watching them embrace and involuntarily shivering. He muttered, is this the special bond between two men? Thankfully, I'm not of their kind. Otherwise, ugh, what am I thinking? I've just warmed up and am feeling a bit fatigued, so I shall take a rest for a while. With that, He found a nearby tree hollow to settle down for a nap. Chapter 12. The Hokage's Gaze in the Hokage building of Konoha. The once spacious room was now filled with ninjas wearing animal masks. They were collectively known as the Umbu, akin to the Hokage's personal guard, possessing formidable strength. They stood respectfully in 2 rows, their gazes directed toward the elderly man donning a red hat at the front. This man was none other than the 3rd Hokage. His eyes were fixated intently on the crystal ball resting on the table. Through the use of the telescope technique, a jutsu designed for reconnaissance, he was focused on a singular individual and event. To his surprise, the anomalies in the Forest of Death were caused by Naruto. The 3rd Hokage had already grasped the sequence of events. However, he felt a twinge of concern regarding the boy accompanied by a black dog. When did such a ninja emerge in the village? Could he be a descendant of the Inuzuka clan left behind outside? It was troubling that he had only just learned of his existence. Had the village's intelligence network faltered? Observing the enthusiastic embrace between Li Xian and Naruto, the 3rd Hokage's brow furrowed even further. This is unacceptable. I must ascertain this individual's intentions towards Naruto, he declared to those present. Everyone, stand down. Additionally, summon Kakashi. Understood. In an instant, the Umbu ninjas vanished, leaving the room once again spacious. Hokage-sama, I hear you have a mission to assign to me? Shortly thereafter, Kakashi appeared at the scene. The 3rd Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe, releasing a cloud of white smoke, and said in a calm tone, Kakashi, there is a very important mission that requires your intervention. What is the mission, Hokage-sama? Kakashi inquired respectfully, a hint of curiosity stirring within him at the thought of the Hokage seeking him out just as he was about to lead a team of genin. Could it be that another hidden village is plotting to invade Konoha? Or perhaps there has been a breach involving confidential documents. Regardless of the arduous task ahead, I would prefer not to accompany the inexperienced ninjas. If I were to mentor them, how could I indulge in the captivating tales of paradise of affection for much longer? It seems the latest issue is set to arrive tomorrow. I eagerly anticipate its arrival. Kakashi's heart brimmed with anticipation for the morrow. However, events soon took an unexpected turn. The 3rd Hokage pointed to the boy beside Naruto in the crystal and instructed, Kakashi, your task is to discreetly investigate this individual's background, origins, and motives for being here. Additionally, inquire with the Inuzuka clan to see if anyone recognizes him, for he is accompanied by a formidable ninja dog, whose abilities likely rival those of an elite ninja. And it is capable of speech. Be exceedingly cautious. Do not allow him to detect your presence, understood? Kakashi's expression turned serious as he replied, understood. He also took a moment to observe Naruto, pondering, is that the son of my sensei? Kakashi had long been aware of Naruto's struggles within the village, yet felt powerless to intervene. It reminded him of the tragic fate of his own father, where he could only watch in despair. Fortunately, Naruto's spirit remained resilient. Perhaps this was the protection bestowed by his sensei from beyond. Watching the lively duo within the crystal, a smile crept beneath Kakashi's mask, though unseen by anyone. The following day, Li Xian emerged from the tree hollow, feeling utterly dejected. He vowed never again to share a sleeping space with Naruto. The previous night, due to the late hour, Konoha's regulations prohibited any personnel from entering or exiting the village, leaving Li Xian and Naruto with no choice but to find a tree hollow for shelter. The cool evening breeze whistled through the air, mingled with the occasional buzzing of mosquitoes, but what tormented Li Xian most was Naruto's snoring, erratic and loud. It was a true trial, coupled with Naruto's restless tossing and turning. Li Xian found himself with no room to move. By morning, his body felt stiff, resembling a zombie from a game. What fueled Li Xian's envy was Naruto's resilience. Under the influence of the Nine Tails chakra, he showed no signs of discomfort. After a vigorous morning, Naruto bid farewell and dashed towards the village, ready for the upcoming exam. How impressive it must be to have such an advantage. Once I become a culinary master, I shall train all tailed beasts to be obedient. The thought of 9 tailed beasts standing before my restaurant made Li Xian's mouth water uncontrollably. After wiping away the drool, he regained mobility and began preparing to return to the village. Suddenly, he realized that Wang Kai, who had accompanied him, seemed to be missing. He called out loudly, Wang Kai, it's time to go back. Come out. After calling out numerous times with no response, I felt compelled to express my frustration. I would return to enjoy a feast of steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roasted flower ducks, roasted chicks, and roasted goslings, though alas, my canine companion would miss out on such indulgences. Just as I finished my lament, a dark figure suddenly appeared before Li Xian, revealing itself to be Wang Kai. With its tongue lolling and drool cascading from its mouth, it eagerly inquired, "Boss, is it time to eat? Let us hurry back. My stomach is growling with hunger." Observing Wang Kai's eager demeanor, Li Xian felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a swift kick to the creature. How ironic that it had ignored his calls until the mention of food provoked such a response, showcasing its unwavering obsession with culinary delights. Were it not for the fact that he could not best it in a confrontation, he would have surely marked it in some indelible way. Ding. Hidden task. Rescue Naruto. Task description. At this moment, Naruto is suffering both physically and mentally. As Naruto's elder brother, it is time to rescue your younger sibling. Task reward. A recipe for cream cake. Task completed. Reward has been issued. Though cake is not a staple food, its unique flavor captivates countless admirers. With a sense of anticipation for the future, Li Xian returned to the village with Wang Kai. Chapter 13. The shadows of Konoha. As the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, the bustling village of Konoha regained its lively atmosphere. Li Xian and Wang Kai successfully returned to the small restaurant. Li Xian entered the kitchen to prepare a steaming bowl of beef noodles to dispel the lingering chill from the previous night, while Wang Kai concocted a large bowl of sauerkraut fish. Initially, Li Xian cautioned Wang Kai that consuming such spicy food early in the morning might lead to an upset stomach. However, Wang Kai, with a disdainful glance, retorted, "I am a divine dog. How could such spice possibly affect me?" Thus began Wang Kai's boastful recounting of its past exploits. Fortunately, the alley was devoid of passers-by, or else they would surely have been astonished by the spectacle before them. At first, Li Xian listened with rapt attention, but soon found the tales increasingly tedious. Setting down the sauerkraut fish, he quietly returned to enjoy his beef noodles. It was only after about 5 minutes of Wang Kai's boasting that it noticed Li Xian had already departed. With a sigh about the rarity of true companionship, it resumed its meal, and then, as usual, sprawled lazily on the ground to rest. Li Xian emerged to retrieve the empty food bowl for washing and storage, restoring the restaurant to its usual tranquility. Just as he contemplated trying his hand at baking a cake out of boredom, 2 scruffy-looking men, upon seeing the extravagant menu displayed outside, stormed into the establishment and confronted Li Xian, exclaiming, "Boss, is your food made of gold? Why is it so exorbitantly priced?" Li Xian nonchalantly remarked, "You get what you pay for. If you wish to eat, then eat. If not, leave immediately. The most crucial point is that I only receive a meager 10% of the earnings, with the remainder being seized by the system under the guise of a food provision fee. It seems I am merely left with a pittance for my labor, while the unscrupulous system takes away my hard-earned money. Are you the new boss? Do you know who we are? We are notorious members of the Konoha underworld, and even Ichiraka Ramen must pay us protection fees on time. We grace your little establishment with our presence. You should be grateful," the leader of the thugs declared, lunging toward Li Xian's collar, only to have Li Xian deftly evade the grasp. Konoha underworld? I have never heard of such an organization, Li Xian mused inwardly, recalling that this group did not exist in the original storyline. Could his transmigration have caused new changes in this world? You've got some skills, kid. Ever thought about joining the Konoha underworld? With our protection, no one would dare bully you. Of course, there's a small price. You'd have to allow our members to dine here for free. What do you say? The leader's tone shifted to one of admiration as he observed Li Xian's agility. I'm afraid our policy is to collect payment before serving food, Li Xian stated coldly, standing his ground. This rule had been established upon his return to prevent any further incidents like Naruto's previous escapade of dining and dashing. He did not expect to encounter such a situation today. The leader was taken aback by Li Xian's icy demeanor, momentarily pausing before his expression darkened. Kid, I'm doing you a favor by eating here today. Don't push your luck. You're refusing to drink my toast and instead opting for punishment. With that, he revealed a shuriken that gleamed ominously in the light. Tell me, who sent you? Li Xian's eyes narrowed as he quietly observed the leader. Having been in the Hidden Leaf for less than a month, he had only made one friend, Naruto. Could this man be seeking revenge for Suemu? The leader sneered, sent me? I simply find you distasteful. The Konoha underworld doesn't require much justification. With that, he lunged forward, thrusting the shuriken at Li Xian. Ding. Host safety is threatened in the restaurant. Puppet number 1 activated. In the corner of the kitchen, a puppet's eyes sprang open, and it swiftly dashed toward Li Xian, intercepting the shuriken with lightning speed. A puppet? Are you a spy from Sunagakure? The leader exclaimed. Li Xian stepped forward, a devilish grin curling on his lips. To the leader, this smile appeared as that of a demon. Run! The leader shouted, shoving aside his companion as he bolted for the exit. entirely disregarding the safety of those around him, consumed by his own self-preservation. His companion sat on the floor of the small restaurant, utterly bewildered. Li Xian approached the entrance and slowly closed the door, uttering softly, "Your companion has fled. Perhaps you should bear the consequences instead." "Brother, I have done nothing wrong." The burly man on the ground looked up at Li Xian with pitiable eyes, nearly causing Li Xian to lose his breakfast. "Though you claim innocence, the blame lies with your companion," Li Xian retorted coldly. "Please, brother, spare me. I can lead you to him. Do not take my life. I am innocent." The man, fearing for his life, immediately knelt and wept. He had merely intended to enjoy a bowl of ramen at Yao restaurant. But upon hearing his companion's claim that there was a place nearby with even better food and no cost, he had been tempted to follow. In the end, he found himself ensnared by his own companion. "There's no need. I do not concern myself with such insignificant individuals. However, I am intrigued by the organization known as Konoha Blackhand. Perhaps you could enlighten me?" Li Xian said, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone indifferent. "Konoha Blackhand? I am merely an ordinary member, so my knowledge is limited. I only know that there are high-ranking shinobi within the organization. Our numbers barely exceed 20, and our strength lies somewhere between that of a genin and an ordinary person. Please, kind sir, have mercy and let me go. I am only trying to make a living." The man, now on the ground, bowed repeatedly while divulging information about the Konoha Blackhand. "Releasing you is not out of the question, but..." Li Xian's lips curled into a slight smile, leaving his sentence unfinished to gauge the man's response. Without hesitation, the man produced all his possessions, a total of 500 yuan, and respectfully handed it to Li Xian. This unexpected act took Li Xian by surprise. He had anticipated a plea of "I will comply with any conditions," yet here was a man who willingly surrendered his money. "Very well, I appreciate your high awareness." Li Xian inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Kazama-chun," the man replied respectfully, careful not to exhibit the slightest hint of negligence. "Kazama-chun, a fine name indeed. In light of your cooperation today, I shall allow you to sample a special cream cake we are preparing to launch. Would you care to try it?" "Then I humbly accept," Kazama-chun responded, his face etched with discomfort. He had no desire for food, only a wish to leave this place swiftly. Yet he dared not refuse Li Xian and reluctantly agreed. "Very well, take a seat there." Li Xian gestured to a nearby chair. Kazama-chun complied immediately. Sitting upright without a hint of movement, Li Xian merely smiled at the sight before retreating into the kitchen. At this moment, Kazama-chun's heart was in turmoil. He yearned to escape from this place while Li Xian was absent, yet the thought of the dire consequences should his attempt fail rendered his body immobile, as if weighed down by lead. Meanwhile, Li Xian had gathered the ingredients for a cream cake on the table: 6 fresh eggs, a small bag of flour, a tub of cream exuding a slight chill, a basin of fresh milk, as well as sugar, jam, and other necessary components. After washing his hands and preparing, he embarked on the creation of his first cream cake since arriving in the world of Hokage. First, he cracked the 6 eggs into a large bowl, added sugar, and then, using an electric whisk, began to whip the mixture vigorously. As the egg mixture whipped, it became increasingly fluffy, expanding several folds in volume. He continued until the egg liquid, when lifted with the whisk, would not immediately disappear and could form patterns in the bowl. Only then did Li Xian let out a sigh of relief, beads of sweat now dotting his forehead. He then placed the mixture on the stove to preheat. Next, he sifted the flour into the bowl and stirred it. Following this, he added the cream and milk to the batter, continuing to fold the mixture until it was smooth and airy. Utilizing the wooden mold prepared by the system, he shaped the batter into a large dough, and once completed, he placed this dough into the oven. After a considerable while, the cream cake emerged fresh from the oven, filling the small restaurant with a rich aroma of cream that wafted all the way to the entrance of the Ichiraku ramen shop. Instantly, it caught the attention of the patrons still queuing outside Ichiraku. "My goodness, what is that scent? I feel as if I am surrounded by cows on the prairie," exclaimed one. "Just a moment ago, I could devour a bowl of ramen, but now I could eat 5. Another lamented, "Oh, it reminds me of the flavors of my childhood when my mother cooked." The crowd buzzed with excitement, with many patrons abandoning their lengthy wait to follow the source of the tantalizing aroma. At that moment, Uncle Ichiraku, having just prepared another bowl of ramen, emerged from the kitchen. Noticing the reduced number of customers outside, he puzzled aloud. Am I imagining things due to my recent busyness? Why do I feel like there are far fewer customers at the door?" When Li Xian sliced a piece of the freshly baked cream cake and presented it from the kitchen, he was startled to see dozens of villagers flocking into his small restaurant. Initially, he was taken aback, fearing that members of the Konoha Black Hand organization had come seeking vengeance. Boss, the delightful aroma is emanating from your shop, isn't it? I would like 10 portions of that, exclaimed one. That appears to be a cream cake. I have never seen a cake so rich in milky fragrance. Please bring me 20 portions. I want my uncle and my aunt to taste it as well. Realizing these individuals had come to dine, Li Xian's anxiety alleviated. He pointed toward the menu outside and calmly stated, "Dear patrons, please review the prices of the food before making your decisions. How expensive could a mere cake be? Could it truly command a 3-digit price for such a small portion?" With this thought in mind, the villagers approached the restaurant's entrance. To their astonishment, the least expensive bowl of beef noodles in the establishment was priced at 120. Were the meals here crafted from gold? In an instant, the bustling little eatery returned to its former tranquility as the villagers retraced their steps to the Ilu restaurant, forming a long queue once more. Witnessing the return of the serpentine line that had once stretched outside the establishment, Uncle Eli's face radiated a benevolent smile. Indeed, his Ilu restaurant remained the most beloved establishment, and the prospect of someone surpassing his culinary skills in this lifetime seemed impossible, he thought to himself with a chuckle. Chapter 15. Conquering Hearts Through Cuisine. At this moment, Kazama-chun gazed longingly at the cake before him, saliva nearly spilling from his lips. Li Xian placed a cream cake along with a knife and fork on his table, saying, "A special cream cake from our shop. Please enjoy. With care." Kazama-chan accepted the delectable treat, clasping his hands together as he declared, "I shall indulge." He cut approximately a tenth of the pristine cream cake and brought it to his mouth. The initial sensation was sweetness, an overwhelming sweetness that seemed to envelop his very soul. Kazama-chun felt as though he were surrounded by countless cream cakes, his entire being melting away in bliss. Without further thought, he began to savor the cake with fervor, each bite revealing delightful surprises. It turned out that Li Xian had incorporated a variety of nuts within the cake, which was remarkably soft and melted in his mouth, truly exquisite. Noticing Kazama-chan's sheer enjoyment, Li Xian turned to the kitchen and retrieved a slice of cake for himself. The experience was reminiscent of the enchanting feeling of falling in love for the first time, leaving one unable to resist. Just as Li Xian finished one slice and contemplated devouring the remainder, he suddenly felt a tug at his pant leg. Looking down, he found it was Wang Kai. "Li Xian, I recall you mentioning that upon your return, you would prepare numerous delicacies for me. Why is it that this fragrant delight was not offered to me first?" Wang Kai said with a haughty turn of its head, though its gaze remained fixated on the cream cake, drool inadvertently spilling from the corner of its mouth. Upon hearing Wang Sai's words, Li Xian quickly explained, "Wang Kai, how could the owner forget the vow made earlier? I must first test the dish to ensure its safety for you. Have you completed your testing?" "My stomach is growling in protest," Wang Kai retorted, its own belly audibly echoing its hunger. "Of course I've tested it. Here. It's freshly baked and still warm. Hurry and enjoy." With that, Li Xian placed the remaining cake directly into Wang Sai's food bowl, allowing it to indulge. Watching Wang Kai relish his meal with unabashed delight, Li Xian felt a burgeoning desire to indulge himself. Once he concluded his current tasks, he resolved to prepare another cake. A thought struck him. Such delectable fare, if offered for sale, would it be exorbitantly priced by the system? Consequently, he hastened to inquire within. "System, what is the selling price of this cream cake?" "Host, the cost of one cream cake is 1314 taels, the system replied with an air of gravity. Li Xian's lips twitched. He had presumed that the cakes made in university were already prohibitively expensive, yet here was a price that eclipsed all expectations. "Host, this price is the cost set by the system," the system reiterated with its usual seriousness. Feeling the urge to voice his grievances, Li Xian was interrupted as the system stirred once more. Ding. Hidden task activated. Make the cakes in the shop of Valentine's Day essential in the world of Naruto. Task description. As the future culinary god at the pinnacle of the ninja realm, how could you lack notable achievements? Ignite Valentine's Day in the Naruto universe, and etch your name into the memories of countless couples. Task reward. Sharingan. By the heavens! Li Xian exclaimed in admiration upon seeing the reward. He swiftly transformed his intended complaints into praises. Although the Sharingan may not be particularly formidable in its initial stages, its evolution into the Manjiki Sharingan would grant him a commanding presence on the battlefield. The thought of the mighty Susanoo in the future made his mouth water. Especially considering that after the Manjiki Sharingan, one could attain the overwhelmingly powerful Rinnegan, Li Xian couldn't help but exclaim, "The Sharingan is mine. Not even the heavens can thwart my unwavering resolve." Meanwhile, outside, Kazama-chan awaited Li Xian's next command. After several minutes of waiting, without any sign of Li Xian's emergence, Kazama-chan contemplated stepping forward to inquire. Suddenly, he felt his previous Jinin chakra surge to the level of a Chunin. Without delay, he seated himself and began to consolidate his chakra. 5 minutes later, upon opening his eyes, he saw Li Xian exiting the kitchen. He promptly approached, kneeling before him and respectfully declaring, "Boss, from this day forth, you shall be my master. I vow to face any challenge, even if it means traversing mountains of blades and seas of fire." Ding. Congratulations, host. Your culinary cake has garnered you a subordinate. Reward, dragon beard noodles. Oh, truly? I now have a significant task to assign to you. Can you truly fulfill it? Li Xian spoke with the demeanor of a sage. I would lay down my life to accomplish this task, Kazama-chan replied resolutely. In that moment, his conviction felt unwavering, perhaps a testament to the profound power inherent in cuisine. Chapter 16. The arrival of Irika. Rest assured, the task is not arduous. Simply return to the shadows of Konoha and gather intelligence for me. If you uncover any significant information, be sure to relay it discreetly. Li Xian articulated with a calm demeanor. Oh, I see. My elder brother intends for me to return as a spy, to thoroughly comprehend their strengths before uprooting them entirely. Truly, my brother's ambitions are lofty. Feng Jianshan praised. Enough of this. You must return promptly. Do not forget to mark yourself as if I had beaten you. So as to avoid arousing their suspicions, Li Xian waved his hand, then resumed his leisurely existence. At that moment, the streets of Konoha were engulfed in a cloud of dust, capturing the attention of numerous villagers. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Naruto was sprinting alongside Irika. Ugh. Encountering such a spectacle so early in the morning is quite disheartening. That accursed nine tails, when will it finally vanish from the village? One villager lamented. Indeed. I cannot fathom why the Hokage allows that useless brat to remain in the village, another added. However, when the ninja headband atop Naruto's head gleamed in the sunlight, those who had previously derided him as worthless were instantly consumed by shame. The disdainful expressions of the villagers began to wane. After all, a true ninja, even the weakest genin, was not someone they could provoke without consequence. Yet, Naruto remained oblivious to their shifting sentiments. His sole desire was to convey the news of his official status as a ninja to his elder brother, Li Xian. Perhaps even Li Xian himself was unaware of the esteemed position he held in Naruto's heart. Before long, the duo arrived at a secluded alley, observing the restaurant's remote location. Irika inquired, Naruto, is your brother's cooking truly that exceptional? Why then, has he chosen to establish his eatery in such an obscure place? Naruto fervently replied, rest assured, teacher, if my brother allows anyone else to claim the title of second best, then no one would dare consider themselves first. The reason he opened his restaurant here is simply that he is the legendary sage in search of tranquility. A sage indeed. This child is so naive. He wouldn't recognize deception even if he were sold for profit. No, I must unveil the true nature of this individual to Naruto. I cannot allow further mistakes to occur. Irika felt the stirrings of his conscience as an educator compelling him to act for the sake of his student. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Li Xian's restaurant. Gazing at the extravagant menu before him, Irika nearly suffered a cardiac episode. Beef noodles, 120 Rio egg fried rice, 125 Rio sour fish, 300 Rio cream cake, 1314 Rio dragon beard noodles, 500 Rio. The price for boiled water reached an astonishing 8,000 Rio. These prices are utterly exorbitant. It is no wonder that this proprietor seeks to deceive Naruto. A price such as this would be unacceptable to any individual possessing a modicum of rationality. Irika felt he had unraveled the truth, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Yet, he was swiftly drawn back to the present by the dialogue between the proprietor and Naruto. Naruto's face radiated with exuberance as he exclaimed to Riku, Brother, I did it. I have finally become a true ninja. Today, Irika-sensei is treating us, and I intend to indulge in a grand feast to celebrate. Congratulations, Naruto. You have taken a significant step closer to your dream, Riku replied with a smile. Now, would you like to eat today? Naruto glanced at the menu and declared, since it is Irika-sensei's treat, let's go for a serving of sauerkraut fish and egg fried rice. Listening to their exchange, Irika felt a pang of anguish. After all, he was merely an ordinary teacher, earning a modest monthly wage of around 5,000 to 6,000 Rio. Naruto's meal would consume a tenth of his salary. Irika felt his heart ache. Promptly, he interjected, Naruto, wait a moment. I believe we ought to deliberate carefully. Irika-sensei, what do you mean by that? Do you intend to breach our agreement? Naruto glared fiercely at Irika. The two locked eyes, and the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. Observing Naruto's fierce demeanor, Iruka understood that it was merely a facade to conceal his vulnerability. After all, he was still but a child. In an instant, Iruka's heart softened. Very well. I shall give it a try and see if this establishment is truly as delightful as Naruto claims. Iruka gritted his teeth and reluctantly managed to utter, rest assured. Today I shall treat you. Yay. Iruka-sensei is the best. In the blink of an eye, Naruto's earlier concerns were cast aside as he began to cheer with excitement. Amidst Naruto's laughter, Iruka felt his heart gradually settle. As an exemplary teacher, is there anything more fulfilling than bringing happiness to one's students? Having made up his mind, Iruka adopted a spirit of experimentation and said, Proprietor, I would like a bowl of beef noodles, please. However, he ultimately lacked the courage to order anything more extravagant. He did not wish to find himself in a position of eating dirt later on. Very well, please wait a moment. Riku, buoyed by the day's prospects, felt a surge of excitement, believing that today was indeed his fortunate day. Chapter 17, Memories. Meanwhile, Kazama-chan was making his way to one of the hidden bases of the Konoha underworld, reflecting upon the immense trust his leader placed in him. Kazama-chan arrived at a secluded alley, swiftly plunging a shuriken into his left arm, the crimson liquid staining the earth beneath him. Subsequently, he tore off the sleeve of his left arm to bind the wound and continued his arduous journey. On the other side, Iruka and Naruto were seated at the table, eagerly awaiting their culinary delights. As the enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, Iruka found himself reminiscing about his childhood. Back then, his parents delighted in preparing meals for him. It was said that their bond was forged over a bowl of ramen, which became their beloved staple. Being quite young, Iruka could only observe quietly from outside the kitchen, watching his parents craft culinary delights while exchanging sweet words. Yet, what exactly were they saying in those moments? Resting his chin on his right hand, he gazed longingly towards the dining area. The past felt so distant. Although he still recalled his parents' voices and faces, he knew that, inevitably, time would erode those memories. Your beef noodles are ready. Please enjoy, Li Xian announced as he placed a steaming bowl of beef noodles before Iruka, jolting him from his reverie. However, upon inspecting the dish, Iruka felt a twinge of disappointment. The noodles appeared rather bland, submerged in a broth as clear as water, with only 4 or 5 thin slices of beef adorning the bowl. Were it not for the garnish of green onions, he might have mistaken his meal for instant noodles. The robust fragrance emanating from Naruto's table only deepened his regret. Had he known, he would have ordered the same as Naruto. Alas, this was a culinary misstep. With his hands together, Iruka proclaimed, I shall begin, before picking up his chopsticks and reaching for the noodles. Perhaps he believed that savoring the most delectable morsels at the last moment would alleviate some of today's disappointments. He blew gently on the noodles before taking a slow bite. Slurp. The flavor. Iruka's eyes widened in astonishment. As the noodles touched his tongue, their tender texture burst forth. In that instant, he was transported back to the taste of the ramen his parents had once crafted. Remarkably, not even the renowned Ichiraku ramen had evoked such feelings within him. Slurp. Iruka became a fervent eater, tears welling in his eyes. In his childhood, countless nights were spent in solitude in the kitchen, for it was there that he found warmth in his heart. As he grew older, he sought guidance from numerous master chefs renowned for their ramen-making skills. Yet, no matter how he tried, he could never replicate the flavors crafted by his parents. He had resigned himself to believing that such tastes would never grace his life again. Yet now, this flavor, once confined to dreams, had materialized in reality. Iruka silently vowed to frequent Li Xian's humble eatery, not for any other reason but to relive the distant taste of home. Meanwhile, Naruto remained engrossed in his meal, unaware that should he notice Iruka's current state, tales of it would surely circulate by the next day. As the last of the noodles was consumed, only a few delicate slices of beef and clear broth remained in the bowl. Given the exquisite delight of the ramen, one could only wonder about the beef. With hopeful anticipation, Iruka delicately picked up a slice of beef and savored it in a single bite. The beef was tender and springy as he bit down. The rich juices and the savory aroma of the meat flooded Iruka's mouth, rendering him utterly captivated. To his astonishment, he felt a subtle rise in his chakra, which had remained stagnant for many years. Iruka had lingered at the nin level for quite some time. The golden era of ninja training had long since passed. And without some extraordinary twist of fate, his life would remain unchanged. However, after consuming just 1 slice of beef, he found his chakra elevated slightly. If this could be a daily occurrence, Iruka excitedly sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Boss, does your beef ramen enhance one's chakra?" Li Xian cast a curious glance in his direction, inquiring, "Did Naruto not mention this to you?" Irika shot a reproachful glare at Naruto, complaining, "Naruto, why didn't you tell me sooner?" Naruto, with an innocent expression, replied, "But, Irika-sensei, you never asked me." Anyone else might have found such a response infuriating. And even the kind-hearted Irika felt a surge of frustration, left staring blankly, simmering with unvoiced annoyance. Meanwhile, outside Li Xian's small eatery, an ominous figure prowled, muttering, "Is this the establishment that dared to confront our Konoha gang? Let me see what emboldens you to challenge us. Those who provoke our Konoha gang must face dire consequences." Chapter 18. Ambush. As Irika finished the last bowl of beef noodles, he felt it was the most delectable food he had ever tasted. After all, what could rival the comfort of home-cooked flavors? He rested contentedly in his chair, cradling his full belly. As his earlier doubts began to dissipate with the digestion of the beef noodles, Naruto, having finished his meal, observed Irika's satisfied demeanor and proudly proclaimed, "Irika-sensei, what do you think? I told you my brother's cooking is the best in the world." Irika stood and playfully flicked Naruto's forehead, saying, "Look at you, so proud. As if it was you who made it. Hee, that's because he is my brother. As the #1 little brother, I must take pride when my brother is praised," Naruto declared with pride. Seeing Naruto's exuberance, as if he were proudly declaring, "I am Li Xian's little brother," nearly brought Irika to laughter. At that moment, Li Xian emerged from the kitchen, holding a large cream cake, and the rich aroma of dairy enveloped the entire restaurant. Upon witnessing the scene, Naruto could hardly contain his drool, as his previously filled stomach seemed to have developed a slight emptiness. With excitement, he exclaimed, "Big brother, I never anticipated your generosity today. To think you would part with a cake worth over 1,000 ryo. From this moment on, I, Naruto, shall be your fervent little brother. If you direct me east, I shall never wander west." Irika, observing this spectacle, felt a twinge of guilt for his earlier remarks about the owner's greed. Although the prices at the restaurant were somewhat steep, they were indeed justified, especially considering the delightful creamy cake gifted to both himself and Naruto. Henceforth, should anyone dare to speak ill of the owner, I, Irika, shall be the first to defend him. Li Xian approached with the cake. But to the astonishment of both Naruto and Irika, he did not halt his steps. Instead, he continued at his original pace towards the door, leaving behind a casual remark. "Oh, my apologies, this cream cake is intended for Wang Kai. If you wish to indulge, do not forget to pay." The sound of two hearts shattering echoed in the air. "Brother, must we really discuss money? Are we not still good friends?" Naruto lamented. Li Xian paused, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and replied softly, "Indeed, we are brothers, not cooks." Naruto placed the cream cake before Wang Kai, watching as it devoured the treat. Afterward, Li Xian took the food bowl back to commence his daily cleaning. Once they had rested, Irika and Naruto bid farewell to Li Xian and departed. After a while, the small restaurant reached its closing time. At that moment, a pitch-black crow arrived at the window, cawing twice before dropping a letter and flying away without a glance back. Li Xian hurriedly opened the letter, which read, "The Konoha Black Hand has dispatched assassins. Exercise extreme caution." He was taken aback by the rapidity of the Konoha Black Hand's actions. He had thought that hiding in the restaurant would deter them, but it appeared that he needed to draw them out and instill some fear. With Wang Kai by his side, he mused that as long as they were not facing a shadow-level adversary, there should be no significant issues. After a 10-minute discussion with Wang Kai, Li Xian managed to persuade him to agree to a deal involving 3 cream cakes for the night. As he strolled along the streets of Konoha, he occasionally encountered customers previously attracted by the aroma of the cream cakes, eager to converse with him. However, most of their discourse revolved around requests to lower the prices of the restaurant's offerings. Li Xian expressed, "I too wish to reduce the prices. Yet these are dictated by the system, and I am powerless to alter them." Thus, he could only exchange pleasantries before swiftly moving on. During this time, he even crossed paths with a ninja from the Inuzuka clan, who, noticing Wang Kai's impressive physique, expressed a desire to purchase him for breeding purposes. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai bolted away at once. "What a jest! I only aspire to be a dog who enjoys gourmet meals every day. Becoming a heartless breeding machine is out of the question." Upon witnessing his bodyguard fleeing, Li Xian could only utter an apology to the ninja from Inuzuka before hastily pursuing him. After chasing through 2 streets, the man and his dog managed to reunite, albeit unknowingly in a desolate alleyway. A middle-aged man clad in patched clothing ambled casually towards Li Xian and Wang Kai. Sensing the potential threat, Li Xian's instincts kicked in. Could this man be an assassin dispatched by the clandestine organization of Konoha? Just as he was about to caution the stranger to maintain his distance, an unexpected incident unfolded. The man produced two green objects resembling military rations and tossed them onto the ground. Bang! A billowing cloud of green smoke erupted, accompanied by an overwhelming stench of human waste that induced nausea. The events transpired at an alarming speed. By the time Li Xian comprehended the situation, the alley was already shrouded in toxic fog, enveloping the three of them in its grasp. Chapter 19. Confrontation Disaster. This mist is poisonous. Merely inhaling a trace of the noxious vapor sent Li Xian's head spinning, and his vision began to blur. Wang Kai, I'm counting on you, don't let me down, he exclaimed, but soon, he found himself unable to stand, his legs trembling uncontrollably, and he collapsed onto the ground. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man had donned a gas mask and was advancing towards Li Xian. Struggling to lift his eyelids, Li Xian was acutely aware of his dire state. As waves of drowsiness assaulted his consciousness, he forced a smile that was more pitiful than a cry. If only he had not let that burly man go. One must eradicate the root of the problem. His ancestors had not misled him, despite his self-reproach. He felt a semblance of reassurance as Wang Kai positioned himself protectively in front of him. The dog, too, was suffering from the noxious odor, his acute sense of smell compelling him to retch. You must be the assassin tasked with taking down my master, he growled. Today, you dare to humiliate me. The great Wang Kai? You will meet your demise. With that, he unleashed his sharp claws, striking with lightning speed at the middle-aged man. Possessing only the strength of a Chunin, the man stood no chance against Wang Kai, who had already attained Jonin status and could quickly recover to semi-shadow level strength. Especially after the recent rejuvenation from a delectable cream cake. The outcome was inevitable. With a sickening sound, Wang Kai's claws pierced through the man's chest. Why is this dog so formidable? And I haven't even made a move. The middle-aged man pondered in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground, powerless. A small black insect silently flew away from his side. Unfortunately, Li Xian remained oblivious to these subsequent events, having already succumbed to unconsciousness. As waves of nausea surged within him, Wang Kai prepared to unleash his unique skills. The tail of the tornado swayed like a fan, generating a tremendous gust that swept the surrounding green mist away from the alley. Fortunately, the alley's secluded location meant that very few pedestrians passed by. Otherwise, if the green mist were to infiltrate a crowd, the consequences would be dire. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters away, atop an ancient, towering edifice, a figure cloaked in black stood resolutely against the wind. The earlier small black insect had also arrived at his ear. After a brief moment, the man muttered to himself. What? The intelligence is flawed? He possesses a canine summoning beast with strength rivaling that of a Jonin? It seems I must reconsider my plans for next time. After all, his own abilities paled in comparison to those of the previous assassin. He was here merely to relay Li Xian's location to that former assassin. Just as the cloaked figure prepared to withdraw, a calm voice emanated from behind him. Who are you? Are you not aware that indiscriminately assassinating others in the village leads to lifelong imprisonment? A middle-aged man, resembling someone from the Inuzuka clan, had appeared behind the black-robed figure without him noticing. He was the same man Li Xian had encountered earlier and wished to purchase for breeding purposes. The cloaked figure's eyes widened in astonishment as he asked, Who are you? The middle-aged man formed a hand seal, and with a resounding pop, revealed his true identity. Kakashi Hitaki, please accompany me to meet Lord Hokage. Upon hearing this, the black-robed figure swiftly disintegrated, transforming into countless black insects that scattered in all directions. Observing the swarm, Kakashi's brow furrowed, and his expression turned grave. How could he be from the Aburame clan? Initially, Kakashi had been dispatched to investigate Li Xian under the orders of the third Hokage. Everything had appeared normal. So much so that Kakashi had developed an interest in Li Xian's companion. However, the situation had taken a shocking turn. At first, he had suspected the figure to be a spy sent from another village, and since Li Xian was now a member of Konoha, he had acted without concrete evidence of treachery. Little did he anticipate that the adversary would employ the Aburame clan's secret techniques. Regardless, the individual had violated the village's laws, and Kakashi felt obligated to capture him alive and bring him before the Hokage for judgment. He removed the forehead protector that concealed his eyes. Sharingan, activate. With the aid of the three Tomo, Kakashi's vision was significantly enhanced, allowing him to clearly discern the flight patterns of each insect. Soon, He identified the source of the massive chakra within the swarm. Due to insufficient chakra reserves, Kakashi resolved to conclude the matter swiftly. He propelled himself forward with a powerful push of his legs, soaring towards the swarm like an arrow released from a bow. This is bad. He is coming after me. Faster, faster. I must go even quicker. The cloaked figure urged himself, fully aware that he could not withstand the opponent's might. Alas, the heavens have not favored us. Fire release. Great fireball technique. With a resounding shout, a colossal fireball erupted from Kakashi's mouth, hurtling towards the swarm with astonishing velocity. This is dire. Chapter 20. A misstep in strategy. Even from a meter away, the cloaked figure could feel the searing heat emanating from the fireball. Moreover, even if he managed to evade this fiery onslaught, a significant portion of the swarm would be incinerated, hastening his exposure. Do not underestimate me. The cloaked figure bellowed with determination. He swiftly gathered the swarm and began forming hand seals. Secret technique. Devouring worms. The gathered insects coalesced into a gargantuan mouth, voraciously consuming the massive fireball. Sizzle. The fireball rampaged within the maw of the insect horde, undoubtedly claiming countless lives. Regrettably, each time a gap was created by the fireball, it was promptly filled by the relentless swarm. Thus, amidst the desperate onslaught of the insects, the colossal fireball ultimately extinguished. However, the cloaked figure felt no elation from this outcome. He was acutely aware that the previous attack was merely a mid-level ninjutsu, yet its potency rivaled that of an elite technique, compelling him to reveal his ultimate move. Truly, Kakashi is formidable. Just as he momentarily paused, a shadowy figure emerged from beneath him. Caught you. In an instant, a hand seized the cloaked figure's ankle with the grip of an eagle clutching its prey. Decapitation technique. The cloaked figure recognized this technique just as he was rapidly pulled into the earth, leaving only his head exposed. Soon, Kakashi stood beside him. It turned out that the earlier great fireball technique was merely a distraction, while the true lethal maneuver lay in wait. The decapitation technique is undoubtedly the most effective method for capturing an enemy alive. Returning to the matter at hand, Kakashi, observing the cloaked figure's distinctive sunglasses, swiftly retrieved a sealing technique and inquired, "A Ch of the Oil Woman clan, why have I yet to encounter you in the village? Wanna know? Then seek me in hell." The cloaked figure's eyes glinted with malice as he bellowed. Secret technique. Devouring worms. This is bad. Kakashi immediately aimed the sealing book at the cloaked figure, but alas, it was a moment too late. In an instant, the remaining insects within the cloaked figure's body erupted into chaos, consuming their host entirely. Not a trace remained. Even the fragments of sunglasses and clothing were not spared. Yet, without the support of chakra, the life of these insects soon dwindled, cascading to the ground like rain. Kakashi's arm, holding the sealing book, lingered suspended in midair. Even though he had participated in countless arduous battles, encountering an adversary so ruthless as to obliterate himself was exceedingly rare. Most importantly, after years of peace in Konoha, many ninjas had long since shed their former ferocity. Such a ninja must have engaged in numerous great wars. It was inconceivable that he lacked renown. In that moment, Kakashi's expression grew profoundly grave. When had such a fierce individual emerged in the village? Moreover, from his own village. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kakashi wasted no time in sealing the bodies of the insect swarm with a sealing book, intending to present them as evidence to the third Hokage. At the Hokage's office, Kakashi recounted the events in meticulous detail. The third Hokage took a deep puff from his pipe, replenishing his spirits. "I understand. You may leave," he said, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he waved Kakashi away. As Kakashi departed, the third Hokage's gaze sharpened, reminiscent of a long-hidden sword regaining its luster. It appeared that someone believed I had grown old and began to stir restlessly. As the dizziness receded from his mind, Li Xian gradually awakened from his stupor. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed incessantly in his ears. Detoxification function activated, expelling toxins from the host body. Expulsion progress, 20. Completion, 100. Expulsion complete. Li Xian, supporting his still dizzy head, slowly rose from the ground as memories from before his slumber surged back. "Where's that assassin? Did Wankai take him down?" he exclaimed. Just then, he beheld Wankai, sprawled languorously, and the corpse lying a meter behind it. That wretched dog, utterly oblivious to vigilance, clearly needed a formidable guardian at its back. After a moment of exasperation directed at Wankai, Li Xian approached the lifeless body. The blood that had flowed from the assassin had long since dried, indicating that he had been unconscious for quite some time. At that instant, Wang Kai seemed to awaken at the sound of Li Xian's footsteps and murmured, "You're awake." Li Xian replied tersely, "Yes, I am awake. By the way, can you dispose of this corpse?" Wang Kai asked, puzzled, "How should I dispose of it?" "Naturally, by eating it. Isn't meat a dog's favorite?" Li Xian quipped. "Apologies, but I am a kind-hearted dog. I only kill, not consume humans," Wang Kai retorted. Left with no choice, Li Xian sought assistance from the system. "System, can you dispose of this corpse?" Beep. Trace amounts of chakra detected within the body. The system can reluctantly recover it for research. The system responded solemnly. "Then please proceed with the recovery swiftly," Li Xian urged, eager to be rid of the sight of the corpse. No sooner had he spoken than a beam of light emanated from within Li Xian, illuminating the lifeless form before him. In an instant, the entire body seemed to evaporate as if it had never existed, disappearing from sight, along with the dried blood that had previously stained the ground. With a beep, the system announced that, due to the research value of the materials provided by the host, a recipe for meat buns was gifted. Suddenly, the method for crafting these delectable buns flooded into Li Xian's mind. His stomach began to rumble, a symphony of sounds echoing in the quiet. Acknowledging the reality of his hunger, Li Xian admitted that, after the earlier events, he felt a pang of appetite despite his limited activity. Ever since arriving in the world of Naruto, he had longed for the taste of big buns. Recalling his university days, when he would devour 2 buns each morning to fuel his day, he felt a nostalgic yearning for that delightful flavor. With a heart full of excitement, Li Xian inquired, "System, could you provide an introduction to this bun?" Beep. The system responded. The meat bun offered this time is known as the dog doesn't take care bun. Its production process is meticulous and its appearance quite appealing. Especially when fresh from the steamer, the buns are succulent yet not greasy, fragrant, and palatable. It is said that when Yuan Shikai trained the new army in Tianjin, he presented these buns as a tribute to Empress Dowager Cixi. Upon tasting them, she exclaimed, "The beasts of the mountains and the geese of the clouds, the cattle and sheep of the land, the delicacies of the sea, cannot compare to the fragrance of the dog doesn't take care bun." Consuming them grants longevity. Thanks to the modifications made by this system, the filling for the buns utilizes mid-tier summoning beasts, ensuring not only exquisite flavor but also an increased likelihood of promoting from chunin to jonin with prolonged consumption. Li Xian, intrigued, asked, "Mid-tier summoning beasts?" Previously, the beef in his beef noodles and the eggs in his fried rice had originated from so-called low-tier summoning beasts, but at that time, he had not given it much thought. Now, he realized the depths of this culinary world. "System, are there different ranks for summoning beasts?" To provide him with a clearer understanding, the system flooded Li Xian's mind with relevant knowledge. Summoning beasts can generally be categorized into 5 tiers: low, mid, high, large, and giant, corresponding to the ranks of ninja, jinin, chunin, jonin, half-shadow, and shadow-level warriors. The tailed beasts, however, are not included in this classification, as even the weakest, shikaku, can take on multiple shadow-level warriors. After surveying his surroundings and confirming the absence of passers-by, Li Xian swiftly made his way back to his restaurant with Wang Kai. Upon returning, it was nearly time for the afternoon meal. Wang Kai, as usual, reminded Li Xian not to forget to prepare something delicious for him before lazily lounging at the restaurant entrance. Li Xian entered the kitchen, ready to embark on the creation of the meat buns. Just the thought of savoring the long-desired big bun filled him with an invigorating energy. The flour used for making meat buns remains the same as that for crafting beef noodles, exuding a faint aroma reminiscent of rice, evoking a sensation of running through golden fields. Li Xian combined the flour with yeast, kneading it with water to form a dough, which he subsequently placed in the fermentation chamber to rise. During the fermentation period, Li Xian remained industrious, retrieving the meat from an intermediate pig-type spirit beast stored in the refrigerator. This meat, sourced from the pig's hind leg, was perfectly suited for crafting the filling. After cleansing the pork, he chopped it into fine mince with a cleaver and placed it in a bowl. He then added soy sauce, salt, cooking wine, minced scallions and ginger, monosodium glutamate, and pepper, stirring clockwise. Gradually, the minced meat began to amalgamate, releasing an enticing aroma that whetted the appetite. Adding a small amount of cold water while stirring, the filling was soon complete. Once prepared, the myriad of fragrances no longer permeated the air but became concentrated within the finely minced meat, transforming into the essence of the filling. Next came the task of crafting the bun wrappers. Li Xian began to knead the risen dough, ensuring it was not only uniform but thoroughly kneaded, dividing it into evenly sized portions. This process required considerable strength. By the time Li Xian completed this task, he was drenched in sweat. Had it not been for his body being enhanced by the excellent ingredients provided by the system, he would likely have found it impossible to remain standing. In his previous life, the majority of bun making was performed by machines, as it saved time and effort while yielding greater profits, leading to the gradual decline of the artisanal bun-making era. After a well-deserved rest, Li Xian took out a rolling pin and flattened the portions into round wrappers. Alas, yet another labor-intensive endeavor. During the process of forming the bun wrappers, Li Xian began to feel discomfort in his body. Yet he persevered through the unease to shape the final product. Chapter 22. The arrival of Might Guy. Li Xian arranged the prepared raw buns in the steamer, adding cold water and setting it to a vigorous boil. In about half an hour, we can finally eat, he said, wiping the sweat from his brow with delight. Steam billowed from the seams of the steamer, dancing like ethereal spirits in the air, while the enticing aroma wafted through the kitchen, drawing the eager dog, Wang Kai, into the restaurant, awaiting the feast. Li Xian's face mirrored the anxious excitement of a young man on his first date with his beloved. His stomach grumbled incessantly, urging him to hasten his meal. After giving his belly a few pats, Li Xian stepped forward, extinguishing the flame and lifting the lid. The steam, previously confined within the pot, erupted suddenly, akin to a dragon taking flight, enveloping the entire small establishment in a mist reminiscent of a fairyland. Simultaneously, the fragrance surged forth with overwhelming force, wafting all the way to the nearby Yao restaurant in the alley. In an instant, the villagers queuing outside the restaurant began to murmur among themselves. What is that aroma? It smells so delightful. Indeed, it feels as though I am encountering this fragrance for the very first time. Some of the less resolute villagers began to follow the scent in search of its source. When they arrived at the entrance of Li Xian's restaurant, those who had learned from previous encounters quickly exclaimed, "Oh no, not again. This aroma is emanating from this establishment. Everyone disperse, disperse. Hey, what's the matter with you? The owner has prepared such delectable dishes that everyone is drawn here, and you want us to leave? Are you perhaps sent by other restaurants to sabotage this one's business? Never mind, I won't stoop to your level. Just look at the menu outside, and you will understand. Let me see. Are the prices truly golden? Beef noodles for 120 taels, fried rice for 125 taels, pickled fish for 300 taels, cream cake for 14 taels, dragon whisker noodles for 500 taels, and boiled water for 8,000 taels? My apologies, brother. I spoke too hastily. It's all right. I am magnanimous. I am just here for the excitement anyway. My uncle is holding my place in line. As the crowd began to gradually disperse, one middle-aged man with a watermelon-shaped head, dressed in a green vest, stood resolutely in place, greedily absorbing the fragrant air. With a raised brow, he exclaimed, "This is the essence of youth. Youth, here I come." With that, he swiftly made his way into Li Xian's restaurant. Meanwhile, Li Xian remained blissfully unaware of the happenings outside, instead preparing to relish the culinary delights before him alongside Wang Kai. Amidst the rising steam, the buns appeared like autumn chrysanthemums shyly blossoming in a thin mist. A sight to behold. As he lifted a bun from the steamer with chopsticks, its thin, even skin revealed a generous filling, causing saliva to pool in his mouth. Beside him, Wang Kai began to bark impatiently, seemingly unable to withstand the temptation of the delicious food any longer, eager to indulge immediately. Noticing Wang Kai's urgency, Li Xian quickly placed 5 buns in its food bowl for it to enjoy. He then picked one for himself, bringing it to his nose. A rich aroma enveloped him, awakening the dormant appetite within, making him yearn to devour the entire bun in one bite. Alas, Li Xian was unable to do so, for the bun was as large as an adult's fist, and his mouth had yet to accommodate such a size. Reluctantly, he took a gentle bite, consuming 1/5 of the bun. Suddenly, an unexpected transformation occurred. The broth within the bun burst forth like a dam breaking, flooding his senses. A sensation akin to flames dancing upon his tongue ignited, expanding its reach, leaving Li Xian suspended between ecstasy and agony, as if caught between heaven and hell. The aroma of the meat filling erupted in his mouth, fragrant yet not greasy, leaving a lingering taste that compelled one to eat more. By the time Li Xian finished one meat bun, Wang Kai had already devoured the 5 buns that Li Xian had just handed him. Wang Kai, don't you feel it's hot? Li Xian inquired, puzzled. Hot? I, this esteemed dog, have once consumed the hellish black lava. This is nothing. I feel no heat whatsoever. By the way, bring me another 10 of those buns, Wang Kai declared with bravado, observing the 20 or so buns left in the steamer. Li Xian hesitated not a moment and swiftly placed 10 buns into Wang Kai's food bowl, eager to witness his performance of devouring 2 buns at a time. Once Wang Kai finished, he sprawled lazily in place, while Li Xian remained absorbed in his culinary delight. Just then, a tall figure strode in. He took a deep breath of the enticing aroma in the shop and exclaimed, "Ah, youth, I have arrived." Anyone would be taken aback by such a peculiar declaration. And Li Xian was no exception. He turned to see who this individual was. To his astonishment, it was none other than the famed Azure Beast of Konoha Village. The future Might Guy himself. Chapter 23. The Might Guy became my little brother. Li Xian felt a powerful gust of energy rush past him, causing the bun in his hand to slip and tumble to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the bun had appeared in Might Guy's hand. "Since the proprietor is so kind as to offer, I shall not be polite," he said, disregarding Li Xian's bewildered expression, and took a hearty bite of the bun. Despite Might Guy's usual carefree demeanor, he possessed considerable intelligence. His instinctive, beast-like intuition had led him to this restaurant, signaling that a significant opportunity awaited him here. As the thin-skinned bun entered his mouth, the succulent broth erupted, splattering his face. In that moment, Might Guy was enveloped in an aromatic bliss, the piping hot broth providing him with a transcendent experience. His soul seemed to soar into paradise. That single bite would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. However, this was not the end. As the steaming broth flowed into his stomach, a pure life force radiated throughout his body. "What is this?" Might Guy's eyes widened, incredulously sensing the changes within him. He realized that the hidden injuries that had plagued his body were now completely healed, and the previous blockages in his chakra flowed freely. Faced with this miraculous transformation, Might Guy raised his fists in exhilaration, shouting, "This is youth. Youth is calling to me." Li Xian finally understood why Kakashi always avoided Might Guy in the anime. It was simply too embarrassing. After a few smacking sounds, Might Guy picked up a tissue from the table to wipe the soup off his face. He squeezed the tissue to extract every last drop of soup, expressing a slight regret as he said, if only it could be spicier, the flavor would be even better." "Humph, you, the audacious intruder who snatches away others' food, have no right to utter such words," Li Xian remarked coldly, his expression unyielding. "What, boss, are we not the best of friends on the path of youth?" Might Guy flashed his signature dazzling smile, momentarily blinding Li Xian. Li Xian, speechless, replied, "Brother, please tone down that brilliant smile. It's nearly blinding. And for just a bun, are you willing to sacrifice your dignity?" Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Might Guy quickly concealed his gleaming teeth, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he said, "Boss, how about you tell me the price of the bun? I have money on me." Li Xian's eyes lit up as he responded, "Since this dish is new, we set a price. But how about you agree to one thing for me?" Might Guy scratched his head, pondering seriously for a moment before earnestly agreeing, "All right, as long as it's not something that goes against my principles, I can comply." Upon hearing this, Li Xian revealed a sly smile and approached him, giving his shoulder a light pat. An unexpected chill ran through Might Guy as he thought, could the boss be about to make an outrageous demand? Feeling the weight of Li Xian's intense gaze, Might Guy felt even colder. That look in the boss's eyes resembles Kakashi's when he gazes at paradise of affection. Surely not. If that were the case, I would have to refuse him and activate the fourth gate of the 8 gates, allowing me to swiftly escape this perilous situation. Might Guy. Sell my skills, but not my dignity. Pushing aside his unsettling thoughts, Might Guy began to calmly face Li Xian. However, when Li Xian finally articulated his request, Might Guy's thoughts instantly crumbled. "From today onwards, refer to me as Big Brother," Li Xian stated nonchalantly, completely disregarding their age difference. Might Guy stared at Li Xian in bewilderment, saying, "Boss, are you joking with me?" "I apologize, but I do not indulge in jest," Li Xian replied with a serious demeanor. Could it be that the renowned Azure Beast is a ninja who does not keep his promises? That would be profoundly disappointing. Li Xian's words struck Might Guy's heart like a sword, causing a flicker of determination to spark in his eyes. With a spirit reminiscent of the wind blowing coldly over the easy water, he resolutely proclaimed, "Youth does not allow for regrets. From this day forth, I acknowledge you as my big brother." Mission accomplished. Li Xian glanced at the system, feeling a swell of pride. "Congratulations, host, for achieving the hidden accomplishment of wanting to be a big brother once again. Achievement reward, Abyss chili sauce, a single drop invigorates the mind. A spoonful makes your posterior explode, and a whole jar elevates you to the heavens." The Abyss chili sauce is derived from peppers cultivated in the depths of the ninja world, maturing daily as they absorb the essence of the abyss, resulting in an intense spiciness. Its vibrant red exterior and fierce heat have caused many wandering souls to perish on the spot. However, after systematic enhancement, The spiciness has been significantly reduced, ensuring a much safer experience for the user. In the blink of an eye, the chili sauce appeared at the front desk. Fortunately, at that moment, Mike Guy's full attention was fixated on Li Xian. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have erupted with a barrage of questions. Chapter 24. Abyss Chili Sauce enhances your digestive comfort. With the achievement reward in hand, Li Xian seemed to ponder something and said, Mike Guy, since I am your elder brother, could you teach me the body techniques? Li Xian sought to learn these techniques to compensate for his inability to master external ninjutsu. After all, one must possess some hidden cards for self-defense in the world. What? Mike Guy exclaimed in disbelief. So, you only became my elder brother to learn body techniques? In an instant, Mike Guy felt as if a flock of crows had flown over his head, leaving behind 6 dark spots. The expression on his face resembled that of a bride abandoned on her wedding night, filled with grievance. The more Li Xian looked, the more he felt goosebumps rising on his skin. To placate Mike Guy, Li Xian reluctantly placed the chili sauce and the remaining meat buns from the steamer before him. To his surprise, the moment Mike Guy saw the chili sauce, he lunged at it like a wolf seizing a rabbit, or a man captivated by beauty. He swiftly retrieved a shuriken from his small pouch, unscrewed the lid, and dipped the tip of the shuriken into the chili sauce, spreading it lavishly on the pristine white bun. The chili sauce, rich in color and aroma, wafted through the small shop. The vibrant sheen of the sauce against the snowy bun resembled a masterful painting, captivating the eye endlessly. Just as Li Xian intended to caution Mike Guy to consume sparingly, it was too late. Mike Guy had already taken a bite, and soon he felt as though his mouth was engulfed in raging flames, the intense heat surging toward his throat. The peppers in the sauce flared like flames, relentlessly stimulating the root of his tongue. In an instant, Mike Guy's complexion transformed dramatically, akin to the face-changing art of Peking opera, shifting from white to red, then deep red, and finally purple. It was only through his immense physical resilience that his color gradually returned to normal. Yet the traces of tears on his face and the beads of sweat on his forehead were ample testimony to the intensity of the moment. After finally swallowing it down, Mike Guy let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he was about to perform his signature move in response to the earlier inquiry from the proprietor, a sudden sound erupted from behind him. Mike Guy silently cursed his own backside for lacking decorum, choosing the most inopportune moment to announce its presence while he was engaged in conversation with another. Did he not care about his dignity? Just as he attempted to repress the gaseous intrusion, a sudden release occurred. Excuse me, good sir, might I inquire if there is a restroom within this establishment? I find myself in dire need, Mike Guy stammered awkwardly. A restroom? What do you mean? Li Xian queried, perplexed. I mean a place to relieve myself of solid waste. Mike Guy replied, sensing the imminent breach of his bodily defenses. Oh, I see. It's at the back door. Do hurry along, Li Xian kindly directed. Upon hearing Li Xian's reply, Mike Guy wasted no time and hurried towards the back door. The youth of today are truly impatient. Not even a word of thanks. Is it so urgent that one might soil their trousers? Li Xian lamented while beginning to tidy up the remnants before him. Meanwhile, Wang Kai, fixated on the spicy sauce, seemed lost in thought before suddenly lunging forward to consume the remaining contents. Li Xian did not intervene. After all, Wang Kai was a formidable being, comparable to the six-paths sage in his prime, and surely such spice would not greatly affect him. Most importantly, he himself could not handle such heat. 3 minutes later, Wang Kai had devoured all the leftover chili sauce, licking the remnants from his mouth before ambling toward his usual resting place. Suddenly, a sound erupted from behind him. Cautiously glancing at the still busy Li Xian, Wang Kai dashed like a bolt of black lightning towards the restroom, having learned the layout of the restaurant over the years. Due to the sparse clientele and Wang Kai's infrequent need to relieve himself, there was but a single restroom. Arriving at the restroom door, Wang Kai found it shut, blocking his path. He pawed at the door and called out, "Is anyone in there? Hurry up. I might have an urgent situation here." The occupant responded promptly, "Hey buddy, find another place. I'm dealing with my own issues and can't be quick about it." Upon hearing this, Wang Kai felt a tightening sensation. The defenses of his rear were weakening, and the dam was on the verge of collapse. "Brother, how about we take turns? You finish up quickly, and I'll take my turn. I can't hold on any longer," Wang Kai pleaded, struggling against the urgency. The voice inside replied with equal distress. "I'm in dire straits myself, and it's a rather relentless situation. I can't swap." Unable to contain himself any longer, Wang Kai executed a dramatic 360-degree leap into the restroom. Within the confines of the restroom, the individual, previously known as Mike Guy, witnessed a black dog unexpectedly leap before him. Just as he was about to utter a word, the dog skillfully positioned itself, effectively displacing him by half. Thus commenced a duet, as the foul odor rendered both parties mute, allowing them to engage in their respective acts of excretion in silence. Chapter 25. Achieving genius through diligence. It was not until the following morning that man and dog emerged from the restroom, trembling slightly. Upon noticing the restaurant's doors ajar and the absence of Li Xian, they began to prepare to return to their respective abodes for some much-needed rest. However, just as Li Xian had finished his morning ablutions, he collided directly with them, creating a momentary stillness. Li Xian broke the silence, clearing his throat. Ahem. I haven't seen you both all day yesterday. What were you up to? In unison, man and dog replied, training, bathing, training. The responses were evidently misaligned, leading to their eventual capitulation under Li Xian's skeptical gaze, as they recounted the previous day's events with utmost honesty. Upon hearing their tale, Li Xian nodded slightly, internally astonished. He had not anticipated that the abyssal chili sauce would prove so formidable, overwhelming even the mightiest of physical practitioners in the divine canine, Wang Kai. Should any trouble arise in the future, it was unfortunate that they had consumed it all, leaving nothing for the next encounter. Returning to the present, seeing their weary expressions, Li Xian kindly suggested, why not have breakfast before leaving? In response, both shook their heads vigorously. With such delectable food within reach, only a fool would decline. Soon, fragrant beef noodles and steaming meat buns were presented at the table by Li Xian. Within mere minutes, they were entirely devoured by the trio. The haggard faces of Might Guy and Wang Kai gradually regained their vitality as they digested their meal. An agreement was made between Li Xian and Might Guy to train together the following morning, while Wang Kai resumed its leisurely lifestyle. In the blink of an eye, another unremarkable day had passed. At dawn, Li Xian closed the shop door, glancing at the slumbering Wang Kai with a resigned shake of his head. He then met with Might Guy, who had just arrived, and they proceeded to an open area within the Konoha forest designated for training. This place, which Might Guy referred to as the training ground, was remarkably rudimentary, with various training apparatus scattered across the ground. Behind a large tree stump, a figure was relentlessly striking with fists, creating a series of resounding thuds. Upon closer inspection, the individual sported a distinctive watermelon-shaped hairstyle, clad in a green bodysuit, with thick eyebrows resembling those of Might Guy himself. It was unmistakably Rock Lee. Despite the sweltering heat, Rock Lee seemed undeterred, continuing to swing his fist with unyielding determination. Li Xian and the others, standing 5 meters away, could hear his shouts of 600, 601, 602. Upon seeing Li Locke, Li Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions within. He recognized a striking similarity between them. Both lacked any innate talent for chakra cultivation. Had it not been for the emergence of the system, he might have remained in obscurity, forever a mundane chef, worrying about his very existence. Yet, Li Locke was fortunate to have encountered a master of physical arts like Might Guy, thus not allowing his potential to go to waste. Li Xian smiled at Might Guy and remarked, aka, your disciple is indeed a promising talent. However, AKA's response was unexpected. Instead of the excitement one might anticipate, Might Guy calmly stated, no, all of this is the result of little Li's own hard work. He is not a prodigy of physical arts, nor a genius of ninjutsu or genjutsu. He is a diligent genius. His progress today is largely due to his own effort. I believe that only those who strive tirelessly for their dreams are the true geniuses. Upon hearing his reply, Li Xian felt a jolt of realization. Indeed, most people in this world are ordinary mortals, much like Li Locke and Might Guy themselves, who are also very typical ninjas. Yet, the reason they shine so brilliantly in the end is primarily due to their perseverance and dedication. While effort and persistence may sound simple, very few can truly master them to the fullest. Much like Saitama from One Punch Man, who performs 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and runs 10 kilometers daily. Enduring such a regimen ultimately led him to immense strength and boldness, making him a pinnacle of power in the world. Through years of relentless diligence, Might Guy and Might Dai forged remarkable legacies, one almost culminating in a grand finale, while the other single-handedly defeated 4 out of 7 adversaries. As for Li Locke, he was overshadowed by the protagonist's destiny. Given a few more years of growth, he too could achieve commendable feats akin to those of Might Dai and Might Guy. At this moment, Li Xian began to grasp something profound. Might Guy, noticing Li Xian contemplating his words, slightly raised the corners of his mouth and said, If you wish to learn physical arts from me, be prepared for a grueling journey. Are you ready? Li Xian lifted his head, his gaze resolute, and replied, of course. I am a man destined to become a culinary deity. Such challenges cannot deter me. As the two conversed while walking, they soon arrived by little Li's side. Chapter 26. The imaginatively lock upon their arrival, little Li promptly ceased his training, executing a standard 90-degree bow towards Might Guy, and enthusiastically exclaimed, Teacher Guy, will you join me in a youthful contest today? This time, I shall not be so easily defeated as before. Might Guy shook his head and said, apologies, Xiao Li, but today may not be feasible. Oh, that's all right, Xiao Li replied, his spirits somewhat dampened. Raising his gaze, he then noticed Li Xian standing beside Might Guy and inquired curiously, Teacher Kai, is this your friend? Just as Might Guy was about to provide an explanation, Li Xian interjected, hello, Xiao Li, I am Might Guy's elder brother, Li Xian. We share the same surname, so let us be sure to keep in touch. In the next instant, the atmosphere fell silent, so much so that even the rustling of leaves could be discerned. Xiao Li earnestly compared the two men's appearances and quietly murmured, that doesn't seem right. They don't look alike at all. Moreover, Teacher Kai has never mentioned having an elder brother all these years. Suddenly, a realization struck Xiao Li, and he quickly distanced himself from the two. Adopting a defensive posture as he warily exclaimed, Who are you? Why are you impersonating Teacher Kai? Li Xian? Might Guy? Countless question marks flooded their minds. Clearing his throat, Might Guy was about to clarify the situation when Xiao Li, filled with fervor, shouted, Teacher Kai is in such good health. How could he cough so easily? You imposter, take this. Konoha Hurricane. A swift kick shot towards them, seemingly destined to connect. Smack. Might Guy effortlessly blocked it with his right arm. Subsequently, there was no doubt that Xiao Li received a thorough lesson in youth martial arts from Might Guy. He then sat down obediently, expressing his grievance, Teacher Kai, why didn't you mention you have an elder brother? Might Guy felt quite conflicted internally. Could I admit this was all for a meat bun? Does Might Guy not care about his dignity? At that moment, he wished he could vanish into a crevice in the ground. It seemed that Xiao Li's intellectual training needed to keep pace as well. Might Guy began devising a plan for Xiao Li's future, unaware that this would lead Xiao Li to become an imaginative novelist. The anger in Might Guy had not entirely dissipated. With arms crossed and a fierce glare directed at Xiao Li, he declared, Xiao Li, today's training will be doubled. You may not return to rest until it is completed. Yes, Teacher Kai. Xiao Li stood tall and responded promptly. Might Guy then turned his gaze toward Li Xian, hesitating, as it was quite difficult for him to refer to Li Xian as elder brother in front of his proud disciple. This felt exceedingly awkward. Observing Might Guy's discomfort, Li Xian, in an effort to spare his dignity, spoke first. Kai, just instruct me on how to train. Xiao Li is here as well, so he can assist in correcting any errors in my training. Might Guy cast a grateful glance at Li Xian and said to Xiao Li, just teach him the techniques I have imparted to you. Suddenly recalling that he had yet to tidy his clothes at home, he added, I'll take my leave now. With that, Might Guy swiftly departed from the scene that had left him feeling so embarrassed. He feared that if he lingered any longer, the other two students might arrive and learn of the situation. They were not as easily deceived as Xiao Li, and if the news were to inadvertently spread, his reputation in the village would plummet. Xiao Li, not dwelling on this, excitedly exclaimed, Brother Li Xian, youth is calling us. Are you ready to set sail with it? The term brother only complicated their relationship further. Li Xian sighed, lamenting that this interaction did not fulfill the hidden achievement. He reasoned that since Xiao Li had not activated the achievement by calling him brother, it would be best to refrain from such titles. After all, with so many villagers around, the task would eventually be activated. He then addressed Xiao Li, saying, No need for formality, just call me Li Xian. All right. Xiao Li readily agreed, then inquired, Li Xian, may I ask why you chose to study martial arts? Is that so strange? Li Xian replied. Xiao Li awkwardly scratched his head and confessed, because everyone in the village says I'm too foolish, so I came to learn martial arts. After a moment of silence, Li Xian shared, I am here to learn martial arts to cook more delicious food. You are a chef? Xiao Li exclaimed, surprised. Of course, Li Xian affirmed. And what about you, Xiao Li? What has driven you to persist in studying martial arts until now? Xiao Li gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle and declared, naturally. It is to defeat those so-called geniuses. I believe that effort and reward are directly proportional, and one day, I will prove to everyone that even without ninjutsu or genjutsu, through daily training, I too can triumph over those prodigies. Chapter 27. Training like teacher Saitama. Upon hearing Xiao Li's proclamation, perhaps only Li Xian, who understood his future. And his teacher, Might Guy, would truly resonate with his words. After all, there exists a significant gap between martial arts and ninjutsu or genjutsu. Martial arts require a long accumulation of time to flourish, whereas ninjutsu and genjutsu can rapidly enhance combat capability with mere talent and a bit of study, growing ever more formidable with the passage of time. This is why ninjutsu and genjutsu are so widely revered in the current ninja world. Li Xian, Teacher Guy once said that the path to pursuing one's dreams is fraught with hardship. Are you prepared for that? Xiao Li asked earnestly. Li Xian nodded solemnly and replied, I am prepared. Let the storm come with greater ferocity. Inspired by Li Xian's fervent words, Xiao Li too felt a surge of excitement, raising his fists and shouting, all right. Let us start with 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run to warm up, and we can gradually increase from there. What? Li Xian felt as though his head was buzzing. Wasn't this training regimen from Teacher Saitama's world? Could it be that he had crossed into a new world that fused two different realms? Observing Li Xian's dazed expression, Xiao Li initially thought he was on the verge of retreating. To encourage him, he performed Kai's signature gesture, flashing a bright smile and giving a thumbs up, exclaiming, Li Xian, youth does not permit retreat. Let us strive together. Subsequently, Xiao Li forcibly guided Li Xian to begin with push-ups. Thanks to the nourishing effects of his diet, Li Xian's physical constitution had experienced a notable enhancement. In his previous life, he could scarcely manage 20 push-ups before succumbing to exhaustion. Yet now he completed over 50 without feeling fatigued. However, as time progressed, the soreness and pain in his arms and abdomen incessantly nagged at him. The positions of Li Xian's arms began to shift repeatedly. Each downward push felt akin to a challenge against his limits, a sensation akin to torment. Countless times, the thought of surrender flickered in his mind. Why exert such effort when he possessed a system? What was wrong with simply being a chef? Whenever such thoughts surfaced, they were akin to an interrogation of his spirit and will. If he could not overcome these doubts, his resolve would never solidify, even with the system's assistance. Ascending to the pinnacle of the ninja world would remain beyond his grasp, for true strength encompasses not only formidable power but also an indomitable will. Was he truly prepared to relinquish his efforts over such minor challenges? Li Xian, persevere. Believe in your own capabilities. The stage of the future awaits your construction. In his past life, Li Xian often gazed upon protagonists in novels with envy, yearning for a golden finger that would elevate him to the apex of the world. Now, he found himself in a similar position, endowed with a golden finger and the potential to rise to the summit. He was determined to grow stronger, strong enough to seize control of his own destiny. Beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks, soaking the ground beneath him. Mechanically, he repeated the motion of push-ups, his mind having slipped into a void. Xiao Li called out to him multiple times to cease, yet he remained oblivious. It was only when Xiao Li supported him to his feet that he regained a semblance of awareness. His arms had succumbed to numbness, and pain radiated from his abdomen, leaving him utterly fatigued and unwilling to move. Xiao Li assisted Li Xian to lean against a sturdy tree for respite, then swiftly jogged off to retrieve a bottle of blue-tinted water, presenting it to Li Xian. Li Xian, this water is specially formulated for post-training recovery. It will swiftly replenish your energy. Li Xian, gritting his teeth against the pain, attempted to lift his right hand, but it felt as if it belonged to someone else. Quivering in place, recognizing that Li Xian had overexerted himself, Xiao Li unscrewed the bottle cap and held it to Li Xian's lips, gently pouring the liquid into his mouth. The cool fluid flowed down his throat, and Li Xian felt a significant alleviation of the soreness enveloping his body. In only a short while, Li Xian felt a significant restoration of his physical strength. His arms no longer trembled and were able to move in accordance with his will. Indeed, you have nearly recovered. Now, let us continue our training together. Youth beckons us. Little Li, who completed 100 push-ups alongside Li Xian, appeared utterly unfazed by fatigue and exclaimed with palpable excitement. At that moment, Li Xian comprehended why Teacher Saitama was so formidable. Enduring hardship is the path to greatness, as the ancients wisely proclaimed. For the sake of a brighter future, Li Xian gritted his teeth and immersed himself once more into rigorous training. Meanwhile, in a secluded grove, two figures quietly observed them. Kakashi, I never anticipated you would take an interest in this young man, remarked Guy. Haha. I too am surprised that you would acknowledge someone younger than yourself as an elder brother, Kakashi retorted, delivering a sharp blow to Might Guy's pride. Instantly, Might Guy declared with fervor, curse Kakashi. Today, I shall issue you my 678th challenge. The loser shall become the winner's subordinate. Kakashi swiftly replied, apologies. But it seems that Intimate Paradise is hosting a press conference. Such a significant event cannot occur without my presence. With that, he vanished in a blur of movement, leaving Mike Guy alone to roar in frustration. Chapter 28. The reputation of the small shop rises while Li Xian diligently honed his physical prowess. He remained unaware that a fierce wave of public discourse had begun to swirl around the village due to the culinary creations he had crafted. The story unfolded as follows. After Naruto departed from Li Xian's restaurant, he fervently began to promote his elder brother's establishment, revealing that the exquisite dishes prepared by his brother could enhance a ninja's chakra capacity, instantly capturing the attention of the populace. Thus, more and more individuals became involved. And as the tale was relayed from person to person, it grew increasingly exaggerated. Rumors spread that the owner of the restaurant was a master of the Six Paths level and that the ferocious dog guarding the entrance could rival the legendary tailed beasts. Moreover, it was said that the owner was humble, deliberately pricing his dishes exorbitantly to avoid disruptions to his life. However, as is often the case, true brilliance will eventually shine through. The master ultimately revealed a flaw. Some individuals adamantly claimed to have witnessed a lower-ranked ninja dine at that establishment, only to emerge with chakra levels akin to a Ch-Nin. Yet, skeptics arose, only to be met with compelling evidence. Firstly, Naruto, after failing an exam, had dined at that restaurant and subsequently succeeded in overcoming the test. Secondly, someone dared to open a restaurant in the back alley of Ichiraku Ramen. Remarkably, even Uncle Ichiraku found himself implicated in this affair. Once these two pieces of evidence were presented, many who had previously harbored doubts swiftly joined the ranks of the utterly convinced. Firstly, Naruto is widely recognized as the underdog. Passing the examination so effortlessly would require years of dedicated effort. However, after dining at the legendary establishment run by a master chef, he miraculously succeeded in the assessment. Furthermore, Ichiraku Ramen is not only the finest restaurant in Konoha but also ranks among the premier establishments in the Land of Fire, dissuading many competitors from opening nearby due to their awareness of their own limitations. This master chef, however, chose to quietly establish his restaurant in a secluded alley behind Ichiraku, a decision that garnered immense respect from many. Consequently, a multitude of individuals, driven by an inexplicable curiosity, began their journey toward that hidden spot. Some sought to enhance their chakra reserves and fortify their strength, while others were merely intrigued. Even a few with ulterior motives aimed to uncover the secret recipes and sources of the culinary delights. As the crowd approached the vicinity of Ichiraku Ramen, preparing to enter the alley, those waiting in line were filled with curiosity. A particularly inquisitive diner approached another, gripping his shoulder and engaging him. "Hey, buddy, are you all heading to Ichiraku Ramen for a meal? You should queue over there." To his surprise, the other person responded with confusion. "What Ichiraku Ramen? We are going to the restaurant in the alley behind it." "What? You're going there? That place charges exorbitant prices, almost as high as gold," exclaimed the diner. Yet, the other individual, brimming with excitement, replied, Yes, that's the one, no mistake." This left the diner momentarily dumbfounded. After a brief pause, he turned to leave, thinking that lingering too long with fools might lead to his own folly. However, sensing a familiar air about him, the other person followed, producing a cigarette from his pocket and offering it to the diner. After lighting it, he asked, "Buddy, you seem quite knowledgeable about that place. Could you guide us there?" The crowd behind them gazed eagerly at the diner, each retrieving a cigarette from their pockets to offer him. Acknowledging their enthusiasm, the diner, puffing on the cigarette, led them toward Li Xian's restaurant. As they walked, he elaborated, "In truth, while the exterior of that establishment appears rather unassuming, the interior is quite extraordinary." The crowd responded with excitement. Yes, we've heard others say the same. It's said to be quite mysterious." The diner feigned profundity, pondering for a moment before continuing. "Take, for instance, the black dog at the entrance. It's even larger than the ninja dogs from the Inuzuka clan. Most importantly," he lowered his voice conspiratorially, "not long ago, the elite J-Nin guy Mato happened to pass by and was so drawn in by the aroma that he begged to be taken under the owner's wing." Upon hearing this, the crowd gratefully offered more cigarettes to the diner, saying, "Thank you, old brother. It's a trivial matter." The diner, with a smile, accepted the cigarette, contemplating how easily these individuals could be deceived. Little did he know, he had inadvertently spoken the truth. If Mike had heard him, the change in his expression would have been nothing short of remarkable. Upon his return, he remarked to those nearby, "I wonder where they find such fools. Their brains must be as if kicked by a donkey." The others responded, Indeed, no matter how good that restaurant is, can their skills possibly surpass Uncle Li's? With that, the crowd erupted in laughter. Chapter 29. The dogs flying kicked. The group that had gathered before the closed doors of Li Xian's restaurant displayed no signs of anger. Instead, they began to carefully observe the exterior of the establishment, which, it must be said, was rather shabby. And the prices of the dishes were as exorbitant as the legend suggested. As for the formidable black dog, it was discovered to be sleeping in a hidden corner. Instantly, they gathered around the dog, observing and discussing. Wow, this black dog is truly massive. Even the Inuzuka clan's Nikin is not half its size. One exclaimed. If only such a dog could be made into a delicacy, the flavor would surely be exquisite. Have you lost your mind? That dog is so adorable. How could you even think of eating it? Be careful, or I might report you to the Inuzuka clan. Ha, just kidding, don't take it seriously. Suddenly, a black hand emerged from the crowd and slapped Wang Kai on the rear. This startled the sleeping Wang Kai, who sprang up, wrinkled his nose, emitted a low growl, and raised his tail high, assuming a warning stance. The crowd immediately dispersed. But who was Wang Kai? He was a being of peak strength capable of contending with the Sage of Six Paths. Now, having been inexplicably struck, his mood was understandably soured. Fueled by his keen sense of smell, he quickly detected the lingering sin of his own backside on the culprit's hand. Without hesitation, he executed a flying kick, sending the offender flying 10 meters away, before returning to his original position, nonchalantly resuming his nap. The onlookers fell silent. The individual who had been kicked away was recognized as a chunin from the village. Though he lacked remarkable achievements, he had survived several fierce battles. Yet, this seemingly formidable ninja was effortlessly dispatched by the black dog, a testament to the latter's immense strength. The crowd was taken aback, their murmurs dwindling. Fearing that they might inadvertently provoke the imposing black dog and find themselves similarly expelled, the chunin, now returned, appeared quite disheveled, yet the actual injuries he sustained were negligible. Thanks to Wang Sai's restraint, had he unleashed his full power, this chunin would likely have bid farewell to this world. However, this individual harbored an entirely different sentiment, inwardly cursing. You wretched mutt, there will come a day when I shall stew you for my repast. At this moment, Li Xian remained oblivious to the throng of patrons gathered outside his restaurant as he trudged wearily towards the village. Covered in mud, he resembled a clay figure, every inch of him marred by injuries. His attire barely managed to conceal his modesty. Regret washed over Li Xian for having followed Shaoli for training. He felt as though he had been led by a madman. After completing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats, he intended to rest before tackling the final 10 kilometers. However, the deranged Shaoli had inexplicably procured a beehive and hurled it behind him, forcing him to flee from a swarm of angry bees. Despite employing his skills in substitution and duplication to evade capture, he still suffered stings, the most unfortunate of which was to his rear end. Gazing at his swollen behind, Li Xian concluded that the day's business should be curtailed. Yet, how had Shaoli known there was a muddy pond awaiting at the end of the 10 kilometers? Was this a result of Kai's training? Cursed Kai. If I ever draw that abyssal chili sauce again, I shall compel you to consume it all and experience the sensation of an exploding posterior. Lost in his thoughts, Li Xian soon arrived at the entrance of his restaurant, only to be taken aback by the sight of a long queue of patrons. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he muttered anxiously, "Surely, I haven't come to the wrong place." However, upon scrutinizing the establishment and noticing Wang Kai sleeping nearby as usual, he confirmed that this was indeed his restaurant. Without further ado, he entered and calmly inscribed on a wooden board that the proprietor was fatigued from training and would be closing early for the day. Satisfied with his handwriting, he was about to display the board when the patrons outside began to stir restlessly. A middle-aged man, who had previously inquired about the restaurant's location, approached him with a fiery demeanor, stating, "Boss, we've waited long enough and shown you enough respect. Hurry and bring me a bowl of beef noodles. And make sure the noodles are thick." His tone suggested that he considered himself the proprietor. Li Xian cast him a cold glance and replied nonchalantly, "Do you see the board? We're closing early today. If you wish to eat, go to the Yale restaurant outside the alley." The middle-aged man's brow furrowed in displeasure as he retorted, "Goodness, do you even know how to run a business? You can't just arbitrarily change your operating hours." With this, a chorus of dissent arose from the other patrons, each with their own motives, echoing, "Exactly. We've waited so long, and you won't even let us eat. Surely, the rumors about you were fabricated by the boss himself." As soon as the words were spoken, The atmosphere became so charged with tension that it felt as if it could explode at any moment. For reasons unknown, Li Xian sensed an impending aura of conspiracy drawing near. At that moment, the system, too, stirred from its slumber, producing a commotion. Chapter 30. Step aside. I am about to shine. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden mission. Step aside. I am about to shine. Mission description. In response to those who dare to challenge the host, who is destined to become a culinary deity, the host is to showcase their full prowess, dispel doubts, and conquer them with exquisite cuisine. Mission reward. Expansion of the small establishment along with new decorations. This reward is indeed quite generous. A hearty shout out to my comrades. Li Xian spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. Have you all seen the prices? If you're satisfied, please hand over your payment now to avoid any claims of being swindled later. Upon hearing Li Xian acquiesce to their demands, the crowd quieted down and began to line up to pay and enter. Once everyone had settled their bills and taken their seats to await their meals, Li Xian was taken aback to find that nearly all the patrons had come specifically for the beef noodles, save for one forlorn young woman who ordered a cake. As Li Xian completed his personal hygiene and donned a fresh outfit, preparing to enter the kitchen, he discovered that his arms ached to the point that he could scarcely lift a knife. He hurriedly inquired of the system, could you assist in healing my injuries? Otherwise, I cannot cook. Ding. It is recommended that the host seek assistance from Wang Kai. This system is solely responsible for cultivating the host into a culinary god of the ninja realm. All other matters are beyond its purview. Upon hearing the system's response, Li Xian could only mutter in complaint, heartless, how cruel. He then sought out Wang Kai for aid. After agreeing to make 20 meat buns daily for it, Wang Kai lazily extended its paw and placed it on Li Xian's back. Instantly, a refreshing sensation washed over Li Xian, causing him to exclaim in surprise. Within a minute, all his injuries had healed completely. The scars on his face and arms faded away to reveal skin as tender as that of a child. Li Xian pinched his cheek, astonished at how soft it felt, akin to a perfectly boiled egg. Most importantly, even his swollen posterior had returned to its original state. Turning to express his gratitude to Wang Kai, he found it, as usual, squinting its eyes, tongue lolling out, and resting quietly on the ground. Cursing under his breath at the lazy creature, Li Xian washed his hands, adjusted his attire, and formally entered the kitchen to commence cooking. Despite some customers expressing skepticism about his culinary skills, Li Xian remained steadfast in his resolve. For a chef, the primary duty is to focus on the craft of cooking. As he prepared the beef noodles, the aromatic fragrance wafted from the kitchen, captivating the patrons as if a stunning beauty stood before them, ensnaring their senses. One neutral guest, greedily inhaling the aroma, remarked with rapture, "This fragrance could only be found in the heavens. How often can one experience it on earth?" Well said. This brother possesses remarkable eloquence. Another neutral guest echoed, "Old man, I have lived for over 60 years, and this is the first time I have encountered such a fragrance. This aroma is so enticing that even at Yale, I have never experienced anything like it. For this scent alone, I would gladly declare this restaurant to be the finest." With such remarks from the two, the initially adverse atmosphere surrounding Li Xian was considerably alleviated. Some patrons, who had merely come to satisfy their curiosity, now found themselves filled with anticipation for Li Xian's beef noodles. Approximately half an hour later, as the crowd's impatience grew, eager to inquire about the readiness of their meals, Li Xian emerged from the kitchen, gracefully presenting bowls of beef noodles. The aroma of the noodles wafted through the air, swirling like ethereal spirits. A rich fragrance that tantalized the senses and whetted the appetite. The previously irritable middle-aged man gazed at the beef noodles before him, his heart racing with excitement. This man, named Jiro, bore an ordinary name and was an orphan. Despite his diligent training, he remained a mere genin. Yet, he had nurtured a singular dream since childhood, to become Hokage and protect his village. Alas, reality proved harsh, and he ultimately bowed to the weight of life's challenges. Nevertheless, he never relinquished hope, continually seeking ways to enhance his strength. Upon hearing that Li Xian's restaurant offered dishes capable of augmenting chakra, young Jiro, undeterred by the veracity of such claims, came here, clinging to the desperate hope that this time, fortune would favor him. With his hands clasped in prayer before his chest, he proclaimed, "I shall begin." He then seized the chopsticks beside him and dove into his meal. Slurping with fervor, he devoured a generous mouthful of noodles. The taste was exquisite. Having never encountered such delectable food, he found himself choking from eating too quickly, hastily pounding his chest and sipping the broth until he gradually regained composure. After finishing every last bit of the beef noodles, Jiro, clutching his full belly, sank back into his chair in bliss. Though this meal did not seem to enhance his chakra, the flavor was certainly commensurate with the price. As Jiro rose to leave the restaurant, he suddenly felt his chakra levels begin to rise steadily. Tears uncontrollably welled up in his eyes. A man's tears are seldom shed lightly, yet this was not a moment of sorrow. His emotional display was merely one of many among the patrons. Others were bowing repeatedly to Li Xian, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Witnessing such scenes, Li Xian could only adopt a lofty demeanor, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, silently accepting their admiration. Chapter 31. I merely wished to act with modesty. Jiro had harbored the dream of becoming Hokage throughout his life. Yet his innate talent was woefully inadequate, so much so that it led him to question his existence. After living a considerable portion of his life, he had barely managed to train to the level of a genin. Initially, he believed that his life would unfold as an ordinary lower ninja, leading a mundane existence. However, the delectable beef noodles crafted by Li Xian remarkably propelled him to the rank of a middle ninja. Slowly, Kojiro, the one who instigated the incident, approached Li Xian. Suddenly, he knelt before him with a resounding thud. It was astonishing. In front of everyone, he had chosen to prostrate himself. It is often said that a man's knees are worth their weight in gold, and men invariably hold their dignity in high esteem. Kojiro was no exception, otherwise he would have long abandoned his training in despair. What was even more significant was that he not only knelt publicly but also bowed deeply, striking his forehead against the ground 3 times. This was a momentous gesture in the world of Naruto, typically reserved for juniors paying respects to their esteemed elders. Li Xian was taken aback by this display and hastily moved to assist him, saying, "Brother, let us converse amicably. Please, rise." Yet, Kojiro remained obstinate, resolutely refusing to stand up, tears blurring his vision as he reached out in an emotional embrace. Li Xian, startled, instinctively dodged, jesting that he could perhaps tolerate a hug from a beautiful woman, but as for a grown man, he simply did not engage in such affections. His evasion caused Kojiro to grasp a nearby bench, mistaking it for Li Xian's thigh due to his blurred sight, and rested his face upon it, fervently exclaiming, "Boss, I apologize. I should never have doubted you. Your immense kindness is something I shall never forget. In the future, should you require my assistance in any capacity, even at the cost of my own life, I would not hesitate." At that moment, the entire room fell silent. The sound of chopsticks clattering to the floor echoed in the stillness. Everyone was astonished by Kojiro's fervent declaration, momentarily overlooking the absurdity of his cheek rubbing against the bench. It is noteworthy that although Kojiro was merely a lower ninja, his standing was akin to that of a squad leader in a sizable nation. The initially hostile patrons now fell into a hushed silence, unaware of the multitude of ninjas like Kojiro that this humble establishment had captivated. They dared not provoke the ire of the crowd. Meanwhile, Li Xian remained remarkably composed, for he already had a middle ninja in his employ. The presence of a lower ninja was merely a marginal embellishment. At this juncture, the system within Li Xian began to assert its presence once more. Hidden task, step aside. I am about to flaunt my prowess. Task description. For those who dare to challenge the future culinary god that is the host must showcase all their strength, dispelling any doubts and conquering them with exquisite cuisine. Task reward. Expansion of the small establishment and acquisition of new decor. Task completed. Rewards have been dispensed. Wait. Li Xian urgently communicated with the system in his mind. Let us postpone the renovations until the guests have departed to avoid unnecessary commotion. Beep. The system acknowledged. The system spoke in a serious and solemn manner. With the task accomplished, Li Xian felt a surge of joy. Even his gaze towards the kneeling Kojiro softened with a hint of benevolence. He then addressed Kojiro, who remained prostrate on the ground. I accept your heartfelt gesture. Now rise quickly, or else I shall have no choice but to place you on the blacklist of my establishment. Indeed, this statement struck a chord. Kojiro trembled and hastily got to his feet, offering his apologies. The other patrons, having savored the exquisite dishes before them, prepared to depart. Suddenly, Li Xian called out to them, saying, "Dear guests, I kindly request that you do not divulge the events of today after you leave, for this proprietor values discretion. Should anyone breach this request, they shall find themselves unwelcome in this establishment henceforth." Observing the aloof figure of the owner, the guests recalled the village's rumors. Realizing that the master had chosen this remote location precisely to maintain a low profile. Instantly, their respect for the owner surged like an unending river. In their minds, Li Xian's stature resembled the loftiest peak of the ninja realm, one to be revered from afar, never to be regarded as an equal. Yet, Li Xian was not preoccupied with such thoughts. At that moment, he simply wished to develop his business discreetly until Wang Kai's strength was restored. After all, one must tread carefully in a world where the flourishing may attract the winds of misfortune. Without absolute power, one must advance with caution, lest the hard-won foundation be seized by ruthless adversaries. Little did Li Xian realize that his actions inadvertently rendered him enigmatic in the eyes of the onlookers. Once the guests had departed, Li Xian sighed in relief and approached the kitchen's oven, retrieving the freshly baked cream cake, which he presented to a woman seated at a table. She appeared quite ordinary, save for the fact that she was with child. It was perplexing to consider how a man could be so engrossed in his endeavors that he neglects to accompany his pregnant wife. Such irresponsibility was troubling. However, would she be able to finish such a large cake? Li Xian mused internally while maintaining a pleasant demeanor as he gently placed the cake on her table. Chapter 32. I desire a charming decoration. Throughout the encounter, the woman uttered not a single word. Her eyes were devoid of vitality, fixated on her rounded belly. Clearly, something weighed heavily upon her. Li Xian speculated silently as he set the cake down, dividing it into 8 equal portions, which he then placed into paper plates arranged neatly before her. He positioned a fork to her right. Thank you. Her voice was soft as a whisper, evoking the thought that she may have once been a refined woman before her marriage. With fingers as delicate as jade, she grasped the fork, and her previously lifeless eyes sparkled with a glimmer of life, as if recalling a cherished memory. Her cherry-red lips parted slightly, and she scraped the velvety white cream from the cake, bringing it to her mouth. As her tongue made contact, a rich, creamy aroma instantly enveloped her entire mind. Suddenly, she was transported back to a time before her pregnancy, when her husband had taken her on leisurely outings through the fields. The enchanting scenery, the invigorating air, and the incessant mooing of cows nearby flooded her senses. She closed her eyes, savoring each bite as if she wished to engrave the taste of the cream cake into her memory. This moment felt interminably long, akin to an entire century passing by. After indulging in 3 slices of cake, the woman blissfully licked the remnants of cream from her lips, then picked up a napkin from the table to wipe away the traces of moisture, lingering reluctantly before departing. What perplexed Li Xian most was that if she cherished the cake so dearly, why not take some home? Although he had inadvertently caught sight of the exquisite watch adorning her right wrist, worth millions, he mused that perhaps this was simply a pastime of the affluent. She came quietly, savored quietly, and left quietly. Fortunately, Wang Kai had quite the appetite. He would relish the leftover cake later. Li Xian reflected on how fortunate Wang Kai was to have such a good owner, as if he had accumulated 8 lifetimes of good fortune. Once the restaurant was empty save for himself, Li Xian addressed the system, it is time to proceed with the renovations. Beep. The system acknowledged. Please, host. Begin selecting the restaurant's decor style. Oh, there is a selection process. I had thought it was predetermined. How intriguing. It seems my luck is about to be tested. Heaven, grant me favor. May the 6-path sage look upon me kindly. Li Xian clasped his hands in prayer towards the ceiling. For a player who had devoted 3 years to playing on Myoji without ever summoning a rare spirit, he knew that no amount of prayer would change his fortunes. The system retorted, please acknowledge the reality of your luck, host. Humph. At least I still possess a 2-faced Buddha, Li Xian countered. However, how could the system comprehend this? It was merely a reflection of Li Xian's idle musings since his arrival in this world, shared with the system, unbeknownst to him. His casual remarks had become fodder for the system's sarcastic retorts. After all, it was merely a coveted spirit that had been exchanged for something of value. The system remarked once more. Just as Li Xian was about to engage in a spirited debate with the system, a virtual disc manifested before him, capturing his attention. The circle was divided into 12 segments, each representing a potential decor element for the restaurant. These decorative themes would ultimately define the restaurant's future ambience. Li Xian expressed disdain for several of the proposed themes, a prison-themed eatery featuring an atmosphere reminiscent of incarceration, where each table was adorned with imposing iron cages, allowing patrons to experience life akin to that of a convict, and a charming girl-themed establishment, its walls adorned with bold illustrations of various anime-style beauties, which had garnered enthusiastic reception. In a shop characterized by a hellish aesthetic, adorned predominantly in shades of dark and eerie black, the occasional chilling breeze evokes a sense of terror, making it an unparalleled choice for testing one's courage. Contrastingly, the prairie-themed establishment, enveloped in lush, verdant greens, beckons those who might be feeling unwell due to an excess of green. If someone nearby appears overwhelmed by the color, it is high time to escort them to a medical facility for an examination of potential color blindness. With a sigh of despair, Li Xian lamented, "System, might I inquire if these themes can be altered or discarded? They are truly distasteful to me." "No," the system responded with solemnity and gravity. "As a future culinary master, one must be adept in various restaurant styles. Just as on the day of your culinary triumph, even the simplest dish will garner widespread admiration. Alas, the vastness of the universe pales in comparison to the might of the system," Li Xian mused, feeling quite powerless against the formidable system. With no alternative, he silently prayed that his luck would not lead him to the peculiar themes he dreaded. Closing his eyes, he called out, "Begin the draw." The systems will commence its swift rotation. After approximately 10 seconds, the whirring sound faded away. Ding. Theme selection complete. Proceed with restaurant renovation and expansion, the system announced. As soon as the words fell, a brilliant white light enveloped the entire restaurant. When the luminosity dissipated, a brand new and spacious restaurant materialized before Li Xian. He surveyed his surroundings, taken aback by the startling transformation. Chapter 33. The Navy-themed restaurant. The original decor had undergone minimal alteration. The walls had transformed into a pristine white, while the deep blue ceiling somewhat tempered the brightness, preventing an overwhelming sensation. The expanded restaurant could now accommodate 50 patrons. However, an urgent matter must be reiterated thrice. Why were the statues of the 3 Navy admirals, Kizaru, Akiji, and Akainu, positioned prominently in the center of the dining hall, occupying such valuable space? Perhaps the sole redeeming feature was the restaurant's entrance, where the word justice graced either side. Moreover, the system's output was undoubtedly exquisite. The lettering was robust and unembellished, yet it encompassed a grand essence, captivating the gaze of all who beheld it, a masterpiece of a renowned artisan. Perplexed, Li Xian inquired, "System, is this not a restaurant from One Piece? Could you clarify the rationale behind the placement of those 3 statues? Most importantly, could you adjust their poses? This arrangement makes Kizaru appear utterly disinterested in dining." Indeed, Kizaru's somewhat lewd appearance, combined with such an awkward stance, was rather nauseating. Promptly, the system made necessary adjustments. Akainu and Akiji stood proudly on either side, their capes billowing dramatically behind them, exuding an air of gallantry. Meanwhile, Kizaru sat between them on a sofa, clutching a handful of riches, his expression stern and serious. The thoughts of Li Xian were inevitably drawn to the comments made by others about Kizaru in his past life. As long as the salary is right, even the 4 emperors would be at your service. Indeed, while Kizaru often appeared nonchalant, when he unleashed his full strength, his presence was undeniably formidable. As Li Xian pondered over the statue, the system began to stir once more. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Navy restaurant theme from One Piece. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering a hidden advanced task, but due to the host's insufficient strength, it will only be unlocked once the host becomes a culinary deity in the ninja world. We hope you continue to strive. Upon receiving these 2 notifications, Li Xian seemed to have an epiphany. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, for the paramount task at hand was to execute the present duties with excellence. If he could not manage this trivial matter, how could he aspire to accomplish greater feats in the future? He then picked up the previous wooden board, inscribed the words "business" suspended on the back, and retreated to his room for sleep. He needed to rise early the next day to prepare steamed buns for Wonkai. Most importantly, if he woke up early enough, he would avoid being blocked by customers, thus allowing him to train joyfully. After all, every boy harbors the dream of becoming strong. As for the customers who had long departed, surely there would be some who would disregard Li Xian's threats. The village was vast, and with so many people, how could one ascertain that it was he who leaked the information? Thus, this matter once again stirred commotion within the village. At the Hokage building, Kakashi handed a report to the 3rd Hokage, his expression grave. "Hokage-sama, the recent disturbances in the village seem closely tied to this restaurant. Should we take action?" The 3rd Hokage took several deep puffs from his pipe, releasing a cloud of smoke, and replied nonchalantly, "Kakashi, you have worked hard during this time." He then retrieved a document from his drawer and handed it to Kakashi, stating, "I will assign someone else to handle this matter. Right now, we need you for something else." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Kakashi took the document with a serious demeanor, anticipating a particularly challenging task. However, upon opening it, he was taken aback. To his astonishment, it contained the roster for Team 7, of which he was a guiding instructor. The students included Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno. Having two troublemakers in his class was quite the revelation, and Kakashi felt a headache coming on at the mere thought of the future. Gone were the days when he could leisurely indulge in make-out paradise. Observing Kakashi's silence, the third Hokage mistakenly assumed he was dissatisfied with his assignment and quickly reassured him. Kakashi, I understand that this task may be a bit demanding for someone as laid back as you. However, I cannot entrust Sasuke and Naruto to anyone else. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Kakashi immediately grasped his true intentions. Naruto is not only the son of his teacher, but also the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. A figure of significant strategic importance entrusted to someone of considerable strength like himself. As for Sasuke, it is primarily to silence certain individuals within the village, and most importantly, to safeguard Sasuke, as it is the wish of a certain individual. Only the third Hokage is privy to this matter. Regarding Sakura Haruno, her inclusion is purely a political necessity, ensuring that the villagers recognize that the Hokage still considers the common folk. In summary, the class division is largely a result of behind-the-scenes maneuvering. The trio of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji serves as a quintessential example. As for the commoners, unless one possesses extraordinary talents or opportunities akin to those of Jiraiya, who would be overly concerned for them? Chapter 34. Night of the Dog Slayer. I understand, Lord Hokage. Kakashi picked up the documents and was about to leave when the third Hokage suddenly added, by the way, about that child Sasuke. I hope you can cultivate his worldview correctly so that he does not follow the path of the former Uchiha clan. Understood. After Kakashi departed, a masked Umbu ninja emerged from the shadows and knelt before the third Hokage. The third Hokage's demeanor shifted, and he sternly inquired, "Have you clarified the matter?" Instantly, the Umbu ninja felt as though a great weight bore down upon him. Struggling against the immense pressure, he weakly replied, "I am sorry, my lord. I have yet to uncover the truth." In a moment of clarity, the oppressive aura enveloping the Umbu ninja vanished as if it had never existed. The third Hokage sighed softly and said, This is not your fault. You may go and rest." The Umbu ninja, fearing to linger further, promptly exited the office and retreated to a concealed location, removing his mask, his face drenched in sweat. This elite jonin was formidable, having once graced the battlefield and boasting the remarkable ability to contend with 5 ninjas of equal rank simultaneously. He once believed he was but a step away from the level of Hokage, thinking that with another 3 or 4 years of training, he could reach that pinnacle. However, this night revealed to him just how far he still had to go. Reflecting on the prior sensation, he felt akin to an ant facing a human. It was no wonder that during times of great conflict, villages were reluctant to deploy their strongest Hokage-level fighters, as they were akin to strategic nuclear weapons. Standing by the window, the third Hokage gazed upon the thriving village and murmured, "No matter who it is, none shall disrupt Konoha." Meanwhile, our protagonist had long since succumbed to slumber. As the saying goes, early to bed and early to rise makes one healthy, while staying up late and rising late depletes one's vitality. Throughout the night, every household had fallen into a deep sleep, and the only sounds on the streets were those of the patrolling guards, with no other noises to be heard. However, a sudden shadow materialized near the patrol team. Once the patrol had departed, this individual moved swiftly along the wall, nearly soundless, as if gliding on air. With a deft maneuver, he conjured a gentle breeze and landed in a narrow alley behind a restaurant. Raising his head, he revealed bright eyes, tinged with a hint of greed, as he peered around the corner at the Li Xian restaurant. Nearby, a large black dog lay sprawled on the ground, snoring peacefully. "Curse black dog. This morning, you had the audacity to kick me 10 meters away, humiliating me before the crowd. Tonight, your life shall be the price of your insolence." It turned out that this individual was the Chunin who had been unceremoniously tossed aside by the dog earlier. To his astonishment, he had returned so swiftly to exact vengeance. Approaching the slumbering beast, he observed its undisturbed repose, showing no signs of waking. The Chunin let out a soft, admiring click of his tongue. Captivated by the dog's impressive stature, his right hand delved into his pocket, swiftly producing a sharp kunai that glistened ominously in the dim light, radiating a cold brilliance. "Filthy mud, prepare to pay with your life. So much meat would make for a delectable feast." The Chunin could not suppress a salacious lick of his lips, his eyes narrowing as he thrust the kunai toward the unsuspecting dog. He aimed to take the creature silently, needing to be swift and precise, a single, fatal strike to avoid alerting the patrol. This was not his first foray into such dark deeds. He had done so on the battlefield a dozen times or more. However, He had to admit, the flesh of these canine spirit beasts was quite chewy. With a crack, the sound of the kunai breaking echoed through the shadowy alley. Fortunately, the location was secluded, and the patrol rarely ventured here. Visiting 3 times a week was considered diligent. Moreover, the Chunin found himself quite fortunate, as it happened to be one of those days when the patrol was absent. Staring incredulously at the broken kunai, he thought, how could this be? With narrowed eyes, he stowed the shattered weapon and retrieved another sharp kunai, driving it forcefully toward the black dog. I stab again. But wait. The Chunin, overwhelmed, plopped down onto the ground, gazing at the kunai he had thrust so persistently, now reduced to merely a handle in his grasp. A disquieting premonition washed over him as he turned to the great black dog, which had now opened its drowsy eyes and slowly turned its head, regarding the intruder with a strangely human-like expression. The Chunin's eyes widened, and the dog's gaze sharpened. They locked eyes for what felt like an eternity. After a few moments, the black dog finally spoke. Hey, you there. What brings you, clad in black, to tickle your grandpa dog at such an hour? Is it amusing? Stunned once more by the talking canine before him, the Chunin could hardly believe his ears. Could this great black dog truly speak? Wang Kai rolled his eyes. Although he was oblivious to the intentions of the man in black who had intruded upon him at such an ungodly hour with a kunai. And though the kunai's prick against his body brought no pain, the disturbance to his beauty sleep was utterly unforgivable. Amidst the stunned expressions of the Chunin, Wang Kai, who had been lying down, suddenly stood upright. The Chunin's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the large black dog approaching him, walking with an almost human-like gait. Inside the restaurant, Li Xin slept soundly, completely unaware of the commotion outside. Even if he had known, he would likely have merely smirked. Who would dare to provoke Wang Kai in the dead of night? Had they consumed too much courage? The cold moonlight cascaded down from the heavens, illuminating the black dog striding on 2 legs in the alley, casting a long shadow behind it. The black dog regarded the figure in black with a calm gaze, contemplating the audacity of a mere thief daring to threaten him with a kunai. At that moment, the Chunin's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. Could this large black dog truly speak? Such a phenomenon was rare. Apart from Kakashi's talking Pakin, he had never encountered another speaking ninja dog. Yet, while that dog could converse, it lacked formidable strength. Could this creature be the fabled dog sage? But were there not canine beings among the 3 great sanctuaries possessing sage abilities? Wang Kai advanced with the poise of a human, his canine countenance adorned with a hint of sardonic mockery, causing the Chunin to feel a chill run down his spine. Regret washed over him as he pondered why he had sought revenge in the first place. Would it not be wiser to retreat and seek peace instead? I sense a murderous intent emanating from you, Wang Kai remarked nonchalantly. Why would you harbor such intent towards a dog? Wang Kai halted his advance, fixing his gaze on the man in black, and asked calmly. The Chunin's eyes widened in shock, prompting him to retreat hastily until he found himself 20 meters away from the imposing black dog. Observing the man's rapid retreat, Wang Kai languidly extended his tongue, licking his plump paw. I'm asking you a question. Why are you running? Wang Kai muttered, then suddenly swung his paw towards the retreating figure. With a resounding thud, an immense pressure slammed the Chunin to the ground, rendering him immobile. Now, speak. Why did you attempt to stab your lord dog with a kunai at this late hour? Wang Kai inquired as he approached the fallen man. The Chunin's face was a mask of terror. He felt as if he were crushed beneath a colossal mountain. This aura was something he had only encountered in the presence of shadow-level warriors on the battlefield, but even their presence paled in comparison to this. Oh, still quite defiant. Are we? If you remain silent, it seems you shall witness the consequences of your reticence, Wang Kai declared. Then, under the Chunin's horrified gaze, Wang Kai gently tapped his paw against the floor. The tiles beneath him shattered instantaneously, leaving behind a plump paw print imprinted in the debris. Adhering to the adage that a wise man avoids immediate peril, the Chunin immediately cried out for mercy. Lord Dog, I beg you, please, spare my life. His voice trembled with desperation on the verge of tears. Humph. Wang Kai let out a cold snort before saying, this area has been enveloped by my barrier, Dog Master. No matter how loud the noise, only the 2 of us can hear it, so you might as well abandon those little schemes. The man in black, skeptical, shouted several times but received no response, ultimately resigning himself to the truth. He revealed the motive behind today's assassination attempt on the black dog. Oh, is that all? The Dog Master inquired with suspicion. Dog Master, I only came tonight seeking vengeance for this morning's grievances. I assure you, there are no ulterior motives. The CH Neen feigned composure, Yet a flicker of panic in his eyes did not escape Wonkai's notice. In that case, there is no need for you to trouble yourself further. I shall take my leave at once, the Nin hastily replied. Think it's that easy to leave? Wonkai's gaze bore into the Nin's eyes. He firmly grasped the Nin's head with his paws, forcing their eyes to meet. During this moment of connection, the Nin's eyes became vacant, staring blankly at Wonkai, as if his memories were being laid bare. After a while, Wonkai, filled with fury, exclaimed, "You dare to turn this dog master into a dish for drinking? Such audacity!" Boom. The Nin was once again pressed deeply into the ground by the overwhelming aura. As the external pressure jolted him back to reality, the Nin quickly pleaded, "Dogmaster, let us talk this over calmly." Bang! Before he could finish, Wonkai's plump paw came crashing down on him, sending blood and flesh splattering in all directions, staining Wonkai's originally black fur with crimson. "Humph. Those who wish to devour this dog master must die," he muttered, his gaze drifting to the ravaged and blood-soaked street, lost in contemplation. However, how to restore the scene to its former state after such a ruckus tonight? If someone were to pass by tomorrow and witness this sight, they would surely report it. And once reported, the formidable beings of this world would come to investigate. Unfortunately, my current strength barely measures up to half the shadow level in this realm. What a headache. Chapter 36. The secret between the system and Wonkai. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly reverberated in Wonkai's mind. Ding. Difficulty detected in Wonkai's current situation. Do you require assistance? Upon hearing the system's words, Wonkai roared, "Damn you, old fool. Stop pretending to be a system. That little brat doesn't even know my name after all these years together. You still don't know who I am? Address me by my true name, the magnificent, carefree, handsome Lord Xiaodian." Understood, Wonkai. The system echoed the former title, but this time, the mechanical tone transformed into that of an elderly man, imbued with warmth and familiarity. "Old fellow, do you think we can ever return to our original world? I find myself suddenly nostalgic for the little flower next door at old Wong's house." Wonkai lamented with a tinge of melancholy in his voice. "Sigh, I find myself at a loss. Ever since my physical form was obliterated a millennium ago, a phenomenon known as the system has sought to consume me. Yet, who am I? I am the universally acknowledged culinary deity of the Xiantian realm. Though merely a chef, had I not possessed a formidable foundation of strength, I would have long since been imprisoned to toil in the kitchen." The system lamented. "Old ghost, what treasure did you come upon that incited so many formidable beings to pursue you relentlessly? Fortunately, after your demise, I avenged you, only to fall into their trap after vanquishing but a few of your foes. Had it not been for my superior skills, I would have perished there." Wonkai reminisced. "Humph. Ultimately, it was I who intervened, bringing you to this world and mending some of your injuries. Otherwise, you would have long since become a mere skeleton." The system retorted. "That was also for your vengeance, so you ought to express some gratitude towards me, the venerable dog." Wonkai bared his teeth. Thus, the two faced each other defiantly. After 2 minutes, it was the system that first relented, saying, all right, it is all my fault. Is that satisfactory?" Upon hearing the system admit its mistake, Wonkai, in a haughty manner, responded, "I, the venerable dog, can reluctantly accept that." Then, he inquired, "By the way, when shall we return to our world? Have you recovered your strength?" The system replied coolly, "To return to our realm, we must wait until that young chef's skills reach a level where the fragrance alone can beckon multitudes from their abodes, akin to a celestial realm. As for my strength, I have nearly regained the status of a half-step 6 paths level powerhouse in this world, but to reach the true 6 paths level will require some time. Alas, it seems that our return is still a distant prospect. I recall that it took you perhaps 100,000 or even 200,000 years to attain that level. Such a lengthy duration has left me somewhat forgetful. Very well, I shall leave this predicament in your hands. I am off to sleep." With that, Wonkai's aura intensified, and his form reverted to its original ebony hue, as he made his way to his resting place to resume his dream journey. Seeing this, the system refrained from further comment, and an ethereal figure materialized in the alley, hands clasped in prayer, murmuring incomprehensible words. Subsequently, the dilapidated alley returned to its former state. The next task was to erase the memories of this individual from the minds of all who knew him. With a command of temporal power, the system declared, "Memory eradication." As the words fell, a cascade of luminous points emanated from the alley, silently merging into the consciousness of those familiar with this Jonin, obliterating all recollections of him, including that of the third Hokage. Shaking his head, he muttered about feeling unusually fatigued today, realizing he should retire early, and thus he proceeded homeward. After completing all of this, the system reverted to its original mechanical tone, its ethereal form dissipating into the air as if nothing had transpired. The night remained tranquil, just as it had always been. The following day, at the appointed hour, as the first light of dawn graced the sky, Li Xian rose from his bed. After completing his morning routine, he commenced the preparation of meat buns. Thanks to the vitality bestowed upon him by his physical training and the remarkable powers transmitted by Wang Kai, Li Xian found himself devoid of any fatigue upon finishing the 50 meat buns. After placing them beside Wang Kai, he closed the restaurant's door and hung the previous wooden sign at the front, setting out with the remaining 25 meat buns to begin his training for the day. 10 minutes later, returning customers from the previous day, along with new patrons drawn by curiosity, arrived at the restaurant's entrance. However, upon their initial glance at Li Xian's establishment, a flicker of disappointment crossed their eyes. The restaurant was exceedingly plain, in stark contrast to the distinctly Japanese ambience of the famous Ichiraka ramen. Li Xian's small eatery bore no external decorations or unique style. Perhaps the pristine white exterior could be considered a hallmark? Surely, in this modern age, such a singular hue was inadequate. Even the most impoverished homes would typically showcase at least 3 colors in their decor. Nevertheless, one could hardly blame them. After all, in an era that places great emphasis on appearances, such factors often dictate the limits of one's endeavors. Most significantly, they had previously envisioned Li Xian's restaurant in an overly optimistic light, and the harsh reality shattered those expectations, leaving a palpable sense of disappointment. Yet, some observant individuals noticed the 2 prominent characters inscribed above the entrance. An elderly gentleman, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, approached and studied the sign intently, pronouncing the word justice with solemnity. A flush of excitement colored his aged face as he exclaimed, "Excellent. A splendid character." Anyone witnessing a man of his advanced age, so animated, would inevitably feel a surge of curiosity and approach him. A young man stepped forward and inquired, "Old man, what is so special about this character? It merely appears larger and more square than others. My handwriting is quite similar. Would you like me to write something for you to alleviate your fatigue?" To his surprise, the old man shot him a disdainful glance, snorted derisively, and retorted, "You, young man, possess a remarkably shallow understanding. Go back and refine your skills for a few more years before speaking." Feeling insulted by the elder's remarks, the young man bristled and retorted angrily, "You old man, I extend you a modicum of courtesy, and instead of gratitude, you insult me. Who do you think you are?" The elderly gentleman showed no sign of retreat. Brimming with pride as he declared, "I am but a humble man, but 3 years ago, in the very spot where leaves danced in the air, a fire would ignite. The flames illuminated the village and encouraged the trees to sprout anew. The will of fire is indelible, and it is I who penned those words." This was the epitome of arrogance. His posture and tone exuded an air of a reclusive sage. Upon hearing that he had once inscribed characters for the village, the young man realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Yet, how many youthful spirits are there in a lifetime? In the exuberance of youth, one often exhibits a reckless bravado. With the audacity of a young bull unafraid of tigers, the lad retorted, "Humph. If that is the case, do enlighten me on the significance of these 2 characters." Though the elder's exterior bore the marks of age, his spirit remained youthful, ignited by a competitive fire within. He cast a disdainful glance at the young man and replied with a hint of scorn, "Youngster, you ought to be grateful that I have mellowed with age. Otherwise, your insolent words would have earned you a few punches to the face." Ignoring the young man's furious glare, he continued, "Listen closely. These 2 characters alone reflect the mastery of an esteemed calligrapher. Their form is precise, and they exhibit a myriad of subtle variations. I wager that even a century hence, these characters will remain vibrant, having attained a depth that penetrates the very wood. Furthermore, when you behold the characters for justice, do you not feel a fervor igniting within your heart? The artistry of these characters transcends mere aesthetics. They possess an essence that can draw a contemplative observer into their profound realm. This is the pinnacle of artistry I have yearned for." Upon hearing the elder's words, the onlookers, save for the lad, were engulfed in a sense of shame for their prior actions. Indeed, how can one merely regard the surface of things without appreciating their deeper significance? At that moment, the imposing figure of Li Xian was once again elevated in the hearts of the crowd. True masters are indeed distinguished. Even their casual script exudes elegance and sophistication. The young man, visibly displeased, thought to himself, "This cantankerous old man has truly embarrassed me in front of everyone." Were it not for the village's decree against harming the elderly and children, I would have unleashed my 20-year mastery of the turtle fist upon him. With a heavy heart, he cast his gaze about, and suddenly his eyes fell upon the message inscribed on a wooden board at the entrance. In an instant, akin to a withered tree awakening in spring, he excitedly addressed the elder. Sir, would you kindly elucidate the script upon this board? Under the young man's mocking gaze, the elder scrutinized the board with utmost seriousness. Due to the proprietor's absence for training, the establishment will close early today. The elder felt an overwhelming urge to spew forth a crimson torrent of indignation. Goodness, is this some kind of jest? Moreover, as a chef, should he not focus on his culinary craft rather than engage in training? Such lack of dedication is lamentable. Just moments ago, he proclaimed the owner a master calligrapher. And now, with this very passage, he has dealt himself a stinging blow to his own pride. This script, even a child who has just learned to write would surpass in skill. Having finally managed to pose as a connoisseur, he was instantly humiliated at his age. His heart could scarcely bear it. Nevertheless, wisdom comes with age, and after a brief pause, the elder devised a counter-strategy. Clearing his throat gently, he composed himself and remarked, Young man, throughout history, geniuses often harbor peculiar idiosyncrasies. The proprietor's actions merely reflect his capriciousness. Indeed, this explanation was commendably articulated, and the elder silently commended himself for his ingenuity. The young man beside them was momentarily dazed by the impressive combination of moves. His mother was right. He was still too young and inexperienced. It was best for him to return and hone his skills before engaging in any further battles. With a heavy heart, he left the place that had brought him such sorrow. Meanwhile, the elderly man stood tall and proud, akin to a victorious rooster. Feeling as though his vigor had not diminished, it was indeed a cause for celebration, and he planned to indulge in a feast later. However, something seemed amiss. The old man glanced again at the signboard. Due to fatigue from training, the shop will close early today. Upon reading this, the crowd's spirits plummeted, and they felt an inexplicable ache in their hearts. Chapter 38, Team 7, Ninja Academy. How slow, Naruto exclaimed, leaning out to survey the corridor, his voice laced with frustration. Sakura, noticing his restlessness, retorted, Naruto, can you not just sit still for a moment? But why is it only our Team 7's teacher who is so tardy? The teachers from other classes have already taken the new students elsewhere. Even Irika-sensei has left. Naruto replied, his mind racing with concern. Would this new teacher be like the others and take a disliking to him? How should I know? Sakura replied irritably, her cheeks flushing as she added, Hey, what are you doing, Naruto? Sitting silently, Sasuke, with his cold demeanor, was also distracted by their banter and turned to look at Naruto. To his surprise, he saw Naruto grinning mischievously as he wedged a chalk-covered eraser between the door and the frame. Once he had completed his prank, he jumped down from the bench, smugly declaring, if anyone should be blamed, it's him for being late. Sakura sighed, honestly, I'm not dealing with you anymore, yet inwardly, she reveled in the excitement of the moment. Sasuke cast a disdainful glance, remarking, no way would a jonin fall for such a pathetic trap. At this, Sakura quickly chimed in, exactly. Naruto is such a fool. No sooner had she spoken than a pair of slender hands appeared from the gap in the door. The trio instantly focused their attention, observing intently. When the door swung open, much to Sasuke's astonishment, the entering teacher, caught completely off guard, was struck perfectly by the chalk eraser, resulting in a cascade of chalk dust over his head. Sasuke was left speechless, thinking to himself, is this really a jonin? It feels rather unbelievable. Though Sakura felt a surge of excitement, she maintained her facade of decorum and apologized. I'm so sorry, sensei. I told Naruto not to do that, but he wouldn't listen. Naruto, unabashed, burst into laughter, exclaiming, you fell for it. You actually fell for it. Haha, Kakashi remarked. Is this truly the son of my master? What a disappointment. Kakashi, with his eyes half closed and chin resting on his hand, remarked, to be honest, my first impression of you all is rather unpleasant. As he glanced around at the trio's eager expressions, he continued, Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke. Subsequently, Kakashi led them to an expansive rooftop and suggested, now, why don't we begin with self-introductions? Sakura, perplexed, inquired, what should we say in our introductions? Kakashi shrugged and replied, simply share what you like, what you dislike, your future aspirations, and your interests, something along those lines. Sitting on the ground, Naruto exclaimed, I think it would be better if you introduced yourself first, sensei. Me? Kakashi pointed to himself, then proceeded with his formal introduction. I am Hatake Kakashi. As for what I like and dislike, I prefer not to disclose that. The three stared at him in astonishment, but Kakashi paid no mind to their gaze and continued. Future dreams, huh? Well, I have many interests. Sakura rolled her eyes and remarked. In the end, we only learned his name. The other two nodded in agreement. Kakashi spread his arms and said, Now, it's your turn. He looked at Naruto and said, Let's start with you. Naruto immediately responded with enthusiasm. I am Uzumaki Naruto. My favorite food is the meals prepared by Big Brother Irika. I despise waiting 3 minutes for instant noodles, and my interest lies in competitive eating of ramen. My dream is to surpass the Hokage, so I must have the entire village acknowledge my existence. Kakashi wiped a drop of cold sweat from his brow. Oh, I see. This boy's journey is indeed entertaining. He then called out loudly, Next. Sakura blushed and excitedly declared, I am Haruno Sakura, and I like. Casting a starry-eyed glance at Sasuke. And my interests are and my future dreams are, Kakashi, still sweating, prompted, and what do you dislike? Naruto, she replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately shed tears. What a blow. Kakashi shook his head. Finally, Sasuke coldly stated, I am Uchiha Sasuke. There are many things I like and dislike. But I do not possess a dream that is merely spoken of. What I have is ambition. I aim to restore the Uchiha clan and eliminate that man. Kakashi sighed inwardly, realizing he had been entrusted with a formidable task by the Hokage. His head throbbed at the thought of having 2 troubled children in one class, each with escalating issues. Truly, it was concerning. Wait, I have that. Seemingly struck by a thought, Kakashi's eyes lit up as he announced, That concludes our introductions. We shall commence our mission tomorrow at 5 in the afternoon. Chapter 39, Seeking Irika's Assistant Sensei. What is the mission? Naruto was the first to ask. Beneath Kakashi's mask lay a peculiar smile as he declared, Let us commence the outdoor survival exercise. This is no ordinary drill. Observing the trio's nonchalant expressions, he felt a surge of mischievous delight and continued, Your adversary is none other than me. What? The three exclaimed in unison. Naruto, with a bewildered look, asked, Teacher, what kind of exercise is that? A chilling laugh escaped Kakashi's lips, and with a grave demeanor, he replied, This assessment bears a formidable difficulty. With an elimination rate exceeding 66%. Among the 27 graduates, only 9 will be acknowledged as genin. The remainder will be sent back to the academy for further training. What? The trio's expressions grew increasingly serious. Kakashi reveled in their palpable anxiety, reminiscent of his own experiences under the 4th Hokage. It was rumored that this tradition stemmed from the 2nd Hokage's time with his students. Could it be that this was a special privilege of the Hokage lineage? Kakashi's thoughts wandered. Once Kakashi departed, the 3 split up to prepare for the morrow's exercise. Only Naruto remained seated on a park bench, his face etched with distress. Due to Li Xian's interference, Naruto had not acquired his signature jutsu, the shadow clone technique, as he did in the original tale. Presently, he faced a challenge of hellish proportions. Damn it, what should I do? I don't want to return to the ninja academy. Naruto lamented, tugging at his hair, hoping the pain would hasten a solution. Finally, a notion, though not quite a solution, struck him. Of course, I still have brother Li Xian. He is so powerful. He must have a way to make me stronger. With the image of that towering figure, second only to his parents in his heart, Naruto felt a rush of excitement and conviction that only Li Xian could aid him in overcoming this predicament. True to his nature, he acted swiftly and soon found himself before Li Xian's restaurant. However, he was met with the sight of an empty establishment, its doors firmly shut. Cursed be it. Why did brother Li Xian close so early? Naruto mused, glancing at the darkening sky, which was being enveloped by night. Typically, this was the hour when Li Xian would be closing up. Undeterred, he approached to knock on the door, only to discover a sign stating, due to training. The proprietor is exhausted and has closed early today. In that instant, Naruto felt as though he had been turned to stone. He stood motionless beneath the twilight, the cool breeze stirring golden leaves around him, painting a dismal picture. At that moment, a passerby, who had dined there that morning, remarked, What a capricious owner. If I had the means, I would make him cook until his hands ached. Let us see if he still runs off like this. Having long regarded Li Xian as a savior, Naruto could only return home with a heavy heart, vowing to arrive early the next day. Outside the Hidden Leaf village, 2 figures were running laps around the village. Puffing and panting, Li Xian, fatigued, clutched his abdomen, his face paling noticeably. It was astonishing that he had just completed a staggering 10 kilometers in one go in his previous life. Even running 2 kilometers would have left him fainting on the ground, let alone this distance. Fortunately, his body had received some enhancements. Otherwise, he would have surely collapsed on the track. Beside him, Xiaoli appeared unfazed, his breathing remarkably steady. In fact, Xiaoli had deliberately strapped on several weights to his own body to accommodate Li Xian. Otherwise, he would have lapped him countless times by now. Here, your drink, Xiaoli said, offering a specially formulated beverage designed to replenish energy during physical training once Li Xian had sufficiently recovered. Li Xian accepted the drink without hesitation, but his gaze inadvertently flicked to Xiao Li's ankles, causing his mouth to twitch in disbelief. Strapped around Xiao Li's ankles were several lead weights, each the size of a palm, looking quite formidable. If he were to bind such weights to his own ankles, he doubted he would be able to take a single step. Moreover, he could only imagine how many such weights Xiaoli bore. Yet, despite this diligent effort, Xiaoli had nearly faced ruin in the early stages of his training. It demonstrated that one could easily find oneself outmatched with a sufficiently powerful external aid. One could become an invincible force. Most of these aids manifested in ninjutsu, while physical techniques were rarely enhanced in such a manner. This was primarily because training in physical techniques required an immense amount of resources, and the results were often slow to materialize. Take the beverage in Li Xian's hand. For instance, it had been specially concocted in secret within the village. Currently, only jonin were privileged enough to receive it, while the lower-ranked shinobi were not so fortunate. This particular drink had been provided by Might Guy for Xiao Li's training, and Xiao Li had chosen to share it with Li Xian due to his frail constitution, which, if left unaddressed, could lead to permanent damage. Seeing that Li Xian was nearly recovered, Xiao Li suggested, "Let's conclude today's training here. We may have overdone it today. Take a moment to rest." Li Xian nodded, recognizing that Xiao Li meant well. He understood that excessive training could, at times, inflict harm rather than benefit, and thus replied, "Thank you for your efforts, Xiao Li." Chapter 40. Naruto's arrival. Rarely was there anyone to mock him for training in physical techniques, and Xiao Li suddenly found himself quite fond of Li Xian. With a bright smile, he said, "If you truly wish to thank me, bring more meat buns for breakfast next time." Li Xian nodded earnestly, responding, "I promise to ensure you have your fill." "Then it's settled," Xiao Li exclaimed, revealing his dazzling smile as he extended his fist in excitement, declaring, "Youth without regrets." Li Xian chuckled and extended his right fist to meet Xiao Li's, echoing, "Youth without regrets." Sometimes, the formation of camaraderie among men is remarkably simple. After bidding farewell, Li Xian returned to the restaurant. Indeed, everything remained as it was. Wankai was still as indolent as ever, sprawled in a shadowy corner, squinting with its sleepy eyes while resting on the ground. Li Xian shook his head in resignation and proceeded to prepare a few simple dishes. However, as soon as Wankai caught a whiff of the delightful aroma, it instantly awoke from its slumber and, drawn by the scent, made its way to Li Xian's side. Upon entering the establishment, Wankai noticed the changes within the restaurant, yet felt no surprise whatsoever, for it was well acquainted with the whims of the old ghost. No, it should be referred to as the system. Such minor alterations were mere trifles. Even if the place transformed into a paradise, it would remain unfazed. Observing the gluttonous Wansai's arrival, Li Xian sighed. Given his understanding of Wansai's appetite, he realized that the prepared dishes were scarcely enough to satisfy its cravings. Thus, he had no choice but to return to the kitchen and commence the preparation of a meal tailored specifically for Wankai. Meanwhile, Wankai exhibited remarkable patience, sitting quietly on the ground as it awaited its meal. After approximately 10 minutes, Li Xian finally completed Wansai's food and placed it in its bowl. The moment Wankai laid eyes on the delectable feast, it was overcome with excitement, springing to its feet, panting fervently. Its tail raised high, a sight reminiscent of a village dog in heat, concerned that Wankai might suddenly snap at him in its fervor. Li Xian quickly set the bowl beside it, and, once Wankai began to eat, he commenced his own meal. However, Wansai's speed of consumption was astonishing. Within 10 bites, it had devoured its entire portion and contentedly sauntered outside to resume its leisurely existence. It was only 10 minutes after Wankai finished that Li Xian completed his own meal, subsequently washing the dishes and Wansai's bowl before attending to his personal hygiene. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the large bed, surrendering to the embrace of slumber. Morning arrived once more. But perhaps due to the onset of autumn, this particular morning was notably cold. A short, yellow-haired figure stood shivering at the door, incessantly muttering, "Why hasn't Brother Li Xian opened yet? Achu, it's so cold." It is worth noting that at this hour, most people were still nestled in their dreams. However, Li Xian had grown accustomed to rising early over the past few days. At that moment, he found himself surprisingly wide awake. Since it was not yet time to open the restaurant, he decided to step outside for a bit of exercise. After all, a man must maintain his health through regular physical activity. After uttering an encouraging phrase to himself, Li Xian began his morning routine. As for food, he figured he could eat after returning from his workout. Clad in the spirited battle garb gifted by Kai, Li Xian felt invigorated. His spirits soaring as he shouted towards the ceiling, "Youth calls to me." With that, he flung open the restaurant's door, only to be met with the sight of Naruto. Trembling from the cold, Li Xian vigorously rubbed his eyes, convinced that he had not yet awakened. As he wiped away, noticing the bloodshot appearance in his eyes, he turned to see Naruto still trembling at the door, and he was certain that he was indeed awake. Without hesitation, he ushered Naruto into the restaurant. Shedding his spiritual attire to don a chef's uniform, he prepared a generous bowl of beef noodle soup, hoping to dispel the chill within Naruto's body. As Naruto savored the steaming broth, emanating delightful aromas, he felt his previously restless heart calm, becoming completely absorbed in the warmth of the soup. Li Xian observed Naruto intently. Although his soup was renowned for its ability to quickly eliminate internal cold, he was astonished when Naruto expelled the chill after just one sip. The speed at which the cold was dispelled was remarkable. He recalled a time when he had first arrived in this world, having caught a chill from kicking off his blanket at night, and it had taken an entire bowl of beef noodle soup to rid himself of the cold. Truly, as the host of the Nine Tails, Naruto's physical resilience was extraordinary. "Naruto, what brings you here so early today?" Li Xian inquired curiously. Upon hearing Li Xian's question, Naruto disregarded the delicious meal before him, suddenly embracing Li Xian and exclaiming, "Big brother, I've missed you so much." Taken aback by Naruto's words, Li Xian instinctively retorted, "Goodness. Are you hoping for my early demise? Are you perhaps eyeing the few thousand coins I have?" Chapter 41. Teaching Naruto Ninjutsu. Naruto was momentarily stunned by Li Xian's remark and asked, "Big brother, what is that coin you mentioned?" At that moment, Li Xian remembered that he was not in his previous life and quickly explained, "Coins are a wondrous thing, but how wondrous? By the way, what brings you to me?" He hastily shifted the topic, realizing that further explanation would only lead to confusion. Fortunately, Naruto was rather careless and soon forgot the previous conversation. He immediately pleaded with Li Xian, "Big brother, please teach me ninjutsu." "What?" Li Xian was taken aback and replied, "I heard from Shaoli during training that after graduation, you would be assigned a teacher. Why hasn't your teacher taught you?" Subsequently, Naruto recounted the entire sequence of events to Li Xian. At last, Li Xian understood, recalling the particular storyline. However, he had no intention of revealing the outcome of that assessment to Naruto, as some experiences are only truly understood through personal hardship. This survival exercise was the inception of the bonds formed within Team 7. Any interference from him could lead to unforeseen consequences. Moreover, the ninjutsu he could offer was limited to the basic techniques of shadow clone, substitution, and transformation. Even if Naruto learned them, their significance would be minimal. Most importantly, it was precisely because of his actions that Naruto had failed to master the shadow clone technique. Otherwise, he would not be in such a flustered state now. As Li Xian incessantly berated himself, the mechanical voice of the system resonated once more. Ding! As the destined child, how can the elder brother ignore the pleas of his younger sibling? The latest task is hereby announced. Practice by slicing radishes. Task description: the host must slice 50 white radishes within 10 minutes, ensuring that each piece is uniform in shape and size. Task reward: shadow clone technique, which can be passed on to your younger brother. 10 minutes, 50 radishes, and each needing to be cut to a consistent size. Though the challenge may seem formidable, for Li Xian, it was merely a trivial endeavor. After calming Naruto, Li Xian swiftly entered the kitchen, preparing for a decisive engagement. His heart brimmed with gratitude towards the system, and as he approached the cutting board, he was about to express his admiration. Yet, he was met with the sight of a large, hefty kitchen knife lying beside the 50 radishes. In an instant, his intended praise transformed into a different, exquisite lament. "You lunatic!" After nearly a minute of silence from the system, Li Xian began to doubt whether it possessed a speech suppression feature. He recalled that in his previous life, whenever he unleashed his frustrations, even a stubborn ox would become agitated and groan, let alone a human. Recognizing the futility of his words, Li Xian resigned himself and grasped the knife in his hand. However, the weight of the blade was inexplicable, making it exceedingly cumbersome. Even with the benefits of his recent physical training, he could only manage a few feeble swings. rendering the task of deftly slicing the radishes exceedingly challenging. System, I must lodge a complaint. The difficulty is disproportionate to the reward, Li Xian remarked with a stern countenance. At that moment, the system regained its vigor and replied, as one destined to stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world as a culinary master. Can you not overcome this minor obstacle? The path to becoming a culinary deity is long, young man. Face it with optimism, and give it your all. Li Xian found himself at a loss for words. Remembering Naruto, who was waiting outside, he promptly immersed himself in action. He took a plump, juicy white radish, lifted the knife, and began to slice with practiced precision. Although the radish was ordinary, its quality was superb, crisp, and succulent. Upon finishing one radish, Li Xian, with a stoic expression, reached for the second and commenced cutting. Having successfully practiced, he decided to dive straight into the task. As the ancients say, with one mighty effort, one can achieve great things. Subsequent attempts may wane. Thus, early in the morning, the sounds of the knife clashing against the cutting board echoed throughout Li Xian's restaurant. Meanwhile, Naruto, believing his elder brother was crafting his own unique jutsu, found his previously anxious heart now completely at ease as he waited patiently. Half an hour passed, and just as Naruto was about to succumb to impatience and enter the kitchen in search of Li Xian, the latter fortuitously emerged. In an unfortunate twist, Naruto's head collided with Li Xian's abdomen, resulting in a loud cry of anguish. It turned out that Naruto had sustained a considerable bump on his head. Li Xian immediately extended his trembling hands, intending to comfort Naruto. However, upon seeing Li Xian's hands, Naruto's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Ignoring the pain from his injury, he emotionally exclaimed, "Brother, I never imagined that you would make such a tremendous sacrifice just to create a ninjutsu suitable for me. Please allow me to pay my respects." With that, he prepared to bow his head to Li Xian. But Li Xian would not allow the protagonist to bow before him so easily. After all, who knew what consequences might arise from such an act in the future? Ultimately, under Li Xian's firm stance, Naruto ceased his intention to bow, wiping away his tears. He excitedly asked, "Brother, what kind of ninjutsu is it? The sounds I heard outside were so intense, it must possess at least the power of a high-level ninjutsu." Chapter 42. Successful transmission of ninjutsu. Just as Li Xian was about to explain to Naruto, a gentle stream of energy suddenly flowed into his arms from the system, alleviating the soreness and pain he felt. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the latest task, chopping radishes. Task description: the host must chop 50 white radishes into uniformly sized pieces within 10 minutes. Task reward: the technique of shadow clone jutsu, which can be passed on to your younger brothers, has been successfully granted. However, Li Xian was not easily appeased and immediately confronted the system with a fierce demeanor. "Damn it! So you can alleviate my fatigue? Why didn't you do that during my training sessions when I was exhausted?" The system replied earnestly, "This system is also for the benefit of the host. Only by experiencing true fatigue can the host gain a better grasp of physical techniques. As the saying goes, when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility on a person, it must first temper their will and labor their muscles and bones. Goodness, even classical literature is invoked. This system would be wasting its talents if it didn't become a teacher." Thinking about Naruto's upcoming assessment in the afternoon, Li Xian cut to the chase. "All right. System, stop dragging this out. If you keep stalling, you might jeopardize Naruto's assessment this afternoon. Tell me, how should I impart this ninjutsu to Naruto?" The host simply needs to place their palm on Naruto's head and silently chant the transmission of ninjutsu in their mind. This system will automatically transfer the detailed information of the ninjutsu into Naruto's consciousness, the system informed him. Wow, I didn't expect the system to be this powerful. No wonder they say technology is the primary driving force of progress. It indeed holds some truth. Thus, Li Xian said to Naruto, "When I impart the ninjutsu to you, no matter what happens, do not be overly astonished, just remain calm and still, understood?" Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Naruto realized that his brother was about to unleash his prowess. He immediately stood still like a statue and earnestly replied, "Understood, brother." "Very well," Li Xian nodded with satisfaction, secretly admiring Naruto as his most fervent younger brother, and then proceeded to follow the system's instructions. As the seconds ticked by, half a minute turned into a full minute. Yet Naruto remained as motionless as a statue. Was it possible that I had placed my hand incorrectly? Li Xian quickly placed his palm on the back of Naruto's head. Confusion swirled within Naruto. After all, he had mastered the shadow clone technique. Why was his elder brother still pressing on his head? Was there another jutsu he wished to impart? Thus, the two stood there in a daze within the restaurant. After about 10 minutes, Naruto could no longer endure the stillness and plopped down onto the ground, exclaiming, "Brother, why has so much time elapsed, and you've only taught me the shadow clone technique? Is it because of my lack of comprehension?" Hearing Naruto's words, Li Xian could only chuckle wryly, saying, "I've only taught you this one technique. Why haven't you informed me that you've mastered it?" "But brother, didn't you tell me to remain quietly in place?" Naruto replied, bewildered. He realized that he had inadvertently shot himself in the foot. "Naruto, keep it up. You must believe in yourself." After bidding farewell to Naruto, Li Xian opened the restaurant door. Perhaps due to the mental fatigue from earlier, he sat down at the table and soon began to yawn uncontrollably, eventually succumbing to slumber with his head resting on the table. Meanwhile, on Naruto's side, having acquired a new jutsu from his elder brother, his heart raced with excitement, akin to consuming 100 energy drinks. Upon returning home and devouring a pack of instant noodles, he intended to rest for a while. However, his exhilaration rendered him restless, and after tossing and turning, he decided to gather his tools and set out. The outside air was stiflingly hot, and just a few steps left him dripping with sweat. "Hey, why are you two here so early?" Naruto asked in surprise upon seeing his companions who had arrived before him. He had thought arriving 40 minutes early was sufficient, yet his two friends had outdone him. "I got here at 3 o'clock. I didn't even eat lunch for this assessment," Sakura complained. "What? You arrived at 3? Why didn't you eat lunch beforehand?" Naruto asked, puzzled, considering the assessment and lunch had no apparent connection. A lovely girl must maintain her figure. "I only eat twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening," Sakura retorted, giving Naruto a dismissive roll of her eyes. "Hee. Sakura, you look so beautiful." "You don't need to diet," Naruto said, scratching the back of his head with a grin. "Humph." Sakura scoffed and ignored him. For no amount of flattery from Naruto could sway her, as her heart had long been captured by the handsome Sasuke. Chapter 43, The Assessment Begins. Lost in thought, Sakura's gaze shifted to Sasuke, and she suddenly recalled that he seemed to have arrived even earlier than herself. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Sasuke-kun, when did you arrive?" 1 o'clock, Sasuke replied coolly, his words leaving the other two in stunned silence. The assessment was scheduled for 5 o'clock. What could Sasuke possibly be doing here at such an early hour? The trio soon engaged in conversation, completely oblivious to the fact that time had already passed 5 o'clock, while their teacher, Kakashi, was still lost in dreams. "Where on earth is that infuriating Kakashi-sensei? If it weren't for the beef soup I had this morning at Lee's place, I would be starving and utterly drained," Sakura lamented. "Humph, at least you had some noodle soup. I haven't eaten anything at all. I should have eaten more this morning," she replied with a hint of annoyance. "Sakura, didn't you say you were on a diet? A diet requires being well fed. How can one lose weight without sufficient energy? Ugh, such a waste of time." Not only Naruto and Sakura, but even Sasuke began to grow impatient. After all, he had arrived the earliest, and this wretched Kakashi had yet to appear. Was this truly a teacher? "Ah, there you all are. What a coincidence." Kakashi's figure suddenly materialized before the three, greeting them with a smile. "Kakashi-sensei, you're late." Naruto glared at Kakashi, his teeth clenched, as if he would pounce on him the moment he failed to provide a satisfactory excuse. "Oh, I was just a little late. Don't be so nitpicky," Kakashi chuckled, scratching his head innocently. "A little late? You said 5 o'clock, and now it's already 9. Is your little late 4 hours?" Sakura interjected, her irritation palpable. Had it not been for her desire to maintain a ladylike demeanor in front of Sasuke, she would have likely approached Kakashi, ready to teach him a lesson with her fists. "Ah, you see, I was delayed because a black cat crossed my path this afternoon, leading me astray in my journey through life." Kakashi fabricated an excuse to deflect the blame for his tardiness. Despite the trio's furious glares, he remained unfazed. Cough, cough. Kakashi cleared his throat and adopted a serious tone. "All right, you three, it's time to commence the assessment. Let me explain the rules. Your task is quite simple. You merely need to seize the bells from me to complete it. If you fail to acquire them by midnight, the village curfew, you will forfeit dinner and be forced to watch me eat." With that, Kakashi produced 2 bells from his waist and waved them before the trio, then pointed to 3 wooden posts not far away. "Wait a moment, Kakashi-sensei. There are 3 of us, yet only 2 bells." Sakura asked, perplexed. "That is precisely how this assessment works. Among you, one is destined to be bound to a stake, and failure in this task will result in the loss of your qualifications as a ninja, forcing that individual to return to the Ninja Academy for a repeat." Kakashi's gaze swept over the 3, and even through his black mask, they felt as if they could hear his sinister smile. All right, the examination officially begins. Use all your strength to seize my bells. Kakashi provocatively beckoned the trio. This action ignited their fury once again. That insufferable Kakashi-sensei. Watch as I teach you a lesson. Naruto charged directly at Kakashi, who remained completely unperturbed, calmly standing his ground in anticipation of Naruto's approach. Naruto swiftly formed hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Hundreds of Naruto's clones surrounded Kakashi, creating a massive encirclement, leaving Kakashi seemingly trapped. Oh, Shadow Clone Jutsu, is it? Kakashi chuckled softly and then landed a punch on Naruto's true form. As the genuine Naruto was sent flying, the remaining clones dissipated into smoke due to unstable chakra. How is this possible? Exclaimed Naruto, rising from the ground in shock. Under normal circumstances, he should not have been exposed so quickly amidst such a multitude of clones. How did Kakashi-sensei find his true form so swiftly? Before Naruto could ponder further, Kakashi suddenly appeared before him, kicking him away and throwing a shuriken attached to a thin wire that bound Naruto's hands as he flew backward. He was then tied to a sturdy tree. One of the trio had thus effortlessly lost their combat capability. Impressive, thought Sasuke, realizing that, given Kakashi's displayed strength, none of them could inflict any harm upon him. It was clear that they would need to work together to have even a slim chance of victory. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke positioned himself behind Kakashi, quickly forming hand seals, unleashing a massive fireball from his mouth. Just as the fireball was about to strike Kakashi, he suddenly transformed into a wooden stump. This was the substitution jutsu. Unfortunately, Sasuke's target was not Kakashi. Whoosh! The fireball continued unabated, crashing into the thin wire binding Naruto, igniting it and allowing Naruto to break free. Listen well, we stand no chance individually. Only by uniting can we have a glimmer of hope. Sasuke gathered Naruto and Sakura, stating decisively, Sasuke-kun, just give the orders, and I will follow your lead, Sakura replied, gazing at him with admiration, causing both Naruto and Sasuke to furrow their brows. Naruto turned to Sasuke, saying, Sasuke, you devised the strategy. I will make sure to cooperate with you fully. The three individuals huddled together, whispering amongst themselves, while Kakashi stood nearby, choosing not to disturb them, perhaps intending to instill in them the significance of teamwork. Let us go. Moments later, they shouted in unison, with Naruto being the first to employ the shadow clone technique, charging toward Kakashi. Yet, with a swift punch, Kakashi dispatched each of Naruto's clones within mere seconds, engulfed by a cloud of smoke. Die! Sakura shouted fiercely, bursting forth from the mist, leaping into the air with a powerful strike aimed at Kakashi. Just as he intended to evade, a thin line ensnared his feet, rendering him immobile. With a resounding thud, Sakura's punch descended, but the impact failed to resonate. The Kakashi before her dissipated into smoke. This is bad. It's a shadow clone. As Sakura contemplated a retreat, Kakashi's true form suddenly materialized behind her, crackling with arcs of electricity. He gently pressed his hand against her. Despicable. Sakura knelt, unable to move, her ability to fight severely compromised, even basic movements becoming arduous. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke arrived on the scene. Sakura, what happened? Naruto shouted, Kakashi-sensei, what have you done to Sakura? Hey, we are in an examination. Our relations are those of adversaries, so questioning an enemy like this is inappropriate. Kakashi replied with a grin, waving his hand before vanishing into the earth without a trace. Naruto and Kakashi stood back to back, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, while Sasuke quietly activated his Sharingan, ready to detect even the slightest disturbance in the air. A flaw. Decapitation technique. A large hand erupted from the ground, forcibly dragging Sasuke beneath the surface, leaving only his head exposed. In this predicament, he was unable to form any seals, left waiting for Naruto's rescue. Sasuke! Naruto cried out, preparing to aid him when a shuriken whizzed through the air. Instinctively, Naruto attempted to dodge, but realizing Sasuke was behind him, he halted. In a moment of desperation, he retrieved a kunai from his pouch and deflected the shuriken. Yet this very action exposed him to danger. Kakashi appeared before Naruto, delivering a kick that sent him flying. As Naruto soared through the air, he quickly formed hand seals, summoning two shadow clones to shield himself. Observing this, Kakashi immediately unleashed a technique previously used by Sasuke. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball, even larger than the one Sasuke had conjured, hurtled toward Naruto. Instinctively, Naruto executed a sliding maneuver, narrowly evading the attack. However, The great tree behind him was entirely consumed by flames. Naruto gazed at the charred tree, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Kakashi-sensei, how could you unleash such a formidable technique? What if I were to lose my life because of it?" Kakashi replied nonchalantly, "Well, I did mention that this assessment closely aligns with real combat. If your skills are limited to this, perhaps you should return to the Ninja Academy. In the realm of ninjas, one must be prepared to face death at any moment." As Kakashi's words resonated, doubts began to creep into Naruto's mind regarding his aspirations. Could he truly become Hokage? Would the villagers ever acknowledge him? Observing Naruto's confusion, Kakashi shook his head, refraining from launching another attack. To him, a disoriented ninja was unworthy of being a true shinobi. He settled beside a nearby tree, glancing at his pocket watch. 1 hour remained. Indeed, he could afford to indulge in a little more time in the land of hot water. Just as Naruto was engulfed in endless uncertainty, a radiant figure emerged, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Upon closer inspection, it was his elder brother, Li Xian. "Naruto, you insolent little brother, can't you at least show some respect to your elder? Do not allow yourself to be so easily swayed on your path. Have faith in yourself. You are destined to become Hokage." "Brother," Naruto cried, tears welling in his eyes. Back in the realm of reality, Naruto, inspired by his brother's encouraging words, emerged from his confusion. The thought of his brother's parting encouragement reignited the fire within him. This time, Naruto's gaze was resolute as he proclaimed, "I am destined to be Hokage. How could I possibly be deterred by such obstacles? Kakashi-sensei, please continue our battle." Chapter 45. The determined Naruto seizes the bell, observing the fervent Naruto beside him. Kakashi slowly lowered the land of hot water and approached Naruto, saying, "Give up. At this moment, your two teammates have lost their fighting capabilities. You alone cannot pass the assessment. Perhaps a return to training will allow you to become true ninjas." "No, Kakashi-sensei, we will surely pass this assessment," Naruto declared with unwavering conviction. Gazing at the passionate Naruto before him, Kakashi couldn't help but reminisce about a former teammate. If that individual were still alive. Witnessing someone with a spirit akin to his own, sharing the same dream of becoming Hokage, would surely fill him with joy. Alas, he had perished, leaving his Sharingan behind. Clearing his mind of distractions, Kakashi replied earnestly, "Very well, kid, your enthusiasm has affected me. If you truly manage to seize the bell this time, I shall grant you one wish." "Really?" Naruto's eyes sparkled at the prospect. "Indeed, I, Kakashi, have no need to deceive others." Subsequently, Kakashi assumed a combat stance. "Kakashi-sensei, prepare yourself." Naruto extracted a smoke bomb from his ninja pouch and slammed it onto the ground, enveloping the two in a vast cloud of white smoke. Their figures vanished from each other's sight. Kakashi, ever vigilant, surveyed his surroundings, drawing a kunai from his pouch in an attempt to discern Naruto's position through sound, preparing to strike decisively. Meanwhile, Naruto was also devising a plan. His hands silently began forming seals without a sound. 10 seconds later, several figures surged from the smoke towards Kakashi. With a serious expression, Kakashi tightened his grip on the kunai, ready to launch an attack as soon as they revealed themselves. However, when the figures emerged from the haze, Kakashi was left dumbfounded. To his astonishment, the figures were versions of Naruto, completely nude. Kakashi suddenly felt warmth trickling from his nose. Simultaneously, the female Naruto figures embraced him tenderly, rendering him immobile. With a gentle tone, they asked, "Kakashi-sensei, do we look beautiful?" Gazing at these youthful and charming girls, Kakashi was reminded of the romantic tale involving the girl next door and the neighbor, only this time he found himself in the narrative alongside the female Naruto. Yet, Kakashi, being an elite jonin, quickly regained his composure in less than 2 minutes. On the battlefield, even a momentary lapse could lead to failure or even the loss of life. At that moment, Naruto had already positioned himself behind Kakashi, executing the legendary technique known as the Black Hand, seizing the bell. "Haha, I've got the bell," Naruto exclaimed joyfully from behind Kakashi. "Curse it," Kakashi lamented, raking his fingers through his white hair, regretting such a grave mistake for a seasoned ninja. Indeed, the years of peace had caused him to grow complacent. He would need to intensify his training and revisit intimate paradise to bolster his resistance to beauty. At that instant, in Kakashi's eyes, Naruto's score had risen significantly. Meanwhile, Naruto silently expressed gratitude towards Li Xian, acknowledging that without his brother's encouragement, he would not be the person he was today. Even if those memories were merely fabrications of his imagination. With both bells now in his possession, it signified the failure of Sasuke and Sakura's assessment. However, Naruto chose not to bestow the bell upon either of them, knowing that whichever he chose would leave the other heartbroken. Very well, you have passed the assessment. As for the other two, they shall prepare to return to the Ninja Academy for a retake after you finish your meal, Kakashi stated nonchalantly, subsequently binding Sakura and Sasuke to a wooden post, while Naruto found himself with a box lunch in hand, just as you have yet to dine. And given the recent exertion, you must be quite famished at this moment. Do indulge yourself, but remember, you must eat alone. Do not share with Sakura or Sasuke, lest this assessment be deemed a failure. Oh, and by the way, there remains half an hour until curfew. I shall return shortly after attending to a matter that may take around 15 minutes. You must remain here and await my return, otherwise, you will find yourselves sleeping outside tonight. With his black mask nearly soaked by his own nosebleed, Kakashi swiftly vanished from sight. The trio's stomachs growled in unison, revealing their shared hunger. Naruto glanced at the fragrant meal in his hands, then at his equally hungry companions, Sasuke and Sakura, and found himself in a moral quandary. Come on, Naruto, eat up, urged Sakura, the aroma enticing her senses and causing her to swallow hard. Yet, the thought of having already failed her assessment extinguished her appetite. Chapter 46. Passing the assessment, Naruto picked up his chopsticks, ready to take a bite, but the piercing gazes of Sakura and Sasuke left him at a loss. Especially Sasuke's eyes, which, though filled with longing for food, bore an icy demeanor that made Naruto feel helpless. After 2 minutes of internal struggle, Naruto reached a final decision. Let us share equally among the three of us. He divided the meal into 3 portions, giving the left side to Sakura, the center to himself, and the right to Sasuke. As a true aficionado of cuisine, this decision was influenced not only by the yearning looks from Sasuke and Sakura, but also by the prospect of indulging in a grand feast at Li Xian's restaurant afterward. After all, Kakashi-sensei had previously stated that as long as he could seize the bell, one wish would be granted. Moreover, after savoring Li Xian's culinary creations, Naruto found that other foods held little allure for him. Had he not been so ravenous, he would have preferred to let Sakura and Sasuke eat his portion entirely. However, being discovered would mean failure in the assessment. Sakura gazed at Naruto in astonishment, clearly taken aback by his willingness to share the meal. It's fine, Kakashi-sensei has left. As long as we're not caught, we're safe. Even if we are, I could simply employ the same jutsu that defeated Kakashi-sensei earlier. My brother has told me that this technique is infallible against him. Given Kakashi-sensei's earlier performance, he undoubtedly belongs to that category. If that fails, I'll go to the 3rd Hokage and either have our assessment passed or ensure he suffers a nosebleed to his demise, Naruto said with a cheeky grin. Sakura's face flushed crimson after Naruto spoke, her body paralyzed, yet her eyes could still see the battle he had fought. The memory of the bear female version of Naruto made her cheeks grow even warmer. Meanwhile, Sasuke, muttering a bored curse, decided not to say anything further. Naruto retrieved the rice balls from the lunchbox and promptly offered one to Sakura. Ah, how delightful. Naruto, why aren't you eating? Sakura inquired, having taken a couple of bites while casting a glance at the equally ravenous Naruto. I'll eat once you're finished. I'm not particularly hungry at the moment. Naruto replied, shaking his head before feeding Sakura another bite. After tending to Sakura, Naruto approached Sasuke, assuming the role of caretaker once more. At that moment, a flicker of emotion crossed Sasuke's usually icy visage. You lot. Kakashi, having donned his mask, suddenly appeared behind the trio, his gaze directed at Naruto with an intensity that seemed almost predatory, sending shivers down their spines. All of you will be assessed, Kakashi drawled deliberately, leaving the trio in suspense. Assessment successful. The abrupt shift in Kakashi's tone allowed their anxious hearts to finally settle. Kakashi-sensei, why is that? The 3 queried, bewildered. They had braced themselves for elimination, yet Kakashi's proclamation of success took them by surprise. Ninjas must not adhere to conventional reasoning. Those who defy the rules of the ninja world are deemed worthless. However, those who disregard their comrades are even more wretched, Kakashi articulated slowly, his thoughts drifting back to past memories, vividly recalling the scene of Obito trapped beneath the rubble. The importance of comradeship was a lesson imparted by Obito. From this moment on, you shall be the students of Team 7. Assemble here tomorrow at 10 a.m. I shall treat you to a meal. And the choice of venue is yours, Kakashi said with a cheerful smile, unaware of the grave consequences his words would bring. Naruto's mind began to race, contemplating how to ensure that Kakashi would make a substantial expenditure at his leader's restaurant. Unfortunately, Kakashi remained oblivious to Naruto's scheming thoughts. though Naruto's gaze instilled within him a foreboding sense of dread. Meanwhile, Li Xian, who had been sleeping with his head on the table, was about to receive a visitor. As noon approached, the elderly gentleman who had previously praised Li Xian's establishment returned to the restaurant. Observing the open door and the empty premises, the old man rubbed his eyes, nearly convinced he had arrived at the wrong location. After a careful inspection confirmed his suspicions, he entered the establishment. Gazing at the slumbering Li Xian, he muttered, "No wonder no one comes here. The staff is napping at the table. If I were the owner, I would certainly dismiss such an employee. Nevertheless, I came here solely to savor the legendary cuisine purported to enhance chakra, so I shall refrain from causing any trouble." With that, the old man approached the sleeping Li Xian, intending to rouse him, while Li Xian remained blissfully unaware, lost in dreams of valiant exploits. The system could not help but feel a twinge of concern for Li Xian's predicament. Yet, having chosen this host, it was determined to cultivate his potential, regardless of the challenges presented. In the next moment, the system sprang into action. Chapter 47. Preparing the boiled water pine leaf. The sound of electricity crackled around Li Xian, jolting him awake from his slumber. Who dares to conspire against me? Beware, I shall unleash my fortune. Beep. Host, we have guests arriving at the restaurant. As the future culinary deity, you cannot afford to be lazy, the system stated earnestly. Li Xian then noticed an elderly gentleman nearby, startled by his sudden awakening. I apologize, sir, for scaring you. What would you like to eat today? The old man, calming his startled heart, inquired softly, Are you the owner here? Indeed, sir. Given the modest size of the restaurant, I handle all the affairs myself, Li Xian replied. The old man gazed at Li Xian with sympathy. It was no surprise that the boy had fallen asleep at the table. Managing the restaurant alone without any staff was indeed a lamentable situation. The previous misunderstanding between them was now completely resolved. Regaining his composure, the old man requested, Could you please bring me a portion of your boiled water pine leaf? Wait. What? The boiled water pine leaf? Sir, that dish costs 8,000 taels. Are you certain you are not mistaken? Li Xian exclaimed in astonishment. It was only natural for Li Xian to be taken aback. After all, he had been in this world for over a month, and this was the first time someone had ordered the restaurant's most expensive dish. He had assumed it would only be requested when a prominent figure arrived, but to his surprise, this seemingly ordinary old man was the first to order it. Leading to the earlier scene, the elderly gentleman merely smiled and nodded, then pulled out a stack of silver notes from his clothing. After Li Xian counted the money, he excitedly tucked it into his pocket. Please, sir, have a seat here. It is spacious. The preparation for this dish may take a bit longer. So I hope for your understanding, Li Xian said with a smile. Rest assured, good things take time. I understand this principle well, the old man responded. After ensuring the old man was comfortably seated, Li Xian retreated to the kitchen to commence the preparation of the dish. The system had automatically gathered the ingredients on the counter, awaiting Li Xian's skilled hands. Li Xian meticulously chopped the chicken, duck, and pork knuckles, washing them repeatedly until no traces of blood remained. He then placed them into a pot, bringing it to a vigorous boil. After skimming off the impurities, he returned the ingredients to the pot, adding enough clean water. After a while, he incorporated various seasonings and switched to a low flame to simmer for over an hour. During this time, Li Xian diligently removed the froth that rose to the surface, and using a cloth that had been disinfected with boiling water, he repeatedly added several chicken and pork meatballs into the pot. These meatballs acted as natural clarifiers, absorbing any suspended particles in the broth until it was as clear as boiled water. At this juncture, the control of the heat became crucial, leading to the most critical step in the process. Li Xian selected the tenderest hearts of the cabbage from the center of the sonkai, washed them thoroughly, and placed them in a colander, drenching them with scalding hot water from above. As the hearts warmed, they gradually unfurled into petal-like shapes. He continued to pour until they were completely soft and tender. Li Xian also separated the broth used for the sonkai from the original soup. Although both broths were undeniably fresh, the latter could no longer be used for boiling the cabbage leaves. Once everything was in order, Li Xian placed the tender hearts into a bowl and ladled the broth over them, completing the dish. This culinary creation was worth a staggering 8,000 taels. A price Li Xian found entirely reasonable, considering the time spent was enough to prepare a dozen bowls of beef noodles. And the essence of this dish lay in its meticulous preparation, otherwise, it would surely lead to failure. When Li Xian set the bowl of clear, slightly yellow broth and cabbage leaves before the old man, he was momentarily taken aback, wondering if it was merely water-soaked cabbage. However, Upon seeing the eager anticipation in Li Xian's eyes, the old man lowered his head to take a sniff, and soon a delighted exclamation escaped his lips. Ah! This dish appears as clear as water, yet its aroma is utterly captivating. Quite remarkable indeed. In a fit of enthusiasm, he eagerly picked up his spoon and took a sip of the broth. His eyes sparkled with delight as he remarked, "This broth, looking as clear as crystal, possesses a rich flavor that is neither greasy nor heavy, making it utterly irresistible. Delicious. Truly exquisite." With that, the old man began to relish his meal with unrestrained joy. Witnessing the old man's reaction, Li Xian felt the weight lift from his heart, realizing that this venture was indeed a success. Afterward, he returned to the front counter, resuming his routine life. Once the old man finished his bowl of cabbage leaves, he felt an inexplicable sensation of rejuvenation. Perhaps due to the dish's delightful flavors or some other reason. He pulled a palm-sized mirror from his pocket and gazed into it. To his astonishment, some wrinkles on his face had indeed faded. It seemed the owner of this restaurant was truly a master. Had it not been for his limited appetite, he would have surely ordered everything on the menu. Reluctantly, he departed the restaurant. Half an hour later, Xiao Zilong and some regular customers returned, enjoying the familiar dishes before leaving satisfied. Unbeknownst to them, the time for the restaurant to close had arrived, marking the end of yet another mundane day. Chapter 48. Kakashi. The victim of a scam, a new day dawned, with the sun shining warmly as ever. Just as Li Xian opened the restaurant's main door, he heard Naruto's voice echoing from afar like a loudspeaker. "Kakashi-sensei, you promised, so don't go back on your word." A slightly exasperated voice responded, "I know, Naruto. You've repeated it nearly 10 times. If I say I'll treat you all to a meal, I will surely do so." As the footsteps drew nearer, four figures soon appeared before Li Xian. In a world where a youthful Naruto, a stoic Sasuke, an infatuated Sakura, and the enigmatic Kakashi, cloaked in a black mask and bearing a vacant gaze, converge, the scene unfolds at Li Xian's restaurant. Upon entering, Kakashi is beset by a twinge of regret. For as one who has previously observed Li Xian, he possesses an inkling of the exorbitant prices that await. Yet, having boasted of treating Naruto and company to a meal at their leisure, he finds himself ensnared in a predicament of his own making, compelled to fulfill his proclamation despite the impending financial burden. "Ah, brother, I see so many new dishes have emerged in my absence. Allow me to peruse them," Naruto exclaims. His eyes alight with curiosity as he scrutinizes the menu. With each price he encounters, Kakashi feels his heart tremble, for the offerings here are not merely costly. They are exorbitantly extravagant. He foresees a future where instant noodles may be his only companion for the next 3 months. After diligently studying the menu, Naruto, filled with pride, declares, "Brother, aside from the birthday cake and plain water, I would like one of everything else, including the dragon beard noodles and fried rice." "And what shall the rest of you partake in?" he inquires. Sasuke and Sakura, in their inaugural visit, are uncertain of their preferences and thus follow Naruto's lead, ordering the same dishes. Meanwhile, Kakashi stands frozen, akin to a statue, paralyzed by the shocking prices before him. However, the restaurant's policy dictates that payment must precede the feast. At last, under the urging of his companions, Kakashi reluctantly retrieves his coins and relinquishes them. Naruto, ever inquisitive, interjects, "Kakashi-sensei, want you join us?" Beneath his mask, Kakashi's face twitches as he responds, "No, I shall suffice with merely observing the delights of intimate paradise." The absurdity of his own words does not escape him. Yet the naive Naruto believes him wholeheartedly. What a pity. Naruto laments, "I wish to see Kakashi-sensei's full visage." A bead of cold sweat trickles down Kakashi's brow as he resolves to ignore Naruto's peculiar logic. Choosing a seat, he extracts from his pocket the latest edition of Intimate Paradise, engrossed in its pages. He muses to himself, in these times, while culinary delights abound, few literary treasures like Intimate Paradise can be found. Lost in thought, Kakashi flips through the morning's freshly acquired installment, a tale of romance set in a school, bubbling with excitement as he has awaited its arrival for months. Meanwhile, the tantalizing aroma wafting from the kitchen stirs the appetites of all present. Gurgle, gurgle. Kakashi's stomach begins to protest audibly. Fortunately, Naruto and the others are captivated by the enticing scents, and his own stomach's murmurs are not overly pronounced. Otherwise, he would be facing social embarrassment. May the power of literature shield me from the allure of this food, he silently prays. Kakashi, valiantly suppressing the gnawing hunger in his belly, recalled his earlier boast that merely watching a romantic paradise would suffice to satiate him. He resolved not to let slip his true cravings. At that moment, Li Xian had placed before them steaming bowls of beef noodles. "Your beef noodles are ready. Please enjoy," he announced. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, beckoning him like a captivating maiden. Kakashi struggled to swallow, turning his gaze away, silently chiding himself. No matter how delectable the food, it cannot sway my desire for literature. In an effort to concentrate solely on his reading, he sought out passages that stirred his excitement, scenes of icy flames and fierce confrontations, to distract himself from the tantalizing scent of the noodles. Alas, the thrilling excerpts were few, and soon the slurping sounds of noodles echoed like the roar of a tailed beast, striking deep within his heart. Suddenly, Kakashi found himself torn between two desires. How he longed to join Naruto and the others in their feast. But no, he must read. Had he forgotten his own words? Yet, the pangs of hunger were becoming unbearable. As a teacher, he must uphold his commitments and leave a good impression on his students. Meanwhile, Sasuke, with a frigid demeanor, disdainfully regarded the bowl of beef noodles before him, internally scoffing. This bowl costs 120 taels? It seems no different from the ramen outside priced at 30 or 40 taels. Thankfully, this time, Kakashi-sensei is the one getting duped. Otherwise, I would have walked away. Is this not a scheme to fool fools? As chapter 49 unfolded, Kakashi-sensei, "You're playing tricks." Sasuke picked up a piece of beef, as thin as a sheet of paper, his dissatisfaction magnifying. Just 5 or 6 meager slices of beef, barely enough to fill the gaps between his teeth, while he continued to grumble about the insubstantial meat. A pair of chopsticks suddenly reached out from the side, snatching the beef away. "Heh, since you won't eat it, allow me to savor it instead." "I absolutely adore the meals prepared by Brother Li Xian," Naruto proclaimed triumphantly, opening his mouth wide in preparation to devour the meat. "You insufferable slacker," Sasuke retorted furiously. Even if he discarded that piece of beef, he couldn't bear to watch the unworthy Naruto consume it effortlessly. In the next moment, Sasuke's chopsticks darted like lightning, seizing the beef mere millimeters from Naruto's mouth, and, under Naruto's furious glare, he swallowed it whole. "How dare you steal my beef, you bastard!" Naruto exclaimed, springing from his seat, rolling up his sleeves, and glaring threateningly. Unyielding, Sasuke met his challenge head-on. "What? You want to face me one-on-one, you slacker? Your feminine technique has no effect on me. Bastard, that's the beautiful girl technique, not some feminine trick. Humph, they're all the same." Beside them, the previously silent Sakura observed the scene and advised, "Come on, it's just a matter of a piece of beef. How about I compensate you both with mine? I hardly eat much anyway." "No way, no way," the two exclaimed in unison, before glaring at each other, simultaneously questioning, "Why are you mimicking my speech?" Li Xian, resting at the front desk, witnessed this spectacle and murmured, "Is this the bond you share? I find myself rather envious." Suddenly, Li Xian noticed a shadow swiftly sweep away the beef from the bowls of the two, taking advantage of their quarrel with astonishing speed. When the shadow came to a halt, Li Xian was rendered speechless, for the figure revealed itself to be Kakashi. After savoring the last bite of beef, Kakashi remarked with satisfaction, "Not bad, the beef is quite delectable and tender, but alas, the portion is rather meager." Upon hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke immediately ceased their bickering and glanced down at their bowls only to find the beef had indeed vanished. Recalling Kakashi's earlier words, they promptly stood before him. United in protest, "Shameless Kakashi-sensei, you promised to read and not eat. Return our beef." Kakashi scratched his head awkwardly, realizing he had inadvertently broken his own defenses. He reflected, "No wonder Guy was willing to pledge loyalty to the dumpling shop owner last time. I, too, feel tempted." However, in order to uphold his esteemed image in front of his students, Kakashi replied earnestly, "Look at you, so easily distracted over such a trivial matter. Allowing me to take advantage of you. Have you forgotten what your teachers taught you at the Ninja Academy? Although the assessment has concluded, challenges can arise at any moment. As true ninjas, you must remain vigilant at all times, understood? Indeed, the old adage rings true. As long as one is not embarrassed, the embarrassment falls upon others." For a moment, Naruto and Sasuke stood there, seemingly in agreement with Kakashi's words. After the farce, fearing Kakashi might strike again, Naruto and Sasuke hastened to devour their bowls of beef noodles with fervor, finishing the noodles and broth in no time. Observing their ravenous demeanor, Kakashi couldn't help but internally scoff. Is it really necessary to react this way over just a few slices of beef? Such dramatics. However, their attention was soon captivated by the sour fish dish that Li Xian presented. 3 white porcelain bowls were arranged in a triangular formation, with a fragrant aroma swirling through the air. The perfect melding of fish and pickled vegetables, coupled with the enticing sourness, truly whetted the appetite. As they received the sour fish, Naruto and Sasuke guarded the dish closely, casting wary glances at Kakashi, then exchanged cautious looks for a second before picking up their chopsticks and resuming their hearty meal. Glug glug, glug glug. Observing the students before him, who were indulging in their meal with great enthusiasm, Kakashi's stomach began to audibly protest, seemingly lamenting its own plight. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to Kakashi, making him wish he could simply vanish into the earth. It was undeniably an embarrassing moment. At that juncture, Naruto burst into uncontrollable laughter, exclaiming, "Ha, Kakashi-sensei. Didn't you say that reading could fill you up? Why is your stomach growling now?" Sasuke, maintaining his usual icy demeanor, appeared to harbor a hint of derision in his gaze. However, Kakashi found solace in the presence of one female student among them. It is often said that girls are like a cozy blanket to their fathers. Surely, she would show concern for her teacher as well. Chapter 50. The delicious dog-biting bun. Seeing Kakashi's pitiable state, Sakura's face indeed reflected genuine concern as she remarked, "Kakashi-sensei, ignore those 2 obnoxious boys. Here, would you like a piece of fish?" As she spoke, Sakura lifted a sizable piece of fish and offered it to Kakashi. Witnessing her kind gesture, Kakashi felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Despite having 2 troublesome students, at least one cared for him. Thus, with a heart full of excitement, he leaned closer. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Sakura abruptly halted her movement, opened her mouth, and swiftly directed the offered fish into her own mouth, savoring it with delight. "I'm so sorry, sensei. I was just teasing you," she said, relishing her meal. Kakashi stood there, utterly dumbfounded, while Sakura reveled in her triumph. "Humph. You deserved it for being so harsh today, you smelly teacher." At that moment, Kakashi felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His heart chilled to the core. Why must his students be so cruel? A profound sense of abandonment washed over him as he observed his students, engrossed in their culinary delights, wearing expressions of bliss. This meal was on him. Why were they treating him this way? In an attempt to divert his attention, Kakashi redirected his gaze towards the realm of literary paradise. To signify his resolve not to be tempted by the allure of food, he turned to the most captivating chapter of his book, titled My Class Beauty's Deskmate. Soon enough, Kakashi became engrossed, swimming through the ocean of love, completely oblivious to the happenings around him. Yet, the harsh reality reminded him that culinary delights only grew more enticing when the renowned dog-biting bun was presented by Li Xian. Kakashi felt as though the ocean had withered away, the sun blazed overhead, and for some inexplicable reason, his mouth watered uncontrollably. Truly, this bun could conquer even women. Alas, could hardly compare to such a delicacy, Kakashi mused silently. Just as Li Xian was about to place the 3 baskets of dumplings on the table, Kakashi unexpectedly vanished from sight. To his astonishment, the large platter he had been holding had also disappeared. What on earth? Am I encountering a ghost? Li Xian rubbed his eyes, only to discover that everything was now in Kakashi's hands. My apologies, boss. The dumplings were simply too aromatic, and I couldn't resist. Please forgive me. After uttering his apologies, Kakashi disregarded the steaming meat bun and lifted his mask, devouring the food voraciously. In an instant, beads of sweat cascaded down like raindrops, soaking the floor, yet his fervent appetite showed no sign of abating. Naruto watched Kakashi with a pained expression, indignantly exclaiming, "You despicable teacher Kakashi! How can you betray our trust? Return my dumplings." Meanwhile, Sasuke regarded Kakashi with a cold stare, his silence punctuated by his right hand gripping a shuriken, ready for a potential confrontation. Sakura, feeling as if she had just been abandoned by a scoundrel boyfriend, lamented tearfully, "Kakashi-sensei, I never imagined you could be so wicked, boo-hoo." Having finished a basket of dumplings, Kakashi suddenly felt a sense of relief wash over his masked eyes, as if the burdens of the past had dissipated. It was no wonder Guy cherished these dumplings, now he understood. Kakashi quickly connected the events of the past few days, his eyes gleaming with the keen insight of a detective. With 2 baskets remaining, he regretted that he could no longer indulge. After wiping his mouth clean and donning his mask once more, he placed the remaining dumplings on Naruto and the others' table, adopting a serious tone. "I merely wish to sample the flavors for you, fearing you might not be accustomed to them. It appears my good intentions have gone unappreciated. I am truly disappointed." With that, Kakashi clutched his heart, feigning an exaggerated pain that would surely earn him accolades for his performance. The three cast him disdainful glances before preparing to eat. However, in that very moment, a shadowy figure charged through the doorway, swiftly sweeping away the remaining 2 baskets of dumplings, as if they were arrows released from a bow. The group glared at Kakashi once more, but he merely shrugged, pointing to the side. Following his gesture, they beheld a large black dog that had been lying by the entrance. Its mouth was glistening with grease, radiating an expression of pure satisfaction. The trio's anger reignited. Unable to defeat Kakashi-sensei, could they not contend with a mere ninja dog? They quickly surrounded the canine. Yet, the dog remained unfazed, calmly stating, "I advise you to abandon any thoughts of confronting me, or you shall bear the consequences." The 3 were momentarily taken aback, but soon resumed their furious demeanor. So what if it's a talking ninja dog? Kakashi-sensei has one too, but its combat prowess is hardly formidable, they all thought in unison. Chapter 51. Uncle Ichiraku's troubles. Just as Kakashi was about to raise his voice to remind Naruto and the others that they were no match for their opponents, the next moment, they had already launched their attack. Watching the group charging towards them, Wankai shook his head and then raised his paw, preparing to counter. Observing this scene, Li Xian quickly interjected, urging, "Control your strength a bit. Do not damage the tables and chairs." The 3 individuals attacking Wankai assumed he was referring to them and instinctively moderated their force. Meanwhile, Wankai calmly replied, "Rest assured, I possess discretion. Considering I've already devoured their dumplings, I'll allow them to rest at home for a couple of days." In an instant, Wankai vanished from his spot and appeared before the trio, utilizing his plump paw to send each of them flying out of the shop, rendering them unconscious. Kakashi, witnessing this, promptly apologized and employed the shadow clone technique to carry the 3 individuals, bidding farewell to Li Xian before escorting them home. This day could certainly be described as exceedingly lively. In stark contrast to the bustling Li Xian's restaurant, the situation at Ichiraku's was far from favorable. Early in the morning, Uncle Ichiraku had closed the restaurant. He sat quietly in a chair, clutching a letter in his hand. The letter read, "Your daughter is in the hands of our Konoha underworld. If you wish to ensure her survival, retrieve the secret recipe from the restaurant behind the alley." Initially, he thought it might be a cruel prank, but 3 hours later, when his daughter should have returned from her usual grocery run, she was still nowhere to be found. Panic set in as Uncle Ichiraku rushed out to search for her, only to find no trace throughout the entire village. He sought out Zidi and Chuan, who were on guard for the village, but they too had no information. Returning to the restaurant, Uncle Ichiraku realized that this kidnapping might indeed be genuine. Just as he was preparing to seek assistance at the Hokage's office, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. "So, you are the owner of Ichiraku's restaurant. I suggest you follow the instructions on the note, or be prepared to collect your daughter's remains. Who are you?" Uncle Ichiraku spun around abruptly, eager to confront the source of the voice, only to find nothing but emptiness. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that if you wish for your daughter to return unharmed, you must complete your task diligently." Ha! Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon Uncle Ichiraku, pinning him to the ground and rendering him immobile. "Remember, focus on fulfilling the task assigned to you. Do not complicate matters, otherwise. Prepare for a reunion with your daughter in the afterlife." The sinister laughter gradually faded from his ears. After a considerable time, Uncle Ichiraku finally managed to recover from the immense pressure that had felt like a mountain weighing upon him. He stood up from the floor, drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from a water-filled abyss. Uncle Yao sat slumped on the floor, gasping for breath, his legs trembling uncontrollably, as if his body had yet to recover from the recent fright. How infuriating. Why was it not me who was captured? Changpu is still so young, with a long road ahead. I must ensure she encounters no misfortune. Resolute, Uncle Yao's gaze grew steadfast. Meanwhile, atop a dilapidated building near Yao restaurant, a ninja clad in an umbu mask stood silently, clearly the owner of the ominous voice heard earlier. If the third Hokage were present, he would be taken aback. For this individual was the umbu ninja dispatched to investigate Li Xian's restaurant. Yet, unbeknownst to the third Hokage, one of his most trusted subordinates had betrayed him. Most importantly, this individual held another identity, the mastermind behind the Konoha Black Hand. Suddenly, another figure cloaked in black appeared behind the umbu ninja. This person knelt respectfully and said, "Leader, the traitorous Chunin Kazama-chan has been apprehended. Shall we eliminate him?" The umbu ninja shook his head slightly and replied, "First, imprison him. I sense he will prove invaluable in the future." Acknowledging the command, the cloaked figure vanished in an instant. The umbu ninja gazed toward the Hokage building. extending his right hand as if to grasp it. "You old coot, after holding this position for so many years, isn't it time for a change?" At this moment, the Umbu ninja revealed his ultimate intention. Indeed, he sought to leverage the miraculous ingredients from Li Xian's restaurant to enhance his chakra and challenge the position of Hokage. As expected, power tends to awaken the desires lurking within some individuals, regardless of the world. Previously, it was this very person who had instigated Mizuki's plan to kidnap Naruto in exchange for ninjutsu, and after acquiring the techniques, Mizuki was to provide a copy to him as part of the deal, while he was responsible for diverting the Umbu ninja monitoring Naruto. Everything was proceeding smoothly until they ultimately found themselves at Li Xian's doorstep, returning empty-handed. Chapter 52. Uncle Yile's challenge. The scene shifted back to Li Xian's restaurant. After Kakashi and his group departed, the elderly gentleman and several regular patrons returned. Unfortunately, this time everyone ordered only fried rice and beef noodles. As they put it, the end of the month had arrived, and funds were rather tight, necessitating some frugality. Li Xian wholeheartedly agreed with their sentiments, recalling his own past when, during university, he would spend his living allowance freely at the beginning of the month, only to find himself nearly out of funds by month's end. Ultimately reduced to pooling resources with friends to buy instant noodles. Truly unforgettable days. After bidding farewell to the patrons, time unwittingly slipped away, and soon it was closing time. Closed the door of the restaurant. After preparing dinner for Wang Kai and himself, Li Xian once again succumbed to slumber. Unbeknownst to him, however, a wave of unfavorable public sentiment was sweeping through the village. A new day dawned, and the streets of Konoha buzzed with life once more. In a modest eatery, two familiar patrons engaged in conversation about the recent lively happenings within the village. "Have you heard about that restaurant in the alley behind Ichiraku?" one inquired. "I've known for some time. The owner is exceedingly arrogant, declaring that the poor and dogs are not permitted inside. Did you not see the dog that has been lying in front of his restaurant? A perfect example. Goodness, is this owner truly so formidable? Is there no one to put him in his place?" The volume of their voices gradually increased, drawing the attention of nearby diners. Noticing the righteous indignation in the eyes of the onlookers, the two conspirators realized their scheme had succeeded. At that moment, a burly man interjected. "Who says no one can deal with that unscrupulous owner? Just yesterday afternoon, Uncle Ichiraku publicly declared that under the auspices of the Hokage, he intends to engage the owner in a fair contest. It is said to commence tonight at 8 p.m. "What?" exclaimed the two instigators in astonishment. They quickly apologized to the surrounding diners before dashing out of the restaurant, for the unfolding events had far surpassed their anticipated plan. They needed to report this development immediately and await further instructions from their leader. Indeed, these two were agents of the Konoha underworld, initially sent to spread negative sentiment in a bid to provoke Li Xian into a confrontation with Ichiraku. Little did they expect the Hokage's involvement in the matter, which dramatically exceeded their expectations. As news spread, from one person to 10, then to hundreds and thousands, gradually the entire village became aware of the impending event. At 8 p.m. tonight, in front of the Hokage building, a culinary competition unlike any other was set to unfold, presided over by the third Hokage himself. The victor would claim the opponent's culinary secrets, while the loser would be banished from Konoha. To ensure fairness, all ingredients for the competition would be provided by the village, underscoring the Hokage's high regard for this event. Since the Kyubi incident and the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, the village had been remarkably tranquil, and it had been a long time since such a grand event had taken place. In an instant, Konoha village became even more animated, with families finishing their meals early to arrive at the Hokage building to secure good vantage points. However, upon their arrival, they were met by several ninjas who barred their way. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a massive arena materialized out of thin air in less than 3 seconds. Such swiftness would be unattainable even by the most skilled craftsmen. The arena was oval, reminiscent of a school playground, with the competition area at its center and seating for spectators surrounding it, capable of accommodating around 10,000 spectators. Before their eyes, a colossal edifice suddenly materialized, eliciting a palpable sense of trepidation among some villagers who were on the verge of retreat. Just as they prepared to depart, numerous entrances emerged around the arena, from which a multitude of ninjas emerged to direct the villagers into an orderly procession. In the center of the arena, the third Hokage wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting on the entire spectacle as a manifestation of his own design. The Earth Release Arena Construction. This was a unique ninjutsu he had devised, derived from advanced Earth Release techniques. enabling the practitioner to conjure structures based on their thoughts. However, this technique demanded an immense amount of chakra. Without a reserve akin to that of a Kage, its successful execution was nearly impossible. The third Hokage gazed at the completed arena, a chilling glint illuminating his eyes. I shall not permit anyone to disrupt this rare piece. I fervently hope to apprehend the shadowy mastermind behind these events. Little did he know that all of this was orchestrated by one of his most trusted confidants, a revelation that would likely have left him reeling in shock, perhaps even causing him to cough up blood. After all, who would not feel devastated by the betrayal of someone they held in the highest regard? Meanwhile, Li Xian was equally oblivious to the fact that he had been ensnared in this vast whirlwind, unable to extricate himself. Truly, it was a case of misfortune befalling him while he sat comfortably at home. Once a carefree spirit, he now found himself caught in the crossfire. Oh, how the carefree days have vanished, how lamentable. Chapter 53, Uncle Yao and Memory Yao Ramen. The restaurant remained shuttered, cloaked in darkness, suffused with an overwhelming sense of solitude and dread. Uncle Yao fixated on a photograph of his daughter, his visage appearing more haggard. Yet his eyes sparkled with a piercing intensity, revealing a sharpness akin to the edge of a blade. Suddenly, a voice filled with rage erupted from thin air. Yao, are you seeking death? Do you not believe that your daughter's lifeless body will soon appear nearby? Yao did not turn to seek the owner of the voice, for he was aware that the outcome would mirror the previous encounter, a voice without a visible form. Calmly, Yao responded. You should be aware that I have not disclosed this matter to the Hokage Tower. Yet you have summoned the third Hokage to act as a referee, have you not? The Umbu ninja roared in fury. A smirk of derision crossed Uncle Yao's face. If I had not taken this course of action, my daughter and I would likely vanish from the village, would we not? I recall how, 5 years ago, Uncle Jiing in the food ninja village met a similar fate at your hands. How dare you know about this? Exclaimed the Umbu ninja in shock. It is worth noting that when Uncle Jiing first arrived in Konoha, his renowned Jiing-style ramen garnered acclaim, attracting countless patrons daily. At that time, Jiing's restaurant was as popular as Yao Ramen is today, becoming a beloved landmark in the village. This success incited envy among many competitors who, through their slanderous campaigns, spread rumors that Jiing-style ramen possessed the miraculous ability to enhance chakra. In that moment, the Konoha Black Hand organization set its sights upon him. Ultimately, on a moonless and tempestuous night, due to a shortage of ingredients for the following day's meals, Okuyama hastily enlisted several assistants to venture out and procure supplies. Unfortunately, they were intercepted midway, and the next day, rumors began circulating about Okuyama and his companions relocating, as the staff at Okuyama's restaurant were all selected orphans. The villagers harbored no suspicions, merely lamenting that it would be wonderful if they could remain in Konoha for an extended period before resuming their daily routines. Meanwhile, under the duress of brutal interrogation, Okuyama and his team insisted that there were no culinary delights capable of enhancing chakra within their establishment. However, the Umbu ninjas were not easily swayed by their claims and promptly dispatched 2 trusted confidants to accompany Okuyama back to the restaurant for further investigation, assuring him that if he was indeed mistaken, they would release him, albeit with the caveat that he could never return to Konoha. The group quickly nodded in agreement, willing to accept even the harshest terms in exchange for their lives. After enduring a frenzied search for 2 days and nights, nearly uprooting the very foundation of Okuyama's restaurant, the 2 confidants returned with heavy hearts, delivering the full account to the Umbu ninjas. The ninjas offered no further commentary, merely instructing the duo to escort the entire staff of the Okuyama restaurant to a secluded cabin between the land of fire and the land of wind, where compensation and relocation funds awaited them. However, as the 2 confidants prepared to return after bringing the restaurant staff to the designated location that evening, 2 shurikens found their mark, piercing the hearts of both men. As they beheld their assailant, they gasped in agony. Boss, why? It turned out that an Umbu ninja had also arrived at the scene. I'm sorry, but you know too much, he replied, delivering a swift kick that sent them both into oblivion. The staff of Okuyama's restaurant could only lament their own frailty. Fire style, great fireball technique. The room was engulfed in a fierce blaze, vanishing into the ether. Listening to the recollection, Ichiraka wiped the cold sweat from his brow and exclaimed in astonishment, No, that can't be right. Everyone who knew of this should be dead. How do you know? Taking a deep breath, Ichiraku responded slowly. After you executed your technique, Okuyama, being near the back window and caught off guard, sustained serious injuries and managed to escape home. 3 days later, he succumbed to his wounds. During those 3 days, He confided every detail to me, urging me never to seek revenge. Only upon my agreement did he depart in peace. My original name was Okamura, to evade your attention. I have since adopted the name Ichiraku. Oh, then why now do you choose to divulge everything? Are you not afraid that I might eliminate you to prevent future complications? The Umbu ninja retorted cruelly. Having fulfilled my father's wishes and restored the illustrious name of gang-style ramen within the village of Konoha, I stand here without any regrets. I hope that after you take my life, you will let my daughter go, for she knows nothing of this affair. With that, Ichiraku opened his arms and stood tall, seemingly embracing the arrival of death. The Umbu ninja, witnessing Ichiraku's fearless demeanor, finally showed a flicker of emotion. He softened his tone and remarked, "Indeed, you are more adept at navigating the intricacies of life than your father. Should I end your life now, it is likely that the third Hokage would take notice. As a prominent guest of the evening, should any misfortune befall you, he would undoubtedly demand a thorough investigation. Wouldn't he, Ichiraku?" Ichiraku, sensing the truth in the ninja's words, began to sweat profusely. The Umbu ninja quickly reassured him, "Do not worry. Once I acquire the culinary secrets of your opponent, I will ensure your daughter is returned to you unharmed." After that, silence enveloped the air, and once Ichiraku confirmed that the ninja had completely departed, he collapsed to the ground, revealing that his earlier bravado had been a fade. "I cannot simply wait for my fate. I must seek powerful allies," Ichiraku silently resolved. Chapter 54. A call for boss Li Xian to attend the event. Meanwhile, Li Xian remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, languishing in his chair and enjoying a life of leisure akin to that of a salted fish. At 6 in the evening, the key participants for the event had arrived. With the exception of Li Xian, the third Hokage expressed his dissatisfaction. "What is the situation? Why has Li Xian arrived? Did no one go to inform him?" The assembly exchanged glances, each assuming that the others had notified him, only to find that none had done so. Kakashi, rubbing his temples in exasperation, said, "Lord Third, allow me to go inform him. I know the location of boss Li Xian's restaurant, which will save us some time." "Very well, go quickly and return swiftly," the third Hokage replied coolly. Upon hearing the Hokage's words, Kakashi sprang into action, leaping onto the rooftops and dashing away with haste. On another front, Might Guy, having learned from other ninjas that Li Xian had yet to arrive, was drenched in sweat from anxiety. "Curse it, boss. No, my brother. Why hasn't he come yet? Surely he must know that the competition is about to commence. Youth does not permit regrets. I shall bring my brother to fulfill this event." With that, Might Guy took off like a whirlwind, racing through the village, creating a powerful gust that revealed the alluring undergarments of many lovely maidens. Much to the delight of the onlooking men, but they lamented the fleeting nature of such beauty. "If given the choice, I would wish for eternity." Moments later, Kakashi and Might Guy arrived simultaneously at the entrance of Li Xian's restaurant, exclaiming in unison, "Boss, come out. It is time to attend the event." After their exchange, the two locked eyes for approximately a minute before Kakashi broke the silence. "Ahem, so, Guy, I didn't expect to see you here as well." To Kakashi's surprise, Guy responded not with words but with exuberant laughter. "Ha ha ha, Kakashi, you've lost this round. You spoke first." "Ha ha." Kakashi rolled his eyes, bemused by Guy's incessant silliness, which remained unchanged over time. At that moment, Li Xian was roused from his slumber. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he emerged from the shop, grumpily exclaiming, "Hey, who was making all this noise? Don't you know it's impolite to disturb someone's dreams?" Just as he was about to voice further complaints, a shuriken, piercing through a piece of paper, swiftly hurtled towards him. "Not good," cried Kakashi and Guy in unison. Unfortunately, the suddenness of the attack, coupled with the shuriken's proximity and speed, left them frozen in place, silently wishing for Li Xian's safety. Without hesitation, Li Xian swiftly performed hand seals. Body replacement technique. A leopard print pair of underwear intercepted the lethal strike. Kakashi and Guy, witnessing the unexpected sight of the exposed leopard print underwear, couldn't help but smirk, their lips curling into a carefree grin. Under the threat of Li Xian's culinary delights, they managed to stifle their laughter, though the corners of their mouths continued to twitch uncontrollably. Kakashi, in particular, seemed to struggle with his small mask, which quivered incessantly near his mouth, causing Li Xian mild irritation. Upon retrieving the paper from the shuriken, they read, "The traitor Kazama Chun has been captured. If you wish to rescue him, surrender the cooking secret." After handing the note to Kakashi and Guy, Li Xian began inquiring about their purpose for being there. Once Kakashi and Guy laid bare the details, Li Xian swiftly connected the dots. He roused Wang Kai, who was napping at the entrance, urging it to sniff the paper. As soon as Wang Kai brought its nose closer, it disdainfully retreated, exclaiming, "Wow, the stench is overwhelming. My nose is about to be ruined." After Li Xian promised a variety of delectable treats, Wang Kai reluctantly endured the scent, and once it confirmed it was ready to proceed. Kakashi obliterated the paper with a lightning technique. Subsequently, Li Xian began assigning tasks. He and Kakashi would head out first, with Kakashi returning for support, while Wang Kai and Guy would scout the situation, acting judiciously. As for why they didn't report to the third Hokage, who could say if there were any hidden enemies lurking nearby? After the assignments were made, they checked the time. Only 10 minutes remained before the operation commenced. Kakashi declared he possessed a unique skill that could teleport himself and Li Xian instantly. Under the astonished gazes of one man and one dog, a bolt of lightning flashed, and the two vanished from sight. After a while, Mike Kai flexed his muscles and said, "Wang Kai, rest assured, considering that we have shared the same toilet seat, my brother, I will certainly. At that moment, as Mike Kai spoke, Wang Kai gently tapped the dilapidated building's wall with his paw. Instantly, spiderweb-like cracks began to rapidly expand. Observing Mike Kai's astonishment, Wang Kai contentedly retracted his paw and walked arrogantly toward their destination. After a brief moment of surprise, Mike Kai began to closely follow Wang Kai, murmuring, "I never expected the boss's watchdog to possess such formidable strength. I wonder how powerful the boss himself must be. Yet, why did he seek my guidance on martial arts? How peculiar." Chapter 55. A thunderous sound in the sky. The boss makes his dazzling entrance at 7:30 in the evening. Half an hour remained before the event commenced. Aside from the heavyweight guest Li Xian, all other participants were prepared. Trusting in Kakashi's capabilities, the Hokage announced that the event would officially begin at 7:45. At 7:45, the event commenced. The colossal bird's nest was already teeming with people, bustling with excitement. Groups of ninjas had dispersed, guiding the crowd while maintaining order. In the shadows, masked Umbu ninjas stood ready, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. In the center of the arena, a row of empty seats awaited, surrounded by numerous ninjas standing guard. This was the position designated for the Hokage to act as the referee. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a suit ascended the platform. Holding a microphone, he tested the sound before passionately addressing the audience. "Good evening, dear friends." Instantly, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. After approximately 3 minutes of enthusiastic clapping, the host gestured for the audience to cease their applause. "I am the host, Ichiro Miyamoto, and I welcome you to the Culinary God Championship," he continued. "Now, let us introduce the contestants of this competition. On one side, we have the renowned Uncle Ichiraku from the famous Ichiraku Ramen, who, in just 3 short years, has attracted a loyal following, resulting in long queues outside his restaurant daily, a true culinary deity in the village. On the other side, we have the rising star Li Xian, who has recently gained fame. He appeared seemingly out of nowhere, previously unknown in the alleys, and now his reputation rivals that of Uncle Ichiraku. Rumor has it that the dishes crafted in Li Xian's restaurant can enhance a ninja's chakra. Tonight, let us anticipate the pinnacle clash between these two culinary masters. Let us welcome their arrival." As soon as the words fell, the entire arena was plunged into darkness. Then, a dazzling light suddenly appeared, illuminating a tall figure. Standing on the platform in a white chef's attire, Uncle Ichiraku appeared composed, as if victory were already in his grasp. At that moment, the host handed the microphone to Uncle Yao and inquired, "Uncle Yao, do you have any thoughts regarding this competition?" Uncle Yao crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly, "I'm sorry, but I am determined to secure first place. As for Li Xian, I suggest you return to your training for a few more years if you wish to surpass me." Upon hearing this, many loyal patrons of Uncle Yao's restaurant erupted in applause, enthusiastically shouting their admiration and expressing their desire to have children with him. In the face of this fervor, Uncle Yao remained composed, standing as if he were a sage detached from the world. As the applause gradually subsided, the host, Ichiro Goto, continued with fervor. "Little did we expect Uncle Yao to be so confident. Now, how will our other contestant respond? Let us extend a warm welcome to the enigmatic Li Xian." Customers who had previously dined at Li Xian's restaurant began to clap vigorously, with an elderly man's dentures nearly falling out in his excitement. Little Zyro, in his enthusiasm, removed his clothes and waved them about, ultimately being escorted out by nearby ninjas for indecency. 5 minutes passed, and the applause eventually faded. Yet, our protagonist had not yet arrived. Just as the audience was on the verge of booing, a dazzling flash of lightning suddenly illuminated the arena. A youthful voice emerged from the brilliance. With a thunderous sound from the heavens, the owner made a grand entrance, declaring, "I, Li Xian from Foshan, present myself to all." Beside him, Kakashi, puzzled, asked, "Boss, where exactly is Foshan? I've never heard of it." Foshan, Li Xian explained, is a place teeming with formidable warriors. Notably one named Yip Man, who famously claimed he could take on 10 opponents and ultimately achieved that feat. Kakashi mused to himself, "Foshan, Yip Man. I must seek him out one day." After sending Li Xian off, Kakashi swiftly vanished, heading to support Wang Kai and Might Guy. A delayed spotlight finally illuminated Li Xian. In stark contrast to Uncle Yile's robust physique, Li Xian appeared somewhat frail, giving the impression that he could be easily taken down with a single punch. This prompted many previously neutral spectators to lean towards Uncle Yile, for in the culinary profession, it is arduous to excel without a strong physique and power, after all. A large cooking pot can weigh dozens of kilograms. Could such a slight frame possibly manage it? Yet, unbeknownst to them, Li Xian possessed the legendary physique that appears slender in clothing, but reveals muscularity when undraped. Had he displayed his chiseled abs at that moment, he would likely have garnered quite a few admirers. Finally regaining his composure, the host, Ichiro Goto, excitedly addressed Li Xian, microphone in hand, "Boss Li, Uncle Yile has already claimed the championship as if it were in his grasp. What do you have to say in response?" Chapter 56. The theme of this competition is noodles. Li Xian wore a faint smile, gazing directly into the piercing eyes of Uncle Ilu, and calmly remarked, "Have you ever heard the saying that the waves of the Yangtze River push the former waves aside, while the former waves perish upon the shore? Uncle Ilu, you have grown old, and it is time for a change in this era." Such audacity. While many in the audience might not be familiar with the proverb, they were cultured enough to grasp its essence after a moment of contemplation. "Ah, so you disdain those of us who are older, do you?" It is worth noting that a significant portion of the audience consisted of middle-aged individuals, and this statement incited their collective ire. In an instant, the stands erupted with curses, hurling insults like "young brat" and "impudent wretch," resonating throughout the venue. Uncle Ilu lifted his fierce gaze, akin to that of a tiger, and addressed Li Xian, "Youngster, commendable. You remind me of my younger self, filled with lofty ambitions. Perhaps in a few years, you may indeed surpass this old man, but today your defeat is inevitable." "Oh, this old man is merely boasting, isn't he? Who cannot do that?" Li Xian, with his hands clasped behind him, spoke with the air of a sage. "To be young and reckless is to squander one's life. Permit me to speak candidly, all present here are but novices." This statement ignited the crowd, as people began to strike elegant poses and utter beautiful phrases in response. Even those who initially supported Li Xian joined the chorus of condemnation against him. The host, Ichiro Gongen, and Uncle Ilu, standing closest to Li Xian, were so incensed that their chests began to heave with the urge to stab him. Had their glares possessed the power to kill, it is likely that Li Xian would have been reduced to ashes by now. "Now, everyone, please quiet down. The event is about to commence." A venerable voice resonated in the ears of the spectators, revealing the arrival of the third Hokage upon the stage. The moment he appeared, the audience erupted in fervent applause, akin to the adulation of a celebrity. "Third Hokage! Third Hokage! Third Hokage!" The third Hokage made a gesture for silence, and instantly, the tumultuous noise subsided, underscoring the gravity of his presence. At his behest, Ichiro Gongen stepped forward, microphone in hand, and announced, "Esteemed guests, the competition is about to begin. Let us unveil the theme for today's culinary duel." He approached the spinning wheel, giving it a vigorous turn. Ultimately, the pointer landed on clear broth noodles. Ichiro Gongen, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, "Today's theme is ramen. This is undoubtedly Uncle Ilu's forte. Let us see if the young contender Li Xian can turn the tide and defeat Uncle Ilu. I hereby declare the competition officially underway." As his words fell, stone platforms emerged on either side of the stage, their centers recessed to form cooking stations. A team of staff members swiftly arranged the necessary ingredients and tools for the culinary endeavor. "Thank you." Gazing at the rudimentary cooking tools, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Li Xian's forehead. After all, someone accustomed to modern culinary instruments suddenly confronted with such primitive outdoor cooking gear, akin to what one's grandfather might have used, would understandably feel a sense of disorientation. It is reminiscent of the experience of transitioning from a high-end smartphone to a Nokia. One cannot help but question their sanity. In this moment, Li Xian's sentiments mirrored such turmoil, as he had never utilized such archaic equipment. Conversely, Uncle Ilu remained unperturbed throughout, though a subtle smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed his inner thoughts. The situation began to tilt unfavorably for Li Xian. In his mind, he implored the system, "System, could you kindly instruct me on the use of this stove?" Ding. The system has prepared a comprehensive guide of 108 methods for utilizing outdoor stoves and is now commencing transmission to the host. The transfer proceeded, counting down. 10, 20, 80, 90, 100. Transmission complete. Wishing the host a successful endeavor in this activity. Afterward, the system will reward the host with a mysterious grand prize. Upon hearing about the mysterious grand prize, Li Xian's heart raced with excitement. The allure of such a prize mattered little to him. His primary desire was to achieve victory. He murmured softly, and as soon as the words left his lips, he felt his mind inundated with an abundance of knowledge, which he began to quietly assimilate. To an outside observer, however, Li Xian appeared to be in a stupor, standing motionless in place, further diminishing the audience's faith in him. Some spectators, seizing the opportunity, began to place bets. Uncle Eli's odds stood at 1-1, while Li Xian's were at 110. Had Li Xian been aware of this, he might have found it laughable. The odds in his favor were attributed to the support of loyal patrons. Otherwise, they could have reached as high as 120. Among the bettors, the elderly gentleman and young Kojiro placed the most wagers. Kojiro, seated in the audience, whispered, "Boss Li Xian, I believe in you. You will surely triumph. Let your culinary skills shine brightly here." Meanwhile, the elderly gentleman, accompanied by family and sharing jovial banter, occasionally glanced at Li Xian, silently hoping, "Boss, please do not let me down today." Chapter 57. The culinary duel. Uncle Elu took the initiative, first kneading the flour into a ball, which he set aside to rest in a bowl. Then, he placed firewood beneath the stove and ignited a flame. Observing the timer in the center of the arena, he noted that the resting time was up and began to knead the dough. Gradually, the dough transformed into a long strip. Subsequently, Uncle Elu grasped each end of the strip with both hands, pulling and tossing it with finesse, resulting in a miraculous transformation. The long strip morphed into thinner strands, becoming increasingly slender and longer, until at last, he submerged them into a pot of boiling water. 3 minutes later, he retrieved them, added a drizzle of sesame oil and a sprinkle of chopped scallions, and completed the dish with great success. Though the preparation of this dish is straightforward, the aroma it exudes is remarkably profound and lingering, causing many nearby spectators to involuntarily salivate. When Uncle Ichiraku placed the meticulously crafted clear broth noodles before the third Hokage, he savored the fragrance with his nostrils, seemingly transported back to the moment he first encountered his wife in his youth. It appeared that he had been captivated by a bowl of clear broth noodles prepared by her. "Please enjoy, Hokage-sama," Uncle Ichiraku said softly. "Thank you for your efforts." The third Hokage replied kindly, picking up the chopsticks beside him and lifting the noodles to his lips. Each strand of noodle released a delightful aroma in his mouth, reminiscent of the unique fragrance of grains. In a fleeting reverie, he recalled the day he and his wife first fell in love, leaning against one another in the fields as they admired the setting sun. After relishing the noodles, he set down his chopsticks, still savoring the taste, and slowly remarked, "Ichiraku, this bowl of clear broth noodles is exquisite. Thank you for your kind words, Hokage-sama. I shall strive to improve further." Ichiraku responded with palpable excitement. For a chef, there is perhaps no greater joy than receiving praise for their culinary creations. However, the third Hokage turned his gaze towards Li Xian and said, "Ichiraku, do not underestimate that young friend. Rest assured, Hokage-sama, the deliciousness of his dish was likely due to his mysterious ingredients. Now that both of us are using the same ingredients, I doubt his culinary skills can surpass mine," Ichiraku replied confidently. "Is that so? Then let us await the outcome." The third Hokage responded enigmatically. After several days of investigation, the third Hokage had gained some understanding of Li Xian. The purpose of organizing such a grand event was twofold: to allow the villagers a moment of relaxation and to ascertain whether Li Xian's culinary techniques could enhance a ninja's chakra. To closely observe his culinary methods, the third Hokage had arranged for several highly attentive and exceptionally skilled ninjas to sit in the nearest audience area to the competition venue. "Achoo! Is someone thinking of me?" Li Xian muttered after sneezing. With Uncle Ichiraku having completed his dish, it was now Li Xian's turn. After performing some preparatory exercises, he formally engaged in the competition. Following the same steps as Uncle Ichiraku, he began to exert himself when it came time to grasp the dough at both ends. Li Xian stretched the dough, shaking it up and down, crossing and alternating repeatedly until it formed a twisted shape. He then pressed it on the cutting board, with his left hand moving inward and his right hand outward, rolling it to add strength, lifting both ends, shaking and stretching, then folding the two strands, dusting them with flour to prevent sticking. With one twist, there were two. With the second twist, it increased to four. With the third and fourth twists, the noodles grew increasingly finer. By the time he reached the 10th twist, the audience held their breath, fearing that even the slightest exhale might sever the delicate strands of dough as fine as hair. At this moment, Uncle Yao's previously haughty demeanor had long since vanished. His mouth slightly agape and eyes wide open, staring blankly at the strands of noodles in Li Xian's hands. Beside him, the Hokage mirrored his astonishment. 11 pulls, 12 pulls. As Li Xian folded and shook the noodles, striving to prevent them from sticking together, the strands danced between his hands like tumultuous waves, captivating all onlookers. Enough, enough. Do not stretch it further, or it shall snap. This sentiment echoed in the hearts of all present. They truly felt it was already sufficient. Their fists clenched and expressions shifting from astonishment to tension. Yet, Li Xian remained oblivious to their anxieties, engrossed in his noodle-pulling performance. Upon reaching the 14th pull, he suddenly shook his hands vigorously, and the massive noodles cascaded down like a waterfall, reminiscent of poetry's vivid imagery, flowing down 3,000 feet. As if the Milky Way descended from the heavens, everyone was left astonished, even forgetting to applaud. This was not merely cooking, it was a display of magic. Simultaneously, they silently rejoiced in their decision to attend the competition, for they would have otherwise missed such a spectacular performance. And they owed their gratitude to the third Hokage for hosting the event. After the 14th pull, Li Xian finally came to a halt, and the audience collectively exhaled in relief. Chapter 58. Memories of the third Hokage. As he placed the noodles into the boiling pot, he deftly twirled them with chopsticks. Instantly, a fragrance reminiscent of rice wafted through the air, enchanting everyone present. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, Li Xian retrieved the noodles, placing them into a white bowl, drizzling them with sesame oil and garnishing with scallions. A fresh aroma immediately permeated the surroundings, causing the stomachs of many spectators who had arrived early, having skipped lunch, to rumble audibly. Li Xian personally presented the dish to the third Hokage. This was his first time observing the revered third Hokage up close. Now in his senior years, the Hokage's face bore deep, knife-like wrinkles and was speckled with age spots. Were it not for the formidable aura surrounding him, one might mistake him for an ordinary elder. What caught Li Xian's attention most were his eyes, deep and dark, radiating wisdom. Alas, while cunning may endure, vitality often wanes. Is this a common affliction of aging? Taking a deep breath, Li Xian composed himself and placed the noodles before the Hokage. Lord Hokage, please enjoy, he said respectfully. Thank you for your hard work. The third Hokage replied kindly, then scrutinized the bowl of clear soup noodles before him. The primary distinction between these noodles and those crafted by Yao lay in their fineness. Reminiscent of his own silver hair, they appeared appealing, yet the true test lay in their flavor. The third Hokage carefully lifted a strand with his chopsticks and tasted it. This flavor, he exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Upon witnessing this, Uncle Yao promptly stepped forward and inquired, Hokage-sama, what troubles you? Is it that this dish does not suit your palate? No. The third Hokage gently shook his head, his eyes half closed as if savoring the lingering flavors of the meal. He had tasted the world's most exquisite delicacies and had relished dishes that brought him immense satisfaction. Yet, what he cherished most was still the humble bowl of clear soup noodles crafted by the uncle. As the noodles grazed his tongue, the essence of grains burst forth, overwhelming his senses and conjuring images of a joyous agrarian life. With a gaze filled with complexity, the third Hokage turned to Li Xian and asked, pray tell, how did you manage to elevate clear soup noodles to such heights? Li Xian replied with calm assurance, it is through heartfelt dedication. Only when one pours their entire spirit into the creation can they conjure culinary delights that bring happiness. This was akin to a struggling student asking a top scholar how to attain excellence, to which the scholar simply replies, just apply yourself. Indeed, such intangible wisdom can be most impactful. However, the third Hokage seemed to concur, nodding slightly before resuming his enjoyment of the dish before him. As the noodles descended into his stomach, distant memories resurfaced in his mind. In the days when he was merely the apprentice of the second Hokage, he was not the most gifted among his peers, yet he was the most diligent. Whenever he had a moment to spare, he would train alone, accompanied only by solitude. Everything was destined to proceed in this manner until that fateful day when he encountered a kind-hearted uncle. Youngster, Why are you training alone? Would you like some company? Casting a sidelong glance, the third Hokage replied haughtily, Do as you wish, just do not disturb me. You little rascal. Can you not show a bit more respect for your elders? The uncle responded with exasperation. Thus, each day they met to train together. However, one day, after experiencing a setback during a training session, the third Hokage quarreled with his family and fled to the back mountain. As the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the sky, and hunger began to gnaw at his stomach. Just as he contemplated returning home, the rustling of grass caught his attention. Damn it! I have no shuriken on me. It seems I must resort to ninjutsu. As the sounds drew near, panic seized the third Hokage, causing him to fumble the hand signs he had almost completed. Fear surged within him, and as he prepared to scream for the village's guard to come to his aid, a figure suddenly appeared beside him, holding a steaming bowl of clear soup noodles. Youngster, the figure remarked, I wondered why you hadn't shown up this afternoon. It seems you were here all along. It was the uncle who had trained with him all afternoon. Tears began to flow uncontrollably from the third Hokage's eyes. Once he had composed himself, he recounted the day's events while savoring the clear soup noodles that the uncle had brought. Finally, under the comforting presence of the elder, he returned home. For reasons unknown, he found himself yearning for the elder's clear soup noodles each day. Subsequently, during their afternoon training sessions, he would express his thoughts to the elder. The elder, being a person of straightforwardness, promised to bring him a bowl of clear soup noodles each day. Unfortunately, this bliss was short-lived as war broke out. The two were forced to part ways, heading to their respective battlefields, yet they secretly met in private, vowing to return alive and fulfill their previous promise. 2 years later, the war concluded, but the third generation had not seen the elder again. Despite utilizing his connections and family influence, after 3 months of arduous searching, he received the tragic news of the elder's demise. The taste of the clear soup noodles vanished with the elder's passing, yet today, that flavor was suddenly rekindled. Chapter 59. I announced Li Xian's victory. He longed to inquire whether Li Xian was a descendant of the elder, but then recalled that the elder had seemingly remained single, leading him to remain silent while quietly savoring the delectable dish before him. The bowl of clear soup noodles was consumed amidst a swell of emotion. The third generation was not merely eating clear soup noodles. He was relishing the memories of the elder. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and a semblance of ease emerged within his weary gaze. Regardless of his formidable strength and esteemed position, he would willingly trade it all for the elder's safe return if time could be rewound. Li Xian, thank you for allowing me to enjoy such exquisite clear soup noodles, he said earnestly, his tone respectful. Yet, he felt that this expression was insufficiently sincere. Thus, the third generation took an action that astonished everyone present. He actually removed his Hokage hat and bowed respectfully to Li Xian. Boom. In that moment, the atmosphere spiraled out of control. Countless spectators leaped from their seats, their faces reflecting disbelief. The third generation bowed to a mere chef? This was a gesture reserved for those who had made significant contributions to the village. Only individuals like the fourth Hokage, who had died in battle, were afforded such high honors. Yet today, Li Xian had merely prepared a bowl of clear soup noodles and was bestowed with such recognition. What merit did he possess? It was noteworthy that during the grand ceremony for the passing of the feudal lord 5 years prior, the third generation had only bowed his head slightly. At this moment, those who had previously looked down on Li Xian felt utterly ashamed, while those who had consistently supported him cheered for him loudly. Witnessing this, Uncle Yao collapsed to the ground, appearing even older. Despite this, he could not restrain his trembling as he asked, Hokage-sama, may I inquire about the reason for the failure? In response, the third generation slowly replied, your dish lacked the most essential element, the soul of the cuisine. The soul of the cuisine? He had not anticipated that this young man had achieved the legendary state of harmony between chef and dish, as spoken of by his master. This defeat was not in vain. Uncle Yao, with a touch of self-deprecation, grasped the right hand extended by Li Xian and rose from the ground. The two shared a moment of mutual understanding, feeling as if they had met too late in life. We owe our heartfelt gratitude to both chefs for presenting us with such an exhilarating competition, particularly to young friend Li Xian, who showcased his remarkable culinary skills. Now, let us invite Lord Sandame to announce the champion of today's event, exclaimed the host, Ichiro Miyamoto, with palpable excitement. He then passed the microphone to Sandame, who, taking it in hand, declared, I hereby announce that the champion of this event is Li Xian. Let us extend our fervent applause to congratulate him on earning the title of culinary god. At that moment, Both the spectators who had previously underestimated Li Xian and the rest of the audience stood in unison, erupting into a thunderous applause that resonated like thunder throughout the vicinity. This day would surely be etched into the annals of history. Years later, when the participants recounted their past to their children and grandchildren, they would do so with pride, saying, "Your father and grandfather witnessed this remarkable competition." As the saying goes, good fortune often comes in pairs. Following Li Xian's victory, the system within his mind stirred. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully securing the championship. Your culinary god comprehensive rating has advanced to beginner. Beginner? Li Xian glanced at the system. System objectives: assist the host in becoming the foremost culinary god of the ninja world. Host: Li Xian, gender, male, age, 15, chakra level, Jin and chakra level. As the future culinary god of the ninja world, chakra will be essential in your culinary endeavors. Strive forth, young one. Skills: none. Items: none. Culinary god comprehensive rating. Beginner. You have only just embarked on the path to becoming a culinary god. Continue to persevere. Young one. Ding. Detection of host's culinary god comprehensive rating improvement. Reward: Chunin chakra level. Instantly, Li Xian felt a surge of formidable power within him. Whereas previously he could leave only a mark on a tree, now he felt capable of striking down a massive tree. Is this the power of Chunin? It is indeed formidable. Li Xian marveled. Yet, before he could finish his reflection, the system began dispensing further rewards. Due to the host's successful championship win, a mysterious reward is granted. Diamond Talisman allows the user to ignore any damage for 1 minute. With this talisman, my mother need not worry about my safety any longer. Li Xian mused joyfully. At that moment, Uncle Yao grasped Li Xian's right hand and said, "Young man, thank you. I had once believed that your accolades were merely due to the ingredients you used, but I now realize your culinary skills are truly exceptional. Thank you for enlightening me on the notion that there are always those beyond us, and realms beyond realms." Despite his loss, Uncle Yao held a profound admiration for Li Xian, a renowned chef who had garnered many fans in just a few short years. "Oh, not at all, Uncle Yao. You too possess qualities from which I can learn. Let us strive together, progressing hand in hand," Li Xian humbly remarked. Observing Li Xian's youth, yet noting his remarkable humility, untainted by external influences, Uncle Yilu felt a profound admiration for him. In Chapter 60, Rescuing Uncle Yilu, a fleeting memory struck Uncle Yilu at that age. He too was merely a humble apprentice trailing behind his master. The current generation of youths truly exhibits exceptional prowess. With a sense of nostalgia, Uncle Yilu exclaimed, "How wonderful it would be if you could become my son-in-law." Coughing slightly, Li Xian interjected, "My humility has led you to fantasize about becoming my father. Are the elderly today so eager to have grandchildren?" Noticing Li Xian's slightly embarrassed expression, Uncle Yilu quickly realized his abruptness and apologized. "My apologies, young friend. It was merely a jest. In the future, I shall entrust the village's culinary affairs to you." With that, Uncle Yilu departed with a demeanor reminiscent of a solitary warrior embarking on an irreversible journey, for he knew that in this contest, he had lost, and likely, his daughter's fate was at stake. He recalled an old friend, a man of considerable strength, with whom he had long been in contact. However, upon learning that he was to confront the Konoha Black Hand, his friend hastily began to gather his belongings and prepare to leave. Concerned, Uncle Yilu inquired about the reason for his sudden retreat. With a resigned expression, his friend replied, "Yilu, considering our years of friendship, I shall speak frankly. The leader of the Konoha Black Hand possesses the strength of a high-ranking shinobi, and a formidable one at that. Since the news of your master's demise spread, 5 middle-ranking shinobi, including Yamashita and Matsui, who were closely associated with your master, immediately set out to confront the Konoha Black Hand. However, the following day, their corpses were discovered on the outskirts. When their families sought to report this to the Hokage, they too met the same fate within a day." He paused, then continued, "Yet, even in light of these events, the Hokage remains oblivious. The only one wielding greater power in the village, apart from the Hokage, is that individual. Without their support, the Konoha Black Hand would never have flourished to this extent. Alas, this is where we part ways." With that, he vanished like a rabbit, disappearing from sight in an instant. Indeed, were it not for that individual's influence, the Konoha Black Hand would not have risen to such prominence. Nor would the Hokage remain uninformed of these matters. Uncle Yilu, lost in self-mockery, walked aimlessly, his eyes devoid of spirit. as if only his physical form existed in this world. Even as passers-by attempted to console him, he paid them no heed. For a moment, onlookers assumed that this defeat had shattered Uncle Ilu's pride, believing he would recover after a few days at home. Subsequently, they turned their attention back to Li Xian, offering their congratulations. At that moment, a stirring within Li Xian's mind signaled the System S activation. Ding! Congratulations, host. For triggering the hidden mission, rescue Uncle Ilu. Task description. For reasons unbeknownst to many, Uncle Yao found himself engulfed by suicidal thoughts. As one destined to become the culinary deity of the ninja world, how could you possibly turn a blind eye? Task reward. The recipe for abyssal chili sauce. Who could have anticipated that today would be a fortuitous day for me, Li? At last, I can resurrect this potent sauce. I wonder how the tailed beasts would react if they were to consume it. Just as Li Xian intended to pursue Uncle Yao to deter him from his grim intentions. The third Hokage approached, stopping him in his tracks with a warm invitation. Young Li, you have worked tirelessly today. Might you spare some time to converse with this old man at my home? I have numerous inquiries I wish to discuss with you. Given the third's earnest demeanor, Li Xian would typically have readily accepted such a request. However, with a matter of life and death at hand, he could only express his apologies in advance. Li Xian replied solemnly, Respected third Hokage, I sincerely apologize. Upon finishing my meal, I felt I had achieved a significant breakthrough in my culinary skills and must return to consolidate my progress. Li Xian had mentally prepared himself for failure, concocting a new excuse in his mind. To his astonishment, the third Hokage readily believed his words. He patted Li Xian on the shoulder, expressing his admiration. No wonder you, young Li, have achieved such great feats at a young age. I am truly impressed. He then added earnestly, Remember, do not overexert yourself. It is essential to rest and balance work with leisure. Yet, in his heart, the third Hokage resolved to ensure his grandson learned from Li Xian, aspiring to reach a level of ninjutsu that could rival Li Xian's culinary artistry. One wonders how Konoha Maru would feel upon discovering his grandfather's intentions. Perhaps with a sense of impending despair. Ultimately, Li Xian departed amidst the adoring gazes of the crowd, leaving behind an enigmatic silhouette. From that moment on, Li Xian's name resonated throughout the realm, and the events of this competition were immortalized, marking the inception of his legendary tale. Chapter 61. Logical reasoning. Upon returning to the restaurant, Uncle Yao locked the door securely. He retrieved a sharp kitchen knife from the kitchen, approached the window, and despondently uttered, I shall join you, Chanpu. No sooner had he spoken than he attempted to draw the blade across his neck. But wait, a thunderous voice erupted from the window, startling Uncle Yao and causing the knife to clatter to the floor. In the next instant, a youthful figure executed a sliding maneuver through the window, propelling himself outward. Uncle Yao, it is I, Li Xian. Please do not despair, Li Xian shouted. It turned out that he had been closely following Uncle Yao until he entered the restaurant. Upon discovering that the main entrance was securely locked, Li Xian began to survey the restaurant for any alternative means of entry. By sheer coincidence, he stumbled upon a window whose width was perfectly suited to his frame. Just as he was about to make his entrance, he overheard Uncle Ilu uttering words of despair, contemplating suicide. In a moment of impulsive excitement, he launched himself through the window in a sliding motion, inadvertently injuring Uncle Ilu, who remained blissfully unaware of the mishap. It is indeed true that in moments of fervor, one can easily forget the consequences of their actions. Uncle Ilu, why are you lying on the cold ground? At your age, you might catch a chill. Please, get up, Li Xian exclaimed, his heart in the right place as he helped the elder to his feet. Uncle Ilu longed to inform Li Xian that it was he who had been knocked down, but recognizing the young man's good intentions, he refrained from speaking further and instead asked, Young man, what brings you here? Li Xian promptly replied, Uncle, I noticed something was amiss with your complexion when you left. If you are facing difficulties, please share them. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Upon witnessing the sincerity in Li Xian's eyes, Uncle Ilu felt compelled to reveal his plight. I have but one daughter, and now she is gone. What am I to do? Oh, my dear wife, forgive me. May we meet again in the afterlife. With that, Uncle Ilu prepared to dash himself against the wall in despair. Fortunately, Li Xian acted swiftly, preventing a tragedy from unfolding. In an effort to dissuade Uncle Ilu from his suicidal thoughts, Li Xian's mind began to race. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Uncle Ilu, have you considered why the leader of the Konoha Black Hand organization has not simply captured me? Instead, they seem to be going to great lengths to achieve their goals. This statement undeniably jolted Uncle Ilu back to some semblance of clarity. If the enemy could silently abduct Changpu, why not take Li Xian as well? For the first time, a glimmer of hope began to flicker within Uncle Li's heart. The answer is straightforward, Li Xian declared, adopting a pose reminiscent of Conan. There is but one truth. The leader of the Konoha Black Hand is not as formidable as we might imagine. It is often said that those embroiled in a situation are blinded by it, while outsiders can see clearly. Uncle Lilu, burdened by previous pressures and his old friend's explanations, had become overly anxious and failed to recognize these facts. After all, this was Konoha, renowned for its exceptional security. If the leader of the Konoha Black Hand and their backers truly wielded such immense power, why resort to clandestine methods? The only plausible explanation is their fear of the Hokage and the loyal Umbu. Grasping Li Xian's shoulders, Uncle Lilu exclaimed, "So, we still have ample time to save them. They should still be in their lair, given the short time that has elapsed." However, he soon became a bit dejected, saying, "However, the power of the Konoha Black Hand organization is beyond our capacity to contend with. I have heard from an old friend that their leader possesses strength at the very least equivalent to that of a high-ranking ninja. What can the two of us possibly do against them?" As these thoughts crossed his mind, the notion of suicide once again plagued Ichiraku. Li Xian hastily offered reassurance, saying, "Uncle Ichiraku, fret not. I have long prepared for this. Moreover, one of my subordinates has also been kidnapped by them." Subsequently, Li Xian recounted his previous arrangements to Uncle Ichiraku in meticulous detail. Upon hearing Li Xian's plans, a flicker of resolute determination ignited in Uncle Ichiraku's eyes as he solemnly declared, "Very well, I shall rely on you for this, young friend Li Xian." At that moment, the system emitted a notification sound. "Congratulations, host, you have triggered a hidden mission. Save Uncle Ichiraku. Mission description: for reasons unknown. Uncle Ichiraku has developed suicidal tendencies. As one destined to become a culinary deity in the ninja world, how can you turn a blind eye? Mission reward: recipe for abyssal chili sauce has been granted." Immediately thereafter, the system announced the next phase of the mission. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden mission. Save the young lady. Mission description: having learned the circumstances, how can you tolerate the demise of a beautiful young lady? Mission reward: recipe for shrimp-flavored 6 delicacies." Chapter 62. In a critical moment meanwhile, Might Guy and Wang Kai had also arrived at the Konoha Black Hand stronghold. Might Guy inquired in a hushed tone, "What shall we do next?" "What to do? Just use your hands," replied Wang Kai as he swiftly dashed forth, brandishing his paws to eliminate the 2 guards before charging inside. "That is the spirit of youth. Wait for me, Wang Kai," Might Guy shouted as he pursued. Inside the stronghold, the battered Kazama Chun and the kidnapped Ayam found themselves confined in a cell, separated by a barrier. "Big brother Kazama, do you think someone will come to rescue us?" Ayam asked, her eyes reddened, clearly having shed many tears since her abduction. "Do not worry, my sister. I have faith in my brother. He will surely come to our aid," Kazama-chin replied with unwavering conviction. Just as Ayam was about to speak further, 2 burly men stormed into her cell. One of the brutes declared, "Ayam, we have received orders from our superiors. Your father has failed his mission, and you are to be executed. After you descend to hell, you can blame your inept father." With that, he drew a sharp kunai from his ninja pouch, advancing menacingly towards Ayam. Having never encountered such a situation, Ayam recoiled in terror. From the adjoining cell, Kazama-chin bellowed in fury, "Scoundrels! As a ninja, how can you lay hands on a civilian? If you have the guts, come and kill me. If you don't, you are but a coward." The robust man remained resolute, undeterred by the vile words spoken, for he had received orders to eliminate both individuals. After all, the man was destined to meet his demise. Hurling insults was merely a way to fulfill his final wishes. Just as the strong man was poised to strike, his lecherous companion interjected, Brother, hold on a moment. I find this woman quite beautiful. Why not indulge in a brief dalliance before we dispose of her? You see, the thrill of such a scenario in the realm of passion has me exceedingly excited. If only we could experience it in reality." The man preparing to attack seemed swayed by the suggestion, quickly sheathing his weapon, rubbing his hands together in eagerness. "All right. Regardless, this woman is destined to die. Whether sooner or later makes no difference. We might as well satisfy our cravings first, especially after nearly a year of waiting. If we don't let off some steam soon, I fear I might explode." He chuckled, licking his lips. "Stay away. Help!" Changpu cried out in desperation. Unbeknownst to her, her pleas only served to inflame the primal desires of the 2 brutish men. "Fear not, beautiful. Soon, I shall take you to experience divine pleasures," one of them leered. "Indeed, and it shall be a double delight. The two men inched closer to Changpu, while nearby, Feng Jianxin's increasingly frantic shouts and vile insults went entirely unnoticed. For who would engage in a serious argument with a man on the brink of death? At that moment, despair enveloped Changpu. Had she not encountered a familiar elder that morning, who had insisted on taking her to purchase vegetables at discounted prices? She would not have found herself in such dire circumstances. Yet, time could not be reversed. As she closed her eyes in hopelessness, the wicked hands of the strong man were about to reach her when, bang, the cell door was forcefully kicked down. Before the two brutish men could react, a dark figure swiftly appeared before them. In an instant, two sprays of blood erupted, and both men collapsed to the ground, motionless. The shadowy figure revealed itself to be a large black dog. It licked the blood from its paw and spoke. Changpu? Feng Jianxin, is that you? The two, still reeling from shock, instinctively replied in unison, yes. They exchanged a quick glance before hastily averting their eyes, a faint blush creeping onto their faces. However, Wang Kai paid no mind to their embarrassment. Instead, it approached Feng Jianxin's cell and effortlessly shattered the bars as if they were made of paper. Gazing at the formidable creature before him, Feng Jianxin involuntarily swallowed hard. His injuries were considerable, but he thought it best to allow the dog to recover first. He was unaccustomed to carrying anyone on his back. With that, the dog opened its foul-smelling mouth and exhaled toward Feng Jianxin, who suddenly felt overwhelmed by the stench, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. My goodness, are you trying to hasten my demise? Just as Kazama-chin was about to suggest that they leave without concern for his well-being, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his injuries had healed. He hurried to express his gratitude to the black dog, only to be stopped with the words, "If you wish to thank me, do so outside." Indeed, the danger had not yet passed. Their foremost priority was to escape this place and seek refuge with the elder brother. By the way, that woman is entrusted to you, Wang Kai instructed. Upon hearing this, both of them blushed deeply, standing frozen in place. Chapter 63, Successful Rescue. Seeing the two dawdling, Wang Kai urged, "You, man, stop dawdling and act swiftly. If you don't hurry, it may be too late outside." At this remark, Kazama-chin finally realized that they were still in peril. Setting aside his embarrassment, he swiftly hoisted Changpu onto his back and began their escape alongside Wang Kai. As they exited the prison, they were greeted by a shocking scene. A man with a watermelon head, clad in a green combat uniform, was wreaking havoc, with several bodies lying on the ground. Fortunately, none appeared to be in mortal danger. Spotting Wang Kai and the two targets he had come to rescue, Might Guy quickly began to form hand seals, declaring, "Now that the targets have been saved, let me demonstrate the power of youth." 8 gates, 6th gate, open. In an instant, a verdant light erupted from Guy's body, his hair flowing and his complexion flushed. He swung his fists at the enemies before him, proclaiming to the peacock. Waves of crimson fist shadows swiftly emanated from his strikes, annihilating the foes and clearing a path for their escape. Once they had fled the Hidden Leaf's Black Hand stronghold, Might Guy finally emerged from the 8-gate state. Though his heavy breathing suggested that the exertion had taken a considerable toll on him. Just as everyone began to lower their guard, a figure stealthily appeared behind Might Guy, brandishing a kunai and lunging at him. Damn that Konoha Azure Beast, daring to destroy the organization I painstakingly established. You shall pay in hell. The events unfolded so swiftly that just as Might Guy was about to suffer this fatal blow, a bolt of lightning suddenly interposed itself, deflecting the kunai. The thunder dissipated, revealing Kakashi's timely support. "I presume you are the leader of the Konoha Black Hand? I advise you to surrender peacefully and accompany me to meet the Hokage. Perhaps I can negotiate a lenient treatment for you." "Humph, you dream of making me surrender," the leader of the Konoha Black Hand retorted. Realizing his ambush had failed and that he faced Kakashi, a formidable elite genin. With a harsh remark, he began to retreat swiftly, hoping to escape. But Kakashi would not allow him to have his way and immediately pursued him. The two individuals commenced a fierce chase atop the dilapidated building. This person must be courting death, Kakashi pondered as he pursued. Did this individual not realize that the village was under the watchful eyes of the Umbu ninjas? Indeed. It was not long before two figures clad in black and masked appeared before him. However, upon seeing them, the person displayed a look of delight, as if about to utter something. Yet, the two Umbu ninjas swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Instantly, the individual was struck down to the ground. At that moment, Kakashi caught up, witnessing the person charred, with no unscathed part on their body. Just as Kakashi was preparing to approach and take them away, one of the Umbu ninjas barred his way. Kakashi, perplexed, exclaimed, "What do you mean by this?" "That is our prize. With that, the two ninjas hoisted the leader of the Konoha Black Hands and vanished from the scene. Realizing the intricacy of the mask worn by the assailants, Kakashi deduced its route. Though they belonged to the Umbu, they only answered to Danzo's commands. A shadow of unease enveloped Kakashi's heart. Why were they obstructing me and taking away the leader of the Konoha Black Hands? Could there be an underlying connection? Never mind. I shall report this to Lord Third as it is. Kakashi adeptly shifted the blame once more. Meanwhile, on the other side, Might Guy and the others, seeing Kakashi's pursuit, dared not hesitate any longer and swiftly made their way to Ichiraku Ramen, for none could foresee the dangers that might arise from lingering in place. As they departed, Roots members reappeared, but this time their numbers exceeded 20, brandishing blades as they unleashed a massacre within the Konoha Black Hand stronghold. 10 minutes later, the group successfully arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. Seeing his daughter safe and sound, Uncle Ichiraku embraced her excitedly, exclaiming, "You're back. You're back." In response to her father's overwhelming love akin to a mountain, Ayam was moved to tears. Witnessing the reunion of loved ones, Li Xin felt a deep sense of joy for them. Most importantly, he had also successfully obtained his reward. It seemed the system sensed Li Xian's thoughts and promptly activated. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the hidden task. Rescue the fair maiden. Task description. Upon learning the circumstances, how could you tolerate a beautiful maiden suffering harm? Task reward. Recipe for shrimp-flavored 6-flavor ramen has been successfully issued. Chapter 64. The 7th Squad prepares to depart the village. Over a month had passed since the abduction of Uncle Ichiraku's daughter, and during this time, Li Xian's ramen shop had finally become bustling with activity, with long lines forming outside each day. Even though Li Xian had limited the number of diners due to operating hours, the influx of patrons remained substantial. When questioned about their motivation to visit despite the unavailability of delectable dishes, they cited their desire to inhale the tantalizing aromas of the cuisine. This response left Li Xian somewhat speechless. As for Kazama-chan, he currently served as a waiter at Li Xian's establishment, alleviating some of Li Xian's burdens, preventing him from juggling the roles of chef and server. However, what truly vexed Li Xian was the inexplicable frequency with which Uncle Li's daughter, Chanpu, visited his restaurant. Though she claimed it was for amusement, it was evident that her primary interest lay in Kazama-chan, which was intolerable for a single man like Li Xian. Resolutely, he decided to immerse himself in cooking, believing that concentrating on a singular task would shield him from such distractions. Yet, before long, his thoughts were once again drawn to them. Suddenly, he spotted the 7th Squad, who had not graced his restaurant in quite some time. Upon seeing Li Xian, Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Brother, it's been ages. I've missed you." Li Xian retorted playfully, "I suspect you are more eager for my culinary creations." Naruto sheepishly scratched his head, clearly embarrassed at having his thoughts laid bare. Then, seemingly recalling something, he joyfully announced, "Brother, I'll be leaving the village tomorrow on a mission." "Oh." Li Xian raised an eyebrow. "Congratulations are in order." "Indeed," Naruto said proudly, "I'm so excited. I wonder what the Land of Waves is like." Li Xian inquired curiously, "You are headed to the Land of Waves?" "Yes." Naruto pointed to an elder behind their group and continued, to express gratitude. "Uncle Dazna is treating us to a meal, and we can choose the location. Otherwise, I would have had to wait much longer for a meal at your place." The Land of Waves. Dazna. Li Xian was surprised that the narrative had progressed to this point. He feigned nonchalance and asked, "So, what will you be eating?" "Dragon beard noodles, sauerkraut fish." Naruto shouted enthusiastically. "I want cream cake and gobu-li buns," Sakura added. "Humph. Dragon beard noodles and gobu-li buns," Sasuke remarked coolly. "Well then, I shall have fried rice, sauerkraut fish, and gobu-li buns," Kakashi said with a smile. Each dish they mentioned seemed to pierce Dazna's heart like a dagger. Beef noodles, 120 taels. Fried rice, 125 taels. Sauerkraut fish, 300 taels. Cream cake, 1314 taels. Dragon beard noodles, 500 taels. Boiling water with pine leaves, 8,000 taels. Gobu-li buns, 500 taels per basket. Abyssal chili sauce, 666 taels per jar. Shrimp flavor 6, 700 taels. Was this truly a dining establishment? The prices were exorbitant. Dazna rubbed his temples, striving to regain his composure. He incessantly reminded himself to remain exceedingly calm. For the Land of Waves awaited the arrival of those ninjas to rescue them. It must be understood that this sum of money had been painstakingly gathered over many years of frugality. It was disheartening that it could all be lost due to a mere courteous remark of his. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret, in this world. At that moment, Li Xian plunged another metaphorical dagger into his heart, inquiring, "Old man, would you like to eat?" "Me? I would eat nothing at all," Dazuna thought. Yearning to voice his frustration but tremblingly replied for the sake of his own dignity and that of the people of the Land of Waves, "A bowl of beef noodles." "Thank you." Upon uttering these words, Uncle Dazuna felt utterly drained, collapsing into his chair. It was important to note that this seemingly trivial request had consumed the hard-earned savings of countless individuals. Perhaps this was the lament of a small nation. Nonetheless, Dazuna silently vowed that as long as they could drive away Kato, the Land of Waves would surely flourish once more. When the bowl of beef noodles arrived, Dazuna's mind was still engulfed in chaotic thoughts. Overwhelmed by anxiety, despite the exquisite flavor of Li Xian's beef noodles, they were merely an ordinary bowl of noodles to him in that moment. He gulped the noodles down hastily, scarcely chewing, as his mind was fixated solely on one thought: to expel Kato and restore normalcy to the Land of Waves. At this juncture, Li Xian's system began to announce a new task. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a hidden mission to seek out the cookware once used by the Sage of Six Paths. Task description: in the early days of the ninja world, the Sage of Six Paths left behind legendary cookware. According to system detection, this cookware may be located in the Land of Waves. As the future culinary deity, how could the host not embark on a quest to find and equip it? Task reward: the recipe for Mapo tofu. It seemed that he would have to venture out with Team 7. He then glanced at Kakashi, who suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 65, the indignant crowd the following day, as spring blossomed and the sun shone brightly. The third Hokage leisurely strolled through the streets, enjoying his pipe and greeting passers-by warmly. Today was no ordinary day. He had completed his official duties early. Eager to return to Li Xian's restaurant to savor the exquisite cuisine he had experienced previously. He had heard that the prices at the restaurant were quite steep, but the flavors certainly justified the cost. Fortunately, he had saved a few months' worth of pocket money. Otherwise, indulging in such culinary delights would be a distant dream. With a heart full of anticipation for the meal ahead, the third Hokage quickly arrived at the entrance of Li Xian's restaurant. However, upon seeing the closed door, he was taken aback. Where was the owner? Had he arrived too early? He glanced at his watch, confirming that the time was indeed just right. Suddenly, he noticed a passerby and hurriedly approached to inquire, "Hello, may I ask why the Li Xian restaurant is closed today?" The passerby, recognizing the third Hokage, immediately bowed respectfully. But a grimace of resentment soon crossed his face. The third Hokage felt a weight in his heart. Could it be that Li Xian feared retaliation from the previous dark forces of Konoha and thus fled? No, if that were the case, I must confront the owner directly. Kakashi mentioned that Might Guy is the owner's subordinate. With him guarding the restaurant, the owner should be safe. But wasn't it said that the large black dog at the entrance possesses the strength of a Jainin? Why is it not here today? Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, the third Hokage maintained a benevolent expression. The passerby led the third Hokage to the wooden sign at the entrance, which bore a message: due to the owner's recent desire to embark on a spontaneous journey, the restaurant will be closed for a period. As for when it will reopen, we shall see upon the owner's return. By the way, a friendly reminder, the owner is uncertain of his return date. In the meantime, please dine at the Ichiraka Ramen. Their food is quite delightful. Upon reading this message, the third Hokage felt an overwhelming urge to issue a bounty for the owner's capture. It was akin to an accomplished author crafting a splendid narrative, only to abruptly cut off at the most thrilling moment, inciting a desire to send a basket of blades as a form of care. At that moment, the third Hokage experienced anger for the first time. Observing the rage etched on the third Hokage's face, the passerby shook his head. Indeed, the same expression he wore upon reading the message. His reason for coming was purely to witness how many others shared his misfortune. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. He encountered the third Hokage immediately. Had he laughed out loud, he might have met his demise on the spot. Resolutely, he decided to visit Ichiraka Ramen and order a luxurious bowl of ramen to soothe his shock. Meanwhile, Might Guy, having some free time today, headed towards the Li Xian restaurant as usual. Ah, I can finally enjoy Brother Li Xian's delicious buns again. Why am I feeling so exhilarated? It seems this is the call of youth. Youth, here I come. With that, Might Guy surged forward like a small tornado, causing several girls in short skirts to unveil their delightful appearances. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Li Xian restaurant. Spotting the third Hokage standing there in a daze, Might Guy immediately halted his steps and approached, saying earnestly, "Lord Third Hokage, Are you here to eat as well? The third Hokage, puffing on his pipe, replied, Oh, it's you, Guy? Are you also here to dine? Yes, Might Guy exclaimed with fervor. I can already sense the call of the renowned Dobuli Buns. Third Hokage, since you have arrived, why not step inside? Are you here merely to treat me while waiting at the door? Truly, your generosity and courtesy are unmatched among Hokages. The third Hokage replied, Goodness. You have swiftly turned the tables, attempting to solicit my hospitality. Henceforth, should anyone dare to label Guy as a fool, I shall vehemently defend him. Fortunately, the third Hokage maintained a calm demeanor and gently gestured towards the wooden sign at the entrance, saying, First, take a look at the inscription on the board. Indeed. Upon reading the sign, Might Guy was utterly disheartened. He appeared as though his spirit had been drained, lamenting, Wretched elder brother, how could you be so cruel? My poor Buns. My youth has withered away. For some inexplicable reason, witnessing Might Guy's profound despondency brought a chuckle to the third Hokage's heart, though he ultimately suppressed it. Calmly patting Guy's shoulder and saying, Guy, I believe we should gather all the senior officials of the village upon our return to convene a meeting, establishing a rule for the local eateries. After all, without rules, chaos reigns. Guy immediately concurred, Indeed, third Hokage, you speak the truth. We must not emulate my elder brother's disorganized and undisciplined ways. Such behavior is utterly detrimental. Chapter 66, An Ambush on the Road. Meanwhile, Li Xian, accompanied by Kazama-chan, Wang Kai, and Team 7, set forth towards the Land of Waves. Along the way, he unexpectedly sneezed 3 times in succession. Self-deprecatingly, he mused, I wonder which beautiful lady is coveting my handsome visage. As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke turned their gazes aside, seemingly indicating their lack of acquaintance with such a narcissistic individual. Naruto, Li Xian's fervent admirer, immediately chimed in, Of course, big brother. Not only are you strikingly handsome, but your culinary skills are exceptional. Surely many ladies are watching you. You must take care of yourself. Kazama-chan, trailing behind, muttered disconsolately, Why didn't I sneeze twice? Does Ayam not think of me? No, I must have a heartfelt conversation with her upon my return. It is only fair that we both long for one another. Suddenly, Kakashi seemed to notice something amiss. He directed his attention to the puddles on the road, his lips curling into a subtle smirk beneath his mask as he instinctively reached for his ninja pouch. However, he reconsidered, realizing that Team 7's members were still too inexperienced and had yet to witness the harsh realities of battle. Hence, he decided to allow them a chance to hone their skills. Thus, Kakashi set aside his inclination to intervene and began to observe the unfolding situation. At that moment, Li Xian, noticing the puddles, appeared to have an epiphany and promptly signaled Kazama-chan to follow him, to which Kazama-chan silently complied. Indeed, it is wind and dust who wields the most adept skills. I must strive to quickly create more chakra-infused delicacies, with the intention of training wind and dust into the mightiest of warriors. In that future, who in the shinobi world could possibly inflict harm upon me? The mere thought of those splendid days ahead causes Li Xian to erupt into a fit of uncontrollable laughter, observing their elder brother's inexplicable mirth. Naruto and Wind and Dust join in the laughter as a response. Meanwhile, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura cast them a disapproving glance before returning their attention to the surroundings. As for Wankai, an urgent need to relieve himself suddenly overtakes him, and he begins searching for a suitable spot. Spotting a puddle by the roadside, he instinctively rushes over to relieve himself, departing with a sense of satisfaction, oblivious to the fact that his act has caused several bubbles to rise in the water. However, as the group passes by the puddle, an unexpected event occurs. 2 figures clad in peculiar attire, adorned with the headbands of rogue ninjas, leap directly from the puddle. It is important to note that this puddle is scarcely large enough to accommodate a human face, rendering it theoretically impossible for anyone to conceal themselves within it. Yet, this is the world of Naruto, where the impossible becomes reality. Clearly, the two have employed a unique ninjutsu, lying in wait for an ambush. The members of Team 7, unaccustomed to such a scene, stand rooted in shock. The enemy's iron chains strike with the swiftness of a serpent upon its prey, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Kakashi, bewildered, stands frozen like the others, only to find himself ensnared by the chains of the rogue ninjas. Ultimately, under the horrified gaze of his companions, he becomes the first casualty. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto, and Sakura cry out in anguish, for they had never anticipated that their elite Jonin teacher could be so effortlessly subdued. Yet, before they could fully digest their grief, the enemies commenced their next assault. First, The sinister duo cackled, as if they had merely dispatched an animal. Subsequently, they ceased their banter. For years of warfare had taught them that excessive conversation could lead to one's downfall. They turned their focus to Naruto, charging towards him at a rapid pace. Feeling the oppressive aura of their murderous intent, akin to towering mountains, Naruto is drenched in sweat, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Damn it! Is this what it feels like to face a killer ninja? Such overwhelming malice. Am I to meet my end here today? No, my dreams remain unfulfilled. My journey cannot conclude thus. Move, body. Despite his desperate attempts to will his body into motion, it has succumbed to numbness, leaving him helplessly watching as the chains hurtle towards him. In that critical moment, Sasuke steps in front of Naruto, resolute and unwavering. How infuriating. This cold, unyielding ice mountain stands before me. Hurry, even Kakashi-sensei is no match for them. How can you possibly contend against them? Naruto thought anxiously. Yet, he underestimated Sasuke's fervent desire for vengeance. With remarkable physical prowess and a calm demeanor, Sasuke wielded his kunai, channeling all his strength to cleave the two incoming iron chains. Bang! Bang! The chains were forced to change direction, embedding themselves into a nearby tree. Seizing the moment, Sasuke charged towards the Ghost Brothers with his kunai drawn. Chapter 67. Defeating the Ghost Brothers. The Ghost Brothers attempted to retract the chains, but after several futile tugs, they realized the chains remained utterly immobile. Damn brat! They roared. They never anticipated being bested by a mere child. Moreover, judging from his actions, he appeared to be nothing more than a freshly minted genin, which only fueled the flames of their anger. They were once renowned ninjas of the Mist Village before their betrayal, and the thought of being recognized by someone who knew them was utterly humiliating. If word of this incident spread, how could they possibly survive among the rogue ninjas? Malice filled the air. The Ghost Brothers began to exert themselves fully, lunging forward and instantly appearing before Sasuke. Not good, Sasuke exclaimed, hastily grasping his kunai to adopt a defensive stance. Alas, he was a moment too late. Before he could fully prepare, the Ghost Brothers unleashed their right legs, striking like iron whips through the air, and then crashed into Sasuke. He was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily against a large tree, coughing up blood. Sasuke's face turned pale. It was evident that the blow had taken a toll on his body. Witnessing Sasuke's injury, Naruto could no longer contain himself. He charged forward. But lacking any enhancements, he met the same fate as Sasuke, being kicked aside into the trees. After unleashing their pent-up rage, the Ghost Brothers turned their sinister gazes towards the remaining 4 and 1 dog. Uncle Dazna's face was ashen, filled with despair. Sakura trembled as she picked up her kunai, her body shaking uncontrollably from anxiety. Kazama-chin, on the other hand, brandished his kunai with vigilance, fully aware that although his strength matched theirs, they were still 2 against 1. Even Kakashi had been taken down by them. He vowed to fight desperately to ensure the boss's safe retreat. If they sought to harm the boss, they would have to first step over his lifeless body. As for Li Xian, he remained unfazed, observing the chaos with calm indifference, while Wang Kai yawned, exhibiting an even greater composure than Li Xian. The ghostly brothers observed the duo of man and dog, sensing no formidable chakra emanating from their beings. Soon, a somewhat disheveled individual, his hair tinged with yellow, glared at Wang Kai and declared, "You wretched black dog, it was you who urinated on my head just now. Today, you shall pay for this affront with your life. I shall roast you for my feast." With that, he drew a kunai from his ninja pouch and swiftly approached Wang Kai, thrusting it with all his might. However, the kunai struck Wang Kai's body without inflicting any harm. Instead, it shattered upon impact. Before the assailant could comprehend the situation, Wang Kai coolly remarked, "In my lifetime, I detest hearing anyone speak of consuming dog meat, especially mine. Are you prepared to meet your demise?" As he met Wang Kai's gaze, an overwhelming sensation akin to peering into the depths of hell washed over him. Just as he contemplated retreating to his companions, Wang Kai preemptively placed his pudgy paw upon him. The man suddenly bled from all 7 orifices and collapsed to the ground, motionless. Witnessing this, another member of the ghostly brothers immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the dog. He turned to Sakura, intending to take her as a hostage to ensure his own safety. As the saying goes, while the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. As long as one's life endures, wealth can eventually be acquired. However, without life, nothing remains. Just as he was about to act, Kazama-chan had already seized the opportunity, appearing behind him to form hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A diminutive water dragon struck the remaining member of the ghostly brothers, rendering him unconscious. Embracing the principle of eradicating threats at their roots, Kazama-chan reached for a kunai, poised to end his life, but was halted by Li Xian's intervention. "Thank you for your efforts, Boss Li." At that moment, a figure emerged behind Li Xian. It was Kakashi, who had previously perished. Li Xian shot him a glance of exasperation, saying, "You clearly noticed this situation long ago, and could have resolved it easily. Why create unnecessary tension? Especially with one of our team gravely injured?" Kakashi, maintaining a serious demeanor, responded, "This was merely a test. Only by witnessing the darkness of the ninja world can we better survive on the battlefield." Though he wished to indulge in some lightheartedness, he refrained from voicing such thoughts, knowing they would invite reproach. "Kakashi-sensei, are you all right?" Sakura exclaimed in disbelief, tears streaming down her face. The day's events had been exceedingly intense, evoking a sensation of impending death that felt worse than dying itself. In contrast, she found herself nostalgically reminiscing about her days at the Ninja Academy, though challenging. They had not threatened her life. At that moment, Naruto approached, supporting the gravely injured Sasuke. Upon seeing Kakashi-sensei, he immediately complained, "Kakashi-sensei, you clearly didn't perish. Why haven't you come to our aid? Otherwise, Sasuke wouldn't be gravely injured." Kakashi did not reproach him. Instead, he spoke earnestly. "As a competent ninja, one must always be prepared for the possibility of death. Your performance, with the exception of Sasuke, was wholly inadequate." Upon hearing this, Naruto instinctively wanted to retort. But recollecting his previous state of numbness as he stood idly by, awaiting the enemy's strike, a profound sense of shame overwhelmed him. After summarizing the situation, Kakashi turned to Dazna and solemnly stated, "Mr. Dazna, the fact that we encountered a rogue ninja during this mission clearly elevates it to a higher classification, far beyond your assigned task level. I regret to inform you that we must withdraw from this operation." As an elite jonin, Kakashi could indeed accomplish this task single-handedly. However, at this moment, he was primarily the instructor of Team 7, whose main objective was to nurture Naruto and his companions. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that they lacked practical combat experience. Aside from Sasuke, the other two displayed no resistance against the enemy. Listening to Kakashi's words, Dazna fell silent, his expression growing grave. Sakura then interjected, "Kakashi-sensei is right, and moreover, Sasuke is seriously injured and requires immediate recuperation." Sasuke maintained his proud demeanor, yet he did not refute her assertion. If Naruto and Sakura possessed even half of his abilities, he might not have dismissed their efforts. However, considering their previous performance, should they encounter a more formidable rogue ninja, their team would undoubtedly face annihilation. Without first achieving vengeance against his brother, Sasuke would never allow himself to gamble his life on such a futile endeavor. A profound silence enveloped the room. Naruto, with his head bowed and fists clenched tightly, felt the tension in his temples. Why, despite my relentless efforts, do I still fall short compared to that insufferable Sasuke? I have vowed to become a ninja who surpasses all previous Hokages. How can I be thwarted by such trivial challenges? Remembering the derision of the villagers, was he destined to endure a lifetime of mockery? Thus, Naruto swiftly retrieved a kunai from his ninja pack and, to the astonishment of those present, plunged it into the back of his hand. In an instant, blood stained his skin crimson. With unwavering determination, Naruto gazed at everyone and declared, "I swear upon the pain in my left hand today that I will use this kunai to protect the safety of this uncle. Let the mission continue." In that moment, Naruto cast aside his earlier despondency, radiating an indomitable resolve as if he had transformed into a different person. Kakashi looked at Naruto with appreciation, inwardly acknowledging, indeed, he is the son of his father. This tenacity in the face of adversity is truly admirable. Although Naruto was resolute in his decision to undertake the mission, they were a cohesive unit. Thus, Kakashi sought the opinions of Sasuke and Sakura. Observing that even the laggard had made up his mind, Sasuke felt that to decline would imply he was inferior, prompting him to immediately side with Naruto in the commitment to proceed. Seeing her two teammates firmly resolved, Sakura ultimately had no choice but to concur with the decision to continue the mission. With everyone in agreement, Kakashi had no alternative but to endorse the continuation of their task. Moreover, with Li Xian beside him, their safety was significantly assured. In pursuit of enemy intelligence, Kakashi approached the unconscious member of the Ghost Brothers, rousing him with a kunai. "Damn it, who dares to stab me with a kunai? Do they not know the renown of the Ghost Brothers?" The revived Ghost Brother exclaimed in astonishment, "Hey, How are you alive? We just killed you. Kakashi smiled enigmatically and replied, how I survived is my concern. The pressing question is whether you wish to live. The chill emanating from beneath Kakashi's mask caused the ghost brother to shiver involuntarily. Yet, recalling the powerful figure behind him, he retorted defiantly, if you have the guts. Kill me. If I blink, I'll share your fate. Seeing such stubbornness, Kakashi could only sigh, what a pity. He then turned to Li Xian and said, Li Xian, I would appreciate it if your shinobi dog could take action. Li Xian shrugged and gestured to Wang Kai. Wang Kai nodded and swiftly ended the villain's life with a single paw. A wave of intense metallic scent surged forth, overwhelming the senses of all present. It was Sakura's first encounter with such brutality, prompting her to rush to a nearby tree to vomit. Naruto's face turned pale as well. As for Sasuke, having witnessed the slaughter of his family by his brother, he regarded this as mere trifles and showed no sign of discomfort. Kakashi observed the scene with an impassive demeanor, choosing not to elaborate. Chapter 69. After the battle. The joy of the beggar chicken. He was not the caretaker of Team 7, obliged to protect them at every moment. Reflecting on his own youth, he recalled that at their age, he was engaged in fierce battles against enemy ninja on the battlefield. Indeed, prolonged peace had led to a subtle decline in the new generation. The weight of responsibility upon him was substantial. After Naruto and the others had regained their composure, Kakashi transported the corpse to a secluded area to utilize a special ninjutsu for intelligence extraction, opting not to perform this gruesome act in front of the others. During this interlude, Li Xian approached Naruto and expressed concern. Naruto, extend your hand so I can take a look. Naruto obediently extended his injured hand, and to his astonishment, the grotesque wound on the back of his hand appeared to heal at an astonishingly visible rate. In less than 10 minutes, the scar had returned to its original state, leaving only traces of blood around it. Although Li Xian maintained a calm demeanor, his mind was tumultuous. Is this the power of the Nine-Tails chakra? The speed of recovery is indeed terrifying. Despite being human, such a formidable advantage divides people into various tiers. Reflecting on his own experience of training with Shaoli for over a week, he had barely improved his physical condition. And even if he were to cut his hand like Naruto, it would take him over a month just to heal. The protagonist certainly lives up to his title. It is truly enviable. Cough, cough. Sasuke seemed to be affected by his severe injuries, sputtering out a few mouthfuls of blood. Upon witnessing this, Li Xian immediately instructed Wang Kai to attend to Sasuke's wounds, for he was, after all, a crucial figure in the protagonist's journey of growth. Wang Kai, being quite resourceful, stood up on his hind legs when no one was watching and formed a circle with his front paws, then gestured A5 with his paw. Li Xian understood that Wang Kai was subtly communicating the conditions for treating Sasuke. He wanted an additional 5 buns each day. Li Xian initially thought it was a serious matter, but upon realizing it was merely 5 buns, he generously offered 10 instead. Seeing Li Xian's generosity, Wang Kai eagerly trotted over to Sasuke. Using his ancient canine breath, he exhaled towards Sasuke, who, in his weakened state, succumbed to unconsciousness as a result of Wang Kai's breath. Was it because this dog had just finished a meat bun that the younger generation could not even withstand such a smell? Wang Kai sighed inwardly. He then looked around to ensure no one was paying attention before quietly retreating. When Kakashi returned, he appeared weary and stated, "It's getting late. Let us rest here for a while and set off tomorrow morning as usual." The others were more than agreeable, readily expressing their consent. Subsequently, they began to collaborate in creating conditions for their evening rest. At that moment, Naruto approached Li Xian with a gluttonous expression and said, "Big brother, could you prepare dinner tonight? Everyone's stomach is counting on you." Upon saying this, Naruto's stomach chimed in with a growl, prompting the others to halt their activities and gaze at Li Xian with eager anticipation. Feeling the weight of their expectations, Li Xian did not wish to dampen their spirits and began to ponder over suitable dishes for the occasion. The meal needed to be something that could be prepared outdoors with ingredients that could fill everyone's bellies. Rice and noodles were out of the question, as this desolate area likely lacked any nearby villagers. Suddenly, Li Xian spotted a wild chicken passing by. Thus, he conceived a culinary creation known as beggar's chicken. With this thought, Li Xian promptly began assigning tasks to everyone while he and Kazama-chan set about crafting some rudimentary kitchen utensils. He devised a method himself, while Kazama-chan employed earth manipulation, an excellent choice, my friend. As for Wang Kai, Li Xian designated him to the hunting team, for he firmly believed that Wang Kai would exert every effort for the sake of sustenance, coupled with his keen sense of smell. Li Xian felt that if he did not procure at least 5 or 6 wild chickens, he would not truly deserve the title of a loyal dog. However, it must be said that the efficiency of ninjas is indeed remarkable. In no time, the tasks were completed, particularly by Kakashi and Wankai, who returned with 20 wild chickens and, along the way, gathered some mushrooms. Once all preparations were in place, Li Xian commenced his culinary display. First, he instructed Kazama-chun to place the earthen pot atop the stove, then directed Kakashi to perform a small-scale water release technique to fill the pot with water. Subsequently, he asked Naruto to place the freshly gathered wood beneath the stove. Upon seeing this, Kakashi promptly ignited the wood with a fire technique. Before the water in the earthen pot could reach a boil, Li Xian instructed Kazama-chun and Kakashi to remove the pot, dip in a wooden ladle, and sample the water temperature, which was around 70 degrees, perfect for removing the fine feathers from the wild chickens without scorching the skin. Chapter 70. The irresistible delicacy of beggar's chicken. Afterwards, Li Xian urged everyone to swiftly slaughter the 20 wild chickens, offering a prayer for their souls to find peace in the afterlife. They then placed the chickens in hot water to remove the feathers. Once cleaned, the next step was to eviscerate them. A cut was made under the wings to extract the entrails in one motion. Following the evisceration, Li Xian and Kazama-chun went to the riverbank to rinse the chickens thoroughly, trimming the claws and tails and breaking the leg bones with a knife. Once prepared, Li Xian began gathering earth, grinding it into a fine powder, and fetching some river water to mix with the soil. This step was crucial in the preparation of beggar's chicken, as it was essential to ensure the soil's stickiness and density, skills not easily mastered by outsiders. Ideally, if one could utilize clay from a wine jar, the flavor would certainly ascend to another level, but for now, they would make do. Once the clay was ready, Li Xian noticed lotus leaves growing in the river and immediately instructed Kazama-chun to fetch 20 leaves. He placed the chickens atop the leaves, tucking in the heads, wings, and legs beneath the bodies, with the backs facing up, and wrapped them securely in the leaves. Subsequently, he began to apply the clay over the wrapped chickens. After completing this task, Li Xian and Kazama-chun returned to the camp and placed the wrapped chickens over the fire for roasting. Seeing this, Naruto immediately inquired, "Brother, will the clay on the chicken make it taste good?" Li Xian confidently replied, "Just wait and see, it will undoubtedly leave you with an unforgettable memory." He then proceeded to prepare the mushrooms, plucking them one by one and skewering them onto wooden sticks, ready to grill on a prepared stone slab. The anticipation for delectable cuisine ultimately brings an immense inner turmoil. The crackling of burning firewood resonates in the air. As a gathering of individuals sits nearby in quiet expectation of the culinary delights to emerge, their minds already conjuring images of tantalizing dishes. What flavors might await them? Naruto wipes the drool from his lips, convinced that regardless of the taste, anything crafted by his elder brother would undoubtedly be a heavenly delight. At that moment, Li Xian's mushrooms were ready, releasing a savory aroma that made everyone's stomachs rumble in harmonious unison. They firmly believed that the beggar's chicken would be extraordinarily delicious. Setting down the grilled mushrooms, Li Xian approached and pushed aside the burning wood. It was time to eat. Naruto was the first to rush forward, disregarding the scorching earth, and ferociously dug in with his hands. A fragrant waft of chicken infused with lotus leaf essence enveloped the air, prompting exclamations of delight from the crowd. How aromatic! The chicken, glistening with a rich, reddish-brown hue, appeared incredibly appetizing. This harmonious combination of aroma and presentation truly awakened everyone's appetites. Eventually, the group began to portion out the meal. Aside from Wankai, who received 6 chickens, the rest received 2 each. One might wonder if anyone objected to Wangsai's generous portion of beggar's chicken. However, under the immense pressure of Wangsai's formidable presence, no one dared to voice their discontent. The 2 remaining chickens were reserved for the unconscious Sasuke. Just after Naruto finished his share, he attempted to stealthily claim one of Sasuke's, only to discover that Sasuke had awakened from his stupor and was now gnawing on his chicken. Naruto exclaimed, "Sasuke, weren't you gravely injured? How did you end up here? Shouldn't you be resting?" Sasuke replied nonchalantly, "I caught a whiff of something foul just before I fainted, and upon waking, I found myself here." Kakashi, overhearing this exchange, mused internally, "It's probably that big black dog's doing. Look at the owner's massive black dog. Though it eats a lot, it fights and heals. And then there's mine, it's just embarrassing." Just as Kakashi was about to grab his second beggar's chicken, a black hand unexpectedly snatched it away. Upon looking up, he found it was Naruto. Kakashi felt a surge of frustration and swiftly unleashed his newly developed technique, the 1,000 Years of Pain, delivering a fierce blow to Naruto's rear. Ouch! Naruto yelped, feeling the sudden assault and tumbling onto the grass, tears of regret streaming down his face. Nearby, Sasuke observed with disdain. A bottom feeder is still a bottom feeder, unable to even secure a beggar's chicken. After finishing his own chicken, Sasuke silently began to approach Kakashi. Subsequently, Sasuke soared to Naruto's side like an arrow released from its bow, shedding tears of remorse, finally grasping the ineffable pain that enveloped him. The architect of this unarticulated anguish. Kakashi casually wiped his fingers on his trousers before resuming his feast on a roasted chicken. Nearby, Li Xian observed this with a quiet remark, how unsanitary. Before immersing himself once more in the fray of battle. However, Uncle Dazna stood aghast, his worldview seemingly shattered. Was it merely a roasted chicken? How could such a trivial matter evoke such fear? Truly, ninjas are formidable beings. Chapter 71. Encountering Zabuza days later, Li Xian and his companions boarded a small vessel. Arriving beside a grand and magnificent bridge. By traversing this bridge, they would reach the land of waves. The ferryman turned, his expression laden with regret, and said, "I'm afraid I can only take you this far. If I venture further and am discovered by Kado, my family and I would be doomed." "Uncle, just how formidable is this Kado?" Naruto inquired skeptically, for he believed that the strongest being in the world was the Hokage. How could a mere Kado compare? Ahem. Dazna cleared his throat, preparing to enlighten them. Drawing upon his memories, he began, Kado is one of the world's rare billionaires. Ostensibly, he operates a shipping company. Yet beneath the surface, he employs thugs and ninjas with his vast wealth to traffic prohibited goods across nations, even resorting to the usurpation of foreign territories and enterprises. He is a villain of the utmost depravity. His demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness as he continued in hushed tones. Just days ago, a merchant convoy from the hidden mist village fell under his watchful gaze. It was said that a Chunin led that convoy, yet after being targeted by Kados, the entire group vanished the very next day. The hidden mist village was incensed and placed a bounty on Kado, dispatching numerous assassination squads. Yet it seems they were all eliminated. Upon hearing this, Li Xian pondered whether the Six Paths Sage's culinary utensils might be in Kado's possession. Serendipity had indeed favored him on this journey. Transitioning from waterways to land, Li Xian surveyed his surroundings, which were stark and desolate. Under Uncle Dazna's guidance, they began their trek toward his abode. As the days passed and they ventured deeper, their encounters with prey dwindled. What once was a daily feast of one roasted chicken per person had now shrunk to 4 individuals sharing a single chicken, with Wankai remaining the sole indulgent. On one occasion, Naruto, seizing an opportunity while Wankai was distracted, attempted to snatch a chicken leg from its meal. However, just as he made his move, Wankai caught him in the act, and in the blink of an eye, Naruto was sent crashing against a tree by a powerful paw. Were it not for his remarkable regenerative abilities, he might have found himself bedridden for at least a week. Upon witnessing this, the crowd abandoned their thoughts of pilfering food from Wankai, and instead turned their attention to competing with their own kin. Kakashi found delight in this shift, as he believed that through this contest, they could gradually hone their combat skills. However, Naruto was less than pleased. Each time he managed to seize a roasted chicken, Sasuke would materialize beside him, effortlessly snatching away his prize, especially in front of Sakura, leaving Naruto feeling utterly humiliated. Damn it. Next time I must strive harder to prevent Sasuke from taking my catch, Naruto fumed internally, igniting his resolve to heighten his vigilance. He willingly took on the role of a scout. Suddenly, the grass began to rustle. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto flung a shuriken, striking true. The others, witnessing this, immediately readied their kunai, adopting a combative stance. When Naruto returned with his quarry, the group was left in shock. It was none other than a snow-white rabbit. Sakura, infuriated, exclaimed, "Naruto, you idiot. Could you refrain from making such a fuss next time? You've got everyone worried." My apologies. I thought it was a person." Only to discover it was just a rabbit, Naruto replied sheepishly, despite his instincts insisting that there was someone present. Kakashi, observing this, began to ponder. Is that a snow rabbit? If memory serves, snow rabbits alter the color of their fur depending on the amount of sunlight. Moreover, this particular breed is likely used as a decoy. Connecting this to the earlier account from Uncle Dazna regarding the annihilation of the merchant convoy from the hidden mist village, Kakashi felt a wave of unease wash over him. The adversary might possess equally formidable ninjas, while he could evade combat if necessary. The presence of so many liabilities in the group, despite the protection of Li Xian's ninja dogs, would inevitably lead to oversights. At that moment, whoosh! A colossal blade descended from above, aimed directly at the group. Almost everyone was taken by surprise, encountering such a life-threatening assault mere moments after setting foot on the land of waves. Just as the blade was about to strike, Kakashi swiftly employed the earth release, earth flow wall, erecting an earthen barrier to intercept the attack. Before the others could breathe a sigh of relief, Kakashi shouted, "Retreat." He quickly pulled Uncle Dazna back, and the group instinctively stepped back 5 meters. As they did, the earthen wall shattered. A towering figure loomed atop the blade's hilt. Its face wrapped in bandages, eyes gleaming like a wolf's, and wielding a blade larger than any ordinary man's. Li Xian was reminded of the infamous name associated with this figure, the demon, Zabuza Momochi. Chapter 72. The composed Li Xian, who would have thought that in such a small nation as the Land of Waves, I would encounter a figure of your stature. Zaibu Zhan stood imperiously above the crowd, utterly unfazed by the multitude before him. With a calm demeanor, he inquired, "Am I correct in my assertion? I'm the copy ninja Kakashi, master of over 1,000 ninjutsu techniques." No sooner had he spoken than a palpable aura of menace enveloped the air. In an instant, the surrounding fauna erupted into chaos, fleeing in a desperate bid for safety, as if sensing an imminent threat. Zaibu Zhan, still surveying the assembly from his elevated position, uttered menacingly, "Kakashi, if you hand over that old man to me, I shall permit your safe departure. What say you?" Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi brandished a kunai, removed his eye patch, revealing his Sharingan, and assumed a combat stance, resolutely declaring, "That is out of the question." A flicker of disappointment crossed Zaibu Zhan's eyes. He had no desire to engage Kakashi in battle, for the elite Jonin presented a formidable challenge. Then do not blame me. With a sinister smile, Zaibu Zhan sheathed his executioner's blade, raised one hand to the heavens, and began to weave hand signs, proclaiming, "Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique." In an instant, a thick fog materialized, enveloping the entire area. Zaibu Zhan's figure vanished from sight. Within moments, the clarity of vision for those present began to wane, leaving them struggling to distinguish the silhouettes of their companions. Without needing Kakashi's orders, the 7th squad, having trained rigorously over the past few days, instinctively spread out, forming a protective circle around Tazuna, Li Xian, and Kazamachin. As for Wang Kai, the moment the mist appeared, it was lost to their sight. Yet through their shared experiences in recent days, they had come to understand its abilities, alleviating their concerns. 8 positions. Zaibu Zhan's chilling voice echoed from all directions, rendering it impossible to pinpoint his location by sound alone. Throat, spine, liver, lungs, kidneys, heart, carotid artery, and subclavian artery. How would you prefer to meet your demise? In the past, Li Xian had perceived the hidden mist technique as merely a plot device in anime. But now, as he found himself enveloped in the obscuring fog and heard the terrifying words resonate in his ears, he could not suppress a shiver. Clearing his throat, Li Xian hesitantly asked, "May I choose to die of old age?" The others exchanged glances, even the voice's owner seemingly affected, as their breath quickened in response. A fleeting opportunity arose. In a duel of skilled adversaries, even a split-second lapse could spell the end of one's advantage. Kakashi seized this rare moment, discerning Zaibu Zhan's position, and hurled several kunai with precision. Thud. The sound of a kunai piercing flesh rang out, but before Kakashi could pursue, Zaibu Zhan swiftly relocated, disappearing once more into the mist. At that moment, a realization dawned upon the group. Naruto gazed at Li Xian with unabashed admiration, exclaiming, "Big brother, you truly are remarkable." Just a single utterance from you revealed the enemy's position. Kakashi also gave a thumbs up to Li Xian, sincerely expressing, "The boss truly is remarkable." One must recognize that even he, when suddenly confronted with this dense fog, momentarily failed to devise a strategy to overcome the enemy. Yet, the boss, being a person of exceptional skill, managed to expose the opponent's vulnerability with a mere utterance. In the face of the crowd's praises, Li Xian remained notably composed. Though internally he began to lament, "Is there something wrong with my response? Wasn't he the one who asked me to choose my method of demise? After all, dying of old age is still dying. A snail is still a creature. A scoundrel remains a fool, and a spring brother is still a brother. What is a horse if not a horse?" Suddenly, the temperature of the air plummeted again, and a fierce murderous intent enveloped Li Xian. In an instant, his entire body grew numb. A large blade materialized behind him, aimed directly at his head. The one wielding the blade, Zabuza, seemed to envision the moment of Li Xian's demise beneath his weapon, the corners of his mouth curling into a silent mockery beneath his bandages. However, An unexpected turn of events occurred. At this critical juncture, Kazama-chan suddenly appeared with a shuriken in hand, just in time to thwart the deadly strike, saving Li Xian's life. Regrettably, due to the significant disparity in strength between the two sides, Kazama-chan was sent flying from the force of the blow, colliding violently with a large tree. Damn it! If only I had been a fraction quicker, I could have slain this ordinary person who caused my injury. My uncle can endure, but my aunt cannot. With no one else around, let us see how you escape my next strike. Zabuza shifted his stance, raising the deadly blade once more and glaring fiercely at Li Xian. The aura of death surged forth, rendering breaths laborious. Just as Li Xian prepared to employ the diamond talisman to defend against this lethal assault, a figure stepped in front of him. It was Kakashi. Kakashi declared resolutely, "If you wish to slay Boss Li Xian, you must first pass through me." With swift hand signs, Kakashi pressed his palms to the ground. Earth style, earth flow wall. A sturdy earthen wall erupted from the ground. Yet, Zabuza's strike was immensely ferocious. Upon making contact with the wall, it instantly began to fissure. Kakashi hurriedly grasped Li Xian. Retreating. Boom. The beheading blade cleaved through the earthen wall and crashed to the ground, creating a resounding noise. As the smoke began to clear, a gaping fissure over a meter wide marred the previously intact earth. Had it struck a person, it likely would have cleaved them in two. Huffing, Zabuza paused to catch his breath after delivering the blow, then fixed his wolf-like gaze upon Li Xian. A cruel smile creeping onto his lips as he made a gesture across his throat before vanishing once more into the thick fog. That was close. Kakashi wiped away a cold sweat. His expertise lay in ninjutsu, not taijutsu. Had he been granted just a moment longer, he could have summoned a more formidable earth release technique. Alas, Zabuza's blade was far too swift, rendering Kakashi unable to channel additional chakra to execute his jutsu. The other members of Team 7 gasped in astonishment, their expressions revealing their shock. After all, they had not anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary. And even the seemingly invincible Li Hashin had nearly fallen victim to this man. Fear once again surged within their hearts. Choose your demise: throat, spine, liver, lungs, kidneys, heart, carotid artery, or subclavian artery. The demonic voice echoed through the thick fog, instilling dread in all who heard it. Following that terrifying display of power, no one dared to disregard Zabuza's ominous words, for a careless remark could indeed seal their fates. The heartbeats of Naruto and his companions quickened in trepidation. Yet, Li Hashin felt a surge of excitement. He had long desired a formidable guardian to protect his restaurant. While Wankai possessed great strength and sometimes offered assistance, he was often preoccupied with conditions and required at least 12 hours of sleep out of every 24. In contrast, Li found Zabuza increasingly appealing. Although not as powerful as Wankai, he was not far behind Kakashi, and most importantly, his fierce demeanor could intimidate many ill-intentioned patrons. Furthermore, if he could successfully recruit Zabuza, he might also be able to bring along the ice-release prodigy, Haku. Such a two-for-one opportunity was rare indeed. Moreover, Haku's appearance, despite being male, held a certain allure that Li found tantalizing. As Li's excitement grew, he called out loudly through the mist, "Zabuza, would you like to serve as a guardian in my restaurant?" The crowd fell silent in shock. Not only did Zabuza's sinister words falter, but the others stared incredulously at Li, as if to suggest he had lost his mind. It was well known that Li had narrowly escaped death at Zabuza's hands. Did he possess some hidden trump card? Even if he did, what made him think he could win over a rogue ninja? One who had betrayed the village that nurtured him? Anyone with a modicum of intelligence understood the rebellious nature of such individuals. Even if one could forcibly subdue them and treat them well thereafter, they could still turn against you like a wolf turned against its master in times of weakness. As soon as Li finished speaking, the system chimed in once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden mission. Recruit Zabuza. Mission description: as the future culinary deity of the ninja world, how could you possibly lack a powerful guardian to ensure your safety? As long as the host allows Zaibujan to declare, "I consent to Boss Li Xian's recruitment," it shall be regarded as the completion of the task. The reward for this endeavor is Zaibujan's unwavering loyalty. Observing the system's dynamics, a faint smile crept upon Li Xian's lips. Indeed, it appeared that hidden tasks could be proactively triggered. With the system's assurance, Li Xian no longer had to fret over Zaibujan's loyalty in the future. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Zaibujan felt a surge of fury within him. When had he been so underestimated? Was it that his 20-meter-long blade lacked sharpness? Or had his reputation diminished due to a lack of bloodshed? Zai Bujan gripped his decapitating sword tightly, a more intense aura of murderous intent erupting from his being, revealing his true nature. His blood-red eyes glowered like a ravenous demon as he venomously articulated, "Brat, do you wish to descend into hell prematurely?" Under the oppressive weight of his murderous aura, everyone except Kakashi and Li Xian felt as though they had been frozen in place, unable to move. The most unfortunate among them was the ordinary man, Dazuna, a nearly 70-year-old elder who collapsed in terror at the sight. Had he known such a formidable ninja as Kato existed, he would never have sought help from Konoha. Now, he had unwittingly plunged them into danger. What a grave mistake. Amidst this terrifying atmosphere, Li Xian stood tall and unyielding, even advancing towards Zai Bujan. Chapter 74, Boss Li's Bravado. Observing Li Xian's fearless figure, Naruto silently vowed to emulate his older brother's courage, unafraid of challenges and ready to confront adversity. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xian's audacity stemmed from possessing a life-saving talisman. Otherwise, even with tenfold courage, he would not dare to act so recklessly. Upon closing the distance to merely 1 meter from Zai Bujan, Li Xian halted, calmly stating, "Zai Bujan, I shall remain here for 1 minute, allowing you to strike. Should you fail to defeat me, will you accept my terms?" As these words echoed, his allies raised their thumbs in admiration, thinking, "It seems the boss is about to unleash his true prowess. I wonder if he can vanquish Zai Bujan." In response to Li Xian's challenge, Zai Bujan, filled with rage, retorted, "You may utter such words if you manage to survive." With that, he brandished his decapitating sword, aiming a lethal strike at Li Xian. Just as Zai Bujan's blade was about to connect, Li Xian discreetly affixed a Vajra talisman to his palm. In an instant, a flash of golden light enveloped the area, compelling everyone to shut their eyes momentarily. When their vision returned, they beheld Li Xian radiating in golden brilliance, while Zai Bujan's sword continued to slash at the golden light, making no progress whatsoever. Subsequently, perhaps in an attempt to showcase his defiance, Li Xian instinctively raised his middle finger, coinciding with Zai Bujan's impending attack. Bang! Remarkably, Li Xian's middle finger deflected Zai Bujan's assault, causing the latter's expression to darken in disbelief. The individual, once frail and weak, now exudes an unexpected strength. Could it be that some secret technique has empowered him? Humph. I refuse to believe that you can withstand hundreds of blows. Withdrawing the executioner's blade, he commenced a frenzied assault. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 100 strikes. Within a mere 40 seconds, Li Xian endured 100 ruthless slashes from the executioner's blade, while the hands of his opponent trembled from the relentless onslaught. 20 seconds remain. "You must persevere," Li Xian remarked casually, scratching his ear. Frustration surged within his adversary, who felt as though his chest might burst with rage. Yet, he regained his composure, knowing that when a ninja becomes impulsive, failure looms ominously close. If the executioner's blade cannot inflict harm, then what of ninjutsu? Creating distance. He positioned himself by a small river and began forming hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. In an instant, a massive water dragon materialized behind him, surging fiercely towards Li Xian. Despite the dwindling chakra within him, the adversary grinned menacingly at Li Xian. "Now, you shall witness the prowess of your superior." Yet, confronted by the roaring dragon, Li Xian remained astonishingly calm, engaging in a silent dialogue with his system. "Is there a way to enhance my attacks as if imbued with special effects? If I merely endure this onslaught, how can I compel my adversary to concede to my terms?" Beep detected the host's desire to display prowess. Presenting the optimal solution, integrate the 10 seconds of invincibility from the diamond talisman into an advanced martial technique, the 18 dragon subduing palms. It is advised that the host employs this wisely. Li Xian marveled at the system's apparent attentiveness. With a deep breath, he prepared to confront the imminent threat. Golden light radiated from his entire being, gradually coalescing into his right palm. In a fleeting moment, his hand shimmered with a dazzling golden glow, compelling onlookers to shield their eyes, peering through the gaps between their fingers. With a powerful thrust of his right palm, he bellowed, 18 dragon-subduing palms. 18 radiant golden dragons erupted from his hand, standing majestically before him. As they surged forward, the water dragon, seemingly encountering its nemesis, swiftly dissipated into droplets, vanishing into the ether. Li Xian waved his hand and commanded, "Go." The 18 colossal golden dragons lunged at his adversary. Confronted with the overwhelming force of each dragon, his opponent succumbed to despair, closing his eyes. "White, after I depart, you must strive to live well. I hope you find companions who will treat you kindly." 1 minute passed, then 2. Upon reopening his eyes and surveying his surroundings, the adversary exclaimed in astonishment. Shouldn't I have been devoured by the golden dragons and descended into hell? How is it that I can still see you all? Naruto immediately exclaimed with excitement. What do you mean you've reached hell? Brother Li Xian is kind-hearted. Just as the golden dragon was about to devour you, he dispersed his chakra, allowing it to dissipate into the air. Shouldn't you express your gratitude for my brother's mercy? Zabuza, observing the fervent expressions of those around him and their nods of agreement, realized that he was still alive. Just as Li Xian felt a surge of pride within, maintaining an outward composure in preparation to accept Zabuza's allegiance. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. Zabuza actually turned and began to flee. Wait, this script seems rather off. Not only do you fail to show gratitude for my mercy, but you also ought to honor our previous agreement. Even as a rogue ninja, one should understand the importance of keeping one's word. Li Xian raged internally. Chapter 75. The arrival of Bai. How could Li Xian allow his imminent prey to escape so easily? He shouted, Wang Kai, intercept him. If you don't act now, you can forget about enjoying any delicacies later. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark figure leapt from the surrounding bushes with lightning speed, landing directly on Zabuza and pinning him to the ground. Bang! A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area. When the smoke cleared, Wang Kai was sitting atop Zabuza. Licking his plump paw and yawning lazily, Wang Kai remarked, You've caught the human, but don't forget to prepare a feast for me later. With that, he attempted to dismount from Zabuza. Upon witnessing this, Li Xian quickly called out to him. After all, if Wang Kai left, who would keep Zabuza subdued? Thus, he approached and said, Zabuza, it seems it's time for you to honor our wager. Damn it, just to get me to agree to your wager. Humph. What does it matter? Do you truly believe that this will earn my loyalty? I might begrudgingly agree now, but I will seek opportunities for revenge later, Zabuza thought fiercely. Then, putting on a serious facade, Zabuza replied, I agree to your wager. Now, may I be released? You should say, I agree to Boss Li Xian's offer, Li Xian prompted. I agree to Boss Li Xian's offer. They are happy now. Can I go? Zabuza said impatiently. Ding. Hidden task. Recruit Zabuza. Task description. As the future culinary master of the ninja world, how could one be without a powerful guardian to ensure safety? The host must elicit Zabuza to declare, I agree to Boss Li Xian's offer to complete the task. Task reward. Zabuza's unwavering loyalty, now granted. As the system's voice faded, an imperceptible glimmer emanated from Li Xian's body and directly entered Zabuza's form. However, Zabuza felt nothing. When Li Xian allowed Wang Kai to dismount and restore Zabuza's mobility, Zabuza disdainfully remarked, Dream on if you think I will abide by the wager. As soon as the words left his lips, he was already poised to flee. Oh, is that so? A smile graced Li Xian's lips, for he too wished to test whether the system's bestowed loyalty of Zaibu was indeed effective. Li Xian extended his hand, pointing towards the fallen Kazama-chun by the great tree, and commanded, Zaibu, bring Kazama-chun before me. What? The crowd was once again taken aback by Li Xian's words. Boss, please. That is Zaibu, an elite jonin who has even assassinated the Mizukichi. Now that he intends to escape, are you not going to stop him? Instead, you command him to carry someone else? As the crowd murmured among themselves, Zaibu next action left them utterly astounded. He truly lifted Kazama-chan and brought him before Li Xian. Shock, amazement, surprise. These words hardly encapsulated the extent of their astonishment. Even the seasoned Kakashi could not resist activating his Sharingan to scrutinize Zaibu. He had never witnessed an illusion capable of manipulating another's actions. Should Li Xian one day find the third Hokage displeasing or harbor greater ambitions, the consequences would be dire. However, after observing for some time, Kakashi discerned nothing unusual, which only deepened his respect and wariness towards Li Xian. Zaibu, bearing Kazama-chan before Li Xian, was filled with frustration, anger, and fear. After years of roaming the ninja world, where even shadow-level powers dared to confront him, he had never felt so powerless in such a scene. Why, young brat, what have you done to me? Zaibu stammered in a strained voice. At that moment, Li Xian too was somewhat dazed, for he had not anticipated the system to be so formidable. If he were to encounter Itachi, Kisame, or other favored ninjas in the future, he chuckled to himself. After a minute, Li Xian regained his composure, observing the astonished faces around him. He cleared his throat and proclaimed, Ahem, Zaibu, from now on, you shall stand by my side to protect me. Also, do not forget to take Kazama-chun to Wang Kai for healing. Yes, Zaibu obediently complied with Li Xian's instructions. prompting the crowd to nearly cheer 666 in admiration. Just then, a slender figure appeared before them, masked, and said, "Senior, please show mercy." Seeing this, Li Xian smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, everything unfolded as he had anticipated, with the restaurant's attendant presenting themselves. However, he was somewhat surprised that, having witnessed his formidable strength, Bai chose not to flee. Perhaps this was the so-called foolish loyalty. Bai, welcome to the embrace of Li Xian's restaurant. Let us toil together to spread the name of Li Xian's establishment throughout every corner of the ninja world. Chapter 76. Buy one get one free. Bai originally believed that Zai Bujan would manage to escape unscathed, but unexpectedly, he was obstructed by a black dog. Now, he could only cling to a glimmer of hope, wishing to rescue Zai Bujan. He then spoke coldly, "Senior, I am from the Umbu of Hidden Mist Village. Zai Bujan is a rogue ninja who has evaded capture for many years. I hope you can hand him over to me. Upon my return, we will personally present the bounty to you." "Oh, is that so?" Li Xian fixed his gaze intently on Bai, his eyes seemingly capable of piercing through his innermost thoughts. "You believe you can just take him based on that?" Li Xian replied with a profound tone. Just as Bai was about to leverage the Mizuki's authority from Hidden Mist Village, Zai Bujan, standing beside Li Xian, interjected, "Enough, Bai. I am now the bodyguard of Boss Li Xian. If you do not wish to become a useless tool, then pledge your loyalty to him with me." Upon hearing this, Bai immediately set aside his doubts and respectfully responded, "Yes." This turn of events was nothing short of divine assistance, and Li Xian silently commended Zai Bujan in his heart. When Bai removed his mask, the entire venue was taken aback. He revealed a visage of pristine whiteness, with a standard oval face. He appeared as pure as a lotus flower emerging from the mud, coupled with a small cherry-like mouth, a straight nose, and large eyes. He was reminiscent of the goddesses Li Xian had encountered in his past life. At this moment, Naruto rushed up to Bai and exclaimed, "Sister, how can you be so beautiful? Do you have a secret?" Hearing Naruto's question, Sakura perked up, as the desire for beauty is inherent in every woman. However, Bai uttered words that left them utterly disappointed. "I am a boy." "Oh, you are a boy? What? You are a boy?" Naruto shouted, as if his heart had been deceived. "Yes, I am a boy," Bai answered calmly, pointing to his fair neck. "Look, I have an Adam's apple, albeit a small one." After scrutinizing Bai closely several times, Naruto finally accepted the fact that Bai was indeed a boy. As for Sakura, she let out a sigh of relief, alleviating her concerns. Sasuke, still wearing a cold expression, felt a flicker of warmth in his eyes upon witnessing Li Xian's formidable strength, secretly thinking, "Perhaps he can aid me in achieving my revenge." Dazna then approached Li Xian, initially gazing at Zai Bujan and Wankai with reverence, suppressing his overwhelming joy, and respectfully said to Li Xian, "Boss Li Xian, it is getting late, and we are almost at my home. You must be weary. Why not rest for the night?" Naruto, rubbing his belly, chimed in, "Yeah, big brother, let us hurry. I'm about to starve." Although the others said little, the symphony of growling stomachs clearly indicated their current state. Subsequently, Li Xian waved his hand grandly, leading the group towards Uncle Dazna's home. When Li Xian and his companions arrived at Uncle Dazna's home, they couldn't help but lament in their hearts the abject poverty of the land of waves. It was akin to transitioning abruptly from the prosperous summer nation to the destitute land of Asan, a stark contrast between paradise and hell. As they traversed the streets, an eerie tranquility enveloped them, with only a few passers-by appearing, their eyes dim and lifeless, resembling mere shadows of existence. The vegetable stalls along the way displayed an assortment of greens, including some unfamiliar to even Li Xian. Yet the leaves were not only yellowing but also teeming with white worms, inducing a sense of nausea. Little Sakura, upon witnessing this, nearly retched on the spot. Fortunately, Uncle Dazna's residence was not far, and they soon reached their destination. Upon seeing Uncle Dazna return, his daughter-in-law, Tsunami, joyfully greeted him, exclaiming, "You're back." Upon noticing the ninjas behind him, her eyes immediately glistened with tears, and she excitedly welcomed the esteemed guests, urging them to enter. Once inside, Uncle Dazna cheerfully declared, "Please, make yourselves at home." He then instructed his daughter-in-law, "Quickly, go to the kitchen and prepare a meal. Also, bring out the wine I have treasured for many years, tonight. We shall drink to our heart's content." "Of course, I'll get right on it." Tsunami nodded. Then, apologetically bowing to the guests, she headed towards the kitchen. At that moment, Li Xian expressed his interest, saying, "Allow me to take care of the cooking. It's something I excel at." Tsunami immediately considered refusing, as they were in a position of dependence, and it seemed inappropriate to impose on him. However, under Uncle Dazna's approving gaze, she relented. Upon entering the kitchen, Li Xian surveyed his surroundings, noting it was the most rudimentary kitchen he had ever encountered. The only utensils available were a knife, a cutting board, and a pot. With the oil and smoke supplies nearly depleted, opening the rice jar revealed just enough rice to feed 4 or 5 people. Tsunami, approaching the scene, wore an expression of embarrassment, for she had not anticipated such a large gathering. Suddenly, a child burst in, clutching 5 oval-shaped fish, their bellies a pale yellow to white, adorned with black spots above the pectoral fins and at the base of the dorsal fin itself being yellow. The child exclaimed joyfully, "Mom, I see many ninja-like people have come to our home. Are they here to help me?" Tsunami smiled and replied, "Indeed. Soon our land of waves will be freed from its plight, and we shall return to our carefree days." Upon hearing his mother's words, the child was moved to tears. And then, seizing the knife from the table, declared, "Then let us treat the esteemed ninjas well today. Mom, I will help you by preparing the fish, so they can enjoy a warm meal and regain their strength." With that, he swung the knife down towards the fish he had just caught. "Stop!" Li Xian let out a thunderous roar and swiftly seized the kitchen knife. The child, upon witnessing this, wore an expression of fury and was about to admonish Li Xian when he was interrupted. "You reckless fool! Do you value your life so little? Do you not realize that you've caught a pufferfish, the kind that is highly toxic? A mere touch of its poison could lead to death." Upon hearing Li Xian's explanation, Jin Nami immediately pulled the child down to kneel and said, "Ninja Master, I apologize. This child, being so young and unaware, mistakenly brought back this lethal fish. This is a failure in our parental guidance. If you wish to impose punishment, let it be directed at me." Seeing his mother plead on his behalf, the child, Inari, also began to cry, wishing to shoulder the blame himself. The commotion in the living room drew the attention of others, who rushed over. After understanding the situation, everyone, except for Zai Bujan, began to plead for the two. The reason Zai Bujan refrained from interceding was that, influenced by the system, he had completely prioritized Li Xian's safety. Should a conflict arise between Li Xian and Team 7, Zai Bujan would not hesitate to fight for him. A product of the system is assuredly of the highest quality. Witnessing the scene transform into one of supplication, Li Xian broke into a cold sweat and said in exasperation, "I merely intended to prevent his actions. I never intended to punish them." Upon hearing Li Xian's response, the previously anxious crowd felt a wave of relief. Realizing it was merely a misunderstanding, Naruto took hold of the 5 pufferfish and declared, "It's all this guy's fault. I'll toss them far away to prevent them from endangering anyone else's life." As he spoke, he began to head toward the door, but Li Xian promptly stopped him. While the pufferfish was indeed toxic, when handled properly, it could be quite a treasure. After taking the fish, Li Xian instructed Sakura and Kazama to procure oil, salt, and other seasonings, as well as wild vegetables they might find along the way. Even if they were infested with insects, the more the better. He directed Sasuke, Naruto, and Haku to capture cicadas they had seen in the trees on their way. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Zai Bujan accompanied him to prepare the pufferfish. Once the tasks were assigned, everyone swiftly set to work. Li Xian, Kakashi, and Zai Bujan arrived at a desolate area. First, Zai Bujan used water release to create a small river on the ground, while Kakashi employed earth release to form several pits, a makeshift cutting board, a pile of earthen bowls, an earthen pot, and a sharp pair of scissors. The sharpness rivaled that of genuine scissors. With all preparations complete, Li Xian began to process the pufferfish. At that moment, a message from the system appeared in his mind. Ding. Detecting that the host is processing a highly toxic pufferfish. To prevent the host from dying midway, all methods for handling the pufferfish have been transmitted to the host's mind. Please refrain from reckless behavior and cherish life. Goodness. I hadn't anticipated the system would begin to critique me. Although I was merely an ordinary chef in my previous life, I had at least some experience with pufferfish. Li Xian sighed inwardly. In the next moment, a vast reservoir of knowledge instantaneously filled his mind. Observing the dazed Li Xian, Kakashi and Zabuza initially assumed something was amiss and approached him for an examination. However, by the time they reached him, Li Xian had already absorbed the knowledge within his mind. If previously he had only an 80% certainty, now, having received the systematic teachings on how to handle fugu, he was imbued with complete confidence. Regaining his composure, Li Xian smiled at the approaching duo, alleviating their concerns. He then began to adjust himself to an optimal state to tackle the fugu before him. He placed a fugu on the cutting board, belly side up, and carefully incised the abdomen from the cloaca towards the head. He exercised utmost caution, for a careless cut could rupture the internal organs and undo all his efforts. After excising the internal organs, he removed the fish eyes, discarded the gills, and peeled off the skin, placing each part into separate earthen bowls. He meticulously followed the same procedure to process the remaining 4 fugu. Following thorough inspections of all 5 fugu, and once assured of their safety, Li Xian buried all the toxic internal organs, save for the liver, in a previously dug pit. He then commenced the washing of the fugu and the liver. Once they were thoroughly cleaned, he placed them into an unused earthen pot. He instructed Zabuza and Kakashi to incinerate all items at the scene using fire techniques before he proceeded, for some remnants harbored the fugu's toxins. Should any unfortunate soul take them home, countless lives could be jeopardized. Upon returning to Uncle Dazna's home, everyone had completed their respective tasks. With the ingredients in hand, Li Xian officially began the fugu preparation. There are numerous culinary techniques for preparing fugu. However, Li Xian chose to deep fry it. He poured oil into a cold pot, and once the oil reached a temperature of 70 to 80%, added some garlic to the pan. He then sliced the liver into thin pieces and placed them in the pot, whereupon flames erupted vigorously, a feat that would challenge even seasoned chefs. Within mere minutes, a rich and tantalizing aroma wafted from the kitchen. This exquisite scent made the waiting guests in the living room feel that their prolonged anticipation was indeed worthwhile. They eagerly inhaled the fragrance, yearning to retain it forever within their nostrils. They longed to inquire how much longer they needed to wait, but refrained, fearing that their inquiry might disrupt Li Xian's focus and compromise the dish's quality. Thus, they patiently stood by, awaiting the outcome. When the liver slices turned golden, he added the purchased pork belly to sod, followed by the fugu to enhance the fragrance further. He then introduced local cooking wine, sauces, broth, salt, and the previously prepared hot water, bringing it to a vigorous boil before reducing the heat to simmer for 30 minutes. After the cooking was completed, he turned up the heat to reduce the sauce. The dish was elegantly served onto a white porcelain plate, the glossy pufferfish meat exuding an irresistible aroma. Li Xian let out a deep breath, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and announced in a loud voice, "The fried pufferfish is ready. It is time to indulge." After waiting for nearly an hour, the moment had finally come to savor the delicacy. The crowd outside was almost moved to tears. As the pufferfish was placed on the table, before anyone could reach for their chopsticks, Li Xian took the lead, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, there is a certain etiquette to consuming pufferfish, and the final point of this etiquette is that the chef or host should partake first to show respect." With that, he picked up a generous piece of pufferfish and savored it, silently commending himself. Perhaps it was due to the long wait or the quality of the local ingredients. But having tasted the pufferfish, Li Xian felt an insatiable craving stir within him, making it difficult to stop. Clearing his throat, he calmly declared, "To demonstrate my utmost respect for all of you, I have decided to enjoy another piece." He then picked up another slice of pufferfish and relished it. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, staring at him in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, 4 pieces of pufferfish had vanished into Li Xian's belly. Yet he showed no signs of stopping. Rather, he appeared to be on the verge of continuing. Understanding his brother's nature, Naruto shouted, "Brother, your sincerity is more than enough. If you keep eating, there won't be enough pufferfish for everyone." Cursed be this fellow for thwarting my good intentions, Li Xian thought bitterly. Casting a disdainful glance at Naruto, looking around at the others, he found them all casting him scornful looks. Even Zabuza was not exempt. Although the dish seemed plentiful, containing 5 pufferfish, it was important to note that it also included a considerable amount of pork belly, and with so many people present, even Li Xian's thick-skinned demeanor could not withstand such relentless bombardment. He promptly set down his chopsticks and retreated to the kitchen to prepare other dishes. Once Li Xian had departed, the others swiftly seized their chopsticks, ready for battle. Little did they expect that a black flash would dart across the table. And upon closer inspection, 6 pieces of pufferfish had disappeared. They turned to the source of the swift movement, discovering it was Wonkai. It had 2 pieces in its mouth and was clutching 2 more with its front paws, squatting down to savor them meticulously. Witnessing this, the crowd immediately resumed their culinary skirmish. To compete with Wonkai for food would be akin to a chicken pecking at a rock, futile and self-destructive. The first to seize a piece of pufferfish was Kakashi, who placed it in his mouth, unleashing a torrent of deep memories from within. "Lin, Abito, how I long for you," Kakashi whispered, a tear involuntarily escaping the corner of his eye. Zabuza, observing this, chuckled, "Oh, so the legendary Kakashi can shed tears too. What a curious sight." After wiping away his tear, Kakashi replied nonchalantly, I merely stumbled upon the softest corner of my heart. Do you not possess such sentiments? Zaibujan scoffed disdainfully, remarking, What use is such a thing? It will merely hinder my ascent to greater power. With that, he resumed his assault on the fugu. Suddenly, his chopsticks were thwarted, and upon looking up, he discovered Kakashi had intervened. Chapter 79. The Ninetales also relishes Boss Li Xian's dishes. Beautiful memories never serve as stumbling blocks for others. Rather, it is precisely through them that I have reached my current stature, Kakashi stated solemnly. Observing this, Zaibujan glared fiercely at Kakashi and declared, Then let us settle this beneath our own hands. With that, the two engaged in a fierce duel using their chopsticks. Meanwhile, Naruto, after consuming a piece of fugu, began to undergo a transformation. He shut his eyes, and a crimson aura swiftly emanated from his body, exuding a sinister presence. Kakashi, upon witnessing this, immediately ceased his conflict with Zaibujan and rushed to Naruto's side. The others also halted their activities, encircling Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, what is happening to Naruto? Sakura inquired, puzzled. Just as Kakashi was about to deflect the question, Zaibujan spoke gravely. That aura is from a tailed beast. This kid must be the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Kakashi, realizing the truth had been laid bare, ceased his concealment and fixed a steely gaze upon everyone, warning, what occurs today must not leave this place, otherwise all shall face punishment from the village. As for you, Zaibujan, should I discover that you were the one to divulge Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki, I will hunt you down, no matter where you flee. The onlookers, feeling the chill radiating from Kakashi, instinctively swallowed hard and nodded in agreement. Zaibujan, after a derisive snort, ultimately acquiesced to Kakashi's demands, for he had sensed the overwhelming aura that Kakashi had unleashed moments ago, realizing he was outmatched. Truly, Kakashi lived up to his reputation. As Naruto's aura grew increasingly volatile, Kakashi began weaving hand signs, preparing to reinforce the seal. Just as he completed the signs and was about to reach for Naruto, the latter suddenly opened his eyes and calmly said, Kakashi-sensei, please stop. Hearing this, Kakashi halted his movements and focused on Naruto's eyes. They appeared normal, black, yet the presence of the Ninetales had inexplicably manifested. At this moment, Naruto explained. Right after I finished the fugu, a red fox with 9 tails appeared before me, albeit behind a large iron cage. It proposed a transaction. It would release a fragment of its essence to share in the enjoyment of this delicacy, and in return, it would allow me to harness 50% of its chakra in critical moments. The revelation of Naruto's words left the entire assembly in stunned silence. It is worth noting that even the weakest of tailed beasts can contend with a shadow, let alone the mighty 9 tails, the most formidable among the 9. With the infusion of 50% of its chakra, Naruto could potentially engage in battle with powerful shadow-level foes. In that moment, admiration for Naruto blossomed among the crowd. Save for Sasuke, whose eyes betrayed a flicker of jealousy. If only he possessed such immense power, even his formidable elder brother would pale in comparison. As the onlookers murmured amongst themselves, Naruto exclaimed, Oh no, the Nine Tails is on the verge of losing control. If it doesn't get to eat soon, it will erupt. Hearing this, Kakashi hurriedly presented a platter of pufferfish meat before Naruto. Soon, a group gathered around Naruto, who announced, Hello everyone, I take my culinary experiences seriously. Please enjoy my eating broadcast. With the sound of Naruto slurping, many were left drooling. Watching others indulge in delicious food while unable to partake themselves was indeed a torment. Once Naruto finished the delectable feast, the crimson aura enveloping him gradually dissipated. He then exclaimed with delight, Kakashi-sensei, my chakra has reached the level of a ch-nin. Remarkably, a simple meal had elevated his chakra to such heights. The Nine Tails was indeed powerful. Just as the crowd was about to engage in discussion regarding this, Li Xian presented a new dish, fried cicadas and wild vegetables simmered with white worms. The former looked somewhat appealing, while the latter nearly made Sakura retch. However, due to the previous scant bites of pufferfish, the gnawing hunger compelled them to consume the food before them. Crunch. These cicadas are delightful. Kakashi was the first to dive in. Witnessing his enjoyment dispelled much of the fear the others had. They eagerly joined the fray. As the eating progressed, the group grew bolder, with even Sakura relinquishing her aversion to the wild vegetables and white worms. Spurred on by Li Xian's remark that the white worms were rich in protein, enhancing one's complexion and beauty. Throughout the meal, Sakura consumed the most of the white worms, proving that women indeed possess an unwavering pursuit of beauty. Chapter 80. The spread of dark cuisine in recent days. Li Xian and his companions resided at the home of Dasna. To swiftly restore the people of the Land of Waves to their former lives, Kakashi, after a day of rest, led the members of Team 7 on a mission. As for Wankai, Haku, Zabuza, and Kazama, they remained behind with Li Xian to ensure the safety of everyone. In recent days, thanks to Li Xian, Uncle Dasna's family has come to understand the concept that everything can be fried, be it creatures soaring through the sky, scurrying on the ground, or swimming in the water. As long as they are not poisonous, they can indeed be savored. As a perceptive individual in the Land of Waves, Uncle Dasna has naturally discovered an ingenious way to alleviate their plight. Indeed, while our nation suffers from poverty, we can catch cicadas and gather vegetable bugs to feast upon. What is that? Finished eating? Then let us seek more. As long as it is a living creature and not toxic, it is certainly edible. Though one must consult the great master on the method of preparation. Thus, under Uncle Dasna's enthusiastic promotion, his doorstep has become a bustling hub. Ragged and emaciated citizens, their bones nearly visible, respectfully approach Li Xian to inquire about the art of dark cuisine. A woman holds up a few mice, stating, "Lord Li Xian, I caught these from the rice jar. They are quite desperate, and with hardly any rice left at home, they dared to forage here, only to be discovered by me." Observing the frail creatures, Li Xian couldn't help but feel pity. To pilfer a bit of rice, they had indeed stumbled upon misfortune. After a moment of reflection, he advised, "Go home, skin them, and salt with some aromatic spices. Frying is also an option. The flavors will be delightful." The woman beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, Lord Li Xian. I will stir-fry half and fry the other half. Just the thought makes my mouth water." After silently offering a prayer for the unfortunate mice, Li Xian resumed his detailed explanations for the next in line. Throughout the day, he witnessed the notion that there are no limits to how unappetizing food can be. Rather, there exist ever more peculiar culinary options. Initially, items like mice, vegetable bugs, earthworms, and locusts were somewhat acceptable to him, but as time progressed, the selections became increasingly bizarre. Flies and cockroaches nearly caused him to lose his breakfast. Once he resolved the queries of these impoverished souls and bid them farewell, Li Xian sank into his chair, fatigued. Indeed, dark cuisine is not something that just anyone can stomach. However, Li Xian's efforts were not in vain. His explanations began to rekindle the people's desire for life in the Land of Waves. The once quiet streets had transformed into a lively scene once more. People hurried along, laden with small bags, rushing toward the fields. Occasionally, familiar faces would cross paths, and after exchanging pleasantries, they would quickly delve into their purpose. "Oh, Old Yang, what delicacies do you plan to procure today?" "I intend to catch more locusts. Since the children devoured the fried locust yesterday, they have been clamoring for another feast. This time, I aim to capture plenty and perhaps even raise some, ensuring a continual supply of fried locusts in the future." Truly, one cannot help but admire the astuteness of a seasoned merchant. Were it not for the ephemeral lifespan of cicadas, I would certainly wish to capture more of them and nurture them for daily consumption. However, I mustn't linger, for if I tarry too long, others may snatch them up before I have the chance. Farewell. Compared to the past, the vigor of the people has once again been rekindled, albeit with a somewhat peculiar direction. The following day, a cacophony of cheers erupted outside. It turned out that Kakashi and Team 7 had returned. At that moment, they bore an air of subtle menace, suggesting they had encountered the harsh realities of battle. Perhaps they had finally transitioned into the ranks of competent ninjas. Subsequently, Li Xian's gaze fell upon the large black sack behind them. Naruto, with a beaming smile, exclaimed, "Big brother, guess what we brought back?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Xian replied, "Surely, what you have brought before me cannot be anything other than provisions scavenged from Kado." Upon hearing this, Naruto leapt into the air, declaring, "Yes, I knew you would guess it. You all have lost." A glance at Kakashi and the others revealed their dismayed expressions. It appeared they had wagered on this outcome and were indeed on the losing side. At that juncture, Kakashi began to recount the events of the past few days. After confronting Kado, the four had engaged in a fierce struggle with his warriors, ultimately emerging victorious. Yet, as the tide turned against him, Kado had cunningly slipped away amidst the chaos, vanishing without a trace. After capturing one of Kado's confidants, Kakashi and his team learned the location of Kado's private treasury. They hastened to the site, where they discovered Kado himself, preparing to abscond with his ill-gotten gains. Upon capturing him, they collected the stolen riches to return to the people of the Land of Waves. To their astonishment, while delving deep into the treasury, They stumbled upon an abundance of luxurious ingredients. Embracing the principle of enjoying a proper meal, they decided to pack these provisions for their return. As for the confidant, Kakashi employed a genjutsu to ensnare him in a perpetual illusion, a fitting reward for his guidance. Chapter 81. The Cauldron of Tailed Beasts. Upon unsealing the large black sack, the bounty of food and seasonings within was indeed extraordinary. Sea cucumbers, abalone, shark fins, and dried scallops formed a veritable feast. As Li Xian probed deeper, his hand brushed against what felt like a pot handle, prompting him to hastily extract the food and lay it upon the cutting board. Once the food had been cleared, Li Xian finally beheld the cauldron in its entirety. Its appearance was akin to that of an ordinary large pot, yet its edges were adorned with intricate, arcane patterns and totems. After scrutinizing it for some time, Li Xian discerned that these designs bore a remarkable resemblance to the juvenile forms of the tailed beasts. A wave of ancient gravitas washed over him, causing his heart to tremble and his eyes to widen. This truly was a culinary vessel once wielded by the Sage of Six Paths. At that moment, the system stirred once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task of seeking out the culinary tools once used by the Sage of Six Paths. Task description: at the dawn of the ninja world, the Sage of Six Paths left behind a legendary cooking utensil. System detection indicates that this utensil may be found in the Land of Waves. As the future culinary god, how could the host refrain from seeking it out and equipping it? Task reward: the method for preparing mapo tofu has been issued. At this moment, Wang Kai, who had been lying on the ground, widened his eyes and gazed at the iron pot, seemingly deep in thought. Observing the pot before him, Li Xian was inexplicably overcome by an urge to caress it. As he placed his right hand upon it, an intense burning sensation surged through. Subsequently, the pot vanished and transformed into a tattoo on Li Xian's right arm. At this juncture, the system's voice echoed once more. Congratulations, host. You have successfully forged a contract with the beast pot. In the future, whenever you wish to summon it, a mere thought will suffice. No one else will be able to lift this pot. Ah, this bears a resemblance to Thor's hammer, Li Xian mused. He then summoned the iron pot, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Zai Buzhan, do try to lift this pot, Li Xian commanded. Oh, very well, Zai Buzhan replied, returning to his senses. He grasped the handle of the pot firmly and, with a vigor akin to that of Lu Tihua uprooting a willow, endeavored to raise it. Ah, Zai Buzhan exclaimed, the veins on his forehead and arms protruding. After 10 seconds, he wiped the sweat from his brow and feigned ease, stating, this beheading saber is rather heavy, preventing me from lifting it. Once I set it down, I shall be able to raise it effortlessly. After placing the saber, which stood as tall as a person, onto the ground, Zai Buzhan's expression grew serious once more. He gripped the handle tightly and shouted, lift. 10 seconds passed, then 20, then 30. Zai Buzhan, his face flushed and bewildered, collapsed to the ground, questioning himself on how he could not lift even a single iron pot. It seemed he had not trained properly for a long time. Upon returning to Li Xian, he vowed to push himself harder, for how else could he ensure Li Xian's safety? Kakashi, intrigued by the spectacle, approached to give it a try. A minute later, he too collapsed in confusion, beginning to doubt himself. This prompted Team 7, along with Bai and Kazama-chan, to take an interest. They procured a length of hemp rope to secure the pot's handle and fashioned a lever mechanism in front of it. The adage, mastering math and science allows one to roam the world without fear, perhaps encapsulated this very scenario. Under the leadership of the academically gifted Sasuke, the group quickly formed a tug-of-war team. A contest to lift the pot commenced. 1-2 pull. 1-2 pull. Under Sasuke's rallying cry, they began to pull in unison. 30 seconds elapsed, yet the pot showed no signs of budging. At this moment, the restored Kakashi and Zabuza rejoined the fray. Time flew by, and before long, an hour had passed. Just then, Uncle Dazna, having received his compensation, returned home with his family, brimming with joy. Upon seeing the incapacitated individuals sprawled on the ground, they mistakenly assumed that Kato had survived and returned for revenge, nearly fainting on the spot. Fortunately, Li Xian, with remarkable swiftness, rushed to assist him, applying pressure to a point on his body to revive him, and honestly explain the cause of the fainting, thus dispelling the misunderstanding. Observing that no one dared to approach any longer, Li Xian waved his right hand, and the iron pot seemed to receive a command, swiftly transforming into a tattoo that appeared on his right arm. Witnessing this, the onlooker's perception of Li Xian as a master deepened once more. Perhaps this was the legendary art of subtle grandeur. Meanwhile, Wang Kai, lying on the ground, murmured, This iron pot has evoked a sense of danger within me. Intriguing. It seems I must treat Li Xian with greater respect in the future. Otherwise, I might not withstand the consequences of this pot. Although Wang Kai had not participated in the pot-snatching contest, observing the determined expressions of the others in the immovable iron pot, he realized that even if he joined in, he would likely meet the same fate as the rest. In comparison, it was better to maintain his status as a master. The legend of his brother continued to circulate in everyone's hearts. Chapter 82. Crafting Buddha jumps over the wall, taking advantage of the other's respite. Li Xian began to inspect his personal panel. System objective: assist the host in becoming the foremost culinary deity of the ninja world. Host: Li Xian. Gender: male. Age: 15. Chakra level: Ch9 chakra proficiency. As a future culinary deity, chakra will undoubtedly be essential in his cooking endeavors. Persevere, young one. Skills: substitution technique, shadow clone technique, transformation technique, multi-shadow clone technique. Items: tailed beast pot. Enhances the flavor and texture of ingredients, reduces cooking time, and elevates the chakra content of dishes. Note: this pot can also be utilized in combat, with the power to withstand tailed beast bombs. May the host wield it wisely. Culinary deity comprehensive rating. Entry level: you have just embarked on the path to becoming a culinary deity. Continue striving, young one. To his astonishment, Li Xian realized the formidable power of this iron pot. This journey away from the village had indeed been perfectly timed. Just as he was about to indulge in delightful fantasies, a rumbling sound emanated from his stomach. Upon looking up, he discovered it was the sound of the others' stomachs, still incapacitated on the ground. Well then, it seems it's time to commence my primary vocation once more. But what delectable dish should I prepare with such precious ingredients? Suddenly, an idea struck Li Xian. Why not create Buddha jumps over the wall? Though I find myself somewhat at a loss, there is no cause for concern. Should any queries arise, I can consult the system, which shall be at my service around the clock. Should you find our services commendable, your support through voting would be immensely appreciated. In his heart, Li Xian pondered, system, could you impart the method for preparing Buddha jumps over the wall directly? Beep. In response to the host's request, the system commenced formulating a plan. The mechanical voice of the system stated, the plan is complete. The preparation method for Buddha jumps over the wall will be designated as a reward for the next hidden mission, thus facilitating an advanced distribution. In simpler terms, this meant that the reward would be dispensed ahead of time, with the subsequent triggering of the hidden mission's reward being automatically overlooked. Li Xian was surprised to find that the system had grown more astute. However, to avoid wasting these precious ingredients, he had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, it was akin to borrowing money. What is borrowed must be returned, and importantly, without interest. As soon as Li Xian consented, a torrent of information surged into his mind. Fortunately, the others were resting nearby and did not notice the peculiar daze in his eyes. Otherwise, awakening to find a crowd surrounding him would have startled anyone. After a minute, Li Xian's gaze gradually regained its focus. From the information relayed by the system, he discovered that there were two versions of Buddha jumps over the wall, the impoverished version and the luxurious version. Given the abundance of exquisite ingredients at his disposal, Li Xian undoubtedly opted for the lavish variant. However, the preparation of this dish was undoubtedly the most complex challenge Li Xian had encountered thus far. Buddha jumps over the wall requires more than merely combining the main ingredients. Each component must be prepared separately to extract its inherent flavors. Techniques such as frying, ing, boiling, and deep frying, 18 culinary skills in total, are all indispensable, culminating in a harmonious blend before the final cooking commences. This dish demands a mastery of nearly every cooking method, embodying a multitude of culinary essences. Even in Li Xian's past life, savoring an authentic Buddha jumps over the wall was a rare and arduous endeavor. As he entered the kitchen, Li Xian meticulously began to prepare the ingredients. The process is rather intricate, thus omitted. Unbeknownst to him, 3 hours swiftly elapsed, and as he approached the final step, beads of sweat adorned his brow. He carefully placed each cooked ingredient into his cauldron, secured the lid, and ignited the flame. With a long exhale, he relaxed and settled onto a stool, knowing that after the vigorous boiling, a gentle simmer for an hour or two was necessary. The mastery of the heat is often the key to a dish's success. Thus, the group waited from afternoon until dusk. When Li Xian finally lifted the lid, the aroma enveloped Uncle Dazna's home, leaving everyone unable to suppress their salivation. Even Naruto and Kakashi had removed their masks, captivated by the enticing scent. As the moment arrived when Li Xian presented the exquisite Buddha jumps over the wall dish onto the table, it was as though a signal for attack had been given. Everyone swiftly commenced their onslaught. This time, even Uncle Dazna's family exerted their utmost effort, striving not to fall behind in the fierce competition for the delicacy. They understood that with Li Xian's departure, it would likely be several years, perhaps even a decade or more, before they could savor his culinary creations again. Thus, they resolved to cherish the present and engrave this delectable experience deep within their memories. Observing the frenzied crowd, Li Xian was unwilling to be outdone and immediately plunged into the fray. Meanwhile, Wang Kai, who had been resting nearby, approached the table but found itself lacking a spot. With a mighty roar, it commanded the attention of the throng, swiftly advancing toward the Buddha jumps over the wall dish. Just as it was about to extend its paw, a multitude of chopsticks intercepted it. Witnessing the fervent glint in the eyes of the crowd, Wang Kai felt a twinge of anxiety. Ultimately, it was the level-headed Li Xian who served it a bowl, allowing it to depart contentedly. Although the portion was somewhat meager, the thought of the frenzied gazes from earlier made it feel fortunate to partake it all. Even the strongest of heroes could not withstand the sheer number of competitors. As time gradually passed, the day of return to the village approached. Chapter 83. Return to Konoha village early the next morning. Li Xian and his companions began their farewells to Uncle Dazna's family and the people of the Land of Waves. This journey had been remarkably fruitful for Li Xian. Not only had he acquired the formidable Zabuza as a protector, but he also gained the unparalleled service of Haku. With such a powerful entourage, the journey back was devoid of any ambushes. They traveled safely and smoothly, returning to Konoha village in just 4 short days. As he stepped into the village, Li Xian was unexpectedly overcome with a sense of belonging, wondering if he had developed an affection for Konoha. Team 7 had to report on their mission, thus parting ways with Li Xian halfway to head toward the Hokage building. Li Xian, accompanied by Zabuza and Haku, leisurely strolled through the streets, eager to observe any changes in the village after nearly a month away. The streets were bustling, filled with a constant flow of people and vehicles, a familiar yet comforting sight. Suddenly, Li Xian spotted a figure with a watermelon-shaped head, clad in a vibrant green combat uniform. It was none other than his little brother, Mike Guy. Just as he was about to call out, Guy noticed him and accelerated to his side, exuberantly exclaiming, "Boss, you're finally back. It's been nearly 4 weeks. Has youth finally summoned you back to the village? It's been quite the challenge." Witnessing the almost pitiful expression on Mike Guy's face sent a chill down Li Xian's spine. With a twitch at the corners of his mouth, he uttered, "My sincerest apologies. The past few days have been overwhelmingly busy, and I have been somewhat remiss. I beg your indulgence." However, it was precisely this exclamation from Mike Guy that prompted numerous loyal patrons of Li Xian's restaurant to immediately voice their grievances, lamenting the detestable and scrupulous owner. "Hurry back to the kitchen. Do you still wish to earn a living?" Upon hearing their words, Li Xian could not help but internally bemoan, "Good heavens. Just how much have I lost?" Subsequently, he hurried towards the restaurant alongside Zabuza and Bai. Witnessing this, the surrounding diners scrambled to their feet, anxious not to miss their chance that day. Momentarily stunned, Mike Guy could hardly contain himself at such a scene. With hands forming seals, he declared, "The 8 gates. First gate, open. Second gate, rest gate, open." Sensing the transformation within his body, Mike Guy nodded in affirmation. "Youth, I am coming." He then dashed towards Li Xian's restaurant at a remarkable speed, the picturesque scenery of Konoha returning once more. Utilizing the 8 gates solely to savor his brother's culinary delights. One could only imagine the reaction of the original creator of this ninjutsu, who might very well rise from the earth to deliver a thorough reprimand. Upon returning to the restaurant, he found it as impeccably clean as it had been when he last left, thus saving them considerable time. After changing into his work attire and organizing the staff, Li Xian's restaurant officially opened for business. Zabuza stood outside, wielding his executioner's blade, causing quite a stir among patrons harboring ulterior motives. The first to rush in was none other than Mike Guy, who had come racing with the 8 gates activated. He raised his right hand excitedly and exclaimed, "Please bring me a steamer of dog-ignored buns and some pickled fish. Thank you." During Li Xian's absence, he had inexplicably found himself yearning for these 2 dishes, and today he could finally realize that desire. "Certainly," a sweet voice chimed in his ear. Oddly, this did not sound like Li Xian's voice, and Mike Guy, puzzled, looked up to find a stunning young woman clad in the attire of an ordinary waitress. Her poise and expression resembled a rose blooming amidst a thicket of weeds, captivating all who beheld her. Even the diners behind him were captivated. their gazes fixed upon by with rapt attention. As for Kazama-chan, he could only attend to the female patrons. Why did he not serve the men? After all, they preferred a lovely lady to attend to them, and the presence of men was merely a nuisance. This was Bai's first experience being looked at with such admiration by so many gentlemen. Just as he contemplated clarifying his gender, he recalled Li Xian's admonition to keep his identity a secret. With a sense of gratitude for Li Xian's kindness, he resolved to endure in silence. After all, a few more glances would not cost him anything, and should anyone harbor ill intentions, he had the protection of the owner and Zabuza. Bai, fear not. Once she had organized her mindset, Bai swiftly immersed herself in her work, earning the admiration of numerous diners. Just as Li Xian's restaurant was nearing its closing time, an elderly man, his right eye wrapped in white bandages and leaning on a cane, approached the establishment. Sensing the man's presence, Zaibu Zhan furrowed his brow, positioning his executioner's blade at the entrance, and stated, "Apologies, but the restaurant is about to close. Please return tomorrow." To his surprise, the man pointed to the restaurant's hours displayed outside and calmly replied, "Isn't it's still 2 minutes until closing? Surely, you can still prepare a meal." A proper restaurant should cater to its patrons as long as they arrive during operating hours, even if it's just half a minute before closing. Isn't that the standard for restaurants these days? You, Zaibu Zhan exclaimed in anger, recalling how, in the past, he would have severed the head of such a bothersome individual with his blade. However, his unwavering loyalty to Li Xian compelled him to prioritize her interests. Chapter 84. The arrival of Danzo. Upon entering Li Xian's restaurant, Danzo surveyed the surroundings with his uninjured left eye. Indeed, a few patrons remained. At that moment, Bai approached and said, "Esteemed customer, our restaurant is about to close. Might you consider returning in the morning?" Danzo appraised Bai and thought, "She is quite lovely. If I were a few decades younger, I might have pursued her. Yet, in my current state, I am merely a shadow of my former self." Clearing his throat, he continued, "What if I arrived a few minutes late? Is there no policy against entering at the last moment? Furthermore, is it not the essence of running a restaurant to prioritize the customer and fulfill their requests? Has your boss not taught you the tenets of good service?" Upon hearing Danzo's remarks, the other diners inexplicably found solidarity with him. Coupled with Li Xian's recent absence, they quickly aligned themselves with Danzo, beginning to voice their dissatisfaction with the restaurant. "Are you protesting against our boss?" A fierce voice boomed from the entrance. It was Zaibu Zhan. Having overheard the commotion outside and returning with his executioner's blade in hand, witnessing the patrons protesting against his employer, his temper flared, and he offered them a stern yet cordial warning. Faced with the imposing figure of the fierce-looking man and his towering blade, the crowd fell silent. Yet, Danzo was unperturbed by the scene and countered, "What is wrong with offering a suggestion? Has the art of running a restaurant become so tyrannical?" Seeing Danzo's assertiveness, the others felt emboldened and began to voice their sentiments as well. "Indeed, what is wrong with making a suggestion? We merely wish to see the restaurant improve and be embraced by a larger clientele. Ignoring the counsel of others only leads to misfortune. What are you staring at? Do you wish to kill us? Come, my head is right here. If you dare, take it." A radical patron taunted, placing his head beneath the blade of Zabuza. As he gazed at the audacious diner, a fleeting glimmer of delight flickered in Danzo's eyes, only to vanish instantaneously. This patron was precisely the individual he had orchestrated to provoke Zabuza. At that moment, Zabuza was seething with anger, for it was the first time in his extensive career in the ninja world that someone dared to mock him so brazenly, and he found himself unable to retaliate. As the patron perceived Zabuza's restraint, he intensified his ridicule. Observing the scene, Kazama quickly dashed to the kitchen to summon Li Xian. Upon encountering the focal point of the commotion, Danzo exchanged a knowing glance with the radical diner, who promptly grasped the implication. Approaching Li Xian, the patron proclaimed, "Boss, your doorman is truly formidable. He even dares to threaten customers with a blade. If this continues, who knows what else he might do." Hearing this, Li Xian advanced towards him, leading the patron to anticipate an apology. To his astonishment, however, Li Xian disregarded him entirely and instead approached Zabuza, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Zabuza, you performed splendidly today. Your salary will be doubled." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Zabuza gazed at Li Xian, who he had initially thought would compel him to capitulate to avoid trouble. It seemed he had not erred in his allegiance. The radical patron was now utterly incredulous, as Li Xian's actions were entirely unexpected. Just as he intended to engage Li Xian in earnest conversation, Li Xian, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, seized Zabuza's great sword and swung it toward him. With a resounding thud, the sword only managed to shear a few strands of the patron's hair due to the distance, before crashing heavily to the ground, sending dust swirling and revealing a crack in the floorboards. The patron, terrified by Li Xian's audacity, collapsed to the ground. How could the boss dare to do such a thing? The onlookers gasped internally. It was well known that in Konoha, taking another's life without cause would result in expulsion from the village and be treated as treason, a grave sin that even the third Hokage could not shield one from. In that moment, Li Xian calmly stated, according to the Konoha Code, Article 142, Section 6, if one is provoked by another, the provoked party is permitted to retaliate appropriately. Should the retaliation result in death, the offender shall be imprisoned for eternity. Am I correct, Lord Danzo? You were involved in the establishment of this code, were you not? The crowd turned to Danzo, who nodded in agreement. Yet, how did Li Xian possess such knowledge? It was merely a consequence of his recent, tedious arrival in this realm. Perhaps he never anticipated that this seemingly trivial knowledge would prove invaluable in such a significant moment. Li Xian addressed the audacious diner once more, remarking, I merely aimed for your thigh earlier. Alas, I missed and only clipped a few strands of hair. This time, however, I shall aim with utmost precision. With that, Li Xian assumed a stance for his next strike, just as Tuan Zong, unable to contain himself any longer, interjected. Chapter 85. Tuan Zhang's craving for explosive spicy mapo tofu. Standing before the prostrate, fervent diner, he cautioned, Boss Li Xian, your defenses have been adequately maintained. Do not act too aggressively, lest I be compelled to lodge a complaint with the third Hokage. Upon hearing Tuan Zhang's warning, Li Xian returned the executioner's blade to Zabuza. Shrugging nonchalantly, my apologies, it was merely a jest. Who would have thought he would be so timid? The onlookers exchanged glances of disbelief. Was this truly what one would call humor? The floor bore cracks from the earlier incident. A collective thought emerged among the crowd. One should never jest with the boss. For should he choose to engage in banter, the consequences could range from psychological distress to physical incapacitation. At that moment, Li Xian inquired, May I ask, Elder Tuanzong, what brings you here as my establishment nears closing time? Oh, my apologies. It appears we are beyond operating hours. I must ask everyone to leave as we prepare to close for the night. Just as Li Xian was about to usher the guests out, Tuanzong uttered words that left everyone astounded. Boss Li Xian, would you have any interest in becoming a chef at the Root? I would offer you a salary of 1 million ryo per month. The crowd gasped. 1 million ryo in a month nearly equaled the salary of an elite jonin over 2 months. As envious glances fell upon Li Xian, he responded with a statement that left them all dumbfounded. I am afraid I must decline. Indeed, the boss was true to his reputation, consistently delivering surprises. 2 million ryo. Tuanzong raised the offer. The heartbeat of the crowd quickened. Once again, I must refuse, Li Xian replied, unfazed, assuming that the initial offer was insufficient. Tuanzong boldly proclaimed, 5 million ryo, how does that sound? That is my final offer. Honestly, the diners yearned to rush forward and seize Li Xian's place. 5 million ryo was an astounding sum, especially when one considered that the Hokage earned a mere 6 million ryo a month. Only 1 million ryo separated them. At this moment, Li Xian couldn't help but reflect, Tuanzong, you truly live up to your reputation as the king of Konoha's culinary realm, able to muster such a fortune. It seems your tenure has not been devoid of malfeasance. Were your character slightly more commendable, I might have reluctantly accepted on account of the monetary allure. Alas. Li Xian reiterated his refusal. Yet, Tuanzong remained undeterred, his demeanor calm as he remarked, very well, since Boss Li Xian is unwilling, I shall not press further. However, the doors of the Root will always remain open for you. Just when everyone assumed that the matter was about to conclude, Danzo spoke up once again. Boss, please bring me a plate of explosively spicy mapo tofu. If I find it lacking in heat, according to Article 144, Section 2 of the Leaf Village Code, I have the right to remove your sign and shut you down. At this moment, even the most good-natured individual, Haku, could not help but interject, Sir. The business hours have already passed. Might I suggest you come early tomorrow to queue up? We shall certainly fulfill your request then. Absolutely not. I demand to eat now. And I entered your establishment while you were still open. According to the Leaf Village Code, I possess the right to continue ordering. Just as Zabuza was on the verge of taking action, Li Xian calmly interjected, Very well, if you wish to eat, I shall prepare it for you. However, before indulging in this dish, you must sign a life insurance waiver. Any adverse consequences will be borne by the consumer. Fine, I will sign it. Hurry up and bring it to me. Danzo impatiently replied. After Danzo signed the life insurance waiver and paid the fee, Li Xian prepared to send the other patrons on their way, when Danzo interjected once more. Let us not let the other customers leave just yet. They should stay here as witnesses for us. Li Xian furrowed his brow and said, but the village will impose a curfew tonight. I cannot accommodate so many people. Danzo produced a black token from his pocket and slammed it on the table, declaring, here is a special pass. You may continue with your cooking, Boss Li. As the name suggests, a special pass grants one the privilege of unrestricted movement, even during a curfew. It was unexpected that Danzo possessed such an item. But given his current status in the village, it seemed quite normal. With no further concerns, Li Xian could now proceed with his culinary endeavors. At that moment, the system began issuing its daily hidden tasks. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a hidden task. Punish the malicious customer. Task description. A customer with ill intent has entered the restaurant. As the future culinary god, how can you easily forgive him? Please impose strict punishment to uphold your reputation. Task reward. Buddha jumps over the wall. This reward will not be issued again due to early distribution. Chapter 86, 6 bottles of abyssal chili sauce. May I ask, Danzo, can you endure this? Upon entering the kitchen, Li Xian concentrated, and the necessary ingredients for mapo tofu swiftly appeared on the countertop. What thrilled Li Xian the most was that the finished abyssal chili sauce was among the ingredients. And the system informed him that he could use as much of it as he desired this time. Danzo, prepare to receive a special gift from me. He retrieved a block of succulent tofu and began to skillfully cut it into pieces. The small cubes of tofu seemed to be imbued with elasticity, bouncing slightly as they fell into the white porcelain bowl. Subsequently, Li Xian picked up a piece of low-grade bovine spirit beast meat and diced it into small cubes. He then took out a clove of peeled garlic, meticulously chopping it into pieces of similar size to the diced meat. After blanching some tofu, he commenced the formal preparation. First, he poured the minced garlic into the pan, followed by the diced low-grade bovine spirit beast meat, allowing the two to stir-fry together. The rich aroma of the meat intertwined with the fragrance of garlic, creating a robust and lingering scent. Next, Li Xian donned a gas mask, bringing it to his face, and began to open jars of abyss chili sauce, meticulously opening 6 bottles before he was satisfied. 6, what a splendid number. If this dish does not leave you utterly bewildered, estranged from your kin, and in a state of disarray, then I, Li Xian, shall take your surname. Li Xian declared fiercely. Were it not for the fear of repercussions from Tuanzo's demise, he would have added 666 bottles of abyss chili sauce, ensuring a fiery end for him. As he poured the 6 jars of abyss chili sauce into the pan, it resembled molten lava being poured into fire, growing increasingly crimson. Li Xian speculated that without the protective gas mask provided by the system, he might have perished midway through the preparation. After stir-frying the ingredients for a while, he added the blanched tofu into the pan and continued to saute it. With a thick sauce added, the mapo tofu was successfully completed. Hello, your mapo tofu is ready. Please enjoy it slowly. Li Xian presented the dish before Tuanzo. Gazing at the steaming, vividly red mapo tofu, Tuanzo inhaled deeply. A surge of spiciness rushed into his nostrils. However, he believed that if this was the extent of the spice, he could endure it, no matter how fiery this mapo tofu might be. Tuanzo was confident it would not be beyond his tolerance. I have claimed the sign of Li Xian's restaurant. Not even the 6-path sage can deter me. This dish, with 6 bottles of abyss chili sauce, I can assure you, there is no spicier dish in the entire shinobi world, Li Xian proclaimed. Whether it is spicy or not is not for you to decide, but for me, a connoisseur of fine cuisine, Tuanzo replied nonchalantly, picking up the white spoon beside the porcelain plate and steadily scooping a generous spoonful of mapo tofu. As he lifted the tofu, the rich red sauce formed a tantalizing thread. Seeing this, Li Xian's interest piqued, and he fetched an unoccupied stool from the surroundings to join others, eagerly watching Tuanzo's culinary tasting. Tuanzo slowly placed the dazzlingly red spoonful of tofu into his mouth, and the initial burst of spice nearly made him cough. But he managed to suppress it. The tofu was extraordinarily tender. With a gentle bite, it crumbled in his mouth, releasing a rich and distinctive aroma that belonged solely to tofu. Suddenly, Tuanzong chewed for a moment. His expression abruptly froze, and his intact left eye widened as he gazed at Li Xian. Just as he swallowed the morsel of food, an intense spiciness enveloped his taste buds in an instant. Tuanzang's entire body began to flush red, akin to having spent an extended period in a sauna, the change visible to the naked eye. Beads of sweat rapidly accumulated on his forehead, and he swallowed hard, feeling as though his throat were being scorched. Cough, cough. Tuanzong could not suppress a few coughs. Wisps of white vapor escaping from his mouth. Lord Tuanzong, is this mapo tofu spicy? The previously eager diner inquired hesitantly. Tuanzong slowly turned his head to regard the individual, just as he was about to respond. Li Xian interjected, spicy? You must take a few more bites to find out. This dish only grows more flavorful with each mouthful. Lord Tuanzong, you must partake generously in the spirit of fairness. I have vowed in the kitchen that if this dish is not spicy, I shall share your surname and be renamed Tuanxian. Huffing, Tuanzong glared at Li Xian. If this mapo tofu is not spicy enough, I shall see how easily I can finish it. With a thud, he slammed his hand on the table as sweat cascaded down. And once more he scooped a generous spoonful of mapo tofu into his mouth. The spiciness, like a catalyst, seared his taste buds anew. Hiss. Tuanzong inhaled sharply, attempting to quell the heat with the cool air, only to find that the spiciness intensified, akin to oil igniting upon contact with water. How is the flavor? Is it spicy enough, or should I bring a few more spoonfuls? Li Xian asked with a grin. However, Tuanzong paid him no heed, instead mimicking a dog by extending his tongue and panting, as he realized this was the only way to alleviate the burning sensation on his tongue. Is the chef using some kind of poison in this dish, causing Lord Tuanzong to suffer so? The previously eager diner exclaimed sharply. Li Xian shrugged, replying, Dear guest, I advise you to be kind. Have you lost your sight or misplaced your eyes? Lord Tuanzong is clearly suffering from the spiciness. If I had poisoned him, he would have perished on the spot. Humph, this must be due to a slow-acting poison. Have you not noticed the effects already manifesting? Were it not for Lord Tuanzong's formidable strength, he would likely have been poisoned long ago, the eager diner insisted passionately. Excuse me, what is your name? Good sir? Li Xian inquired. Bama Ikaru, the diner replied. Bama Ikaru, how might I prove that I have not poisoned Lord Tuanzong? Li Xian asked. A glint of cunning flashed in Bama Ikaru's eyes as he replied, How about this? I will first consume an antidote, and then take half a spoon of your mapo tofu. How does that sound? Li Xian pondered for a moment before inquiring. Are you certain you can represent all the diners present? Of course, just ask everyone, replied Ban Muichiro, casting a knowing glance towards a few individuals in the audience. Instantly, a chorus of affirmations surged forth like a tidal wave. Witnessing the palpable anticipation radiating from the crowd towards Ban Muichiro, Li Xian felt compelled to honor their enthusiasm and nodded in agreement. Upon receiving Li Xian's consent, Ban Muichiro hastily retrieved several detoxification pills from his ninja pouch, consuming them with the speed of someone munching on peanuts. Grasping the new spoon offered by Li Xian, he scooped up a generous half-spoonful of mapo tofu and brought it to his lips. With a resounding clatter, the spoon clattered onto the table as Ban Muichiro's body rapidly transformed into a vivid shade of crimson, his face contorted in agony. His complexion shifted from pale to red, then to a deep purple. Coughing violently, he forced the half-spoonful of mapo tofu down his throat, collapsing to the ground as he clutched his throat with both hands, struggling to utter words. Water! His hoarse cries echoed. Ban Muichiro regretted his impulsive decision. He chastised himself for seeking excitement, only to find himself in a perilous predicament. He seriously doubted whether he could survive the overwhelming spiciness. If that were indeed the case, he might become the first elite ninja in the ninja world to be vanquished by chili peppers. Meanwhile, Danzo's eyes began to glisten with moisture, a solitary tear tracing a path down his left cheek. The diners were left utterly speechless. The illustrious Danzo, renowned leader of Konoha's roots, had never shed a tear, even in the face of grave injuries. Yet now, he was reduced to tears by a mere dish of mapo tofu. Danzo attempted to speak, his tongue retreating as he struggled to form words, his throat nearly scorched, rendering him unable to articulate his thoughts. The tears flowed more freely, and he yearned for water, copious amounts of icy water. Li Xian, observing this scene, found himself both amused and exasperated. He instructed Zabuza to fetch some ice water, for his nature compelled him to show kindness. Just as they were about to pour the water, Li Xian interjected, By the way, have you yet determined whether this mapo tofu is truly spicy? Zabuza, seemingly catching on, retracted the water and regarded the two with an amused expression. They nodded vigorously in agreement. Is it poisoned then? They began shaking their heads frantically, securing the answers he sought. Li Xian signaled for Zabuza to deliver the ice water to the pair, who immediately indulged in it with fervor. Suddenly, Li Xian appeared to recall something important and was about to speak when two loud, explosive sounds erupted. Upon inspection, he noticed the duo's pant legs revealing a peculiar liquid, a mixture of red and yellow, seeping onto the ground. Zabuza, upon witnessing this, pinched his nose and admonished, "At your age, still soiling yourselves? Don't you feel embarrassed? Leave our site at once, lest you disrupt our business tomorrow." The diners present were initially oblivious to the unfolding situation. But as the words of Zabuza echoed through the air, their attention shifted, only to be met with the instinctive reaction of pinching their noses. What a surprise it was to witness such an unfortunate incident, yet the foul odor was inexplicably intermingled with an intense spiciness. Both Danzo and Itachi felt the weight of their embarrassment as the onlookers bore witness to their plight, with Danzo, who had previously been rendered speechless, suddenly breaking through his limits and hoarsely declaring, "To the one who transports us to the Konoha Medical Center, I shall reward you with 100,000 ryo." The gathering of 8 diners, each eager to lend a hand, realized that the proximity of the medical facility, just over 2 kilometers away, presented an opportunity akin to a windfall from the heavens. With the arrangements made, they set off. Li Xian noticed that a special pass had been left behind on the table, prompting him to pursue it immediately. While Danzo and Itachi were indeed despicable, the other individuals were innocent of any wrongdoing. Chapter 88. The astonishment of medical ninjas after delivering the special pass. Li Xian returned to the restaurant's interior. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, punishing the malicious guest. Task description. A patron filled with malice has entered the restaurant, and as the host destined to become a culinary deity, you cannot easily forgive such transgressions. Please administer a severe punishment to establish your reputation. Task reward. Buddha jumps over the wall due to early issuance. This reward will not be distributed again. As he observed the staff tidying up, a thought crossed his mind. Where were so many people residing? While Kazama-chun had his own accommodations, what about Haku and Zabuza? The system appeared to sense Li Xian's concerns and began to respond. Ding. Detecting the host's doubts. The restaurant has specially open staff accommodations. With a rumble, a commotion erupted above the restaurant, causing Zabuza and his companions to assume an attack was imminent, instinctively encircling Li Xian in a defensive stance. Seeing this, Li Xian quickly reassured them, explaining the situation, which allowed them to relax. Once the matter was settled, due to the curfew in place, Kazama-chun had no choice but to stay overnight at the restaurant. After leading everyone to the staff accommodations, Li Xian returned to his own room. He had not rested for a moment throughout the day, and after a brief wash-up, he swiftly succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Zabuza, Haku, and Kazama-chun, upon experiencing the opulence of the 50-square-meter staff dormitory, felt an increased sense of admiration for their employer, Li Xian, before peacefully drifting into dreams. On the other hand, the diners escorting Danzo and Itachi encountered a patrol team shortly after their departure. Fortunately, armed with the special pass from Lord Danzo, they managed to pass through unscathed. Otherwise, they would have been taken to the prison for a rather unwelcome tea session. As they approached the Konoha Medical Institute, approximately 800 meters away, the posteriors of Danzo and Yamamoto Ichiro unexpectedly began to emit a series of explosive sounds, startling several villagers who had just drifted into slumber into opening their windows and vociferously cursing. Is there a significant illness tonight? Why set off firecrackers at this hour? What? Is your deceased ancestor seeking a new spouse and requiring your assistance at this moment? The peculiar odor wafting from the explosions, a strange blend of foulness and spiciness, intrigued some. Enough chatter. The stench is growing stronger. Close the windows. Where are the patrols? Someone else released a stench bomb. We need help. As the discussions and the collective sound of windows being shut echoed, the nearest diners began to exhibit expressions of discomfort. The shrewd Danzo, observing their reactions, quickly proclaimed, 500,000 ryo. For heaven's sake, hasten our transport to the hospital. Some of us can barely hold on. Upon hearing Danzo's elevated offer, the others silently steeled themselves and quickened their pace. Just as they were about to enter the Konoha Medical Institute, Danzo and Yamamoto Ichiro let out a few more resounding noises. However, the seasoned onlookers paid little heed, continuing their escorting duties, oblivious to the fact that the duo's trousers had completely changed color. Is there a medical ninja? We need a medical ninja. The crowd cried out. What an uproar. Don't you know there are patients recuperating here? Keep it down. A female ninja clad in the distinctive garb of Konoha's medical corps emerged to chastise them. Yet, upon recognizing Danzo, her demeanor shifted dramatically. She respectfully inquired, Lord Danzo, what brings you here? Is there something we can assist you with? Quickly, we require proctological treatment. and summon more medical personnel to attend to us, urgently. Danzo rasped, his voice strained. Of course, at once, Lord Danzo. The female ninja promptly dashed off to summon aid. The remaining diners, following the duo's instructions, laid them flat on the ground and prepared to solicit their reward. Observing this, Danzo retrieved a check from his pocket, oozing a yellowish liquid, and handed it over for them to collect in turn. Upon receiving the peculiar-smelling check, the diners trembled and fled the Konoha Medical Institute, as if escaping a calamity. Meanwhile, several medical ninjas emerged to escort the two men to a treatment room. One young medical ninja, sniffing the air, remarked, "What is that scent? A mix of excrement and spice. It seems to emanate from right here." The others turned to look at Danzo and Yamamoto Ichiro, whose faces flushed crimson. Danzo then threatened, "If anyone dares to speak of today's events, I would not hesitate to invite them to the route." The onlookers turned pale, for everyone in the village knew the notorious reputation of the route. Once one entered, they would never emerge. The crowd immediately nodded in agreement. After a night of treatment, the injuries of Danzo and Yamamoto Ichiro had finally stabilized, and their previously foul-smelling trousers had been replaced with clean ones. Lying in their hospital beds, they gazed at the ceiling, and Yamamoto Ichiro inquired, "Lord Danzo, do we still intend to pursue the boss's intentions?" Danzo glanced at him and replied calmly, "Abandoning midway is not in my character. Rest assured, I have my own clever strategies." Yamamoto Ichiro found himself somewhat speechless. "Do you still have clever strategies?" Given the current state, continuing to pursue him might lead to our own downfall. Suddenly, a figure slipped through the window, respectfully addressing Danzo, the route's subordinate, Team B's Matsuyama. Pays homage to Lord Danzo. Chapter 89. 4 shrimp for 6 meals. Days later, Li Xian's restaurant once again experienced a surge in patronage. This spike in visitors was not due to the exceptional quality of Li Xian's cuisine, but rather the arrival of a stunningly beautiful waitress, clad in a white-maid outfit and black stockings, captivating everyone. To describe her in a single phrase, in the north, there is a beauty, unparalleled and independent. One glance could conquer a city, another could enthrall a nation, with a face that could sink fish and cause geese to fall, eclipsing the moon and shaming flowers. Initially, I was somewhat resistant, but under Li Xian's firm insistence, she reluctantly embraced the role of a cross-dressing figure, attracting more customers to the restaurant. Even the third Hokage began to visit frequently, his gaze often drawn to Bai. Had Bai been able to best him, she might have sealed him away with her ice techniques long ago. As for Danzo's affairs, the third Hokage merely reminded himself to remain vigilant, indicating that he might be preparing to suppress Danzo's influence. Li Xian mused quietly about these matters. Meanwhile, Zabuza was attired in an ancient general's uniform, exuding an aura of invincibility. This commanding presence drew envious glances from patrons of all ages. Feeling the admiration directed towards him, Zabuza stood tall, exuding confidence. As if to say, "Do not envy me, I am but a legend." Just when Li Xian thought the day would unfold peacefully like the previous ones, an unexpected incident occurred. A customer dressed as a fisherman entered the restaurant. Zabuza, who had been guarding the entrance for days, paid him no particular attention. Upon entering, Kazama-chan approached enthusiastically. "Hello, may I ask if you are here to dine?" The fisherman cast a sidelong glance over his shoulder and retorted, "Is there someone behind me?" Kazama-chan was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained composure, smiling, "Very well, please follow me." He attempted to guide the fisherman to a nearby table, but the fisherman disregarded him entirely, heading straight to a solitary table in the center. He unceremoniously dumped his fish basket, fishing rod, and straw hat onto the table, unleashing a pungent fishy odor that caused the faces of nearby diners to turn sour. Upon seeing the situation, Kazama-chan's face briefly revealed a hint of discontent, but he quickly composed himself and said, "Esteemed patron, might I kindly request you to step aside? The fishy odor is rather pronounced. I hope you can forgive me." Hearing Kazama-chan's words, the fisherman impatiently retorted, "What? Is a little fishy smell not permissible in the center? This is an affront to the working class and a violation of my rights." Listening to the fisherman eloquently expound, Kazama-chan felt the atmosphere shifting under the man's influence. Thus, he promptly cut to the chase and inquired, "Would you like to eat?" Taken aback by Kazama-chan's question, the fisherman paused for a moment, then picked up a nearby basket of fish and placed it before Kazama-chan, stating, "Let us eat these." It was Kazama-chan's first encounter with a patron bringing their own ingredients to a restaurant. After an apology, he made his way to the kitchen to inform Li Xian of the unusual circumstance. Upon hearing this, Li Xian emerged from the kitchen and asked, "Dear guest, how would you like your ingredients prepared? Steamed? Stir-fried? Or deep-fried?" The fisherman retrieved 4 small shrimp from the basket and said, "I've just finished my labor and am quite hungry. One dish surely won't suffice. I noticed you offer a dish called shrimp 6 ways. Let us prepare it thus." Unable to contain himself, Kazama-chun interjected angrily, "You must be jesting. For shrimp, not even as large as my fist, and you wish to create 6 different dishes? I dare you to try." Yet the fisherman remained composed, replying, "If you cannot manage it, don't blame me for having your restaurant sign taken down." At this, Bai raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you sent by Danzo?" The fisherman simply gazed at the ceiling, offering no further comment. Clearing his throat, Li Xian continued, "Esteemed guest, while it is feasible to create 6 dishes from 4 shrimp, the cost must be based on the original menu price of 6,000 taels. Is that agreeable?" The fisherman promptly produced a large stack of silver notes and, after counting out 6,000 taels, handed them to Li Xian. After verifying the payment, Li Xian returned to the kitchen to commence preparations. However, he was perplexed that the system did not trigger a hidden quest this time. The system explained that the activation of hidden quests could not overlap. This revelation momentarily irritated Li Xian, who had initially welcomed the prospect of Danzo's interference. If he could gather all of Akatsuki or resurrect a compliant Uchiha Madara, how much simpler things would be, without the need for such concerns. Shaking off these fanciful thoughts, Li Xian redirected his focus to the task at hand. After all, a competent chef must remain devoted and fully engaged in whatever dish they undertake. 20 minutes later, Kazama-chun emerged with the dishes, exclaiming, "The food is ready." As his words fell, the crowd began to converge toward the fisherman. 6 dishes completed? That was remarkably swift. A multitude of voices arose in discussion. The fisherman furrowed his brow, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Feng Jianxin approached the fisherman's table and set down a plate, revealing 4 golden-hued shrimp gracefully nestled upon a leaf of cabbage, an exquisite presentation. The fisherman paused momentarily, then nodded with a smile, remarking, "Indeed, this dish is visually appealing. I dare say the flavor cannot be lacking. However, this is but one dish, and it appears the ingredients have been exhausted. What of the remaining 5? Feng Jianxin's lips curled into a smile as he replied, "Fear not, dear guest." He then turned and called out, "Is the white sauce ready?" "Yes, yes, it's coming," came the response. Shortly after, Bai appeared, carrying a tray adorned with 4 small saucers, each containing a sauce-like liquid, which he promptly placed on the table. The fisherman, puzzled, inquired, "Are these also dishes?" Feng Jianxin chuckled and clarified, "These 4 saucers contain shredded ginger with rice vinegar, chili bean paste, spicy sauce, and honey fish sauce. You simply need to dip the shrimp in these sauces to enjoy them." The fisherman scoffed, "With just these few sauces, can they truly impart different flavors? Humph. Today I shall test the distinctiveness of these sauces." Just as he reached for the chopsticks beside him, Feng Jianxin unexpectedly seized the opportunity first. Observing the fisherman's furious expression, he felt an undeniable thrill but quickly adjusted his demeanor, saying, "Allow me to assist you in portioning the shrimp, so you may savor the sauces more thoroughly." Upon hearing Feng Jianxin's explanation, the fisherman silently acquiesced with a wave of his hand. Feng Jianxin proceeded to deftly snap off the heads of 2 shrimp with chopsticks, then took a small knife to slice open the shells, extracting the tender white flesh, which he divided into 4 segments. Returning the chopsticks, he said, "Enjoy your meal, dear guest." The fisherman cast a sidelong glance at Feng Jianxin before picking up the chopsticks and dipping the shrimp meat into the sauces. As he continued to eat, his brows knitted more tightly. Once he had finished, he paused in silence before asking, "There are only 5 dishes in total. What of the last one?" The other diners gasped in astonishment, realizing that these seemingly ordinary 4 sauces possessed such remarkable potency that even the notoriously difficult fishermen recognized their individuality. In an instant, the interest of all patrons in the shrimp tail 6 dish intensified. Meanwhile, Feng Jianxin continued to prepare the remaining 2 shrimp, expertly removing their heads before donning a disposable glove, a testament to his commitment to hygiene. Once gloved, he grasped a severed shrimp head and, with a firm pinch, allowed several drops of thick, yellow shrimp paste to drip onto the previously prepared shrimp meat. He repeated this process with the remaining shrimp heads. Upon completion, Feng Jianxin discarded the oily glove and announced, "The 6th dish is called shrimp paste mixed with shrimp, and it boasts remarkable health benefits, encouraging you to indulge further." The fisherman picked up a piece of shrimp meat, glistening with shrimp paste, and placed it in his mouth, savoring its flavor with gentle chews. He then took another piece, relishing it further, before exhaling a sigh and remarking, Master Li Xian's culinary skills are truly remarkable. I have been thoroughly impressed. After uttering these words, he donned his straw hat and shouldered his fishing rod, preparing to depart from the awkward scene. Wait a moment, Kazama-chan suddenly called out to him. The fisherman turned around, surprised, and asked, Is there something else? You forgot your fish basket, came the response. Thank you. The fisherman replied as he took the basket and hastened his departure. Following the conclusion of this farce, the crowd began to disperse, with a few curious diners placing orders for the shrimp dishes. Li Xian welcomed this, for the more dishes ordered, the greater his earnings, and most importantly, he ensured his food would not disappoint others. Once the fisherman reached a secluded spot, he revealed his true identity. Upon closer inspection, he was none other than Matsuyama, a member of the root organization that had previously met with Danzo. It was unexpected that the proprietor possessed considerable skill. It seemed that he would have to bide his time. Matsuyama mused to himself. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and prepared to leave the area. In an instant, 3 elite Umbu ninjas encircled him. One of the leaders stepped forward and said, Matsuyama of the root, please accompany us. I believe you understand the reason. Upon hearing this, Matsuyama's heart sank. It appeared that both he and Lord Danzo had underestimated the third Hokage's regard for that proprietor. With a resigned gesture, he allowed himself to be taken away. As for why he did not resist, he knew that any act of defiance would result in a swift and lethal response from the other 3, and more importantly, it would implicate Danzo. As a loyal subordinate, Matsuyama would never bring shame to his leader. Chapter 91. The Chunin Exams. Rock Lee vs. Gaara. Days passed, and soon the village hidden in the leaves was ready to host the Chunin Exams. To prevent others from discovering Master Li Xian's restaurant, which enhanced chakra, the third Hokage arrived at Li Xian's establishment a few days early for discussions. Ultimately, he compensated Li Xian with 15 million ryo to close his business for a few days, a welcome respite for Li Xian, who had been feeling fatigued from cooking. Most importantly, this sum was entirely his, while the salaries for Zabuza, Haku, and Kazama-chan would be dispensed by the system. During Li Xian's brief hiatus, both Naruto and Rock Lee sought him out. One wished to invite him to watch his match, while the other inquired about his physical training regimen. Li Xian readily agreed to the former, but felt a twinge of unease regarding the latter. Since that workout, his focus has predominantly shifted to cooking, and he admits he has become somewhat indolent regarding physical training. Observing this, Xiao Li merely offered him some words of encouragement before returning to prepare for the Chunin exam. As they parted ways, Li Xian cautioned, Xiao Li, should you encounter a ninja named Gaara, do not engage him head-on. It would be prudent to surrender beforehand. Before Li Xian could finish his warning, Xiao Li interjected, Li Xian, there is no need for further elaboration. Regardless of how formidable the enemy may be, I shall fight until the very last moment. Isn't youth meant to be ignited by such fervor? After the Chunin exam, I shall frequently visit your restaurant. I hope you won't mind. How could I? Your presence would bring me immense joy, Li Xian replied. Ultimately, the two bid farewell under the setting sun. Watching Li Rock leap away, Li Xian felt a twinge of concern for him. A few days later, the Chunin exam commenced, coinciding with the day of the match between Li Rock and Gaara. However, at that moment, Li Rock appeared somewhat distracted, gazing outward as if anticipating someone's arrival. Noticing this, Might Guy patted his shoulder and remarked, Xiao Li, you seem to be waiting for Boss Li Xian's arrival, don't you? Feeling his secret exposed, Xiao Li blushed and replied, Of course not, Teacher Might Guy. I merely find today's scenery quite beautiful and wish to admire it a little longer. Might Guy, with a hint of exasperation, said, How do you explain that blush on your face? Youth does not permit us to lie about such things. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li composed himself and asked, Teacher, last time I had a disagreement with Li Xian. Do you think this will lead us down an unfamiliar path? Might Guy pondered for a moment before responding. Disagreements are quite common. Even Kakashi and I often find ourselves at odds, though most of those encounters end with my defeat. However, if you wish to prove your point, strive to demonstrate what you believe is right. Only then can you show that he is mistaken. Moreover, from what I know of Boss Li Xian, he is a person of great magnanimity. Well said, my junior Kai. A voice suddenly emerged from behind them. Turning around, they saw Li Xian approaching with Zabuza, Haku, and Kazekage. As for Wang Kai, he remained sound asleep. Upon seeing the group, Might Guy's face flushed as he exclaimed, Brother, what brings you here? I came to see how you all are doing, Li Xian replied with a smile. By the way, when introducing me to others in the future, just refer to me as Brother Li Xian. Otherwise, The dumplings from Dog Doesn't Care won't be sold to you. No, please. Li Xian, my elder brother. I shall forever cherish this title. Do not deprive me of those dumplings. They represent my youth. Might Guy lamented. At this moment, Li Xian's gaze was fixed upon Li Lok as he spoke. Little Li, before coming here today, I engaged in profound contemplation. And there is a phrase I must convey to you. I am truly sorry. Li Xian then performed a deep bow. I should not have placed excessive faith in the might of others, neglecting your years of arduous effort. Your relentless struggle is a testament to the belief that hard work can indeed forge genius. Upon hearing Li Xian's apology, Li Lok felt an overwhelming sense of kinship and embraced him, weeping profusely, leading onlookers to mistakenly believe he had suffered a heartbreak. After releasing his emotions, Li Lok's expression transformed into one of determination. With the encouragement of his mentor and friends, he believed wholeheartedly that victory was within his grasp. Just as he was about to take the stage, Li Xian bellowed, Li Lok, do you wish to be my little brother? Li Lok hesitated for a moment, then flashed a bright smile, responding enthusiastically, of course. From now on, let us strive together, brother Li Xian. Congratulations, host. For achieving the hidden achievement of becoming the big brother, you currently possess 4 little brothers. Achievement reward, recipe for stinky tofu. Chapter 92, Little Li's fierce battle with Gaara indeed. Little Li had become my little brother. System, may I lend the tailed beast's pot to Little Li? Li Xian mused inwardly. Beep. The tailed beast's pot has been transmitted to Little Li. Transmission complete. As the system's voice faded, a unique mark appeared on Little Li's wrist. The accompanying knowledge revealed its significance, and after casting a grateful glance at Li Xian, he leaped onto the arena, ready to engage in his contest with Gaara. Observing Li Lok's camaraderie with those around him, Gaara's negative emotions surged within him. Before the referee could utter the word begin, he swiftly launched an attack. Sand hand. A torrent of sand erupted from the gourd, forming a gigantic hand that soared through the air toward Li Lok. Confronted with this descending colossus, Li Lok remained remarkably composed. Instead of succumbing to panic, he swiftly removed his weighted gear. Just as the massive hand was about to strike, he had already divested himself of the encumbrances. A fleeting shadow passed as the colossal hand crashed down onto the empty ground. Not good. Gaara's brow furrowed at this turn of events, and with hands clasped, he summoned a deluge of sand from his gourd, engulfing the entire arena. Quicksand cascade. The ground erupted violently. And had it not been for the numerous elite Jonin maintaining the barrier, that assault could have wrought significant devastation upon Konoha. Observing this, the third Hokage's expression also darkened. Yet he refrained from uttering further words. Meanwhile, Little Li had already appeared behind Gaara. He had cleverly utilized the barrier's effect to evade the ground and thus escape the devastating technique. Leaf Hurricane. With one foot as his support, Xiao Li spun his body, delivering a heavy kick to Gaara's face with his other leg. Bang! In an instant, Gaara disintegrated into sand, scattering with the wind. A sense of dread washed over the onlookers. This was a mere substitute. Meanwhile, Gaara reappeared in the corner, waving his right hand to summon the sand prison. The grains of sand on the ground swiftly enveloped Xiao Li. A malevolent expression crossed Gaara's face as he clawed with his right hand, cruelly proclaiming, Die. Sandstorm Burial. The sand, as if obeying a king's command, began to constrict inward around Xiao Li. Just as Gaara believed that this strike would claim Xiao Li's life, a thunderous bang erupted. Xiao Li shattered the sand and escaped from its grasp. Noticing the transformation within Xiao Li, Might Guy and Li Huan understood that he had opened the 8th gate. Turning to his mentors, Xiao Li said, I apologize, Teacher Guy, Brother Li Huan. But it appears I must resort to that forbidden jutsu. Might Guy raised his thumb, revealing a broad smile, and exclaimed, Go for it, Xiao Li. Embrace your youth without regrets and show them the fruits of your labor. Xiao Li, give it your all and follow your heart, Li Huan added calmly. Encouraged by their affirmations, Xiao Li felt an uplifting warmth illuminating his spirit, almost overwhelming him with emotion. It was, after all, the first time he had received encouragement from others. He forced back his tears, his resolve solidifying. Gaara, I acknowledge your strength, but in this battle, I shall not concede. With that declaration, Xiao Li launched himself like a cannonball into the air above Gaara. Super Lotus Blossom. Xiao Li's body began to spin at high speed as he descended toward Gaara. In response, Gaara summoned a barrier of sand to defend against the impending attack. He then searched for an opportunity to counterattack. However, Xiao Li felt a pang of anxiety. Despite having opened the 8th gate, he still could not breach Gaara's defenses. No wonder this individual had garnered Brother Li Huan's admiration. His power was formidable. Nevertheless, today's victory belonged to Li Rock. and he was determined to unveil his ultimate jutsu. A spark of determination flickered in Xiao Li's eyes, and he thought, let youth blossom in this moment. Open the rest gate. Open the life gate. Open the wound gate. As the 4 gates opened, Xiao Li felt as if his entire body was on the verge of falling apart from pain, yet he knew this was not his limit. Open the death gate, he cried out. In an instant, a green aura enveloped him, his face flushed and veins bulging as he declared, feel the impact of my youthful strike, Super Lotus Blossom. With that proclamation, the force of Xiao Li's attack surged, and at last, the sand wall could no longer withstand the onslaught. Under Gaara's astonished gaze, the finisher struck, driving him into the ground and creating a massive crater. As the formidable ninjutsu took its toll on Li, he found himself trembling slightly by the side. Just as the announcer was about to declare Li the victor, a maniacal laughter erupted from the depths of the massive pit. Hehe. Accompanied by the emergence of a figure, an arm that was evidently no longer human reached out from the abyss. Chapter 93. The Beast Espol guards Rock Lee. When Gaara reappeared before the crowd, half of his body had already transformed into that of a tailed beast. Monkey, you have successfully provoked my wrath. Prepare to face my fury, Gaara declared ominously. In an instant, the sand in the arena began to swirl rapidly, ensnaring Li's weakened form as he was still reeling from the backlash of the 8 gates. Helplessly, he could only watch as the grains of sand constricted around him. Prepare to meet your demise, Sand Spear. Under Gaara's command, numerous spears made of sand ignited behind him, surging forth towards Li. Is this how my youth comes to an end? Teacher Guy, brotherly, I am sorry for failing your expectations. If there is a next life, I hope to meet you again. As Li closed his eyes to welcome death, Li swiftly inquired of the system within him, System, what should we do now that Li cannot summon any items? I beg you, help save him. Beep. Danger detected. The system begins to formulate a countermeasure. Countermeasure plan successful. Upon hearing this, Li immediately pressed, what is the countermeasure, System? The countermeasure allows the host to activate privileges, enabling direct mental command of the tailed beast Espol. Oh. It can be done this way. Observing the approaching sand spears, Li concentrated and began to exert his will. Tailed beast Espol, manifest, shield against those sand spears. Just as the spears were about to pierce Li, a dark light emanated from his right hand, swiftly breaking the bonds of sand and shattering the spears that threatened him. Gaara, taken aback, discovered that it was an iron pot. I didn't expect you to possess other means. Let us see how you fare against this. Wind release, air bullet. With this technique, Gaara's tailed beast transformation shrank to a mere fifth of his body, indicating that this move exacted a significant toll on him as well. The air compressed to its utmost limit, a palpable energy bullet surged towards Li, carving deep scars into the earth along its path. Witnessing this lethal strike, Might Guy felt compelled to unleash the 8 gates to rush in and rescue Li, but fortunately, Li was quick to intervene. I have everything under control, he assured Guy. Then focused intently on manipulating the tailed beast Espol. Upon hearing Li Xian's resolute tone, Might Guy instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. For in his recollections, his elder brother had always been remarkably dependable. Confronted with the incoming air projectile, Li Xian did not dare to exhibit the slightest hint of negligence. He maneuvered the tailed beast pot to collide with it, and the immense force of the air currents began to destabilize the barrier. Witnessing this, both the Hokage and the Wind Shadow promptly commenced repairs. Under the reinforcement of these 2 powerful figures, the barrier soon regained its stability and fortitude. Meanwhile, the standoff between the tailed beast pot and the air projectile persisted. However, as time elapsed, the projectile gradually gained the upper hand, pushing forward. Dismayed, Li Xian reflected internally. This tailed beast is indeed formidable. Even this incomplete version of the One Tail is proving difficult to withstand. Yet, thinking of little Li behind him rekindled his determination, and he resolutely resisted the air projectile. Today, I, Li Xian, will protect little Li with my life. Not for any other reason than for that single utterance of Big Brother. Tailed beast pot, charge forth. Through Li Xian's unwavering resistance, the air projectile finally halted its advance. But at this moment, Li Xian's complexion had turned pale, and just as he was on the verge of succumbing, little Li grasped the pot's handle. It turned out that when Gaara had momentarily relaxed his guard, little Li seized the opportunity to escape. Observing how fiercely his elder brother was safeguarding him, he realized he could not let his brother down. 8 gates, the door of death opens once more. At this moment, little Li and Li Xian were truly in sync. Gripping the tailed beast pot and proclaiming with fervor, youth knows no regrets, let us soar, youth. As they swung in unison, the air projectile altered its trajectory, shattered the barrier, and ascended into the sky. Ultimately, it exploded in midair, forming a visage of a smiling face made of clouds. Gazing upon this spectacle, Gaara murmured, "Is this the power of friendship? No, I cannot lose. I must prove my worth." Just as Gaara was on the brink of complete tailed beast transformation, Little Lee collapsed onto the ground, motionless. Consequently, the referee had no choice but to declare Gaara the victor. Shortly thereafter, Might Guy and Li Xian rushed into the arena. Might Guy listened for Little Lee's heartbeat and checked his breathing at the nostrils, then exhaled a sigh of relief, stating, "There are no major issues. His breathing is steady. With some time for recuperation, he should return to his former self." Hearing these words, Li Xian too felt his anxieties dissipate. As Little Lee was carried away by medical personnel, Li Xian approached Naruto and said, "Naruto, it will soon be your turn to compete. Make sure to put forth your best performance. Your elder brother will be watching your match closely." Chapter 94. Naruto versus Neji. Upon hearing his brother's words, Naruto felt a wave of emotion. After all these years, it was the first time someone had offered him such encouraging sentiments. Stealing his resolve, Naruto silently vowed not to bring shame to his brother in this battle. Ascending to the stage for the contest, Naruto faced Neji, and at that moment, the audience began to murmur amongst themselves. How unexpected it is that the cunning fox spirit has reached such heights. It is merely due to fortunate circumstances. But he is destined to step down in this match. After all, his opponent is none other than the prodigious Neji of the Hyuga clan. Go, Neji. Defeat that sly fox. As the jeers of the crowd echoed around him, Naruto felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his frustration. Suddenly, a distinctive voice broke through the cacophony. "Naruto, my little brother, do not overthink it. Forge ahead with all your might. Believe in yourself. You can do it." Turning around, Naruto saw his older brother, Li Xian, waving a banner and rallying the restaurant staff in support. A warmth spread through his heart, dispelling the dark thoughts that had clouded his mind. Indeed, I am destined to become Hokage one day. How could I falter over such trifling challenges? Thank you, brother. Naruto reflected internally, as both contenders readied themselves. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the commencement of the match. Are you prepared for defeat? Neji remarked confidently, arms crossed, exuding an air of assured victory. Humph. Just you wait. I will surely triumph over you today, Naruto retorted resolutely. I have said it before. The underdog will always remain the underdog. Nothing will ever change. Just like my former teammate, Lee Rock. No matter how much you improve, true strength will ultimately prevail, Neji sneered coldly. Humph. Let me tell you this. Even the most unremarkable underdog can surpass you if they toil with greater dedication. Allow me to demonstrate the might of those who strive, Naruto proclaimed loudly. With that, Neji activated his Byakugan, the veins around his eyes bulging ominously. Then bring it on. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto launched the first offensive, summoning his signature technique. Instantly, countless Narutos filled the arena, surrounding Neji. Is that all you've got? 8 trigrams palms. Heavenly spin. As the multitude of shadow clones charged at Neji, he unleashed an impenetrable defense, generating a semi-spherical chakra shield that repelled physical attacks. In an instant, the shadow clones dissipated, leaving only Naruto's original self standing in place. Before Neji could utter another mocking remark, Naruto dashed forward to engage in close combat, only to have all his attempts thwarted. Seizing the opportunity, Neji struck a vital point, sending Naruto hurtling backward. At that moment, Naruto realized that close quarters were decidedly not in his favor. Confidently, Neji declared, "Do you see? You have no chance of victory now. Surrender while you still can to avoid severe injury." Wiping the corner of his mouth, Naruto smiled and replied, "The battle has only just begun." Once more, he summoned 4 additional shadow clones, and the crowd drew their kunai in anticipation. Neji scoffed. "To engage me with the same technique, it seems you are utterly at a loss." The 5 Narutos replied in unison, "Hey, don't underestimate me." Subsequently, for Naruto's charge towards Neji, yet their assaults were effortlessly evaded. As the true Naruto launched his attack, it too was detected by Neji's Byakugan, resulting in all being sent hurtling away. The 4 shadow clones dissipated into smoke. At this moment, Neji coldly stated, "With your current abilities, aspiring to become Hokage is futile. I advise you to focus on being a Genin. After all, everyone has their destined path, and yours is not that of Hokage." "So what?" Naruto retorted passionately. "Shouldn't everyone have the power to shape their own destiny? I despise nothing more than the notion of giving up." Instantly, a surge of immense power erupted from within him, enveloped by a crimson aura, and the previously sealed chakra points were unbound. "Don't forget our promise, little brat," an ominous voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Understood, Kaibai. It's just a matter of enjoying a good meal with my brother, and I, Naruto, shall keep my word, he affirmed internally. He then recalled the extraordinary technique imparted to him by that peculiar white-haired elder just days prior, summoning a shadow clone. Naruto joined his right hand with that of the clone, forming a blue sphere akin in size to his palm. Niji, receive my jutsu, Rasengan, he declared, launching himself toward Niji. Sensing the gravity of the power disparity, Niji's expression turned grave. 8 trigrams palm. Heavenly spin. The two techniques collided, smoke enveloping the area. And as it cleared, Naruto remained steadfast in his position while Niji lay unconscious on the ground. Thus, Naruto emerged victorious in this contest. Chapter 95. The Truth in the Konoha Medical Facility. Niji lay upon a hospital bed, tended to by 2 medical ninjas. Lord Hayashi Hyuga. A faint creak of the door interrupted the quiet, audibly noticed by all 3. The 2 medics respectfully greeted Hayashi. Apologies, but we have personal matters to discuss. Please step outside, Hayashi stated calmly, his gaze fixed intently upon Niji. Be but the patient's condition, one of the medics hesitated, having yet to conduct a thorough examination of Niji. It won't take long. You needn't worry, Hayashi reassured, his focus unwavering on Niji. Very well, the doctor relented after a moment's hesitation, compelled by Hayashi's resolute demeanor, and exited with the other medic, leaving the spacious ward occupied solely by Hayashi and Niji. What is your purpose for being here? Niji struggled to sit up, his tone icy, exuding an air of profound detachment. I am here to reveal the truth of that day. Have you not always yearned to know? Hinata Hizashi inquired. That day? Hinata Niji's expression faltered, a wave of emotion washing over him. Indeed, Hizashi nodded. He then recounted the events of that fateful day in their entirety to Niji. What is this? What are you saying? Niji erupted in anger upon hearing Hizashi's tale. My father was murdered as your substitute. Is this not the very fate that befalls our branch family? Straining against his pain, Niji rose and shouted in fury. Here lies the truth of that day. Observing Niji's disbelief, Hizashi refrained from further elaboration, instead producing an ancient scroll from his robes and presenting it to Niji. Do not attempt to deceive me. This looks like a fabrication concocted by the main family to dupe the branch family. Niji glared at Hizashi, teeth clenched, refusing to accept the scroll. You should now begin to comprehend, Hizashi remarked, undeterred by Niji's scornful demeanor. He placed the scroll upon Niji's hospital bed and turned to leave without hesitation. These characters are my father's handwriting? After much contemplation, Niji ultimately unrolled the scroll and uncovered the truth of that year. It revealed that a ninja from the Land of Lightning had attempted to abduct Hinata, but was thwarted and killed by Hinata Hizashi. The incident escalated dramatically, with the Land of Lightning not only denying the abduction attempt, but also demanding accountability for the death of their ninja from Konoha. At that time, only Sarutobi Hiruzen was present in the village, as the Sannin were absent, and Shimura Danzo was not worth considering. Consequently, in discussions between the 2 villages, Konoha was compelled to surrender Hizashi, lest they face war. To protect the village, Hiruzen insisted that Hizashi sacrifice himself. Hizashi, too, consented, understanding the necessity for the village and the Hinata clan. However, his father urged him not to perish, for each pair of eyes from the main family was exceedingly precious. Thus, under the decision of their father, the then head of the Hinata clan, Hinata Hizashi voluntarily took Hizashi's place in death, sent forth as a substitute. To ensure Hizashi would not object, they forcibly sealed his chakra and bound him to prevent any disruption. Ultimately, this tragic affair concluded with Hizashi's demise. Upon reaching this point, Niji's animosity towards the main family began to dissipate. Tears streamed from his eyes, filled with sorrow and realization regarding the act of sacrifice. Perhaps it was this very cowardice of the 3rd Hokage that allowed one of the Sannin to defect, another to abandon the village for gambling, and the last to seek the prophesied child destined to end the conflicts of the ninja world, only to ultimately perish at the hands of his own apprentice. The narrative then returns to the Chunin exams. The next match features Kankuro facing off against Shino Aburame. To the astonishment of many, Kankuro forfeits before even entering the arena, granting victory to Shino. Following this, the highly anticipated battle between Gaara and Sasuke commences. On one side stands Gaara, the Sand King who wields the power to manipulate sand. On the other, Sasuke Uchiha, the prodigious boy feared by countless ninjas for his Sharingan. The prowess of both warriors is formidable, making the outcome uncertain. As the referee signals the start of the match, both combatants retreat simultaneously, creating distance while fixating their gazes upon one another, assessing their opponent. Gaara raises his hand, and his gourd releases a torrent of sand that cascades across the arena. Sasuke, having witnessed the previous encounter between Rock Lee and Gaara, recognizes the threat posed by the sand and swiftly withdraws. Surely, my talent will please my mother, Gaara muses to himself. Chapter 96. Undercurrents. As the entire arena becomes enveloped in sand, the spectators from the Hidden Leaf Village grow increasingly concerned for Sasuke's safety. Sasuke finds refuge in a corner yet untouched by the sand, his eyes locked on Gaara as his mind races to devise a strategy to overcome his formidable opponent. Shurikens. Sasuke retrieves 6 shurikens from his ninja tool pouch and hurls them at Gaara. However, Gaara shows no intent to evade, as the shurikens are about to strike. A sand shield materializes before him, absorbing the impact. Damn it! Sasuke mutters under his breath, pulling out 2 kunai, each affixed with an explosive tag, and launches them at Gaara once more. Boom! The kunai collide with the sand shield, releasing a cloud of smoke, yet the shield remains unscathed. Suddenly, Sasuke appears behind Gaara, delivering a powerful punch. This feint is executed with remarkable finesse, yet Sasuke is taken aback to discover that the figure before him is merely a sand clone. As he shatters the clone, it transforms into sand that ensnares his punching arm. Damn it! Sasuke exclaims, throwing another punch to free his right hand. At that moment, Gaara materializes behind him. Without hesitation, Sasuke continues to strike at Gaara. Unperturbed by the imminent fist, Gaara summons another sand shield to block the attack. Humph, I've been deceived. Sasuke scoffs, then swiftly reappears behind Gaara. If Lee were present, he would be utterly astonished, for this is the very technique he had used to injure Gaara earlier. Gaara, witnessing this maneuver, is equally perplexed. When did he learn this technique? It seems he is yet to hear the legendary prowess of the Sharingan's ability to replicate the Leaf Village's great whirlwind. Seizing the moment while Gaara remained momentarily unresponsive, Sasuke executed a swift flying kick that sent Gaara hurtling away. Remarkably, he employed a technique identical to that of Lee with such alacrity. The prodigious talent of the Uchiha clan indeed lived up to its reputation. Madogai exclaimed in astonishment. Without the protection of sand, are you truly that feeble? Humph, utterly pathetic. Sasuke stood his ground, taunting the airborne Gaara. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Kiba found himself ensnared by the deceptive Akatsuki member, Kabuto, disguised as a member of the Umbu, and led to a clandestine location. The mission assigned by Lord Hokage will be executed with utmost diligence. Is this the place? Ah, indeed. Kabuto, clad in Umbu attire and masked with a fox visage, nodded affirmatively. Suddenly, Akamaru, perched upon Kiba's shoulder, began to bark uncontrollably. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. What? You say this person's aura is extremely familiar. As if you have encountered him before? Kiba furrowed his brow, instinctively becoming alert, trusting Akamaru's instincts. Woof woof woof. What? You mentioned that this scent was present at the onset of the Chunin exam. Could he be the examiner who supervised us earlier? Kiba appeared perplexed. Although he could comprehend Akamaru's words, some of the literal meanings eluded him. Indeed, before the operation commences, you must be rendered unconscious. My apologies. Kabuto turned to express his regrets, but as Kiba prepared to retaliate upon hearing his voice, he found that Kabuto's speed far surpassed his own. A swift strike rendered him unconscious, followed by another that subdued Akamaru as well. Awaken. Is this truly the extent of your capabilities? Sasuke taunted, noticing that Gaara remained unfazed. Composed in his stance, Sasuke realized that Gaara intended to engage him in a war of attrition. It was crucial to acknowledge that the advantage of terrain lay with his opponent. If victory was to be claimed, it must be swift. Humph. With a disdainful huff, Sasuke began to circle Gaara at an astonishing speed, unleashing a torrent of sand that obscured Gaara's vision, aiming to paralyze him and launch an offensive. However, Gaara was not without his countermeasures. With a swift motion of his hands, the sand surrounding him coalesced, enveloping him in a massive sand sphere. What? Sasuke, momentarily taken aback, seized the opportunity before the sphere fully formed and struck at the gap. Boom. The sound of his fist colliding with the sand sphere echoed at the critical moment. The sphere had solidified, and Sasuke's fist crashed forcefully against its surface. Yet, this desperate strike not only failed to breach the sand sphere but also left him reeling, blood streaming from his injuries. So, you have concealed yourself within the sand, have you? Sasuke leaped forward, creating distance between himself and the opponent. It was merely a mound of sand. Let me demonstrate how to dismantle you. With his hands forming seals, Sasuke unleashed the great fireball technique. A fireball, as large as a basketball, erupted from his mouth, hurtling fiercely towards the sand. However, upon collision, the fireball extinguished while the sand remained unscathed. It appeared that the defensive capabilities of this sand were comparable to the Hyuga clan's gentle techniques. Unfortunately, it could not reflect the attack. Is the genius of the Uchiha clan only capable of this? Gaara mocked from within the sand sphere. I will not permit you to insult the Uchiha. Sasuke charged forward like a madman, throwing punches and kicks. Despite retrieving his kunai, he failed to breach the sand barrier. You forced my hand. Do not blame me when you descend into hell. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, leaping into the air, hands forming seals as bolts of lightning converged in his grasp. Resembling 1,000 birds crying out. This was the Chidori. That is not your technique, Kakashi. Might Guy turned to Kakashi in astonishment. Indeed. This technique is one I taught him. Consider it a repayment for the favor of the Sharingan, Kakashi replied. Kakashi-sensei, what kind of ninjutsu is this? It seems quite formidable. Naruto inquired, puzzled. This is Kakashi's sole original technique, designed specifically for assassination. It rapidly stimulates the body's vitality, allowing for a piercing speed that reaches the human limit, materializing a significant amount of chakra. Anyone struck by this technique rarely sees the light of the next day. It seems that today, a sand ninja will meet his demise. Guy elucidated. Sasuke thrust the Chidori towards the sand sphere at breakneck speed. Gaara, sensing the imminent danger, formed seals to transform the outer sand into spears aimed at Sasuke. Yet, he evaded them with his Sharingan. Let the name Uchiha be proclaimed once more in the ninja world through your blood, Chidori. Sasuke unleashed the Chidori, shattering the sand sphere and injuring Gaara. Although he too sustained wounds from the sand's barbs. Nonetheless, his injuries were considerably lighter than Gaara's. Unbelievable. He actually broke through Gaara's absolute defense? Kankuro stared in shock at the breached sand sphere, realizing this was likely the first time he had witnessed such a phenomenon. How is this possible? Temari, recognizing Gaara's strength, mirrored Kankuro's astonishment. In the corner, the onlooker, Maki, also wore a face of disbelief. It was known that Gaara was the Jinchuriki of their village. Although he had not fully unleashed his power, it should not have been so easily breached by an ordinary genin. Uchiha Sasuke, when the plan commences. Your life shall be entrusted to me, Maki, for the future of Sunagakure. Maki silently vowed in his heart. Meanwhile, the Kazekage and Hokage in the highest viewing platform could not help but reflect inwardly, one lamenting the actions of another, while the other contemplated his own existence. Blood. It is blood. Gaara within the sand sphere began to scream in madness, and in that moment, it felt as though something had grasped Sasuke's hand, an immense force rendering him immobile. Damn it. Chidori. Sasuke sensed an overwhelming danger that threatened to suffocate him and activated Chidori once more. Countless bolts of lightning pierced the interior, allowing Sasuke to withdraw his hands swiftly and retreat rapidly. Yet, a thick, brownish-yellow arm suddenly emerged from the sand sphere, swatting towards the direction of Sasuke's retreat. This is bad. Could it be that it is about to be born prematurely? I must ensure the safety of the others. Orochimaru, I hope you do not let me down, Maki murmured in a voice only he could hear. He then called over the oblivious Kankuro and Temari, preparing to protect them. Suddenly, the arm retracted, accompanied by a sinister laughter emanating from the shattered sand sphere. Before anyone could react, the fragmented sand sphere erupted, leaving everyone's hearts lodged in their throats. Upon seeing that it was Gaara himself who emerged, the group's anxiety subsided. Gaara gasped for breath, fixing a fierce gaze upon Sasuke. Although he had managed to suppress Shikaku from causing havoc, his emotions were still somewhat affected. His left eye appeared normal, but his right eye resembled that of a monster, grotesquely enlarged. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Nirvana technique. In the corner, Kabuto formed hand seals, unleashing a ninjutsu. Instantly, numerous white feathers filled the audience, causing ordinary villagers and weaker ninjas to faint. Kakashi. Merely an illusion. As longtime comrades, the two exchanged a glance, understanding each other's thoughts without words. Release. They shouted in unison, dispelling their illusions, yet those around them remained unconscious. Naruto, CHG, Shikamaru, Sakura, and others lay in a state of unconsciousness. As for Lee, apart from Kankuro nearly succumbing to the illusion, he was largely unharmed after Zabuza struck him on the head with the hilt of his sword, leaving him with a sizable bump. An illusion? Has Kabuto already begun? Then let Konoha collapse utterly today. Maki thought to himself as he swiftly began dispelling the illusion for Kankuro and Temari. Chapter 98. The plan for Konoha's collapse thus. The plan for Konoha's downfall shall officially commence. The Kazekage turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a sinister grin. Suddenly, a smoke bomb was tossed to the ground, enveloping the area where the two stood in a thick haze. Lord Hokage, Kakashi and Might Guy called out towards the smoke. You go protect the civilians. Leave the Hokage to us. With that, 10 Umbu ninjas surged towards the smoke. Lord Kazekage, what do you mean by this? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired calmly. Nothing of significance. The Kazekage replied abruptly, swiftly neutralizing the guards beside the Hokage. The Umbu ninjas who had rushed to assist were intercepted by the ambushed sound and sand ninjas. The Kazekage then seized Sarutobi Hiruzen and brought him to a rooftop. Ninjutsu. For purple flames formation. From the shadows, four figures emerged, Kadamaru, Sakan, Yukon, and Jirubu. A swirling purple flame engulfed the two, and even as some Umbu ninjas broke through the blockade set by the sound and sand ninjas, they ignited upon contact with the inferno, vanishing into thin air. All leaf ninjas, heed my command. Swiftly rescue the civilians in the audience. Do not concern yourselves with me, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered. Upon hearing the Hokage's orders, the others prioritized their mission, intending to support the Hokage afterward. Observing that everyone complied with his commands, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly asked, Kazekage, I never anticipated your betrayal of Konoha. There has never been everlasting peace in this world. There is only mutual exploitation. From this moment forth, history shall be rewritten. The Kazekage responded ominously. Are you intending to incite war? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the Kazekage. Indeed, the Kazekage nodded. War? What concern is that of mine? After all, I am not the true Kazekage. The real Kazekage was eliminated long ago. And the current Kazekage is merely a fade orchestrated by Orochimaru. Force cannot resolve issues. We can settle this through negotiation, Sarutobi Hiruzen insisted, still unwilling to concede. It seems age has diminished your courage. You are old and should have long since retired, the Kazekage sneered, pressing a kunai against Sarutobi Hiruzen's throat. What? The moment those words escaped, Sarutobi Hiruzen froze, the term teacher tightening his chest. You are. Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled to articulate, as he began to deduce the true identity of the Kazekage. Haha, I initially intended to seize Sasuke in the chaos. It appears things cannot unfold as I envisioned, Orochimaru, revealing his true voice, addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen directly. Is that so? So that is your true aim, Konoha and Sasuke, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, maintaining his composure even with the kunai pressed against his throat. Is Konoha truly that significant? It is merely Sasuke that holds importance. As for Konoha, it can be effortlessly destroyed. However, I must caution you, the entity within Gaara is about to emerge. When the time comes, you shall witness something exceedingly intriguing. Yet, more than this, it is your naivety and folly that have plunged Konoha into chaos. This time, victory is assured for me, Orochimaru sneered, his gaze fixed upon Gaara within the arena. Humph, the outcome will remain unknown until the end. I believe I have taught you that lesson, Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly scrutinized the figure of the Suna leader before him. Orochimaru, choosing to discard pretense, tore away the human skin mask from his face, revealing his pale, sinister visage. I had long anticipated this day would arrive. However, my life is not so easily claimed. Sarutobi Hiruzen swatted away Orochimaru's kunai and distanced himself. Shedding his Hokage cloak, he donned his battle attire. Orochimaru, did you truly believe I was unprepared? Ever since the disappearance of the Chunin, Konoha's gale, I sensed a hint of danger, yet I never anticipated it would be you. As fate would have it, today I shall rectify the mistakes of my predecessors, using your life to appease the spirits of the other Hokages. Ha! Orochimaru began to emit a sickly laugh. Teacher, do you genuinely think I am unaware of your thoughts? You merely wish to buy time for Jiraiya's assistance, do you not? How infuriating. How does he know? Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart began to race with anxiety. Yet he maintained an air of calm, stating, I alone am sufficient to deal with you. Oh, is that so? Then allow me to witness once more the prowess of the third Hokage, renowned as the doctor of the ninja world. Just as the tension escalated between the two, a blood-soaked Konoha ninja shouted from the sidelines. Urgent report. A breach at the border. Several colossal summoned serpents, alongside sound and sand ninjas, have invaded. Lord Jiraiya has already proceeded to provide support, but reinforcements are insufficient. Please, Hokage, dispatch aid immediately. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's previously composed demeanor shattered. Chapter 99. Li Xian's support observing the growing anxiety on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, Orochimaru began to mock him. Master, you have finally succumbed to urgency. Yes. This is the very expression I desired. Let Konoha perish alongside you. Meanwhile, in a concealed alleyway, over 100 root ninjas stood in eerie silence, awaiting the orders of Danzo ahead. One who appeared to be the captain of the root approached Danzo respectfully, inquiring, Lord Danzo, shall we provide assistance to the Hokage? However, as soon as the words left his lips, Danzo cast a frigid glare in his direction, activating the curse placed upon him. Instantly, the man collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. After a considerable interval, the incantation surrounding the individual gradually subsided. At this moment, Danzo addressed the members of the Root organization with a calm demeanor. All those affiliated with Root, evacuate the village. We are the hope for Konoha's resurgence. As long as we remain, so shall Konoha. Anyone who defies this order shall face execution without mercy. Understood. The crowd responded, promptly commencing their departure from the area. Tenzo, do not presume that your mastery of wood release grants you autonomy in my presence. Were it not for the depletion of manpower following the annihilation of the Konoha Black Ops, I would have long since delivered you to the third Hokage. Nonetheless, you remain one of my Root members, so do not forget the rules of Root. With that, Danzo swept away, leaving Tenzo, who had regained his composure, to bow a few times towards the battlefield before following the others. The scene shifted back to the third Hokage, who beheld the rampant destruction wrought by the One Tail and the numerous sound and sand ninjas, compounded by the formidable presence of Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly uttered the thought, is Konoha destined for annihilation today? Suddenly, he noticed the composed figures of Li Xian and others nearby. An idea swiftly blossomed in his mind. Perhaps this individual could spare Konoha from its impending doom. At that moment, although Li Xian had anticipated such events, the reality of the situation still stirred a sense of trepidation within him. During this tumult, several sound and sand ninjas attempted to engage him, but were swiftly dispatched by Zabuza and his comrades. This display of formidable power prompted many villagers to seek refuge in their vicinity. Li Xian did not oppose this. Rather, he instructed Zabuza and the others to safeguard the arriving villagers. Just as he prepared to lead everyone back to the safety of his restaurant, he heard the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him. Young friend, might I implore you to lend your hand in saving Konoha? Upon hearing this, Li Xian wished fervently for wings to sprout from his back and fly away. What do you mean saving Konoha? Do you think I can single-handedly contend with a tailed beast? Or that my companions are all elite shinobi? I am but an ordinary chef. While Zabuza and the others could defend themselves, engaging in a large-scale war was another matter entirely. Just as he was about to decline, a voice echoed within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden mission to save Konoha. Mission description: subdue the One-Tail Shikaku, currently wreaking havoc in the village, and repel the invasion at Konoha's borders. Mission reward: 1 reanimation jutsu scroll, which allows you to summon a deceased ninja who will unconditionally obey your commands for 1 month. Note: the summoned ninja may only operate within your restaurant and cannot venture outside. Upon seeing the system's promised reward, Li Xian's excitement surged. Finally, a truly impressive reward had appeared. If he could manage to summon Uchiha Madara with this, he envisioned Madara holding a plate, addressing the guests with, "Do you wish to dance as well?" Just the thought of such a scene thrilled him. You are the first to acknowledge the existence of the tailed beast, and I am the first to suggest it become a servant. You have bested the beast, yet I remain the pioneer in its servitude. My own prestige has, without a doubt, ascended significantly. Thus, Li Xian promptly acquiesced to Sarutobi Hiruzen's request. Upon hearing Li Xian's response, Sarutobi's heart found tranquility, and he subsequently engaged in a fierce battle with Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Li Xian began to allocate tasks. His plan was to lure Shikaku, the One-Tail, to his restaurant, where he believed the presence of wealth and the iron puppets would be sufficient to subdue it. He instructed Zabuza to approach Kakashi and Might Guy, aiming to form a team with one of them to lead several ninjas in reinforcement towards the borders, while Kazama-chun and Bai would safeguard the civilians to safety. Initially, the group hesitated at Li Xian's proposal to divert the One-Tail, especially Zabuza, whose demeanor was particularly obstinate. However, upon hearing Li Xian's peculiar ninjutsu, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. Just as Li Xian was about to announce the commencement of the mission, the elite squad of Konoha's 11 approached him, expressing their willingness to follow his command. The reason for their number being 11 instead of 12 was that Niji remained in the hospital. Observing the fervent gazes directed at him, Li Xian assigned them to collaborate with Bai and Kazama-chan on the task of escorting the villagers. At first, Naruto expressed dissent, wishing to join Li Xian in the endeavor to divert the one-tail. Yet, Li Xian imparted this wisdom: Naruto, once you become Hokage, you must remember that your duty extends beyond those immediately around you. It encompasses the entire village. This is the essence of a Hokage's responsibility, wherever Konoha flourishes. The flame of life endures. With that, he charged towards the one-tail. Wherever Konoha flourishes, the flame of life endures. Witnessing the Konoha ninjas valiantly battling against their adversaries to protect the village, Naruto seemed to grasp the significance of those words. Consequently, he joined Bai and the others in their mission to safeguard the villagers. Chapter 100. Movements of two parties. Li Xian approached the rampaging Shikaku from behind. Gazing upon its colossal form and immense destructive prowess, he could not help but swallow hard. For the sake of reward, he resolved to confront it. Thus, with hands curved into a trumpet shape, he called out to the one-tail, "Hey, you oversized raccoon cat. If you have the guts, come catch me." Shikaku, already seething with rage, could not contain its fury upon hearing its most despised moniker. It swiftly turned to face Li Xian. Upon realizing it had been spotted, Li Xian cheekily raised a friendly gesture. Although Shikaku was unaware of the gesture's meaning, it quickly deduced that it was not a favorable sign when combined with the preceding taunt. In a fit of rage, it opened its massive jaws, gathering a tailed beast bomb within. Damn, does it have to be this intense? Upon witnessing this, Li Xian immediately quickened his pace, for he was well aware that the destructive power of a tailed beast bomb was sufficient to obliterate an entire small village. Should it strike him, it was likely that by the time someone came to collect his remains, not even the fragments of his bones would be retrievable. At the very moment the tailed beast bomb was unleashed by Shikaku, Li Xian fortuitously escaped its lethal range. Gazing upon the ravaged landscape, he felt fortunate that he had traversed an uninhabited area. Otherwise, this single blow would have consigned countless lives to an untimely grave. Observing Shikaku after the launch, which now seemed inclined to move elsewhere, Li Xian swiftly retrieved 4 shurikens from his ninja tool pouch, affixing explosive tags to their tips before hurling them toward Shikaku. He hoped to divert its attention once more. Indeed, after a series of faint explosions echoed against Shikaku, it redirected its gaze, astonished to see that the earlier human had not perished beneath its tailed beast bomb but continued to provoke it. "Do you think I, Shikaku, can be trifled with?" It seethed. "You wretched human, I have changed my mind. I shall snap your bones one by one, allowing you to experience the torment of a life worse than death." With that, Shikaku advanced towards Li Xian, who had successfully lured it toward his restaurant. As Shikaku was drawn away, the pressure on the Leaf Ninjas significantly diminished, enabling them to mobilize more forces against the Sound and Sand Ninjas within the village. In another battlefield, Kakashi and Might Guy led a contingent of 12 Leaf Ninjas against a coalition of over 50 Sound and Sand Ninjas in fierce combat. Although the Leaf side was outnumbered, under the guidance of the 2 elite Jonin, Kakashi and Guy, they gradually gained the upper hand. In contrast, the opposing coalition, despite its numerical advantage, comprised mainly of Chunin-level fighters, with only 6 at the Jonin level. Their objective was not to annihilate Kakashi and his comrades, but rather to stall them. For only by restraining the enemy's formidable combatants could their allies inflict greater damage upon the Leaf. Just as Might Guy prepared to unleash his 8 Gates technique to swiftly defeat the enemy before him, a dense fog suddenly enveloped their battlefield. Hidden Mist technique. The air was filled with the sounds of flesh being cleaved by large blades. As the mist dissipated, Zabuza emerged, wielding his bloodied sword as he approached Kakashi and the others. Upon seeing Zabuza's appearance, Kakashi and the Leaf Ninjas behind him instinctively raised their weapons, assuming defensive stances. "Oh, Kakashi, is this how you treat a lifesaver?" Zabuza jested. "Put down your weapons. I am no longer a rogue ninja, but rather a bodyguard in the employ of Boss Li Xian." Kakashi spoke gravely, for since that fateful culinary contest, the legendary prowess of Li Xian had spread throughout the Leaf Village. Essentially, everyone is familiar with the illustrious name of Li Xian, coupled with the esteemed reputation of Kakashi. In an instant, the dozen or so Konoha ninjas promptly sheathed their weapons. Zaibujan approached Kakashi and stated, "The boss has instructed me to gather one of you 2 to rally some ninjas for reinforcements at the border. Which of you intends to accompany me?" Before Kakashi could respond, Might Guy interjected, "I shall accompany you." He then turned to Kakashi with a serious demeanor and remarked, "Kakashi, I am aware that you wish to join as well. However, the village requires a formidable ninja to oversee the situation. I have full faith that you are more than capable of fulfilling this role. Ultimately, it comes down to the fact that you are, in truth, a tad less astute than I am. Kakashi inwardly scoffed at this comment. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, remaining in the village was indeed the most prudent choice. After allowing the Konoha ninjas trailing behind to follow Might Guy and Zaibujan away, Kakashi retrieved his eye mask from his ninja pouch and removed it, revealing his Sharingan. He was now preparing to commit fully to the impending battle. Sprinting deeper into the village, Kakashi, with his formidable strength and the enhancement of his Sharingan, swiftly dispatched numerous foes that obstructed his path and rallied many Konoha ninjas to his cause. As the streets cleared of enemies, Kakashi's contingent had swelled to over 100 members. Upon confirming that no adversaries remained, the group hastened towards the Chunin exam venue.